Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 401, Exploration, Start. Ace, Tioni, and Finn were already at the meeting site when Riviera and Lafia arrived after their preparation. It seems that everyone is already here. Let's go. Please wait, Finn, Riviera called out to the Palom before they started moving. I have something I want to say. Finn and the rest stopped their steps and turned to Riviera. What is it? I'd like to take some people with us if you all don't mind. Some people? Who are they? They're not from our familia. Finn asked while the rest had visible confusion on their faces. Riviera nodded on his question. Yes. They're from the Hestia familia. The three who defeated the Minotaurs. Tiona, and Ace's eyes widened as they recalled the three girls, who were supposed to be level 1, defeated the 6 Minotaurs that shouldn't have been possible. When they met in the pub last time, they really wanted to ask how they were able to achieve it, but they knew the importance of secrets of their abilities as top-class adventurers, so they didn't pry any further after some question. And now they want to join their dungeon exploration. They all looked towards Finn, hoping that he'll approve of this. Finn could feel the girls' stare and intent and could only smile wryly. Of course, he too wanted to see those from the Hestia familia in action, as he had some doubts about them defeating 6 Minotaurs by themselves even if the report came from his trusted vice-captain. But before he could agree, he had to confirm some things first. Why are they coming with us? Their captain, Kasuk Urahara, requested me to take them with us so that they could gain some experience from veteran adventurers. They're going to act as supporters in this exploration, and I don't see any problem in bringing them along. I hope you can agree to this. Finn nodded and said, It's rare for you to request this kind of thing, so if you're fine with this, I don't see any reason to disagree. Riviera smiled and gave her gratitude. Thank you. It's fine. But you have to take charge of them. I'll do just that. Heh. They're coming, huh? I look forward to it. Tioni excitedly swung her urga around. They're not coming for you. And stop swinging that around. You'll blind someone. Tiona immediately retorted, but as long as they don't get near Captain, then I'm fine with them going with us. I don't think someone getting hit with that will just end up blind. Lafia also retorted. She, however, is confused with their reactions. As someone who doesn't know the truth, although a group of level 1s on the verge of a level up defeating a single Minotaur is a very rare feat, it shouldn't warrant this kind of attention from them. They won't approach Finn. They're their captain's lover. Ace suddenly uttered. It was then that everyone recalled that Hestia familia is a big harem of its captain. Although it's a normal thing for gods, you don't really see it among people, right? Even Tioni didn't know what to think of this situation. Well, that's not really important right now. When are they arriving? Finn immediately changed the topic. They should be arriving any moment now, Riviera replied. And just as she said that, the group saw 3 familiar girls walking towards them. They are wearing the standard adventurer's outfit, which consists of some steel plates in vital areas, arm guards, and leg guards. One of them, however, has some eye-catching armor. The white-haired cat person is wearing an oversized gauntlet that looks very comical and bulky due to her petite stature. Each one of them are carrying backpacks that are only big enough to cover their backs, in contrast to Lafia, who's carrying a bag at least 3 times as big as her. As for weapons, while each one of them has a knife for a sidearm, the brunette-haired girl has a strange 2-meter-long curved sword strapped on her back, the cat person has a long-handled warhammer which is also strapped on her back. However, the last one, the black-haired human, isn't carrying a staff like they were expecting, but instead, she's carrying a short bow on her back. Once they got near, the first one to speak up was Sona. Good morning to everyone, sorry we're late. Thank you for waiting. I assume that Riviera-san already told you that we would like to come with you and act as your supporters. Yes. And we already agreed to it. Have you prepared for everything that you'll need? Finn replied and asked. Yes. We have enough supplies that will last throughout the whole duration of the exploration. Finn and Riviera looked at each other and both of them thought that the backpacks they're carrying are similar to the purse that Kasuk gave them. But before they could ask, Tioni asked in confusion, Are you sure that you have enough? Did you bring just the bare minimum and those very hard rations? Or do you not know that we'll take at least a week in this exploration? You'll get sick of those snack bars almost immediately. She asked because of the size of their luggage, and the other girls also nodded in agreement. Sona only smiled and answered, Yes. We have enough even if we took 2 weeks. Though the 3 of them very much wanted to say that they are prepared and can live in luxury inside the dungeon for a few months. Tioni, Tiona, Ace, and Lafia became even more confused and thought that they're underestimating the amount they needed for long explorations. However, before they could say that it's important to stay energetic inside the dungeon, Finn suddenly asked an even more mind-boggling question, Do you still have some space to fit that? He then pointed towards Lafia's oversized backpack. Finn is expecting a no or just a bit of the bag's contents can fit theirs. However, he and Riviera didn't anticipate Sona's answer, yes. The space is still big enough to fit everything. Finn and Riveria's eyes widened at her claim. If that's true, then we underestimated those bags severely. Both of them thought as the bag's worth in their minds just jumped multiple times. Ha ha ha. Finn laughed wryly and urged everyone to walk along. Let's go. Sona understood that he wants to pass them their supplies inside the dungeon where there are no prying eyes, as he didn't want to reveal the bag's existence to others yet. Understood. Thank you for taking care of us. Riviera immediately followed them while the other girls of the Loki Familia could only stare blankly after the mysterious exchange of their captain and the black-haired girl. Chapter 402, vs Minotaurs again. The group then went to the 10th floor without stopping. Finn tried to gauge if the three girls could follow their marching speed, but they seemed to have no problem in that regard. He then led them to a quiet corner of the floor before turning to Lafia. Lafia. Put down the bag. Tiona, Tioni, and Ace. Help her take all of its contents out. Tioni kept asking Riviera and Finn on the way what their conversation meant, but Finn only told her that she would figure it out later. After emptying Lafia's bag, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko put down their backpacks and opened its mouth. Excuse us. Go on. Finn gave them confirmation. The trio then divided the Loki Familia supplies into three, and using the cover of the mist, each one of them kept tossing in items one at a time until the pile of supplies disappeared, but without their backpacks bulking up even a bit. While Riviera and Finn stared at the bags in admiration, the other four girls could only stare at them with dumbfounded faces. It was a few seconds after Sona, Aika, and Kaneko packed everything up that the cheerful Amazon reacted. What was that? Tiona exclaimed while pointing at them. The trio picked the bags up while Sona only smiled at her and said, Riviera-san and Finn-san should already be aware of these bags. If you want explanations, I think they could better explain it to you. The four of them immediately snapped their necks towards the two, urging them to explain what they had just witnessed. Finn, on the other hand, thought that Sona made a good move of passing them the role of explaining. She's trying to avoid explaining more than enough, huh? Riviera then explained to others the existence of the bag treated with magic so that it could have an expanded space that could fit more items than it was supposed to without the imposing weight and strength required to carry if you're using a normal bag. Tiona immediately ran towards Sona and excitedly asked, Hey, how much could you fit in there? They finally understood why Sona told them that they have enough supplies despite looking so lightweight. Sona only put her forefinger in front of her mouth and winked at her. Trade secret. Tiona pouted, but then she immediately perked back up. Well, that sucks. She then immediately changed her gears. I'm Tiona Hiriut, nice to meet you. Sona's eyes widened before saying, I'm sorry for our rudeness. I just realized that we haven't formally introduced ourselves. I'm Sona Citri. I take the rearguard position in our team and am a newly appointed level 2. Nice to meet you. Aika Kiryu. I'm one of the vanguards and also a level 2. Let's get along. Aika immediately followed. And Kaneko did the same. Chiron Tuju. A vanguard. Level 2. Pleased to meet you. And she did it with her usual deadpan expression. The Loki Familia then introduced themselves to the girls one by one, and after that, Finn instructed the group to move on. While on the way, Lafia whispered to Riviera, Riviera-sama, how did that kind of artifact come into being? From the words of its maker, it's treated with space magic. Not that I understand that magic. Riveria's reply shocked Lafia. Why, you don't know anything about it? I don't, but I plan to learn it after this exploration. Keep walking or you'll be left behind. Riviera immediately ended the topic and caught up with the rest of the group. Lafia also tried to catch up, but the fact that her teacher, the greatest sage of Orario, didn't have a single clue about a certain type of magic. Although this is very much possible, it's really just shocking for her that Riviera couldn't answer a question about magic. The group immediately reached the 15th floor as no monsters could match them, and they didn't really need to collect magic stones at this level as it was just a waste of time. When they encountered the first group of Minotaurs, which were coincidentally 6 in number, Finn immediately asked, Do the three of you want to have a go? He and the rest of the Loki Familia wanted to gauge their abilities first before they dived deeper. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko looked at each other and suddenly threw their fist in front of each other. Rock, paper, and scissors. From their little game, Kaneko came out victorious and stepped out to meet the Minotaurs. Why, you're not going to go together? Finn asked with a twitching mouth. After all, they're just new level 2s and not much different from level 1s, so it's understandable for him and also the rest from the Loki Familia to assume that they only became a little bit better. I'm enough, Kaneko replied before suddenly disappearing from her position, which shocked everyone from the Loki Familia as they could hardly catch her movement while Lafia completely lost her. Suddenly snapping their heads towards the Minotaurs, the members of the Loki Familia could only see Kaneko in the middle of them when 2 of the Minotaurs' heads bloomed into bloody flowers, then became ashes. Kaneko just spun once and immediately killed 2 more Minotaurs with her warhammer. Not wasting her momentum, before she could land, she suddenly threw her weapon towards one of the minotaurs and instantly killing it too. The moment she landed, the ground below her feet caved in slightly as Kaneko pounced towards another minotaur and gave it an uppercut, breaking its neck. Using that minotaur's chest as a foothold, she went to another minotaur and crushed its head by hammering it with her armored fist. Landing on the ground for the second time, Kaneko slowly turned her head towards the last minotaur while still wearing a deadpan face. However, that face is the face of a monster and it inadvertently took a step backward and was about to turn around when the little white monster suddenly disappeared from its view again, before it felt a numbing feeling around its neck and finally lost its consciousness. Within a few seconds, Kaneko annihilated the group of minotaurs. A stark contrast to what they went through when Kasuk arranged them to fight the same monster. Kaneko happily jogged back to her companions after picking up her warhammer and asked, "How was it?" Did you really have to throw away your weapon?" Aika asked. Kaneko just nodded. "I'm still not used to having a weapon in my hands. I'm learning, but it doesn't feel right even though my attack power got stronger." "I guess that's true. You just can't throw away the versatility of your fist for more attack power. However, if you can master it, then versatility won't be an issue and besides, your hammer should be more effective on larger enemies," Sona added. While the three of them are happily discussing Kaneko's actions just now and how to improve them, the Loki Familia could only look at them with gobsmacked faces. "Why you? How?" Ace started shaking and her expression became disturbed as she asked Kaneko a nonsensical question. Kaneko faced her, with still a deadpan expression, and said, "What do you mean, how?" "I just bashed their heads, and they died." Ace knew that she misunderstood her question and asked properly this time, "How did you become so strong, so fast?" Chapter 403, Differing Views. The trio already knew that Ace's question would come up sooner or later because Kasuk asked them to show what they could and they already thought of an answer to that. "I'm sorry Ace-san, but we really don't know how we would answer your question. After all, we're just new in Orario and don't really know or understand the standards." Sona gave them an answer that dodges the issue. However, she also knew that they won't be satisfied with just that and added more. "However, I do have a clue onto why that is the case." "And that is?" Finn asked with a frown. "What do you think is the most important thing in terms of getting stronger?" Sona asked instead of answering him. "Of course, it's the blessing of the gods. Without it, we wouldn't even be able to become strong, much less explore the dungeon and exterminate the monsters." Sona nodded and said with a smile, "And that's where we differ." Finn and the rest of the Loki Familia's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Instead of Sona, Aika answered his question. "Sure, Falna is amazing and the main source of everyone's strength. But because of that focus on leveling up and gaining Excelia, the other important things are mostly forgotten." Finn didn't like the way she said it. It's as if she's undermining his efforts throughout his life. "If you're talking about techniques, training, and experiences, of course, we don't lack those. Although not as important as the Falna, we also see those things as important." The trio figured out that they still don't understand. Now they can see why Kasuk said that the gods caused the civilization to stagnate despite having 1,000 years of history. Aika then continued, "Really? Then do you understand what every parameter in your basic abilities means?" Finn was about to answer her, but Aika interrupted him. "You probably do. But do you question why you get skills, magics, and choose development abilities? Even if you're not. Do you even understand your skills and magics? I'm sure you think you do since that should be included in your training. However, why do the skills work that way? Can I modify it so it'll become stronger? Is there something wrong with this skill? Can I derive an entirely different skill from it that is not in my Falna? Magic. Why do we have only 3 slots? What happens to the mind when we gather it and cast magic? Why does mind move that way? Can't we create our own magic based on the logic of countless magic out there? And the development abilities? Why do we have those? Where is the knowledge coming from? Is the information even complete or correct? And for abilities like abnormal resistance, why did our bodies become resistant to poisons when we have it? Did it reject foreign entities in our bodies? Then why do potions work? Aren't they foreign entities too? And what about those mage, hunter, swordsman, and such? How do they augment the basic abilities and minds of the adventurers? Why do these support abilities exist in the first place when you can practice them yourselves? Sure. It might have pointed you to the direction you're most suitable with, but that doesn't mean you should limit yourself with it. Almost all of the adventurers are scrambling and praying to get these magics, skills, and development abilities, but do they, including you, ever have these kinds of questions about the nature of your strength? And since this will come out sooner or later, let me tell you this, all of the current members of the Hestia Familia never received a skill, magic, or development abilities. Aika ended her rude words by dropping a bomb. Even Sona and Kaneko didn't know how to react to her words as they both thought that she said too much. However, Sona isn't against telling the Loki Familia about them not receiving any skills, magic, and development abilities since it'll be revealed later. Finn, Riviera, Ace, Tiona, and Lafia didn't know how to react to her words as there were too many points where they wanted to say something. But the most prevalent things that ran through the minds are, the nature of our strength, and, they didn't receive any skills. It took them a few minutes to sort out the confusion in their minds. Ace, Tiona, and Lafia were about to barrage them with questions, however, Finn and Riviera used their arms to block and stop them before they could even start. Finn. Riviera. Stop it. No matter what you asked, it's not guaranteed that they'll answer. And even if they did, due to the difference in mindset, you'll only end up more confused than before and it might affect yourself in a negative manner. Riviera explained. She's right. No amount of answers could answer your questions if you do not have the right mindset. If you believe them, then the first thing to do is to open up your mind and discard the common sense that you've developed. But that's not easy. Besides, there's no evidence that they're telling the truth, so stop. Finn gave a follow-up. The four of them understood their meaning and backed off. But despite that, they can't contain their curiosity and kept their eyes on the trio as if wanting to crack them open. Not minding their stares, Ika smiled towards Finn and apologized, I'm sorry for my rude words earlier. Finn shook his head, it doesn't matter. It's an eye-opener, however, we still don't know if you're indeed telling the truth, so we will be watching your actions closely in the duration of the exploration. That's fine. We'll also do the same, so please don't hold back. Finn laughed wryly, holding back inside the dungeon. That's a suicidal thought. The group then continued to their journey through the 15th to 17th floor. While they only fought monsters that blocked their way, the trio did most of the killing while the members of the Loki Familia only silently watched. But as time goes on, the only level 3 in the group, Lafia, is slowly losing her confidence in her ability because she realized that she can't defeat them who's just level 2s. Seeing this, Riviera patted her shoulder and comforted her by shooting herself, if you're feeling down because of them, please understand how I felt when I thought that I have to receive a lesson on magic from a level 2. Magic is supposed to be my forte. Although it hurt her more than she thought, Riviera knew that it was effective after judging Lafia's expression. After Sona killed a group of minotaurs with a bow, Tiona couldn't keep it to herself anymore and asked, May I ask just one question? It's fine if you don't answer it. The trio faced her and simultaneously nodded. With a happy face, Tiona asked an incredibly rude question towards the adventurers, you at least received the blessing for the basic abilities, right? May I know what rank they are when you're a level 1? Tiona. Tiona immediately smacked her sister on the head, what are you asking? I said it's fine not to answer it. I'm just trying my luck. Tiona pouted her lips and nursed the small lump on her head. However, unexpectedly, Kaneko answered, some SS rank while the rest are S rank. Everyone gave them a look of shock. Mine are the same, Sona added. Mine too. Ika followed. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Chapter 404, vs Goliath. Despite downplaying it quite a bit, those ranks still shocked everyone from the Loki Familia. Of them, however, only Riviera didn't make a surprised face as she already saw Kaneko's basic abilities, if only they knew about the KI parameter. They wouldn't just have this kind of reaction. Finn instantly noticed Riviera's lack of reaction, did you already know? Yes. But that information is included in the non-disclosure contract that I signed. Ignoring the two of them, Tiona approached them and asked another question, all S rank? And some SS rank? How did you achieve it? No. Scratch that. Sorry for asking that. However, please tell me what figures pertain to an SS rank. Tiona immediately recognized the line she shouldn't step and changed her question. 1,000 and above, Kaneko answered her question. Tiona nodded in understanding. While every one of them has S rank in their basic abilities, only Ace reached the famed limit of 999, so it turns out that 999 isn't the limit. She muttered. Since it won't end if they kept dwelling on this topic and they won't get a clear answer either way, Finn urged everyone to move forward, let's focus on our exploration first. Let's move. Ahead is the room where the Goliath is in and it should have respawned by now. Everyone nodded at him while Sona suddenly proposed something, Finn-san, would you mind us having a go with the monster Rex? We want to test our limits and I think the first floor boss is the best opponent for us. That's too dangerous. Even though you have some strange skills and techniques, you lot are still new level 2s, not much different from top tier level 1s. To face the Goliath, you would need at least 10 level 3s with good equipment and a balanced party to hunt it relatively safe. Riviera protested on her decision. She, after all, wants them to be safe and just watch from behind. They don't need to take this kind of risk. But instead of disagreeing, Finn only asked, how confident are you? Finn. Sona is grateful for Riveria's concern, however, this is also a good chance for them, confident enough that we wouldn't die instantly. Smiling wryly, Finn agreed, I guess that's good enough. Thank you. We would like your help in case we mess something up and end up in danger. Riviera could only sigh and turn to the silent girls, Ace, Tiona. Watch them carefully and interfere once I give you the signal. Got it. Tiona answered energetically while the other two only silently nodded. However, all of them were curious about how they'll fight the big monster and all their focus is on Sona since, from the start, she only killed monsters using her bow and her seemingly unending supply of arrows. Thank you, everyone. Sona then faced Aika and Kaneko, let's go. Once they passed their bags to Riviera and stepped in the floor boss room, the ground started shaking and the wall beyond started cracking. Stopping a few tens of meters away from the cracking wall, the trio formed a simple formation of Sona staying behind the two vanguards. While the Goliath is slowly coming out of the wall, Kaneko's demeanor had suddenly undergone a transformation and another tail appeared behind her, revealing her features as a Nikomata. Not that anyone from this world knew about Nikomata. After revealing her second tail, another tail that is made out of white flames also appeared along with her ears also getting caught in the same white flames. Blue pigments then started painting her face while her eyes turned red wine in color. Compared to before, when she's fighting against the Minotaurs, Loki Familia noticed a huge change from Kaneko and that it isn't just a simple berserk state, are you telling me that isn't a skill or magic too? Tiona muttered but no one could actually answer her question. I'm actually more interested in her current form. A cat person with 2 or 3 tails, has anyone ever heard of such a thing before? Finn asked, but he only got some shaking heads in response. It was then that Sona made her move and with a wave of her right hand, 4 blue magic circles with a diameter of 3 feet instantly appeared around her. Kaneko, do an opening strike on its chin and do your best to get its attention. I'll give you support while you're at it. Aika, look for a chance to disable it. We'll all aim for its chest where the magic stone is located once an opening is available. How is she doing that? Lafia muttered at the alien sight. The two girls nodded at her and separated from Sona by running in opposite directions, flanking the emerging monster. The Goliath came out fully and the first thing that caught its attention is Sona's revolving magic circles. After howling, it then started running towards Sona, intending to stomp her. But before it could approach, 2 of the magic circles spouted jet streams of water aiming for its face. Without much choice, the Goliath had to use its arm to block. The water attack was successfully blocked, however, it also lost its view of Sona for a moment. While blocking the streams of water, it suddenly felt something pushing its left leg which was in mid-step, resulting in it tripping and losing its balance. On the spot where it was supposed to fall, Kaneko appeared using her flash step and jumped towards its head while swinging her warhammer, EIII. The head of the warhammer squarely hit the Goliath's chin, breaking some of its teeth and launching its head upwards. Due to the impact and skill of the user, the warhammer couldn't take the stress and its handle broke, prompting Kaneko to throw it away as she landed and retreating back to Sona's spot. Using this chance, while the Goliath was down and disoriented, Aika went to its right leg and aimed at the back of its knee, Nade-giri, clean sweep. Pulling her Nodachi from its scabbard, Aika executed a basic Zanjutsu technique that allows for a precision cut of extreme force and speed. Since she's just a beginner in it, she's only hoping that the Goliath's tendons will be cut when her blade flashed, however, her cut went deep until its kneecap which is more than 2 meters, essentially cutting off its leg. While admiring her work, the Goliath's left leg immediately swiped towards her, however, she dodged it using flash step and reappeared on the other side of its body, intending to cut the next leg. She could have gone after the Goliath's back and attacked its magic stone, but she has a feeling that she won't be able to easily pierce it due to the large amount of mana gathered there strengthening the defenses around it. But before Aika could execute another attack, the Goliath started thrashing around when one of its arms went towards Kaneko and Sona. But instead of dodging, Kaneko took a stance, and the ground below her cracked, sending both of her fists towards the incoming giant arm. Kaneko's fists clashed with the Goliath's arm, however, she doesn't intend to have a contest of strength as hers is just an instantaneous power-up due to key manipulation and technique, so she instead deflected the arm towards Aika who already took a stance, expecting this to happen. Nade-giri, clean sweep. With a better stance, Aika was able to pull off a faster strike that anyone could hardly follow and she bisected the Goliath's arm. Sona saw this as a chance of sealing the monster's movement for good and put her hands together and gathered a large amount of water in it and manifested a magic circle as tall as she was in front of her. Sending the water she gathered through her magic circle, she summoned a water serpent that is as thick as its arms and it immediately coiled around the Goliath's waist and remaining arm. Kaneko's arm then became covered in white flames and she shouted to the two, I'll take care of its defense. She then jumped up and gathered her flames before sending it as a ball of fire towards the Goliath's back. As of now, all of them already discovered the strong defenses around its fatal weakness and knew that they wouldn't be able to pierce it without combining their firepower. The Goliath tried thrashing around in pain again, but due to its binding, it would take a few seconds before it could break free which is already enough for the trio. Due to the nature of Kaniko's flames, it absorbed and weakened the magic defense around its chest, and the only remaining thing is its thick muscle before the magic stone. Sona Kaishu. Use mine. Aika shouted towards Sona before jumping up. Sona nodded at her in understanding and conjured another water serpent. Reaching a suitable height, Aika swung her nodachi downwards while shouting, Dragon Fong. 2 red and black half-crescent waves came out of her sword. It's a watered-down version of her Shurikai's attack, which she learned so that she can use it without releasing her nodachi. However, this version is a lot weaker as it doesn't have much velocity and force behind it, making its piercing ability almost useless. At this point in time, Kaniko's flame already ceased burning, but it was then that another one, Sona's water serpent, manifested and caught Aika's attack in midair, wearing it as its fangs. The serpent then dived towards the already unguarded back of the Goliath and pierced its back, reaching its magic stone and shattering it into pieces, killing the Goliath. Chapter 405, Abilities. What the hell did we just witness? Tioni muttered as they watched the Goliath crumble and turn to ashes. Although they're confident that each of them, except for Lafia, could still easily defeat them, the way that they killed the Goliath unnerves them. For most of the battle's duration, they weren't able to predict what was going to happen next, a new and entirely different system they didn't know of. And what was that speed? Most level 5s won't be able to catch up to that. Tiona also added. That magic. She cast it without even muttering a keyword. That's abnormal. Lafia also commented. While Ace could only stare at the 3 girls blankly, Finn and Riviera were frowning but didn't say anything. Sona, Aika, and Kaniko returned to everyone else after calming themselves down. Thank you for waiting. Well, that was easier than I thought, Aika said, what's on her mind. And Kaniko nodded at it. I was expecting a few broken bones. The 3 then noticed their speechless expressions, so Sona spoke up before they could ask all the questions they couldn't answer. If you're wondering, I was able to cast those magics without any incantation because I directly controlled the mind inside me and constructed the magic circle myself. With enough practice, anyone could do it faster than just chanting and gathering mind. Aika understood Sona's intention, so she also explained, in my case, what I used is 2 techniques. First is the flash step. Its basic idea is focusing your energy under the soles of your feet and using the same energy to connect it at the location of your choosing. The second one is Nagiri, clean sweep. It's a sword art technique that focuses all the energy gathered on the blade of the sword, which allows the user to have a precise and extremely fast slash and cutting power. Following the other 2's example, Kaniko continued, mine is a technique under Senjutsu, Sage Arts, called Sage Mode. By melding my own inner ki with the outer ki, I'm granted with boosted physical abilities and an almost inexhaustible amount of energy. She gave in the most unhelpful of words. Ending their explanation, Sona made the closing remark, we won't be answering any other questions as we already told all that we can tell you. And as expected, instead of being satisfied, everyone from the Loki familia became more hungry for answers after those explanations. Finn, on the other hand, could only sigh and thought, is it really a good idea to bring them with us? He's already starting to regret agreeing to Riveria's request and giving in to curiosity. Because of that, their worldview is starting to crumble. Finn then started walking towards the stairs leading to the 18th floor. Let's go. Since you defeated the Goliath, you can take the magic stones. But Ace wanted to say something, but Finn interrupted her, there's no point. You heard them, they won't say anything beyond what they just said, unless you're trying to force them. Ace immediately shook her head and apologized. Finn smiled at Ace and said, it's fine. He then faced Sona and the others, however, it's fine to watch you closely, right? If it's about battling, you can do so without reserve. Sona immediately agreed. Sona then led the 3 to pick up the scattered and broken magic stones before following Finn and the girls towards the 18th floor. Once they stepped into the 18th floor, they noticed that it's very bright, as if it's daytime. If they were to compute the current time outside of the dungeon, it would be around 5 p.m. in the afternoon. However, the current 18th floor is in its morning state. Despite being deep underground, this floor has a sky. A massive formation covers the ceiling. A large white crystal in its center produces varying amounts of light, which creates a morning, day, and night cycle different from the surface. The floor's other defining characteristic is a rest stop too called Riviera, run completely by upper-class adventurers. After getting back their bearings, the girls of the Loki familia already started to act normally. It feels like ages since I've been here. Tiona muttered after reaching the entrance of Riviera. I have been curious about this for a while, but that number on the sign, could it mean? Lafia asked after reading the banner on the entrance arc, fellow adventurers, welcome to Riviera 334. Oh, that. It means this is the 334th Riviera. In other words, it's been wiped out 333 times before. Finn answered her. That answer also gave a mild shock to the trio, as they didn't expect that it would be that dangerous in what they deemed a safe zone. This floor may be a safe point, but anything can happen in the dungeon. Adventurers have always abandoned the town immediately when an irregular appears, escaping to the surface. Then, they return when the dust settles to rebuild it. It's the adventurers' very stubbornness and avarice that led this town to be called by many the most beautiful rogue town in the world. And just according to that statement, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko could see the basic supplies being priced 10 to 50 times of their normal price on the surface. However, they also understood this kind of price as it's a life-saving supply once you've run out of it deep in the dungeon. Even if it's priced at 100 times their actual cost, one would have no choice but to buy it just to have some insurance to at least reach the surface and continue living. The group intended to get some rest before they dived deep inside the dungeon and wanted to go to a certain inn. However, as they walked through the streets, Riviera muttered, "Bizarre. Something feels a bit off." Tiona looked around and said, "Now that you mentioned it, there's almost nobody around." From a distance, they saw some adventurers running towards the direction they intended to take while talking to each other. "Is it true that someone was killed?" "Yeah. Everyone's gathering up at Willie's. A murder in town. That's unusual." Riviera commented. "What should we do, Captain?" Tioni asked Finn. After contemplating for a few seconds, Finn answered, "We were planning on getting a room here. So we can't just pretend it's not our problem. Let's go have a look." Everyone nodded at his decision and followed him. A few minutes later, they spotted a building which is the inn they intended to stay and rest with crowded adventurers around and approached it. "Yeesh, there's no getting through here." Tiona looked around and commented. While jumping up and down, Lafia asked, "Think we can get inside the inn?" Finn, on the other hand, isn't afraid to use his small stature to get through the crowd. "I'll go on ahead. Wait here with Riviera." "Captain." "Wait." Tioni tried to follow him, but he immediately slipped through the crowd. Tioni also tried to slip through, but nobody would let her pass as they are also curious at what's happening. "Hey, out of my way. I can't let the captain go alone. It's dangerous." I said, "Please. I know all of you can hear me. The captain is." "Hey." Being stopped to follow her beloved captain, Tioni immediately loses her calm and took a deep breath and stomps the ground below her, creating a small earthquake in a crater below her. "Get out of my way, or I'll bust some skulls." The adventurers immediately scrambled away from her due to fear, and as if some parting sea, a straight path was opened up, revealing Finn in the middle of it. "Captain. I'll come with you." Tioni happily ran towards Finn. "Ah. Please don't overdo it." Finn could only smile wryly in resignation. While the girls of Loki Familia could only shake their heads in resignation, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko, on the other hand, clapped their hands and expressed their admiration. "Such an admirable method." Sona commented. "That's some efficiency. I like it." Aika added. "I want to try that too sometimes." Kaneko also added. The girls only looked at them with a twitching mouth. "They're weird." Lafia muttered. And Riviera could only reply with, "They are from his group. Maybe this is to be expected." Chapter 406, Murder on the 18th Floor. The group finally entered the inn. Even though there's a building outside, the inn is actually a large cave with small chambers connected to it. Once they stepped inside, Kaneko was the first one to notice the smell of blood. She muttered. The Loki Familia members are not surprised by her words, as it's typically that the demi-humans with beast characteristics have better senses. However, they're still unnerved by the two white tails swaying behind her. The walls of the cave are fully decorated with candle stands that also give this place its lighting. After walking for several seconds, at the end of the corridor, they found two people watching over the room, and Finn knew both of them. "Hey Boris, Willie. We're planning to stay for a while. So why don't we help you figure this out as quickly as possible?" Boris is a well-built muscular man with black hair and teal eyes, with an eye patch covering his left eye. He wears a sleeveless open jacket that shows his muscular body, arm covers and gloves, blue pants, boots, and a belt with a red monster face carving and fur. He's the current leader and the strongest adventurer in Riviera. Willie, on the other hand, is a black-haired cat person and was currently mulling to himself as he looked towards the corpse with half of its head busted. He's the owner of this inn. While Willie ignored Finn, Boris looked towards Finn. "TCH. You sure like to talk, Finn. Doesn't matter if it's your lot or the rest of the Freya Familia. Always walking in here, thinking you own this place 'cause you're strong." The girls of the Loki Familia, especially Tioni, could only give him a dirty look. Riviera is self-governing, and the guild has no presence. The trick to keeping rowdy types in line is being strong enough to shut them up. Boris, at level 3, is the strongest adventurer in Riviera and is therefore in charge. Finn let go of Boris's attitude, as he's always been like this, and asked, "Do we know anything about who the victim is? Or about the attacker?" Instead of answering him, Boris turned towards the black-haired cat person. "Oi, Willie. This is your place. Get your head out of your hands and speak up." Startled by the sudden loud call, Willie looked around the room and finally noticed that there's a lot of people in it. That guy over there wore full plate armor. Couldn't see his face because of his helmet. Last night, he and a lady in a robe. Couldn't see her face either, but they both showed up and asked me to rent out the whole place. The entire inn to themselves. That's what they had in mind. After hearing Finn's words, everyone from the Loki familia, except for Ace, instantly understood what he meant. While Riviera, Tioni, and Tiona didn't have any particular reaction, Lafia started panicking with a blushing face. Awawawa. Seeing this, the trio finally understood that the lewdest of them all is the innocent elf. Lafia. Ace asked Lafia in confusion and the fantasizing elf replied in a hurry, and nothing at all. Ignoring them, Willie continued his words, you got it. And take a look at this place. Since it's a cave, even the slightest moan echoes forever. But they paid. If I get paid, I've got no reason to say no. I stepped out for the night and came back to this mess. That was damn shocking, I tell you. Boris nodded, so the guy bites the dust and his lady disappeared. She's the culprit, no doubt about it. Finn shook his head, at the very least, she knows more than we do. He then faced Willie, this woman in a robe, you said you couldn't see her face, but did she have any other identifying traits? Reaching this point, Boris and Willie's face became filled with lust. Well, now that you mentioned it, that robe couldn't hide two really nice physical traits. Willie said while doing a dirty gesture on his chest. Oh. Come to think of it, I saw a lady like that around town yesterday. A real fox, that one. Don't know her face, but that's her. Boris followed up. However, they suddenly felt a piercing glare from the two Amazons and shuddered, shutting their mouth. If you run this place, how didn't you hear anything from the front counter? Tiona asked. Willie shook his head, he brought that beauty in here and flaunted her. I knew what was up. Like hell, I'm gonna stay here with that going on. I hit the bar right away. Has anyone seen this robed woman since last night? Finn asked Boris. Nope. I've got my boys looking into it, but nothing yet. What about the emblem used to pay? Lafia asked, wanting to help. Money is just extra baggage in the dungeon, so adventurers use their emblems instead, right? We could learn the victim's familia and their name as the guarantor if we see the paperwork. That would sure speed things up. Boris then looked to Willie, yeah. Well, about that. Sorry. They just plopped a bag crammed full of magic stones on the counter and that was that. So is that as far as we get? Just you wait. We can ask this guy's body directly. Boris then shouted towards the outside, Oi! Where's that status thief? From the entrance of the inn, a human and a boar person entered. Boris-san, I got it. The human shouted back. Lafia frowned and asked, status thief? Isn't that? It's an item solely designed to reveal our statuses. 'Cause sometimes, you gotta break the rules. Boris justified his actions. The boar person then started using the status thief on the back of the corpse. That guy died like a total tool. Bet you anything he was some bottom-of-the-barrel punk from a no-name familia. Job's done, Boris. The boar person stood up and stepped back. Let's see. Son of a. I forgot I can't read hieroglyphs. Oi, you there. Go find an elf outside and bring them in. But before the guy who Boris instructed could go, Riviera and Ace stepped up. Wait. I am able to read hieroglyphics. Me too. The two of them then started deciphering the words behind the corpse and the first one to speak up was Riviera. His name was Hashana Dorlia. He belonged to Ganesha Familia. Ace finished her words. Boris and his men started panicking upon this discovery, Ganesha Familia. They're one of Arario's best. Hey. You sure about that? Boris then recalled something. Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. What did you just say? With a panicked expression, Boris continued, this is Hashana. This ain't a joke. The strong fist warrior, Hashana, is a level 4. Of course, he would start panicking since contrary to his expectation, the killed person is actually a very strong person, which means, an at least level 4 murderer is roaming around Riviera. Finn's eyes became serious and asked Boris, I need to know. Has anything been moved since the body was discovered? Boris shook his head. With no sign of a fight, or that anyone else came in, then the culprit has to be at least level 4, or even a top-class adventurer. Inspecting the body and the room again, the only damage on the corpse is its twisted neck and the blasted upper head. Finn concluded that the lady in the robe is really the culprit and overpowered the level 4 adventurer. The culprit already killed Hashana by twisting his neck, but seeing the state of his head and the cut open bags of him, we can assume that the culprit smashed his head out of frustration after she couldn't find what she's looking for. Chapter 407, Insult. Did this person really manage to overpower him? What about poison? Lafia asked. Riviera, who had read his status, answered her, Hashanah possessed the immunity development ability. At G, even the most potent toxins would not have had much effect. The robed woman couldn't find what she's after, then she lost her temper and took it out on the corpse. That's disgusting but makes sense to me. Tioni muttered. Finn went through Hashanah's bag and found something that was covered in blood. There was nothing useful in his pack, unfortunately. This is all I could find. Is that a quest request form? Bors asked. It's all bloody. I can't read any of it. A few places are still legible. Floor 30. Alone. Retrieve. Secret. With all this, we can deduce that Hashanah accepted a quest and went to the 30th floor to pick up the thing the culprit was after. Finn explained to everyone, he probably disguised himself and didn't tell his familia. Willie then recalled something. It's true that Hashanah always wore a helmet. It hid his face a lot, like Ganesha-sama's. But I know for a fact he never wore full plate armor. He's already convinced that what Finn had described is what really happened here. However, one of Bors's men, the human who came with the boar person, couldn't easily accept his words. Why, you're telling quite a convincing story, but... He then pointed out the Loki Familia girls. You guys could be pretending you just got here when one of you is actually the killer. Tioni and Tiona didn't expect that, along with others, they'll be suspected. Scratching his head, Bors saw his subordinate's point. I get it now. There ain't many women strong enough to strangle a second-tier adventurer. But if we're talking about the scary folks of Loki Familia. Leaving Finn off the list. Bors and his men then inspected everyone, and the first one to get their attention is Tiona. Not that one. Bors immediately struck her out of the list. Nope. Not a chance. And the three other men agreed with him. Hey. Where were you looking when you said that? Ace had to grab Tiona from behind so that she wouldn't beat them up. Bors and his men then transferred their sights toward Tiona's sister, Tioni, and carefully inspected one part of her for a few seconds before muttering, a body like that could lure any man she wanted into a trap, don't you think? A vein immediately appeared on Tioni's forehead after hearing that and stomped her foot on the ground, creating a small earthquake. What? As I've said, I belong to the captain. The hell would any of you know about it? Any funny business and I'll tear your balls into shreds. Eek. Bors and the rest covered their crotch as a defense mechanism. Sighing, Finn also said, Bors. These women aren't cut out to manipulate men. I see. Sorry for suspecting you. Bors apologized, then faced the three girls he isn't familiar with. And who are they? They're not from Loki Familia, right? They're from the Hestia Familia and came with us as a supporter to gather some experience, Finn answered. However, with Bors's rude behavior and dirty thinking, he immediately said without thinking much about his words, So they sold themselves to you. Since they're from an unknown familia, such possibility instantly entered his mind, as it is not a rare story either, but no one would actually point it out as Bors did. Of course, he would soon regret those words ever leaving his mouth. The moment he closed his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly changed as the mana in the surrounding became turbulent, and Riviera and Lafia hurriedly looked towards Sona in shock. Extremely cold air suddenly manifested around her, so cold that the surroundings were starting to get covered in frost, and her violet eyes were shining in eerie light which scared the four men. As the heir of the prince rank clan of the underworld, the Citri household, and the little sister of the Devil King, Leviathan, Sona actually has the same potential as Seraphal. It just hasn't developed yet since she's still too young, But before they could make sense of what's happening, a heavy feeling, almost suffocatingly, descended onto them as the surrounding key also became turbulent, and everyone looked towards Kaneko as they could tell that the heavy feeling was coming from her. Her eyes became wine red as white flames started crawling up her arms. Contrary to its attribute, the sight of those white flames were giving them chills down their spines, including everyone from Loki Familia. The four dirty men already couldn't speak, but they haven't felt the worst as the third, nightmare-inducing feeling descended up everyone as their souls became pressured by Aika's Ryatsuki. What makes it more terrifying is the minuscule aura of the two beings that are stronger than any other god and shouldn't exist in this world. As they aren't their real target, everyone from the Loki Familia is only feeling a fraction of their auras. However, despite that, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and become speechless. But the moment when Finn saw Aika touching her Nodachi, he immediately stood up and went beside Bors. He then put up his spear beside Bors's neck. A split second later, a loud, resonant metallic sound rang out as Aika suddenly reappeared in front of Bors with her Nodachi drawn and stopped a few inches away from his neck with Finn's spear. Stop. Aika didn't look at Finn and only eyed the shaking and nervous Bors and said, If you wish to die, please let me know. I would happily separate your head from your body. Aika then stepped back and took back her blade before going back to her comrades and calming their auras down. Realizing that he almost died because he ran his mouth against these three mysterious adventurers with the Loki Familia, Bors dropped down to his knees and immediately apologized, I'm very sorry. Seeing their boss dropping down, the other three did the same. We're very sorry. Different from the girls of the Loki Familia, these three unknown girls seemed to be more willing to kill, which scared them to their cores. After their apologies, Sona, Kaneko, and Aika completely calmed down. Finn, on the other hand, frowned at their willingness to kill. He can't exactly reprimand them, but he can at least give them some instructions while they're within his group. Please remember that I won't allow you to kill another person as long as you're with us. In her usual demeanor, Sona also apologized. I also apologize for our rash actions. But please, don't let anything like this happen again. While saying these words, she gave Bors a cold stare. Bors, in response, kept nodding as if wanting to break his neck. With the intention to brush the incident under the rug and resume what they needed to do, Finn went back to the topic of the murder. Now that you believe we aren't involved in this incident, Bors, please seal off the town. Don't let any adventurers still in Riviera leave. Someone of Hashana's caliber was asked to take on a secret quest. Whatever the culprit was after, it must be extremely valuable. I highly doubt she would leave empty-handed. While biting his thumb, Finn continued, I'm pretty sure she's still here. Just a hunch though. Gee, got it. You lot wait. Bors was about to instruct his underlings, but Sona's calm voice immediately froze her from his spot and unconsciously saluted to her. Yes, ma'am. I would like to state my opinion. Is that fine? Sona asked Finn. Sure, go ahead. Please also do a search with the male adventurers. Finn frowned yet again and asked, why? If they were to do that, then it would take too much time and the culprit might find a way out of the encirclement. Besides, they already concluded that the culprit is a woman with a voluptuous body, so there's almost no point in searching the male adventurers too. Instead of answering his question, Sona asked a question, what else is missing from him? If you can answer that, you'll know what I mean. Missing. Finn looked back to the corpse and started inspecting it again. The girls of the Loki Familia also did the same as they temporarily pushed the incident to the corner of their minds and focused on the current issue. Everyone searched the corpse's body again, but they couldn't find what's missing. What's missing? Finn asked as he couldn't figure it out. Instead of Sona, Aika gave him and everyone a clue, focus on the head. Something big is missing. Everyone looked at it again and only Finn and Riviera finally noticed it. Some parts of the smashed head are missing. More specifically, the hair and the skin for his upper face. Finn muttered as he guessed what Sona and Aika are trying to tell. You mean the culprit might have used Hashana's skin as a mask? The girls of the Loki Familia reeled back at such a possibility and looked towards the trio and asked in their heads why they could think of such a possibility. Sona nodded at Finn and explained, yes. She could just hide her figure by wearing full plate armor and that should be available here in Riviera. And if she wanted to use half of his face skin as a mask, then she could just cover the lower half with a scarf or bandage. Bors. Immediately seal off the exits. We'll do a search on everyone. Watch out for every female adventurer and those with partially covered faces. Understood. Chapter 408, Cooperation. On the same day when Sona, Aika, and Kaneko left for a dungeon exploration with the members of the Loki Familia, Hephaestus arrived at Kasuk's shop at noon. Welcome, Hephaestus-sama. I've been expecting you. Shall we go? Kasuk greeted her and asked. Hephaestus looked around and wondered, where's Hestia? Down below the church, eating her lunch. She'll come up later to take care of the shop in my absence. Hephaestus frowned at his answer, wait. Why is she still having lunch there? I thought she's staying in this shop. Kasuk smiled and only answered, you don't have to worry. I'm not treating her wrongly. You'll understand what I mean once you followed me. Kasuk then stood up from his sitting position and exited the shop. Hephaestus didn't say anything else and just silently followed Kasuk towards the abandoned church. However, once they reached the church, instead of going towards the room below the right side of the church, Kasuk went to the left side and operated a contraption and stairs leading downwards revealed itself. I don't think that place existed when I gave this place to Hestia. Hephaestus was taken aback with the area she didn't know of. Before giving it to Hestia, she made sure to investigate this place so that there won't be any threat for her best friend. It doesn't. Because I dug another room for all of us to stay in. Kasuk continued walking. I don't think you'll have enough room if you just dig it. It would have been better if you built another building like that shop instead. Hephaestus thought as she followed Kasuk. Of course, all of that was blown away when Kasuk showed her the elevator and they reached the underground hideout. Hephaestus couldn't speak for a few minutes as she just stood there silently, looking at the sight of the massive underground chamber that shouldn't be possible for today's technology without the use of a god's arcanum. What is this? She finally muttered. Let's just say that I have my ways with my construction abilities. Kasuk only gave a vague answer as he resumed walking after Hephaestus recovered. After thinking for a bit, Hephaestus chose to follow him silently because she knew that she won't be getting any answers from him soon. Besides, I should be able to gauge his capabilities later on since we'll be working together. This was the start of a collaboration that Hephaestus would never forget, and she would have to use all of her technical abilities just to keep up with Kasuk. On the corner of the Belial territory, a large expanse of forest was situated, and Aquino was hiding among the tree's branches with a black cloak over her that made her look like a hunchback figure as she waited for a certain person that Serafal contacted secretly without letting any of their identity leak out. Aquino was very nervous about this whole outing because if Dihauser Belial is not what she and Serafal expected and her identity is revealed, she could be captured for contacting him about the wanted man, Kasuk Urahara. The only comfort Aquino could rely on is the snake that Ophis left on her right hand that could be activated immediately and teleports her back to Kasuk's underground hideout. A few minutes later, two cloaked figures appeared and approached their meeting spot. Seeing this, Aquino frowned deeply as Serafal explicitly reminded Dihauser to come alone. However, this is also a rare opportunity and she didn't want to waste it, so she silently circulated her mana through the snake and partially activated it before appearing 100 yards away from them. The two figures stopped walking after Aquino appeared in front of them. They waited, but it seems that Aquino won't speak up until they do. Since it's a waste of time trying to gauge each other, Dihauser directly took off his hood and revealed his face. I'm here. Speak up. Why did you contact me and ask about Kasuk Urahara? Just so you know, I don't know where he is. Or is he with you? Using magic to change her voice, Aquino replied, but not answering his question. I told you that you should come alone. Why did you bring someone else? Dihauser only stayed silent and Aquino did the same. The tension kept rising between them, and Aquino already figured that Dihauser won't give any information regarding Kasuk based on his first sentence, and she didn't want to reveal herself yet without any sufficient evidence that Dihauser could be trusted. She immediately noticed that Dihauser was about to take action, and Aquino tried to fully activate Ophis Snake. But before that could be fully realized, the second cloaked figure suddenly shouted, "Stop. Geez, both of you are too crabby." A voice of a familiar person resounded and she undid the hood of her cloak, revealing her face. Dihauser was forced to stop on his attempt to capture Aquino. Sarah. What are you doing? Under the hood, Aquino's eyes widened in shock. You. Sakura gestured to Dihauser not to worry and faced Aquino with a big smile. Let me guess. Aquino-chan, isn't it? Aquino removed her hood. Sakura-san. So you're safe? Yep. And it looks like that pain in the ass son of mine pointed both of us towards the same person. Sakura approached Aquino and Dihauser followed her behind, still wary of Aquino, but he didn't say anything else. I see. So Yura. Kasuk-san also pointed you to the Belial clan. But does that mean you don't know where he is? Sakura shook her head. That's the problem. We don't know where he currently is and are hoping that someone else does. By the way, Sakura-san. How did you know it was me? Despite going into hiding, we still received some news that two devils started inhabiting Kasuk's candy store, and if someone would contact Big Brother Dihauser, chances are, it'll only be those two devils, Sakura answered. Big Brother Dihauser. Why would Sakura call him like that? Aquino wanted to ask, but she would be overstepping her boundary. And now that she knew that Kasuk's mother herself trusted Dihauser, it would be the right time to further discuss their next action. But first, Aquino apologized towards Dihauser. I apologize for my rude behavior earlier, Dihauser-sama. Dihauser sighed and accepted it. It's fine. How much time do you have? Do you want to move to another location for discussion? Aquino shook her head. Unfortunately, I can't be gone for too long or the eyes on us would start to get suspicious. Despite getting their cooperation, Serafal still instructed Aquino that they can't reveal that they can use Kasuk's hideout and concealing magic formation over the shop because that could be their hidden ace in the future when things go wrong. However, I can connect you with Serafal-sama right now. Aquino then put both of her hands in front of her and a blue magic circle appeared on top. A few seconds later, Serafal's holographic image manifested and greeted Dihauser. Dai-chan. It's been a while. How are you doing? Dihauser and Sakura couldn't help but smile at the eternally energetic and suspended Devil King. It was the start of a cooperation that wouldn't have been possible without Kasuk's existence. Chapter 409, The 37th Floor. Throughout the investigation regarding Hashana's death, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko stuck with Ace and Lafia as they went around the town searching for anyone trying to escape. It was then that the trio finally witnessed the Loki Familia's prowess when the plant monsters besieged the town of Riviera, which was led by a red-haired tamer that had attacked Ace. When the giant monster appeared, Finn and Riviera finally made their move and defeated the giant monster with ease with the help of Hiryut's sisters finishing it off. It's the fight with the red-haired tamer, who seems to be at level 6 and Hashana's murderer, that truly opened their eyes regarding the abilities of both Finn and Riviera, which led to the three of them thinking that even if they have the same basic parameters and their very limited way of fighting, they would still lose after just a few exchange, proving by far how inexperienced they are in battle. After the monsters were cleaned up, everyone had to return to the surface so that Finn and Riviera could make a quick report to Loki and the guild of what had transpired on the 18th floor and would immediately return to their original plan of dungeon exploration. Since they don't have much time and the guild is trying to control the flow of information, Sona had to write a quick report which summarized the information she got in the incident. Someone asked Hashana of Ganesha Familia to retrieve a green transparent gem with a fetus inside down on the 30th floor. A red-haired woman around level 6 killed Hashana and tried to retrieve the gem by leading and controlling many plant-type monsters but failed when the fetus suddenly reacted to Ace Wallenstein after she used her magic and tried to jump on her. The fetus missed its intended target and landed on a dead plant monster with an intact magic stone. It then fused with it, revived the monster, and mutated it. It also started consuming other monsters and only stopped when it became a giant half-humanoid monster. It seemed more intelligent than most monsters, but the Loki Familia took it out in an instant. The red-haired woman called Ace Wallenstein Arya, and she seemed to react to that name greatly. The red-haired woman doesn't seem to be aware of Finn and Riveria's identities as she only distinguished them as level 6 after their exchange. The magic flow around the red-haired woman is very different from all the adventurers. All I can tell is that there's a magic leakage around her. The guild seems to be trying to control the spread of information. After writing those things, Sona left the report at the corner of the Babel Tower. This is one of the spots that Yoruchi set up for information sharing when any other method is inconvenient. The moment the paper landed on that spot, it let out a small bit of light signifying that Yoruchi was already alerted. Sona then immediately returned to where everyone was and waited for Finn and Riviera to come back and resume their plans. Setting the incident aside to the back of their minds, the group progressed through the dungeon with relative ease and it just took 7 days for them to reach the 37th floor. The 37th floor is known as the White Palace as the walls, ground, and ceiling are colored white with the floor being a giant labyrinth. The floor is on a different scale than the floors above it as the space between hallways, rooms, and walls is huge. The entrance to the 38th floor was located at the center of the floor, which is where the monster Rex Udius is located, and around it are 5 huge circular walls that adventurers have to navigate through to reach the center. Many adventurers liken the 37th floor to a cake in a box and it's said that the floor is large enough to contain Orario. The walls are numbered 1 to 5 starting from the innermost wall, and the area between 2 walls is referred to as different rooms. The Udius area inside the first wall is the throne room, and from there, the knight's room, the warrior's room, the soldier's room, and the beast's room. The area between the walls gets smaller the closer to the throne room and the labyrinth becomes more complicated. Colosseums start appearing, which are rooms that spawn monsters such as barbarians, Lugaru, lizardman elite, Spartoi, obsidian soldier, skull sheep and Paluta. Barbarians are a 2-meter-tall monster similar to the Minotaur with 2 large and curved horns, black skin, red hair, and yellow eyes. The guild estimates it to have power equivalent to level 3 and 4 adventurers. The Lugaru are a 120 to 130 centimeters muscular humanoid monster with a wolf head. They use a white stone knife or cudgel weapons with their agility to fight. Among the monsters that have made it to the surface, groups of them were known to destroy villages on moonlit nights more than any other monster. A lizardman elite is a stronger version of lizardman. Unlike its weaker version, it's blue, with scales that are as hard as armor, and they are estimated to be around level 3 to 4. A Spartoi is a skeleton monster that is around level 4 in strength. They are able to spawn with random weapons that they know how to use, such as swords or lances made of bone and kite shield-like protectors. The monster is stronger than a lizardman elite or Lugaru and more agile than a barbarian. Their skill and fighting ability are more like an adventurer than a monster. It is considered the most dangerous warrior-type monster on the floor excluding rare monsters. Obsidian soldiers are a monster with a misshapen obsidian body made of solidified lava and a single purple light in its head resembling an eye. It is slow compared to the warrior-type monsters on the 37th floor, though it makes up for it with its defense and by being able to lessen the power of magic. Skull sheep are 140 centimeters long sheep monsters made entirely of bones. It has a large dark-colored piece of skin that covers its body starting from the back of its head, which makes it hard to predict its attacks, makes it appear as if it's a skull floating in empty space, and allows it to camouflage within the natural duskiness of the 37th floor. It can also fire piles at its opponents. And finally the Paluta, a dark green dragon monster with a long snake-like body and 4 legs. It has poisonous needles on its back, resembling a porcupine, which it can fire at its enemies. Their poison can overwhelm upper-class adventurers who have abnormal resistance, and it requires superior detoxification magic or an antidote to deal with the poison. They are also able to stand on walls and breathe scorching fire. Throughout the way, Riviera patiently taught the trio everything they needed to know all the way to their current floor, which made the 3 of them very thankful. However, the 3 aren't exactly aware that they are slowly destroying their party members' worldview, and the most restless out of them is Ace, whose gaze has become more and more intense as the 3 of them improve in real time and defeat monsters that are beyond their level. At this point, everyone from the Loki Familia already gauged their abilities to be around level 4 of normal adventurers. That conclusion, however, gave them shudders. If they're already equivalent to a level 4 when they are just newly ascended level 2s, how strong would they become once they reached level 3, level 4, or level 5? But one thing is for sure. If they want to emulate their success, they have to understand the nature of their power, which made Finn and Riviera put more importance on their relationship with the Hestia Familia, especially their captain, Kasuk Urahara. Riviera, however, had warned Finn not to make them their enemies with his scheme, but it's unknown whether Finn would listen to her if there's an opportunity for the Loki Familia. But everyone's current concern is with Ace, as she has been acting weird and reckless ever since her fight with the red-haired Tamer and lost. It's normal to lose, but the way Ace acts now tells that there's something more to that incident. Riviera approached the trio and asked, "Do you know something?" Since they were with Ace when she was attacked, it's only obvious that they would be asked. No or not. She only started acting weird when that woman called her Arya. Sona answered and memorized Riveria's reaction. What did you say? Riviera panicked slightly, but she immediately bit her lips and calmed herself down. Never mind. I'm going to go talk to her. She then went to Ace's side. Riviera and Ace had a small talk, and after that, Ace suddenly asked Finn for him to let her stay behind and continue to fight since they were about to go back. Finn only agreed after Riviera said that she's staying with her. We would also like to stay behind. Sona immediately proposed. Chapter 4:10, Perception of Strength. When Ace asked to remain behind, she'd been aiming for the floor boss of the 37th floor that was about to respawn. Are you sure about this, Ace? Riviera asked. Ace only nodded as a reply as she readied herself. Sona approached Riviera and asked, "If you don't mind me asking, is she aiming for the floor boss? And if so, why?" Sona, while they're preparing for the exploration, received some information from Yoruchi regarding the monsters in the dungeon's deeper floors, and also reminded her that it has been 2 months and 3 weeks since the 37th floor boss was defeated, and they'll likely meet it if they venture deep enough. Riviera didn't face Sona and instead just looked towards Ace, but she still answered her question. It's the monster Rex she's aiming at. However, all I can tell you why she wants to do that is that her strength is already starting to stagnate. Stagnating, eh? As expected, you guys have a different view when it comes to getting stronger. Maybe it's because of the fauna. Sona muttered. Riviera frowned and looked towards Sona. What do you mean? However, just as she finished her question, the ground started shaking and everyone had to quickly lower their body's center of gravity just to stay standing. A few seconds later, a large skeletal monster emerged from the ground. Udius, the monster Rex of the 37th floor. It has a black body and is a large version of a Spartoi. It spawns every 3 months. It has no lower body due to it being able to spread its attacks through the ground, and also has the ability to summon Spartoi. Riviera, don't help me. I'll do this alone. Ace once again stated her goal, awaken, Tempest. Riviera focused back on Ace and the newly emerged monster and thought, the specifics of Ace's status eludes me. However, it's clear her growth has stagnated based on my observations of her in combat. Which means that the reality is Ace Wallenstein has reached her limit at level 5. At level 5, should she wish for greater strength, to advance to level 6, she must acquire a larger container. She must step above humanity, closer to the gods, level up. She must achieve a grand accomplishment that the gods cannot ignore. The Udius's magic stone was inside its ribs and it was very visible from the outside. However, despite that, the monster is big, and aside from it being very hard to reach with conventional weapons, there's also a strong barrier made out of mana around it that also stops magic from approaching it. So the only way to defeat it was to either break its bones and deplete the mana it uses to maintain its structure, or destroy the core. While Ace was fighting the Udius, it started summoning hundreds of level 4 Spartoi that was enough to overwhelm a party of level 4s or weaker level 5s. Get beside me. It's dangerous. Riviera shouted towards the trio, worrying for their safety. From the 27th floor and onwards, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko had needed to hide behind the Loki Familia and would only fight if there's 1 or 2 monsters coming after them. Although they said that they have a way to defend themselves, Riviera still couldn't just leave them alone. However, Riviera could only be left speechless when Sona and Kaneko started floating with a magic circle below them, while Aika started ascending while using some invisible staircase, until they reached the ceiling of the floor where no monsters could reach them unless they threw away their weapons. But for the 3 of them, that isn't an issue, as Sona could easily block them with her magic. Even Ace was distracted for a bit, but she refocused when the Udius arm brushed past her. Riviera, on the other hand, couldn't comment as she needed to clear the horde of skeletal monsters by using her staff. But after thinking about it again, it would be better to stay quiet for now since it might distract Ace again. She then went back to smashing the heads of Spartois, killing them with her sheer basic parameter advantage. The entire fight lasted for about half an hour, and within that duration of time, Ace almost lost her life 3 times and Riviera had to use her Spirit Veil magic that healed her 1 time. However, the Udius was already crumbling and Ace had already won. She just has to stab her sword in its magic stone to kill it. Without any Spartois, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko could now talk freely, and Aika muttered, "That's. Although we also risked our lives that 1 time, somehow, the feeling Ace-san giving us is different." Kaneko nodded at her words. "It's different. I can't tell what's different, though." Sona fixed her glasses and tried to address the two's confusion. It's probably the way she wants to get stronger. Before we even fought those minotaurs, Kasuk and Yuruchi would always tell us that one of the important things about getting stronger is self-breakthrough. And through it, we have a mindset of breaking our old shell to overcome the enemy. What Ace is probably thinking is the opposite of that. Overcome the enemy to have a breakthrough. The haze that was covering the reasoning behind Ace's actions was finally cleared in Aika and Kaniko's mind. I see. Although overcoming an enemy to have a breakthrough sounds nice, realistically, if you can defeat that enemy in the first place, then you don't need a breakthrough that much. That logic only works in RPGs. It's the Falna's fault. Kaniko added. Ace collapsed after killing the monster Rex due to exhaustion, but Riviera immediately ran to her side and gave her treatment through her healing magic and an elixir. Sona, Aika, and Kaniko also came down and approached them to help Riviera clean up Ace while also gathering the dropped and fragmented magic stone and a huge black sword left behind by the Udius. 15 minutes after, Ace was already able to stand up on her own and bowed to everyone. Thank you, everyone. Riviera also stood up and fixed a bit of Ace's clothing. It all right. But let's not stay here. Let's go talk on our way up. It's dangerous to stay here any further. Everyone agreed and gathered everything before starting to ascend. On the way, instead of asking how they were able to fly earlier, Ace asked the trio something that she's more interested in. What did you think of my battle earlier? The trio suddenly stopped walking and looked at each other before looking back to Ace with Sona starting. It's frustrating. It's bad. Aika followed. If Kasuk-senpai were to see that, he'll tell you to go back to practicing the basics. Kaniko then ended it with a harsh remark. And of course, Riviera, especially Ace, were dumbfounded at their sudden harsh words. Chapter 411, Perception of Strength Part 2. Ace tried to say something but she couldn't think of anything. She didn't think that they thought so lowly of her fight to the death with the monster Rex. She also felt a little bit angry since even though she's unfeeling most of the time, she still had pride as a first-class adventurer that she had cultivated over the years as an adventurer. So when the trio, who couldn't even defeat her, harshly commented, she didn't like it, and that includes Riviera too, as she asked with a frown, what do you mean? The three of them immediately noticed their mood and Sona immediately stepped forward. I'm sorry if that offended you. However, that's what we truly think. Do you want to hear the rest? Ace and Riviera looked at each other and calmed down a little before facing them. Please. Ace muttered. If it was something that could help her improve, then she didn't really care about the mild rudeness. Sona nodded and started. Let me ask first. Is that your main weapon? Sona pointed at her rapier. Ace, in response, nodded. About your wind magic, can you control its shape? Ace nodded again. I see. Sona thought for a moment before continuing, then I won't take back my words that I felt frustrated seeing you fight. Even with untrained eyes, I can tell how incompatible your wind is with your fighting style. Ace's and Riveria's eyes widened, but the two of them didn't speak and just waited for Sona to finish her words. Seeing that they are ready and willing to listen, Sona continued, first of all, on the magic side, it seems that you don't understand your wind. Sona then stopped for a moment before taking it back. Wait. That's not it. What I mean to say is that you don't want to change your wind. My wind. What's wrong with it? Ace muttered a question with a little concern appearing over her face. Riviera also became worried as she knew the origin of Ace's wind magic. The way you move is sharp and forceful, yet your wind is blunt and gentle. Instead of frontal and rushing attacks, I think it would be better for you to stay behind and support the rest with that kind of wind. Your weapon doesn't help either. It seems like a very durable blade, but since your wind is blunt, it doesn't help that much and only works when you don't use your magic. Aika nodded at Sona's words as she added, that's right. Even your swordsmanship was also almost fully thrown out the window as you just kept throwing yourself at the enemy using your magic by shaping it like a cone. With a rare instance that you used your wind to slash, it's still just a blunt attack, just narrower. Even if our Kaniko here can't match your wind magic, she can still use it better than you. After hearing Aika's sudden cue, Kaniko hurriedly put up her finger and conjured a small magic circle above it before green light and a slight disturbance was felt all around. A few seconds later, the magic circle disappeared while leaving behind the green light around her index finger. Kaniko then swung her finger downwards and a small wind blade shot out from it, grazing Aika's cheeks, nicking her skin, and drawing blood from it. Hey! What was that for? Aika immediately protested. You suddenly called me out. I was not prepared. Kaniko replied with a deadpan face and monotone voice. But that doesn't mean that you should aim at me. Aika took out a bit of her potion and wiped some of it on her face and the small wound disappeared and sighed before going back to the topic. As you can see, Kaniko here can make sharper wind blades than you. You can cut monsters with your wind blade because of the amount of force you put behind your wind, but I think that's just a waste of mana or mind. Still not satisfied, Aika added an example. I even know someone who could use it so well that the barbarians that spawn en masse around here could be instantly annihilated by just using single wind magic spell that he can cast for a few seconds, and he wouldn't have even used half of mana or mind that Riviera-san used to annihilate the very same horde. While saying this, Aika was thinking of Kasuk. He can pull that off, right? But my magic is enchanting magic. I can only use it around my body and my weapon. Ace tried to defend herself from the scathing criticisms. However, the three of them noticed that Ace didn't argue back what they thought is the most important, the fact that her wind is too gentle. But since it seems that Ace didn't want to talk about it, the trio also chose not to mind it and just focused on her defense. Enchantment magic. Is that what your Falna says? Sona asked. Ace became hesitant but still nodded at her question. She also has something to say about my magic being enchantment magic. She thought. Ace is nervous, as if she was standing nervously in front of a master. She didn't know why she's getting this feeling from a level 2, but she couldn't deny this was how she's feeling right now. And you stop yourself from using it in other ways than just being enchantment magic? Sona gave a follow-up question. But it's enchantment magic. Sona sighed at her answer. I can't call myself an expert in magic, but I can at least tell you one thing about it. She then put on a very serious face and continued, magic is a phenomenon where you manipulate mana, either by yourself or with the help of outside forces, to change reality according to your will. Enchantment, attacking, defending or any other categories are only there to help you classify your magic and not to lock your magic in that particular classification. That's just a second-rate mistake of misunderstanding magic. Magic is magic. It can be anything. Not just Ace, but also Riviera was affected by her words, which essentially called them second-rate magic users. They wonder what would happen if this incident of a level 2 telling 2 of the top adventurers of Orario that they're second-rates with magic, one of them is even the so-called Sage of Orario. Seeing the weird expression Ace and Riviera were making, Aika feigned a cough to try and dispel the increasingly bizarre atmosphere. Ahem. Although she said a lot of things, what she's simply saying is that you don't need to limit yourself because of some labels. Only those who are just familiarizing themselves with something are using labels to get started and would sometimes even use it for entirely different purposes once they've achieved mastery. Although she was trying to lighten the atmosphere, that wasn't happening. Ace and Riviera could only maintain a blank stare, with both of them thinking, so does that mean enchantment magic isn't really enchantment magic if you use it differently? They only became more confused. Kasuk didn't tell Riviera anything about magic yet, despite having some chances to do so, because he wanted her to hear it from someone they thought was a lot weaker than them, like the trio, and laugh at their struggle to understand the new outlook regarding magic. Chapter 4:12, Home. Ace, Riviera, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko reached the 6th floor after 2 days of traveling and ignoring the monsters that got in their way. Since they can't reveal the real size of their backpacks, Aika had to carry the drop item of the Udius, which is a 5-meter-tall black sword. The same sword that Udius used. Since it's a very heavy sword, Aika had to use constant body strengthening during these 2 days. Even with Kaneko's help, she is about to deplete her Ryatsuki reserves, which wasn't very much to begin with. Sona also wanted to help, but she's extremely lacking in the physical department even after her level up compared to before her Falna, and could only watch them. The reason she was carrying it at all is because she heard that Ace didn't have a use for this drop item. Ace asked her if she wanted to buy it, as Aika wanted to have it as a souvenir for Kasuk, but Riviera only told them to take it as a deposit for Ace's upcoming debt. Ace looked at Riviera and wondered about the debt she'll incur as Riviera explained to her the deal she signed with Kasuk that included the checkup he'll do on her. When the trio heard them talk about it, they had complicated expressions and thought, another set of victims. While they were walking through the 6th floor, they suddenly came across an unconscious adventurer, lying on the floor of the dungeon face down, when they turned a corner. And due to his white hair, the trio immediately guessed who this young adventurer is, Kranel-san. Sona muttered as the group approached him. Kaneko turned him over and let the others inspect him. Riviera immediately diagnosed him and said, Mind 0. Sona nodded at her words, what a reckless guy. It's a common story. New adventurers getting excited when they've just awakened their magic and would immediately trying it in the dungeon without any regard to the consequences it may bring. This child is pretty lucky that we came across him before the monsters cut him limb to limb. Riviera added. Ace only looked at the white-haired adventurer with curiosity and wondered why no one had warned him. Sona guessed what she was thinking and said, it's probably because he came from a very small familia. It's already pretty late in the evening outside the dungeon. This guy probably couldn't wait to try his magic and came down here in secret when everyone was already asleep, so nobody was able to warn him. After noting that nothing else is wrong with him aside from Mind 0, and without waiting for anyone's instruction, Kaneko grabbed Belle's right arm and started dragging him without any mercy. Let's go. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded at her actions but immediately followed her, thinking that this was also fine. Once they reached the top, the giant sword that Aika is dragging caught a lot of attention, despite not having many people there. Riviera had to explain that Ace got it after defeating the monster Rex of the 37th floor. The guild then offered help to deliver it for them and the group accepted it to be delivered to the candy shop beside the abandoned church. The guild staff became confused about why they wanted to bring it there, but they still followed their instructions and worked on it properly. Kaneko left the unconscious Belle to the guild employees who were doing the night shift. They then said goodbye with each other under the lights of evening stars and moon. Riviera-san, Ace-san. Thank you for accepting our selfishness. Sona started. We learned a lot during this exploration. Thank you. Aika added. My ki control became a lot better after going against those monsters. Kaneko also added. Riviera shook her head, no. It should be us that is thankful. I learned a lot and anticipate more about what Kasuk will teach me. Ace nodded. After some thinking, I figured that my wind really does have the freedom that I just ignored all this time because it's enchantment magic. Thank you. Son smiled. Is that so? Well then. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. See you tomorrow. Riviera said. Good night. Ace also bid her farewell. They then separated and started walking towards opposite directions. But after just a few steps, Aika suddenly remembered something and turned around. Ah, Ace-san. A moment please. Riviera and Ace turned around curiously and looked towards Aika. I don't know what you're going through and why you're rushing things. I also don't know whether this will help you or not, but I want to pass you what Kasuk told me last time when he was training me. Aika then cleared her throat before continuing. He said, when I thought that my progress was getting slower, stagnation is part of getting stronger. If your strength is stagnating, it means it's time for you to refine and understand your current strength. Just going forward forcefully will only stagnate you more in the future because of your lack of understanding. That's all. Aika then turned around and tried to catch up to the still walking Sona and Kaneko. Hey. Wait for me. On the other hand, Riviera and Ace were frozen on the spot and had their eyes widened after hearing Aika's words. Stagnating is part of getting stronger. Ace muttered. Riviera recovered and sighed. That's the exact opposite of every adventurer's goal. Once your basic abilities start stagnating, you should level. However, thinking about her words again, she indeed makes sense. Ace then turned around and started walking towards the Twilight Manor without uttering a word. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko came back to the underground hideout and saw that aside from Hestia, everyone is still awake and is chilling in the living room. We're back. Aika greeted everyone with a smile. Welcome back. Yoruchi stood up from her seat and gave each one of them a hug. How was it? It was fun. Aika answered. I learned a lot. Kaneko also responded. I also learned a lot and understood Loki Familia. Well, at least, the members that came with us. Sona added. I see. What do you think of them? Yoruchi asked. Tiona is just a simple-minded girl. Tioni, on the other hand, is also the same as long as it's about their captain, Finn. Riviera is just like an adult looking out for everyone's well-being, while Ace is like a child that only knows a few things in the world. Her mindset is strange. Lastly, Finn Dame. It's hard to trust him. Although he's a good person, he looks like the type of person that would only care about certain individuals. I don't like him. Yoruchi laughed and patted her head. That's good. Chapter 413, Progress. The next morning, Kasuk and Hephaestus had finally come out of the workshop after they had entered it more than a week ago. Phew. We finally finished. Kasuk stretched out his limbs. Despite the grime and dirt all over his body and face, he was still wearing a large smile. Opposite of Kasuk, Hephaestus still had a clean countenance and sighed while lifting her head. Ah. I didn't think we would do it all in one go. But despite her complaining, she was also very happy with the result. But with the framework done, we just need the materials and facilities to actually make these things. However, behind these happy feelings and accomplishments, Hephaestus was also feeling scared. I couldn't actually gauge his depth despite watching and being close to him for more than a week. Instead of seeing the entirety of his abilities, Hephaestus had fallen into the pit of suspicion as the veil of mystery that was hiding Kasuk actually became thicker and thicker the more she witnessed of his actions. And that isn't the most terrifying thing. I taught him blacksmithing because I thought he would need it, but I messed up and taught him almost everything since he learned everything almost instantly. Including those concepts which mortals find hard to understand. He even had different views on some of those concepts that helped me understand it better. He might already be the best blacksmith apprentice that I know and he hasn't even forged a single weapon yet. Hephaestus wanted to shake her head but didn't do so as Kasuk might notice what she was thinking. What the heck? I'm the goddess here. Why does it feel like he's the one who could see through me and I can't do it the other way around? Kasuk could actually see the complication in her mind but didn't point it out. Aizen could hide his thoughts a lot better. Well, she is the goddess of smithing and not the goddess of communication. The two of them went out and saw the girls hauling something in. It was 5 meters long and was covered in cloth. Hey. Welcome back. Kasuk first greeted the girls that came back from their exploration. The three of them looked towards him and happily ran over, giving him a group hug. "We're back." "Hey, hey, hey." Yoruchi immediately protested, "It's not just you who didn't see him for over a week." Kasuk calmed them down and asked, "What's that?" "It's something we got in our exploration," Aika answered him while Medusa and Kuroka removed the clothing covering it, revealing the giant black sword. "It's the drop item of Udius. Ace-san doesn't have any real use for it, so she gave it to us as payment for her upcoming debt, as Riviera-san had suggested." Sona answered him. Kasuk approached the black sword with Hephaestus at the same time to inspect it. After a few minutes, they looked at each other and said, "This will do." "Oh. You're about to start making those sacred gears?" Yoruchi asked. "Yeah. We just need some more suitable materials to make it," Kasuk answered. "More than materials, we need a proper facility to forge these things," Hephaestus said. Kasuk stood up and faced her. "I'll take care of that. It should be done within 2 days." The corner of Hephaestus' eyelids twitched, but she still answered, "Is that so? Then I'll take care of some of the materials myself." Kasuk smiled happily and said, "I'm very grateful for that, but is that fine?" Hephaestus nodded, "It's fine. I also learned a lot of things this whole week and I'm interested in what we can actually make with the best materials we have." Hephaestus looked around before asking, "Where's Hestia?" "She should be in the shop, Hephaestus-sama," Medusa answered. Hephaestus thanked her and faced Kasuk again. "I'll be going to prepare the materials. I should be able to return in 2 days." She bid her farewell to everyone and Medusa led her back to the surface. Kasuk brought the black sword back to his workshop to process it. It took him a few minutes to put it in the diffuser machine he has and set it up before coming back. Once he came out again, Medusa also came down with more guests. Riviera and Ace were following her while looking around with shocked faces. Although Riviera already came down here, back then, she was not herself, and even though she was able to recover, she could only try her best to pretend to be calm. However, despite that, Kasuk, Loki, and Hestia still figured her out. "Oh hey, good morning Riviera-san, Wallenstein-san." Kasuk greeted them. Oh. Good morning." Riviera and Ace were slightly startled when Kasuk suddenly talked beside them. Feigning a cough, Riviera stated their purpose, "Ahem. I'm here as promised. First of all, I'd like you to take a look at Ace if there are any problems with her." "Sure, I'll do that. I also already received my advance payment. However, there are things that must be done first." Riviera nodded at Kasuk's words, "I know. I already talked about it with Ace last night." She then faced Ace. Ace also nodded at Riviera and she raised her right hand. "I hereby swear to my Falna that I'll keep everything about the Hestia family a secret unless I'm permitted by Kasuk Urahara to tell others about it." "Very well." Kasuk then took out a white small pill from his pocket and gave it to Ace. "This is a sleeping pill and once you take it, you'll lose your consciousness for about 5 hours. Just enough to finish examining everything." Riviera frowned and didn't like that. "Wait. Why does she have to be unconscious? Can't you do it without doing that?" "I can. But there are certain tests that require her to sleep so it can be properly diagnosed. And on top of that, there are some things in my laboratory that I wouldn't want to show to anyone. Let's be honest, even though you swear that you won't reveal anything, there are still loopholes in that and I can't take my chances for my important equipment even if someone who was to see it doesn't know what it does." Riviera didn't answer immediately and contemplated his words. She, after all, didn't want to compromise Ace's safety. But while she was pondering on her choices, a hand landed on her shoulder and Riviera turned to that person. "I'll accept it," Ace said with a resolute face. "But I'll be fine, Riviera. Just where are you getting that confidence?" Riviera thought when Yoruchi supplemented Ace's decision. "You can trust Kasuk. He won't harm your friend." "I promise that I won't do anything to her body aside from examining it," Kasuk said. Yoruchi instantly caught the loophole in his words and probably his real goal but didn't react to it or anything. However, Riviera is actually a bit worried about another aspect. "But you're a man." Kasuk's eyes widened and suddenly laughed out loud before stopping and faced Riviera with a nasty smile. "Once inside my laboratory, being a man or a woman is just another set of data. Nothing more." Riviera and Ace suddenly felt chills at his words. They knew he was telling the truth somehow, but that didn't make them feel at ease at all. Ace then took a deep breath and suddenly swallowed the pill, wanting to get over it. She then fell forward as she lost her consciousness within seconds later. Riviera immediately caught her with a complicated expression. Kasuk and Yoruchi felt some admiration at her swift decision, but it could be also attributed to her recklessness. "Must be hard on you." Kasuk muttered to Riviera. "I'm already used to it. This is the reason why I can't leave her alone." Riviera replied. "Yoruchi, please take her to the lab. I still need to prepare some things. Riviera-san, please join the others while you wait. They should be able to entertain you." Kasuk then walked away. Chapter 4:14, Sparring. While Kasuk was busy with Ace, Riviera was left with the other girls. Riviera-san, where's Line-chan? Aika asked her. While drinking the tea that Medusa prepared for her, Riviera answered, Loki asked her to rest and not do anything for at least 10 days. I heard that she spends all her time in her room reading her books and only comes out when she needs to eat or clean herself. Looks like she's doing her best, Aika muttered. At this time, Yoruchi suddenly came into the room they were staying in and said, Aika, Sona, Kaneko. Sparring time. The trio stood up and all of them wore a serious expression that confused Riviera. It's normal to have some sparring sessions between familia members as it's a way to foster a greater connection with each other, aside from it being a good and efficient way of training. But why do they look more serious than when they were in the dungeon? Even there, it was rare for them to show this kind of expression. Only when there was a serious threat to them. As far as Riviera knows, sparring between people always has a lax attitude as it's only for studying their current techniques. Want to watch? Yoruchi asked her. Riviera nodded and followed them outside. They then reached their usual training area where there was a dense amount of boulders that can obstruct movements if not careful. We're doing the usual. Aika and Sona will go against me while Kaneko will go against Kuroka. Yoruchi announced, and Kuroka and Kaneko separated from them as they needed to be in another area to fight properly. Riviera stayed to watch Aika and Sona's fight since she is more interested in it. According to the information I got from the guild, all of them should be at level 2 and all of them announced that they reached it all at the same time. However, while Aika and Sona are very serious about this, why does Yoruchi still have such a lax attitude? Is she that confident? Aika and Sona then took out their weapons. The same weapons that they used in the dungeon, they're going to use their real weapons. It's common sense that you can only use your real weapon in the sparring if there's a large gap of skill between adventurers. However, what shocked Riviera more is the fact that Yoruchi didn't prepare anything. Not even one piece of armor. But before she could ask, Yoruchi spoke, we'll do it the usual way. You two use everything that you can while I won't use any detection techniques or defensive skills and my flash step will be limited to only every 5 seconds. And if you're able to draw even a bit of blood from me, you win. Ready. Riviera was dumbfounded. Yoruchi was alone, a level 2 like her opponents, without any weapons or armor, yet she still has to give such a massive handicap. Yes. Aika and Sona shouted. The first one to make her move was Sona as she conjured 5 normal-sized snakes made out of water and willed them to go towards Yoruchi. When they're about to reach the still stationary Yoruchi, Aika made her move and used flash step to arrive in front of her, brandishing her nodachi horizontally from a distance that Yoruchi's both hands and feet won't be able to reach. Yoruchi, without a single change in her expression, jumped back, and bent backwards to avoid the nodachi. Aika is already expecting this, so the moment she made a move to dodge, she also stepped forward. At this time, Sona's water snakes went around Yoruchi and trapped her from behind and both flanks, leaving her open to attacks at all sides. However, Aika and Sona didn't think that they could win with just this and carefully watched Yoruchi's every movement. And they were right, although it's already too late for them to process what Yoruchi just did. From Yoruchi's foot, she kicked a small pebble and hit Aika's forehead without her being able to react. A small wound appeared on the spot where the pebble hit and it caused so much discomfort that Aika momentarily lost her focus. But she still did her best to watch Yoruchi's next move and tried to fall back, taking back her nodachi. Yoruchi aimed a punch towards Aika's stomach and Aika hurriedly used her sword to block her fist. However, just before her fist hit Aika's sword, Yoruchi suddenly disappeared, flash step. Expecting that Yoruchi will reappear around her, Aika immediately focused her senses around her. Less than a second later, she felt some activity behind her and hurriedly turned around to counterattack. But Aika had to stop herself because Sona was flying towards her. Aika kept her nodachi and tried to catch Sona, but another pebble went flying and hit her forehead again, causing her to fail to catch Sona. The two of them dropped to the ground, just a few seconds after the sparring started. Hey, you shouldn't just watch me but also my surroundings. Yoruchi said from Sona's former spot with a grin on her face while playing with some pebbles. What is this? Riviera could only mutter her question. 5 hours later, Kasuk and the already awake Ace came out of the laboratory to see everyone returning from their sparring session. Ho ho ho. It looks like you took a beating again this time. Kasuk commented as Aika and Sona supported each other while walking. Dang it. We couldn't land a single hit today either. Aika muttered in frustration. I've already thought of everything I could just so that I can nick some of her skin. Still nothing. Sona, on the other hand, was about to cry from frustration. Ha ha ha. You two don't have to be like that. I can admit that you're getting better. It's becoming harder and harder for me to dodge. Yoruchi patted their shoulders. Behind them is Riviera with her face a bit pale after witnessing their sparring. She thought that Aika, Sona, and Kaneko were already very strong for a level 2, that it was actually in the realm of impossibility, yet she was introduced to this monster, Yoruchi, who's supposed to be the same level and played with them like they're nothing special, did you hide your level from the guild? Aren't you already a level 5? She finally asked. While Ace was confused at Riveria's current state, but with the information she gathered, she realized that Uruchi had just wiped the floor with her fellow level 2s. Ace became interested in what she saw for her to act like this. Uruchi faced Riviera with a smile. Nope. I'm really just a level 2. But this just shows that level isn't everything. It is important, but not the only thing. Medusa then came out from the mansion and said to everyone, I've prepared lunch. Great. It's already late, but let's have our lunch. I'll tell you what I found out and my suggestions after filling our stomachs. Medusa-chan, please call Kuroka and Kaneko. It seems that they already forgot the time. Kasuk instructed. Riviera could only follow his arrangement while slowly but surely, her worldview is changing and her common sense is being altered. Chapter 4:15, Entering the Soul Space. After eating their lunch, Riviera was able to get a hold of herself and thought, whenever they are involved, I always lose my nerves. And it feels like it's happened more than in my whole life as an adventurer. Kasuk then invited Riviera and Ace to a private room to talk about what he found out about Ace's condition. After serving them tea, Kasuk began. Now then. Where shall I start? Kasuk stayed silent for a moment and looked towards Ace before continuing. First of all, here's what I found out. You're not exactly a human but a high spirit with flesh and blood. Kasuk's first revelation put both Ace and Riviera instantly on the edge. They thought that her diagnosis will only involve Ace's general health and Kasuk will only look for anything wrong in her body. They didn't expect that Kasuk could instantly dig one of Ace's deepest secrets. How did you? Ace muttered. Judging from your reactions, you already knew about this. Well, that isn't surprising. However, don't ask me how I knew of this. You asked me to do a full checkup on you and I don't want to reveal my methods. You should have expected this in the first place. However, the two of them couldn't just easily accept that. When Ace was still small, Loki and Riviera also brought her to Altina's most famous and top doctor to check her state. But all the said doctor found out that there's something wrong with her but couldn't find out what it was. Hence, when the mysterious men from the deeper part of the dungeon said that Kasuk could help, they accepted it, wanting to solve this hidden issue. Who would have thought that a low-leveled man who came to Orario out of nowhere could easily see through not just Ace's hidden issue but her true identity? Not minding what's on their mind, Kasuk continued, with that in mind, I adjusted her overall physique based on the data that I gathered. It's not just the stasis that did some minor damage to her body, but also the imbalance of her existence being between a human and a spirit. After all, you're an unnatural existence. Kasuk's last words made Ace incredibly nervous. You unnatural existence. Kasuk instantly figured out what she's worried about and reassured her, you don't have to worry. You might be an unnatural existence, but you're not an artificial one. You're definitely a child between a human and a high spirit. Ace let out a huge sigh of relief after hearing him but also tremendously mystified, including Riviera, on how he knew all of this. Kasuk then smiled and asked Ace, so? How do you feel? Ace first looked down on her fist and clenched it, I feel light. It's like a burden that I never knew disappeared. That's great. By the way, I heard that you defeated the monster Rex level 6 Udius, but it seems that you haven't leveled up. Ace nodded, I want to try harder. She said while thinking about Aika's words yesterday. Is that so? Then we're done here. Go home and adjust yourself. Don't mindlessly enter the dungeon and ask someone of the same level to have a spar with you. Instead of overall strength, it should be your control that should improve. Ace nodded and accepted his instructions. Since Aika's words which she took to the heart apparently came from him, she felt at ease listening to him. Ace, wait for me outside. I have a few things to talk about in private. Riviera said after seeing that they're finally done. Ace nodded again and stood up. However, just as she was about to exit through the door, Kasuk called out to her, please wait. Ace looked back at him with confusion and also a bit of nervousness due to not knowing what else this man would say, yes. Kasuk smiled wryly and thought that he scared this little girl too much, don't look like that. It's nothing too serious. I just want to give you a piece of advice. But first, let me ask. What is your goal? Ace became serious at his question and recalled her past and how she was left alone due to a certain monster, the dragon that took everything away from her, to get stronger. Stronger than anyone. She said with great conviction. Since no one could defeat the dragon, she has to become stronger than anyone in the lower world. Kasuk nodded solemnly, I see. He then stared at her with the same seriousness, then here's my piece of advice. You would become happier if you don't get stronger. Ace and Riviera were both shocked at his words and somehow knew that he wasn't lying or joking this time. However, Ace still shook her head. Achieving a goal or a dream doesn't always mean a happy ending, especially when you don't know what you're tossing away to achieve it. Kasuk continued, trying to dissuade her. With another shake of her head, Ace said, "No. I can't do that." She then exited the room without waiting for any follow-up from Kasuk. Kasuk only stared at her leaving back, and once she disappeared from his sights, he stood up and picked up a bag from the corner of the room before walking back towards the still dumbfounded Riviera and passed it to her. "Inside here are some books about magic that I wrote personally. Study it. I'll be busy for a few more days so I can't entertain you." "Oh, okay." Riviera received the bag. "Go follow her before she does something stupid," Kasuk urged her. "Gee, got it." Riviera then ran towards the door, but she stopped and looked towards Kasuk. "Why did you say that to her?" "Because I think that's what's best for her. And you should look after her carefully, or at this rate, only a tragic ending awaits her," Kasuk replied simply. Riviera didn't know how to take those words. However, she answered, "I've always done it and I have no intention of stopping." She then left to follow Ace while thinking, what does he know? What did he discover? Kasuk sighed after the two of them left and recalled what happened an hour ago while he's examining Ace's soul after he adjusted her body and mana. After sealing his soul and entering her inner world so that he wouldn't contaminate anything in her soul, Kasuk found himself in a world full of grass, except for a certain spot where it's devoid of any life except for the woman with the same features as Ace but has sharper eyes and a more mature feeling. The woman's eyes are closed and her hair is blackened from the tips while the smoke of black corrosive aura covers her entirety. Feeling that someone uninvited entered her precious daughter's most important space, the woman opened her eyes and glared at Kasuk. "Who are you?" Chapter 416, Arya. Instead of answering the woman's question, Kasuk looked around to make sense of his surroundings. "I didn't think I could enter this place this easily. That means that this place's security has already been compromised long ago." The woman didn't ask a second question and just glared and watched Kasuk's action carefully. No matter what he does, she actually can't do anything as she's already suppressing something and that thing would use any chance it could get just to get away from her. If that were to happen, then Ace and those around her would be in extreme danger. She could only hope that this intruder wouldn't do anything to endanger her daughter. After a few more minutes of looking around, Kasuk then focused on the decayed spot and the woman in the middle of it. This spot doesn't seem to be caused by that woman. Kasuk then flashed a smile and introduced himself. "Good day, miss. I'm Kasuk Urahara. A girl named Ace Wallenstein, who's the owner of this place, asked me to do some checkup for her." The woman's eyes widened in shock when Kasuk suddenly introduced himself and asked, "Are you aware where we are right now?" Kasuk nodded and answered while also asking, "My patient's inner world. So I wonder, in a place where there should be no one and be a fairly secured place, why does this spot exist? And why is someone else in here?" The woman sighed and told him the truth. "Well, even if you wanted to destroy this place, I can't do anything about it. It's my family's bad luck that we encountered something like this after 1,000 years. "Family, is it? I see. Since you're a high spirit, and you have Wallenstein-san's splitting image, is it safe to assume that you're a mother?" The woman smiled and introduced herself. "Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Ace's mother, Arya. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. Kasuk could only smile wryly in response. "Hey, how could you be certain that I won't do anything bad in here?" Arya, while still smiling happily, "I may look young, but I'm at least 1,500 years old now. So it's easy for me to see through some things, especially in this space where every expression is amplified. Still, you're too trusting. I could have a way to block these amplifications and you don't know about it." Kasuk shook his head. "Either way, I can only put my trust in you." With a solemn smile, Arya answered. "I guess you can't really do anything, huh?" Kasuk thought and said, "Mind telling me your story? Will you help?" She suddenly asked. "No." And Kasuk instantly answered, "No matter what." Kasuk became slightly conflicted because he has a feeling that even if he declines now, he would still get involved in the future. And even if it's not him, his girls would. I guess it would be better to gather some information now and do some countermeasures instead of getting caught off guard in the future. With that in mind, Kasuk sighed. "Let me hear about it first." Despite the gloomy and decaying aura around her, Arya smiled happily. "I would only ask you to take care of my daughter." Arya then started her story. Around 1,000 years ago, when gods have just started descending and monsters still ran rampant on the surface of the earth, the Zeus familia was thriving and vanquishing monsters previously known as undefeatable left and right. I'm a member of that familia and its vice-captain. Along with the captain, which was my husband, Albert Waldstein, we were the only level 9s of that time while our other party members were all level 8s. We defeated so many monsters that we were able to retake some land for the people and managed to push them to several remaining places. The most notable of the monsters we defeated were the Behemoth and the Leviathan that required all of us to join forces just to defeat them. Arya then put on a smug face and bragged. Everyone was questioning why we were so strong, but it was actually a very simple thing and we were always saying the same thing. We don't take skills for granted. My husband and I didn't even receive skills from the Fauna and just created our own art. While I had it easier due to my nature as a spirit, Albert had to work very hard to polish his swordsmanship that was said to be capable of cutting everything. However, only a few people believed us and it became an issue that time that almost everyone was accusing us as liars because they couldn't emulate what we have been doing. Thinking that Arya just gave Kasuk a clue on how to get stronger, she changed the topic, but enough of that. Arya's smile then became gentle. It was just after we defeated the Leviathan that a miracle happened. It was probably due to the blessing of multiple goddesses of marriage and birth, especially Hera-sama, that this miracle occurred. A child was born between a human and a spirit. Ace came into our lives. We continued our lives of being adventurers while also taking care of our little darling. Everyone from the Zeus familia also considered her as their daughter, and Zeus stood as her grandfather and would happily play with her every day. But everything changed when that monster appeared. Similar to the behemoth and Leviathan that led an army of monsters that almost decimated everyone, but also different from every one of them, and also the most intelligent among them, the Black Dragon. Instead of just having a single very strong ability, it has two. First is its destructive power, the power of decay in the form of black wind, and the second one is the more dangerous one of the two, control. Control? Kasuk asked while furrowing his brows. He can understand decay and he can guess where this spot came from now, but control? To what extent and how strong? Yes. And it's the reason why we weren't able to defeat it. Arya sighed. The gods described it as something forbidden that shouldn't exist as it controls the soul itself. Soul? Kasuk frowned. He doesn't like where this story is going. Yes. It's hard for it to control stronger individuals, but those weaker, level 4 and below, are just additional army for it. We could have defeated it with the force we had back then, but it managed to figure out and get mine and my husband's greatest weakness. And that is Ace. Kasuk guessed. Yes, Arya answered solemnly. Chapter 417, Arya Part 2. And that is Ace. Kasuk guessed. Yes, Arya answered solemnly. The Black Dragon didn't just manage to control Ace, but almost fused with her at that time. Kasuk's frown grew deeper. Fuse. Arya also put on a more serious face. Yes. Fuse. Using its second ability to control, it also can attach itself to someone and fuse with him or her. However, although she was very weak at that time, she's still our child who inherited both mine and my husband's talent and latent potential. Because of that, aside from being our weakness, Ace also became the perfect target for the Black Dragon. I see. Kasuk nodded as he finally got some more clues regarding the Black Dragon's ability. But it's clear that she's doing fine now and the Black Dragon is still around with one of its eyes busted. Arya's expression then became gentle again. That's because, with the help of my husband, I sacrificed myself and took her place. Kasuk's eyes widened once he heard her last sentence and immediately reassessed the surroundings to confirm some things. A few minutes later, Kasuk was able to gather more information based on Arya's statement, and Arya herself stayed quiet during those times. I see. I didn't notice it immediately since this isn't a normal space and my senses are restricted in here, but the one I'm talking with is just a remnant soul. Kasuk faced Arya again and said, so you're just a remnant, to confirm this? Yes. And you're also a remnant from the time before you lost your complete self? Yes. Kasuk stopped for a moment to arrange his thoughts and muttered, but where does the 1,000-year stasis fits? Ah, so that's how it is. He then started piecing the story from the information Yoruchi has gathered for him. What did you get? The move that the Zeus and Hera familias made 15 years ago was to extract Ace from the Black Dragon, and it was also at that time that you substituted her position. Correct. Arya confirmed his guesses. Without everyone's help, we couldn't have saved Ace. But still, to think it would take a millennium just to figure out how to extract my darling daughter, I don't know how I could thank Zeus and Hera. There's nothing wrong with what Arya said, but somehow, Kasuk was bothered by something and suddenly asked, could you have defeated the Black Dragon if you didn't mind Ace? Arya's eyes widened at his question and smiled wryly. I'm surprised that you could tell. Actually, my magic is the direct counter of its decay magic and could have defeated it. But even then, my husband's and my choice is to save our daughter, and we're truly thankful that everyone around us that time supported our decision. However, I also knew that because of that many more people who had nothing to do with it suffered, and I still wonder to this day if we truly made the right choice. Kasuk was wondering what that wry smile was about and asked, it's just this. Come again. Arya could help but ask. Kasuk sighed and said, that kind of worry is stupid. The Black Dragon is the world's problem and not just yours. Even though you have the power to defeat it, it's because you worked hard for it and would risk your life on a regular basis. Others would blame you. Of course, they would. But that's only because they took the security that you and your friends provided freely for granted without them doing much. However, you're probably the type of person that would still take their words to the heart and regret. But please remember this, if you're trapped in a choice that you would both regret, always go to the thing that you would regret less. Saving your daughter is not a mistake. It's just you choosing to be a parent rather than an adventurer, which I find far more admirable. Arya was dumbfounded for a few seconds before she started chuckling. You're not a good person, aren't you? Kasuk only shrugged his shoulders and replied, I never said I was one. However, you're most certainly a kind person, especially to those who are important to you, and I think if someone like you were to take care of my daughter, I could rest assured. Just so you know, Arya-san, I'm not a caretaker. I'm a candy store owner and sometimes, I'll do some part-time job as a doctor. Arya then made a complicated expression, isn't a doctor a higher-tier profession? And does a part-time doctor even exist? In my book, yes. I'm a candy store owner and it's my calling. You're weird. You're not the first one who told me that and I don't really care. Arya couldn't help but sigh. However, her smile went back as she said, now then, onto my request. I've said it earlier, I'm not a caretaker. I'm not asking you to do that. Then what? With all seriousness, she said, please become Ace's hero. And with the same seriousness, Kasuk immediately answered, no. Eh? Why not? It's not caretaking. But that sounds 100 times more troublesome than caretaking. What do you mean hero? I don't know how to do that and that's probably one of the farthest words from me. If my acquaintances and friends were to hear I became some hero, a few of them would laugh at my face while the others would cringe so much that they'll experience a chill in their spine. Are they really your friends? They're my friends because they knew me like that. Arya didn't know what to say about that, so instead of digging there, she tried to persuade Kasuk, could you please consider my request? No. This is just a big disadvantage for me. Kasuk once again rejected. Arya immediately saw hope from his words, so you'll do it in exchange for something that is worth the trouble. Kasuk didn't speak immediately and looked towards the excited Arya. I don't even know how you can provide something at your current state. But for Arya, those words are the best answer she could hope for. I have something, but I don't know if it's enough. Kasuk became curious at what she still has and asked, what is it? However, Arya shook her head, I won't give or tell what it is before you promise me that you do my request. That's just a scam then. It's not. Arya protested, it's just the only thing I can give. I want to make sure that you'll promise me first. You do know that I may not necessarily fulfill the promise once I've received that something of yours, right? Arya nodded, I know. And I don't even have a way to enforce it to you once you've received it. I can only gamble. That's reckless. But still better than me just being here, doing nothing. What do you mean nothing? You've been suppressing the Black Dragon's connection to your daughter, right? I think that's pretty important. Smiling wryly once again, Arya said, so you can tell. But even then, couldn't you at least consider? Kasuk stayed silent again for a few seconds before deciding. Fine. However, I have to decide how much I can do once I see and assess this thing you're offering. With a bright smile, Arya almost jumped in happiness, but she remembered that she can't move from her spot. That's fine. When Arya was about to take out the thing she would give to Kasuk, he stopped her first to clear some confusion he had. Wait. As I said, I'm not a hero, so what is this hero thing I'm supposed to do? Just save Ace when she's in trouble. That's it. That's it. While answering, Arya put both of her hands on her chest and a green light emerged from it. A sphere of green light then came to Arya's hand and she passed it to Kasuk for him to inspect. It only took a few seconds for Kasuk to inspect what she just gave him and he was shocked. This is. Still, with a bright smile, Arya said, yes. That's the only thing I could give you. The culmination of my magic and my whole life's hard work. Damn it. You gave me something very heavy. Kasuk could only say such. Chapter 418, Arya Part 3. Yoruchi soon entered the room where Ace just had her consultation and noticed the weird mood that Kasuk was in. What's wrong? Kasuk sighed and told her what happened with the consultation and Ace's inner world. What did she give you? Yoruchi asked with a dumbfounded expression. It's just as she said it was, the culmination of her magic and her whole life's effort. As a high spirit, part of her magic is compressed into an orb that has everything she has ever learned. That's impressive. Yoruchi then furrowed her brows, but at what cost? A few seconds after she passed it to me, her condition hurriedly degraded to the point that she could only speak for just a minute more. For the entirety of that minute, she just begs me to take care of her daughter. Before, she still had the leisure to watch her daughter's life from the inside, but this time, all of her remaining energy is focused on suppressing the Black Dragon's connection to Ace, which still influences her to this day. Kasuk sighed again as Arya's act made him remember about his mother in this life, which had already become one of the most important existences in his life. Yoruchi also felt regrettable regarding Arya, but she's still curious about one more thing. But why did you tell Ace that it's better if she doesn't get stronger? Doesn't she have to face her mother, now in the form of the Black Dragon, somewhere near the future? She does, but the way she's right now, she'll only fall into the Black Dragon's control. Why is that? You see, the way Arya-san is suppressing the Black Dragon's influence is diverting the subject to another. In other words, the feelings that the monster is sending can't be changed, however, it can be diverted. Yoruchi thought about Kasuk's words for a moment before certain information entered her mind and her eyes widened. Her unusual hate of monsters, more specifically, dragon-type monsters. Kasuk nodded at her, yes. The influence that the black dragon is giving Ace is the hate for people of the earth like a normal monster under the dungeon's influence would. Arya-san was able to divert that hate to the monsters themselves. Yoruchi understood Kasuk's point, however, she still asked, but I still don't understand why you asked her not to get stronger. The stronger she becomes, the stronger the influence becomes too, and sooner or later, it would be too much for Arya-san to handle. Now it's become more dangerous due to the fact that she became weaker. She wasn't joking when she said that she's taking a big gamble. Couldn't you sever this connection? I can, but it's actually very hard to do that and would need time to research it, and you know we don't have that kind of time. Although the Zeus and Hera Familius were successful in extracting Ace from the black dragon, a part of her soul is still fused with the monster, so it isn't just as simple as severing the connection. But you've already thought of another way, right? Kasuk nodded at Yoruchi's question, yes. Although not as reliable as me researching and putting time to it, it's more efficient, effective, and has a more positive effect on her in the future. And that is for Ace Wallenstein to overcome the demon inside her and acknowledge it as a part of her. Oh. You mean to say something like how the wizards overcome their inner hollow to gain its power? Yep. Doing so is easier than cutting off something that's already a part of her soul. And how do you plan to do that? Kasuk then let out an evil grin and said, of course, we prepare her. Once she's prepared, I'll push her off the cliff at the right time. After seeing Kasuk's expression, Yoruchi couldn't help but chuckle. I see that our hero is already making his preparations to save the troublesome princess. Please don't call me that, and I'm correct that this is more troublesome than just being a caretaker. If not for the payment that I already received, I wouldn't have accepted this shit-tier job. Yet you're still doing it properly. Of course. Rather than saving her over and over again whenever she's in trouble like I promised, I'll just teach her how to save her own ass. Arya was right. Although Kasuk is not a good person, he's a kind one. Yoruchi could only shake her head at his words. So, what's the plan? For starters, we have to change her views regarding the monsters, or at least, make her doubt her feelings of hatred for them. What about the black dragon? If it's you, you probably already found its location through the connection it has with Ace. Kasuk nodded. I did. Although not the specific location, I know the general area where it might be hibernating right now. And I'll say it again, this isn't our place to step in. Ace has to deal with that thing by herself to have a proper closure. Rather than the black dragon, I'm more worried about another thing. The dungeon that created such a monster, huh? Correct. And I've got a feeling that we'll get involved with it in the future. Right. About that, I also have something to tell. These past few days, I was able to communicate with Bayako, albeit, only a little bit. And one thing it said caught my attention. And that is, be wary of the dungeon. Kasuk thought carefully as he stayed silent. A few minutes later, a large grin came to his face again. I guess we could think of it as our challenge as we transcend. Yoruchi's eyes widened at his angle of view, but a few seconds later, she also started laughing. Ha ha ha. I guess that's one good way to think about it. Looks like we have to put more effort into things. The next day, when Aika, Sona, and Kaneko were about to reach the Tower of Babel for their usual dungeon diving, they came across the golden-haired beauty who seemed to be a bit dejected. The trio knew that it had something to do with what happened yesterday, but Kasuk refused to tell them anything. For starters, Sona came up to her and greeted her. Good morning, Ace-san. Ace turned towards the group and returned their greeting. Good morning. Are you going to the dungeon today? Yes. We have to test everything we learned yesterday in a real-life situation to make use of it effectively. What about you? Same. I want to go to the dungeon to test some things. Want to go together? Sona smiled and said, that would be great. Since you already promised that you won't reveal anything regarding us, I think it would be fine to show you our usual activity. However, before they could leave, a half-elf guild staff came to them. Excuse me. Good morning. I'm Ina Tool, an adventure advisor from the guild. It may be sudden, but could you please listen to my selfish request? Chapter 419, Strange Request. Ace, Aika, Kaneko, and Sona, who was being carried, are running through the floors trying to find a certain adventurer. A few minutes ago, Ina requested the trio to help Bel Cranel because it seems that he found himself in a dangerous situation. Ina knew that her request is quite a bit selfish, but as his advisor, she's not ashamed to ask Bel's acquaintances for help. But since it's not a big deal, the group immediately took off with Ace in tow. After asking around for a while, they managed to pinpoint Bel's current location and immediately went to the 10th floor. The moment they stepped into the foggy floor, Kaneko's ears immediately perked up, and started sniffing the air before muttering, monster bait. The group was mildly shocked at her words and immediately went towards the sounds of battle and saw a silhouette of an adventurer fighting against numerous orcs. Separating, the group slew the orcs surrounding the adventurer one by one. Finally, they were able to confirm that it's indeed Bell who's fighting these orcs, and once he got a breather, he immediately ran towards the stairs of the 9th floor. "Excuse me." "Thank you very much. I'm in a hurry." Ace, Aika, Sona, and Kaneko regrouped once Bell left. "Looks like he's going to resolve his problem." Aika muttered. "That's the least he can do." Sona said and looked towards their surroundings full of orcs. "For now, let's kill all of them so other weaker adventurers won't be put in danger." Kaneko, find the monster bait and dispose of it. It only took them a few minutes to clear the area around them of monsters, and while they were planning their next steps, Kaneko was alerted yet again and faced a certain direction. "Who's there?" After hearing her, everyone faced the same direction where the fog is especially thick and readied their weapons. A second later, everyone else finally noticed the existence beyond the fog. "I was noticed by you before the Sword Princess could." "How fascinating." Walking through the fog, a black-robed figure came out and spoke with a voice which gender couldn't be determined. Sona furrowed her brows as the movement of mana around the mysterious figure was weird and she couldn't make sense of it. But she's not the leader here, so Sona waited for Ace to speak up. Noticing Sona's intention, Ace spoke up while pointing her sword towards the figure. "Do you need something with us?" "Yes, that's right. I do indeed have a request for the Sword Princess. But before that, I would like you to lower your swords. I have no intention of causing you any harm." The dark figure answered. "Who are you?" Ace asked as she slowly lowered her sword along with the other three also lowering their weapons. "Just a poor humble mage. Would it make more sense if I told you that I have made contact with Luoyun Lui in the past?" Ace's eyes widened. After all, the incident that involved Luoyun was the time when they went to Riviera and solved Hashana's death incident. It's also where they met the red-haired tamer that had called Ace, Arya, and discovered the existence of the jewel fetus that could mutate monsters. Getting the reaction that he wanted, the black-robed figure continued. "Ace Wallenstein, I have a quest for you. There has been an irregular outbreak of monsters on the 24th floor. Several adventurers have already lost their lives. I would like you to investigate, and more or less suppress the situation. Of course, I will have your reward ready. As for the objective of the outbreak, I believe it has something to do with the pantry recently located within that floor." It sounded like a normal request, but of course, Ace had her doubts. "I didn't know that a monster outbreak was going on. Why wasn't it in the news on the surface? And why would he leave the investigation to me instead of someone within their own familia?" Not minding Ace's expression, he continued, "As a matter of fact, on the 30th floor, there was a phenomenon occurring before similar to where we sent Hashana." After those words, Ace immediately connected the dots. There's a high possibility that the person with the jewel who attacked Riviera is involved. Not just Ace, but the other three knew that this is a bait for the Sword Princess to accept the quest. Even if she didn't like the quest itself, Ace would be very interested in the person who called her Arya. "The situation is serious, Sword Princess. If you could lend me your strength." Ace sighed and said, "I understand. I am in your debt. If possible, I would like you to head over as soon as you can. Would it be alright if we join?" The silent Sona finally spoke. The black-robed figure faced Sona's direction. "And you are?" For a while now, he had been curious about the other three who seemed to be exploring with the Sword Princess. If I remember it right, they're from the newly established Hestia Familia and claimed that they came from a faraway place with all of their members on the verge of leveling up to level 2. They did it a few days ago and a report said that they joined the Loki Familia as supporters one time. "We are from the Hestia Familia. I'm Sona Citri and this is Aika Kiryu and Chiron Tuju. We're all level 2. "I see. Of course, I would appreciate more help, but this is going to be a dangerous quest for you." "That's fine. We knew the risks. And we're a bit interested in what the guild is trying to do with this incident." Sona replied as she closely watched the black figure's surroundings. And just as she hoped for, she detected the ruffling of mana around him, revealing his emotions. Now that she got the answer, Sona immediately said a follow-up, "Ha ha ha, forgive me. I'm just randomly taking a guess here. I don't really know if the guild is involved or not. It's just my bad habit. I'm sorry." She immediately gave him a path to escape. Without hesitation, the black figure replied, "My affiliation doesn't matter as I'm just a worker under someone. But I do hope you could complete this request. Would it be okay if I sent a message to my familia?" Ace asked. "Ah, I see. I can deliver that for you. Then we'd also like to send a message." Sona, like Ace, took out some writing materials and started writing her letter. The contents of the letter are only the fact that they received a quest to the 24th floor with Ace. Of course, Sona added a hidden message reporting everything she knew and the possibility of the guild's involvement with the incident by writing another set of the letter using her mana, which is invisible to almost everyone. And even if it were to be discovered, no one could actually read it as it is written in Japanese. If destroyed, it would alert Uruchi and Kasuk just the same, but with even greater seriousness. Chapter 420, Rescue Team. On the surface, Loki was visited by a certain individual that is also investigating the appearance of the monsters with weirdly colored magic stones and claimed that his familia's children were killed because they got involved with its mysteries. Dionysus, the patron god of the Dionysus familia, is a beautiful man of average height with medium-length blonde hair, emerald eyes, and long arms and legs. He wears a violet suit matching his long-sleeve coat, pants, shoes, a yellow button shirt inside, and a white cravat around his neck. Behind him is Philvis, the black-haired elf that Uruchi encountered in the sewers. Loki came out to meet him at the gates of the Twilight Manor. "You're here again," Loki muttered with a fed-up face. Although both of them were investigating the mysterious monsters, Loki didn't like him very much and knew that he's hiding something from her. Although this was normal, she was worried that the thing he was hiding might endanger her children, which is her bottom line. Not minding her expression, Dionysus replied with a big smile, "I came across some information that concerned me. Is there a place for us to relax and talk?" Loki sighed and invited them over to a table which was surrounded by a large space and being overlooked by several members of the Loki familia. Dionysus didn't mind this arrangement and shared the information he came across. That the guild was acting weird and the monster outbreak on the 24th floor was being covered up while also sneaking a private army to it. A monster outbreak and the guild is acting weird. Loki repeated his words. Dionysus nodded and continued, "I don't know much about it, but there had been an odd outbreak in the past on the 30th floor. Something came into Loki's mind, but she took great care not to show any expression and asked, "When did that occur?" "I think it was about 3 weeks ago." Dionysus answered honestly, "It's just a story from the lower floors. A rumor among the higher class adventurers. The guild has been keeping this information a secret. Uranus has been sneaking a private army onto the 24th floor. That's what I've been thinking. He's trying to erase the incident himself. He's acting suspiciously." Stretching her back, Loki muttered, "I guess we can't trust the guild then." Shaking his head, Dionysus agreed, "Nothing can be done. There's no doubt that they are all being suspicious. I guess." Loki looked towards Dionysus while thinking that he himself was pretty suspicious. "And what exactly did you want us to do?" Dionysus only kept his smile. "Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you that if I hear anything interesting I would let you know immediately? There's no catch." Facing upwards, Loki declared, "All my children are out. Visiting the 24th floor would be impossible. Would that possibly be because of the underground sewer? Damn, he's got good intuition." Loki thought while thinking about the meeting she had with her children and intention of investigating the underground sewer to scour more information, since Bet and her alone doing so was too much of a risk. "That's right. By the way, I forgot to tell you about it earlier, but while my Philvis here was investigating the underground sewer, she was knocked out by somebody, so you should be careful of other forces other than the monsters in it." Loki frowned at this information. "Well, I'm already expecting that someone else is moving in there and probably the one bringing in those monsters. But knocked her out? I'm more surprised that she's still alive." Dionysus didn't know what she's thinking, so instead, he pushed their conversation. "Is the Sword Princess around? If we could send her, she has the strength of at least 100 people." He jokingly asked and drank the tea served to him. "Ace-tan is." Loki was about to say that she's busy, but a rolled paper was suddenly dropped on her head, making her stop. "Huh?" Loki then picked up the paper and unrolled it to view its contents. Dionysus, while looking upwards, said, "A letter. A carrier pigeon. No. Someone's familiar. Looks like it." Loki then read through the letter and after finishing it, she slowly put it down on the table and did a facepalm. "Ace is currently heading to the 24th floor." Dionysus coughed and almost spat out his tea after hearing Loki. While tapping her head with her hand and laughing wryly, Loki continued, "She was given a quest and is heading to the 24th floor. This timing. Please don't worry about me. Like hell I can do that. Ace-tan, you airhead." She then faced one of her children who watched from afar and said, "Call Bet. And also Lafia. It's urgent." The Loki familia member nodded and was about to go. However, Loki interrupted her again, "And by the way, if someone wants to see me, let them in." The child was confused at her command, but nevertheless, she nodded and ran towards Bet and Lafia, who were doing the house-sitting right now. "What do you plan on doing?" Dionysus asked. "I'll have them chase after Ace. This situation seems to be related to the attack on Riviera. Will just those two be okay? This is just my intuition, but the incident on the 24th floor seems to be very dangerous. It can't be helped. The only ones left that can be of any help to Ace are Bet and Lafia. I also think that someone else is coming, but I'm not yet sure. What do you mean? Nothing. If they'll come, you'll know. Dionysus stayed silent for a moment before facing towards his child. Philvis, go with Loki's children and head to the 24th floor. Philvis was shocked at his decision. What are you saying, Dionysus-sama? What will you do without a bodyguard? Listen, Philvis, I am the one who got Loki involved due to my own selfish interests. Rather than just leaving everything to her, I need to show some sincerity. More than anything, I want Loki to trust me. Sometimes, trust can only be earned through actions. Do you understand, Philvis? Philvis could only stay silent with a complicated expression, but I am. If you could, please, Philvis. Dionysus pleaded with her again. I understand. Philvis then turned to Loki and said, Goddess Loki. If it's okay with you, would you please allow me to accompany your party? Loki didn't mind and nodded, NNN. I appreciate the thought, but, can you even keep up? Dionysus answered that question, Philvis is my only level 3. She shouldn't hold you back if it's the 24th floor. Loki's eyes widened a bit, you have a level 3. This is the first time that I'm hearing this. At the Donatus, I used a lot of money to request that the information on Philvis became restricted. This child doesn't stand out too well among the other adventurers. Maybe, I am just a little overprotective. Well, that's fine. It's true that we don't have enough people. Thank you very much. Bet and Lafia arrived and heard about Ace receiving a strange and possibly very dangerous quest and asked them to save and bring back the airhead girl along with her companions. Companions? The Sword Princess is in a party. Dionysus asked. Yeah. Who are they? Bet asked. There. Loki was interrupted when someone familiar came into her view. Oh hey, you arrived. Loki waved towards the person that her child is leading in. Everyone also looked towards the direction she was looking and all had a confused expression. Yo. Good morning, Loki-sama. I'm sorry for being late. I had to prepare some things. Yoruchi waved back with a big smile on her face. She is? Dionysus asked. Yoruchi Shihuin. Her fellow Familia members are currently with Ace, so she would be coming with the rescue team. Loki answered and faced Yoruchi again, just you. Yep. Besides, it seems that you already prepared strong reinforcements. Yoruchi said while looking towards the people she would be coming with. Chapter 421, Hermes Familia. Ace, Aika, Sona, and Kaneko arrived on the 18th floor and immediately looked for the pub called Golden Cellar Bar as the black-robed person instructed. They found the bar, which was similar to Willie's as it was a cave refurbished as a bar. Once they entered, they immediately gathered everyone's attention. In the pub, there were a total of 17 people, including the bartender, and each one of them were doing their own things. Either gambling, singing, or just plainly talking some stuff over some alcohol. And one of them is someone familiar, huh? Lillian turned towards the newcomers and waved at them once she recognized them. Hey, it's the Sword Princess, Aika, Kaneko, and Sona. What a coincidence, meeting all of you here. Lillian-san. Ace muttered. Yo, Lillian. It looks like you're still alive and kicking. Aika greeted back with a smile. It's thanks to you lot that I was able to survive that day. As thanks, let me buy you all a drink. Lillian replied while scratching the back of her head. She was the one who was carrying the jewel fetus which Hashana passed to her in secret and was almost hunted down by the red-haired Tamer. While Ace and Aika were talking to Lillian, Sona and Kaneko were doing the diligent job of observing their surroundings. After all, they can't just trust every word of that very suspicious quest giver. That's Asfi L. Andromeda. Sona thought as a certain girl with bob-cut aqua blue hair and cyan-colored eyes who was also wearing a pair of glasses came into her view. Now that I've looked at all of them, except for the bartender, everyone in here is part of the Hermes Familia. Sona knew their information because Yoruchi gave her a description of the Familia and people to watch out for. Although not very strong, the Hermes Familia caught Yoruchi's attention because, after some digging, she found out that their group would sometimes act as agents for the guild. Remembering what the black-robed person said, Ace sat down on the second seat from the right of the counter, which was, coincidentally, just beside Lillian. Huh. That seat is. Lillian panicked a bit. However, the bartender's expression didn't change and asked, what would you like to have? And just like the quest giver instructed, Ace answered, may I please have a fried potato-flavored green tea? Lillian fell from her chair. Question mark. Ace looked at her in wonder while the trio already knew what was going on after noticing the activities from their surroundings and got ready just in case a fight broke out. Ah. You people are the reinforcement. Lillian shouted while pointing at Ace, and Ace also finally got it as she looked around. Don't tell me, the person we're working with are all the customers here. Asfi stood up from her seat and went beside Lillian while asking, are you sure you aren't mistaken about her, Lillian? Hey, Asfi. Luoyun called out to her with a shaking voice. Ace looked at her and recognized her. She then helped Luoyun stand up so that she can explain the situation. Did you all accept this request as well? Luoyun thanked her and stood up and explained while wearing a wry smile. Just a few days ago, that person in the black robe appeared and asked for our help. At first, I said, no more, and rejected him but... Her voice started trailing off. Asfi, in an irritated tone, continued her words, then he threatened to rat us out for lying about our level. In the end, we got dragged along. The guild is responsible for collecting tax from familias that live in Orario based on their ranks. And the Hermes familia had many group members, which lied about their levels. They would be ranked higher if they submitted their real strength, increasing the amount of tax due. The amount of tax and fines that they have been evading was building up. You idiot. Stupid fool. You call yourself a thief. You should have just pretended to be ignorant instead of being threatened. Asfi couldn't help but lash out at Luoyun. You. Forgive me. And Luoyun already realized her mistakes. Although she had good skills as a thief, she didn't have a disposition of one. I already have my hands full from dealing with Hermes-sama's selfishness. Now I have to deal with this. Asfi held her aching head. Asfi finally remembered there are other people besides their familia in here and fixed her glasses while saying, sorry. I showed you such a pitiful sight. Not wasting any time, Asfi started explaining without questioning their presence. It's not like they had a choice. Anyway, let me go over the details of the request. Our destination is the pantry on the 24th floor. So our objectives are to find out the reason behind the large amounts of monsters appearing and to eliminate it. Am I mistaken? The pantry is a giant quartz crystal, of which 2 to 3 exist on every floor. A clear liquid flows from this crystal and monsters born in the dungeon use this as a source of nutrients. Confirming that they have received the same request, Ace nodded, yes. Well then, let me introduce our members. Asfi then introduced everyone from their side aside from Luoyun who the group already knew, and I'm Asfi Al Andromeda. I'll be giving orders to everyone from the center guard. My weapon is a short sword and I have a small number of items. Most of our statuses are at level 3. Fixing her glasses in a similar fashion as Asfi, Sona introduced themselves. I'm Sona Bao user, and this is Aika and Kaneko. A long sword and war hammer users respectively. We are from the Hestia Familia and all at level 2 and coincidentally came with Asen when she received the request. Asfi nodded at her and felt strange seeing someone with the same mannerism as her. The Sword Princess might have warned you already, but this is a very dangerous mission for a level 2 and we wouldn't be able to cover for you as we'll prioritize ourselves. We're aware of the risks and we'll be fine on our own, Sona replied. Right. For people who claim to be level 2, they are strangely strong. Luoyun added. Asfi furrowed her brows but didn't ask any further and looked towards Ace. Although everyone already knew about her, she still has to introduce herself as a formality. Loki Familia, Ace Wallenstein. My weapon is a rapier. Heaving a sigh, Asfi faced everyone from her party. Since it's like this, it can't be helped. All members, try your hardest towards the completion of the request. Especially you, Luoyun. Work as if you were about to die. I got it. Luoyun replied with a dejected face. She was not sad because she received an earful from her captain, but she was feeling guilty that her comrades had to be dragged along the problem she created. Asfi then faced Ace. I feel more confident since you're with us, Sword Princess. However, I think it will be a short party. Best regards, and also to the 3 of you. It's a pleasure. Ace and Sona replied. Asfi, with a serious face, suddenly approached and gathered Ace, Aika, Sona, and Kaneko. However, please refrain from talking about our secrets. Ah, yes. Ace could only reply such while the trio didn't know what expression they should make and wondered if this party is going to be alright. Chapter 422, Yuri Elf. When the rescue team, which consisted of Bet, Philvis, Lafia, and Yoruchi, was about to leave, Bet first questioned Loki's decision. Are you sure about this, Loki? Although I don't really like it, I can understand that the elf is coming with us as she's a level 3. But why do we have to take this level 2 baggage with us? Bet pointed at Yoruchi while asking. Dionysus and Philvis were shocked as they thought that the other reinforcement is at least a level 3 which is already the bare minimum to explore the 24th floor. Loki, you're not joking, right? She's just going to throw her life away. Loki's expression didn't change and reassured them, it's fine. She can also lead to Ace faster. She then faced the ever-smiling Yoruchi, isn't that right? Yeah. I should be able to tell the general direction they went. There are girls, after all. Yoruchi answered in an upbeat tone. Tisk. Clicking his tongue, Bet agreed since he can't actually go against Loki's decision and that it was only a waste of time. Just don't hold us back. Let's go. He then started running towards the Tower of Babel without minding his supposed companions. Well, that's just how he is, Yoruchi-kun. Don't mind his attitude too much. He's actually a pretty kind guy that can't leave others alone. Loki defended her child. I can tell that, but I don't really like his mouth and his tendency to underestimate others. There are other ways to dissuade others to not become an adventurer. Yoruchi then started running after him. Philvis and Lafia bid their farewell to their respective gods and followed after the two. What's this, Loki? You have hidden forces? Dionysus asked while looking at Yoruchi's back. Hidden forces? I don't really have them, ask Freya about that. Loki only answered as such before turning around and leaving the blonde god alone. Dionysus only stared at Loki until her back disappeared and left. It was unknown what he was thinking. On their way, the group decided that their first stop would be the 18th floor's under resort, Riviera, to gather some information on what exactly Ace and her group's objective on the 24th floor was, so they could pinpoint their exact location. Bet, however, was gobsmacked. It was supposed to be his job to lead the group, yet it was Yoruchi who was in front and he can't seem to catch up to her. Normally, the one leading is the first one who would meet the monsters and would be slowed down by them. However, Yoruchi only shifted through the crowd of rampaging monsters without any damage landing on her while the other three had to deal with killing the monsters that were blocking their way. After going through the army of minotaurs on the 17th floor, Yoruchi turned to the other three who were killing them and said with a smile, I'm going first. I'll go gather information in Riviera before we go to the 24th floor. God damn it. Bet couldn't help but be frustrated as he kicked away multiple minotaurs that were coming for him as he tried to catch up. It didn't make him feel better when he was reminded that it was him who said that Yoruchi will be holding them back. Who could have thought that a level 2, which is the weakest of them all, could outrun them? Only Lafia was not surprised about this because she heard that she was from that Hestia Familia who had monstrous level 2s which even she can't defeat. Yoruchi arrived at Riviera soon after. She could have just led the group straight towards Ace's location thanks to the key markings that Kaneko left as they travel, but she first wanted to see Sona's second letter which she placed in Riviera. Going to their agreed-upon spot, Yoruchi removed a certain rock from the wall of the 18th floor and uncovered Sona's letter. She then went through it a single time before burning it to cinders, so it's the Hermes Familia. Chances are, this is the guild's secret quest like Sona suspected. I already checked the spot where they met with the black-robed person, but that guy already erased his tracks. Yoruchi was about to go back to her group, but she suddenly noticed a mild scent of blood. It wasn't supposed to be rare as monsters would sometimes come to the 18th floor, however, what caught her attention is the scent of a person's blood on another person. Although Sona, Aika, and Kaneko's situation is urgent, she didn't want to miss this chance as it might lead to something. Besides, she could just teleport to their exact location if there's really an emergency or their lives were in danger. Yoruchi exited Riviera and followed the scent of blood and found two people dressed in white which covered everything, except for their eyes. Their attire immediately jogged a piece of certain information inside Yoruchi's head, that attire. It's similar to the description of what Evelus's members wore during its active periods. Yoruchi silently followed the two sneaking people until they reached the western side of the 18th floor and stopped at a certain spot of the wall. They waited there for a good few minutes before the wall suddenly split into two and opened like a door, revealing a large hallway beyond it. Yoruchi was dumbfounded that something like this existed and tried to follow them when they entered. However, she suddenly stopped her steps when she felt that there was some sort of surveillance placed around and didn't risk it. Yoruchi stepped back and changed her position to get a better view of the place and waited there for another half an hour to see if someone would come out. But during those times, there was no activity of any sort from it and she gave up for today. I'll bring Kasuk here after he's done with his things. She then went back to the other three and found them having devolved into drama. What now? She came into the scene where Bet was doing a wall slam on Philvis with a nasty smile painted over his face. I don't know about the details, but word is that you threw your comrades away and managed to survive on your own. Serves you right. Why are you still an adventurer? It would have been better if you had just died. Bet-san. Lafia shouted at him. Philvis, on the other hand, only smiled dejectedly. It's exactly as you said. That day, without dying alongside my familia and comrades, I continued to live in shame. Ungracefully. She then looked up to Bet with a defeated expression. You've heard the rumors, right? What are you going to do? Disband here? I might just kill you guys. Bet eyes widened as he could see genuine resignation in her eyes. He gritted his teeth and didn't like her answer at all. Smashing the wall behind her, Bet turned around and muttered as he walked away, people that I hate the most are those who literally interpret rumors like that. People like you. Lafia could only stay silent after witnessing all of that until Philvis suddenly called out to her, Lafia Voridis. Even if it's a mere rumor, don't associate with me. Don't come near me. I'm tainted. Lafia didn't know what to say. She didn't want to end it like this. Philvis was someone she looked up to after seeing her gracefully and beautifully fight through the monsters earlier. Most of all, she had a feeling that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. She wanted to say something, but no words came to her mind as she watched her leave and probably go on her own, which was very dangerous. I don't want to taint my brethren, Philvis muttered. That was the final straw as Lafia suddenly grabbed her hand and prevented her from leaving. Gritting her teeth, Philvis shouted, let go of me. I'm Dash. However, Lafia interrupted her, not tainted. Lafia looked into her eyes and said, you're not tainted. You're much more beautiful than me and, very nice. Due to the lack of her lexicon, she could only say such. Still, Philvis was not yet convinced. Oh, how would you know that? Quit spouting nonsense. We barely just met not long ago. Lafia panicked, but she still told her what was on her mind. I will continue to find out more about you. Philvis's mind blanked out after hearing her. What's this? What is this feeling? She asked herself as this is the first time she would be actually treated this way. A few seconds later, due to this strange feeling, she couldn't help but smile and laughed a little. Coo. What was that? That really isn't inappropriate. Lafia was dumbfounded, realized the underlying tone of her words and covered her face in embarrassment. Auuu. When I heard from Aika that you like girls, I didn't believe her. But after seeing this, I can't doubt her words anymore. Yoruchi approached them with a smile. Since when were you here? Lafia asked in panic. Since that guy did a wall slam. Since the beginning. And by the way, that mutt didn't actually leave and has been eavesdropping all this while. Yoruchi pointed behind her. WH-. From behind the tree, the startled bet could be heard and the two girls couldn't help but look strangely at his location. Now then. Let's go to the 24th floor. Ace and our girls are currently with the Hermes Familia and are currently heading towards the pantry of that floor. Their journey resumed with a strange awkwardness between them thanks to Yoruchi. Chapter 423, Futuristic Weapon. The Hermes Familia showcased their strength until the party reached the 24th floor. Just like they said, they lied about their levels being only at level 1 and level 2 and Asfi just being a level 3. Aside from that, their teamwork was very polished and it was very obvious that they had been doing this for a long time now. Everyone was very proud of Asfi's ability to create items when she showed a Molotov-like potion that strengthens fire magic multiple times. While Ace was amazed, the trio was not so much and all of them thought that if they asked, Kasuk could probably whip out a freaking magic rocket launcher or bazooka in just a few hours. Say. Shouldn't we ask something like that for real? He'll probably make it without question. Aika whispered to the other two. More than make, I have a feeling that he already has something like that somewhere in his inventory, Sona replied while fixing her glasses and thought about what they could do with it. I'm asking Senpai for one once we return. Kaneko, on the other hand, finalized her decision thinking how fun it would be to blast monsters with it. What are you whispering, you three? Ace asked in curiosity. Nothing. We're talking about asking our captain for some gifts. Sona answered. Although a very weird time to talk about gifts, Ace accepted her answer and said, is that so? Let's go. We're near the northern pantry. The party went on and found a parade of at least 100 monsters which was an irregular occurrence on this floor. What should we do? Lolyan asked while having a nervous expression. No matter how good their teamwork was, there was no way for their familia to take on that many monsters. Leave this to me, Ace said to everyone as she jumped down on the clusters of monsters. Wait. Asfi tried to stop her, but it was already too late. Contrary to her expectation, though, Ace annihilated all the monsters only a few minutes later and the whole Hermes Familia were gobsmacked, so this is a top-tier adventurer from a top-tier familia. Amazing. One of them said. We aren't even needed here, are we? Another one said and nobody could deny his claim. The Hermes Familia soon recovered their bearings and proceeded with their objective and navigated through the floor to reach the northern pantry which was the nearest pantry to the monster outbreak. Once they reached the only path leading to it, they were shocked to see a green wall of what seems to be plant-like matter was blocking their way. Lolyan, is this the correct path? Lolyan checked her map again in panic. It should be. I picked a path that led to the pantry. There's no way something like this should exist. Asfi thought for a moment before facing her comrades. Fulgur, Thane. Take the others and split into two groups. I want you to search the area but make sure to come back if something irregular happens. The Hermes Familia searched around to look for another path but failed to do so and decided to retreat for a bit and rest, so this is what is it? Asfi muttered as she looked at the green wall. Asfi. Lolyan asked. However, it was Sona who continued her words, if the pantry is the food source of the monsters and the way to it is blocked, it's only natural that they would look for another one. Hence, mass migration which can also be called a monster outbreak if one is not aware of the truth. Correct. The monsters, without a choice, have to move using the paths that the adventurers use and that resulted in casualties. Even if you say that, Asfi. Lolyan then looked towards the wall. What's behind this wall? Lolyan asked. We'll know once we're inside. We already identified the cause of the monster outbreak, we only have to solve this wall's existence and we'll be free to go home. The party then broke through the wall and found the original path towards the pantry. However, everything in it was already covered by the similar material as the wall, and a few seconds after everyone entered, the opening they created already closed as if a wound healed in an instant. The wall. Some of the Hermes Familia got worried, but Asfi reassured them, it's not like we can't get out. All we need to do is open a hole again. Hey, can I say something scary? Loyun caught everyone's attention while she was kicking the newly healed wall. If this disgusting jelly-like wall is a huge monster, wouldn't it mean that we're traveling inside its stomach? She ended her sentence with a disturbing laugh. Hey! Stop that. That's not a laughing matter. The party continued their journey and soon discovered that their map was already useless because they encountered multiple fork roads that shouldn't exist. A quarter of an hour of moving through maze-like terrain, they finally found something different, and those were monster ashes. Is this a monster carcass? A bulky man from Hermes Familia approached and inspected it. Asfi also approached and confirmed his guesses. Most likely this monster was able to break through the wall and was killed by something after coming all this way. That's strange. It was strange because they haven't encountered a single thing that could kill monsters. However, it was this instant that Kaneko suddenly shouted to everyone, watch out. Above us. Everyone looked up and saw plant-type monsters dropping down from the ceiling with their fangs bearing towards the party. Everyone. Prepare to fight back. Asfi commanded. It's also at this moment that the trio showed their abilities for the first time. Aika made her first move and instantly reappeared in front of the incoming monsters. With a single wave of her sword, she instantly turned two of them into ashes. During this time, Sona shouted, their magic stones are inside their mouths. Hitting it with a ranged weapon is your best bet. It's also better to use a sharp weapon instead of a blunt weapon if you want to attack its body. And most importantly, it's attracted to magic. You can use magic stones to dictate some of their movement. As she mouthed all of that, she started using her bow to take down some of the monsters too. The whole Hermes Familia was shocked at their sudden change. All this while, they thought that they were only an unnecessary addition in this party and could potentially drag everyone to danger as they were only level 2. But the moment Aika made her move, they thought that they too, just like them, were hiding their real levels. Chapter 424, Half Soul. The party was able to successfully kill all plant monsters and discussed a bit about the monsters and the comprehensive countermeasures that they can implement once they encounter them again. Although they didn't have time to talk about the trio's abilities that they just showed, the look that the Hermes Familia was giving them changed and they finally looked at them as trusty companions and not just some random addition that they had to protect. And just as they expected, more monsters came after them soon after, and this time they were coming from the place they were aiming for and from behind them. Sword Princess, can I ask you to take care of one side? Understood. Ace nodded at her and took the monsters that were coming from behind them. Let's go. With Asfi's shout, all of them moved out and Aika, Sona, and Kaneko went with the Hermes Familia to take on the front. But just as Ace separated from them, giant green pillars started dropping from above and pierced the ground between Ace and the rest of the group, effectively separating them. The plant monsters which Ace was supposed to face off retreated and a red-haired woman came walking towards her. To think you'd come on your own accord. It's just what I wished for. Ace slowly stood up from her position and faced her target. She's here, just as I thought. Long time no see, Arya. Loyun and Aika checked the pillar that separated them from Ace and both of them figured that it would take some time to break it, and with the monsters coming after them, they virtually had no time. Loyun, what's our estimated distance to the pantry from our current position? Asfi asked. If it's the same as the old map, then around 500. She answered in a worried tone. 5 more monsters from the side, reported a vanguard of the Hermes Familia. Everyone. Scatter the magic stones. Asfi commanded, and everyone who had a bag with magic stones which was previously distributed, threw it away from their group. The monsters dived towards the magic stones like they were hoping for, and they used this chance to run towards the opening it created. Run now. Asfi then threw her Molotov-like cocktail towards the monsters they left behind and commanded, Nelly, use your magic sword. Nelly, a human girl which acted as their center guard, took out her magic sword and waved it, releasing a ball of fire that hit Asfi's creation, creating a large explosion of flame that engulfed all the monsters. Loyun, we have no more time to make a map. You should avoid combat and memorize the layout with all your strength. Got it. We'll run directly to the pantry from here. Roger that. Everyone from the Hermes Familia shouted. Fulgur, take the lead. Asfi commanded their tank and looked behind her and faced the monsters that didn't die from the attack just now. I'll take the rear myself. Just as I thought, they haven't been killed off properly. Asfi deflected their attacks using her short sword. However, there were too many of them to initiate a counterattack, and so, she could only hold them off. Taking into account the situation and difference in levels, I'm the one who should stay behind to hold them back. Still, there's too many of them. But during her time of distress due to her underestimating the number of monsters, a 2-meter-long blade suddenly flashed in front of her, cutting off the tail of the monster. "Hey, I can help." Aika came with a smile. "Thanks." Asfi nodded at her and the two of them pulled away from the monsters before they took off to follow the rest. They went straight towards the pantry, cutting through the plant monsters which blocked them. Shoot, Sniper of Fairies. Penetrate, Arrow of Absolute Accuracy. Arc's Ray. With a beam of light, Lafia annihilated the monsters that blocked them on the 24th floor. "I see, you're from Wish Forest. One of the elves known for their outstanding magic power even among other elves. No wonder you are able to output that much magic power." Philvis commented. "Thank you. This is the only trait that I have." Lafia blushed at her compliment. "It's no good. My face is breaking into a smile even though we're still in battle." She then looked towards Philvis again and thought, "I've gotten closer to Philvis-san since that incident on the 18th floor, at least, I think so. It feels like I've gained a companion and a friend at the same time. It makes me happy." But someone intruded in her happy moment. "Oi, Yuri Elf, don't slow down." Yoruchi suddenly appeared in front of her face with a grin. "Wah." Lafia was startled at her sudden appearance, but a certain word caught her attention. "Yuri. What's that?" "But I feel that's incredibly rude." Once they reached the 24th floor, Yoruchi went behind everyone and they thought that her basic parameters already couldn't keep up with the monsters of this floor. Although Lafia has some doubts as she has already seen how the other three from their familia fought, and this was far from their limits, she didn't point it out as it seemed that Riviera wanted to keep their strength a secret. And Lafia's doubts were correct. Yoruchi was holding back because she could feel someone following their tracks and she was keeping an eye on him. This mana signature is weird. A hybrid of a monster and a person. Is he one of those which Sona and the rest encountered on the 18th floor with a similarly weird mana signature? Yoruchi then took a strategic position that also wouldn't garner any suspicion to take a glimpse at their stalker. Once the stalker entered the corner of her eyes, she immediately memorized his figure but couldn't find much about it as he was wearing a black cloak and a black mask that covered his whole face, including his eyes. However, a split second later, something else came into her view. His soul. What? Another half soul. Then she looked towards Philvis who was talking happily with Lafia and, coincidentally, also had only a half of her soul. What's this? What's going on? But Yoruchi didn't have time to contemplate this as she felt the disturbance at the destination they were supposed to go and reached the green wall. "What's this?" Bet asked as he stopped in front of the wall to inspect it. Yoruchi didn't have time to listen to their guesses and directly smashed the wall in front of them. No time for that. Things are heating up inside. Then she went in first with amazing speed and left behind everyone. What? Chapter 425, Decision. It took the Hermes Familia and the trio's party a quarter of an hour to reach the entrance to the pantry due to waves of monsters rushing at them. But strangely, once they reached the area near the pantry, the plant monsters disappeared. After they saw a glimpse of the pantry and no sight of monsters around, they took this chance to recover their stamina and injuries through potions. After a few minutes, the group got ready and started walking towards the red light of the crystal which is the pantry. When they were about to reach the room where the crystal was, Kaniko's ears perked up and she put on a serious face. "There's a lot of people inside. And one of them is strong. We're not a match." Sona nodded at her and faced Asfi. "I think we should retreat." Asfi was shocked at Kaniko's statement, but she was more surprised at Sona's decision. "They haven't even seen anyone yet, much less gauge their strength. We won't really know until we see and fight them." Sona could only stay silent. Although she trusts Kaniko, the others don't have any basis of the same trust, nor did she have any evidence that'll convince them. "I know you only came with the Sword Princess and got involved in this mess. You don't have a reason to risk your lives. As we do so, it'll be fine for you to retire here and escape to safety." Asfi saw the hesitation in Sona's eyes and gave them a way out. "Asfi is right. You three originally only got dragged in this mess. Although that doesn't change the fact that you saved us multiple times and we're very grateful for that. You don't have to worry, we'll give you a part of the reward for all the work you've done all this time." Keeks, a human and the one who kept bothering their captain, trying to impress her, said with a smile and a thumbs up. "Once we return to the surface, allow me to buy you a drink as thanks." Lulyun added. Everyone from the Hermes Familia was smiling at them and regarded them highly because of the actions that immensely helped them and potentially saved some of their members' lives, contrary to how they looked at them at the start of this quest. A small girl with medium-length purple hair and pale blue eyes came out from the back of their group and shyly went in front of Kaniko. She was wearing a purple hat, purple robe, and brown shoes. Meryl, the sole magic user of the group, "Thank you very much. For saving me back then." She then hurriedly went back to their rearguard where she can be safe. "Well then, let's go." With Asfi's cue, the Hermes Familia simultaneously turned around and faced the entrance to the pantry before running towards it, leaving the trio behind. The trio could only stay silent as they went through the entrance, and they could hear the shouts of the battle soon after. So these are adventurers, huh? Unless they knew for sure that they'd lose their lives, they would tackle the mystery head-on. Sona sighed and turned around. If Kasuk is here, he would happily accept this arrangement as there are no more benefits for him, but we're not Kasuk, and will never be. Aika added with a big smile. Kaneko nodded. They are also good people, though they really have bad habits. And Meryl is cute. Soon after, they heard an explosion and their expression changed. Let's go and give Kasuk a headache. Aika shouted as she ran towards the entrance of the pantry. Kaneko immediately followed her. I think Senpai will be fine with that. Of course, Sona won't be left behind, just don't risk it. Yoruchi is probably coming soon. Roger that. Both of them answered. As soon as they reached the room where the pantry was, they were gobsmacked at the scene of the Hermes Familia running away from what seemed to be suicide bombers. Dang it, to think it would evolve into this within just a minute or two. Aika hurriedly pulled out her throwing knives and aimed for the forehead of the white-dressed people, instantly killing them. However, that didn't do much as the comrades of this suicide bombers would come near the dead body and activate the trigger of the bomb. These guys are crazy. Aika, hold back those guys. Kaneko, help those who need healing. I'll support both of you from behind. Sona commanded. The two nodded and went to their respective works. Kaneko went beside the human girl who was healing the injured male elf who got caught in an explosion when he tried to save Lolyun from the first explosion and smashed the face of another suicide bomber, caving it in and instantly killing him. Why you guys? Nellie, the leader of the rear guard and the one healing the injured elf, Thane, was shocked at the sudden reinforcement. A second later, however, she recovered, and focused on healing her comrade. Thank you. Kaneko checked on them and figured that they would be fine. She then went to others who needed help. On the way to others, Kaneko got besieged by numerous bombers. However, arrows flew one by one, killing them. Sona was keeping an eye on her. Why did you come back? Asfi asked Sona, who went beside her. We figured that we might as well finish this quest, Sona answered simply while sniping people with her bow. But before Asfi could say anything, Aika shouted from the front line, incoming monsters. And soon as she said that, an almost overwhelming number of monsters came out of the ground. The man-eating plant monsters, however, didn't just attack Sona and Asfi's group but also indiscriminately ate those from the other side. That, however, also didn't deter the other side, and they kept exploding themselves, making the situation more chaotic and unpredictable. These guys are hopeless. Sona commented. Gritting her teeth, Asfi decided, I'm cutting through. We have to take out that guy who seems responsible for controlling these monsters, or else, we'll just get tired and die. Are you certain? That Tamer is probably around level 5, Sona asked. Of course not, however, as long as I can catch him off guard, I have a chance and I'm betting on it. Fine. I'll cover your flank. Good luck. Sona readied her bow and calculated who was going to be in Asfi's way once she ran out. Thank you. Asfi expressed her gratitude before running towards the leader with the speed of a level 4. Chapter 426, Backup. Asfi rushed through the enemies while Sona covered her sides with her arrows. Keeks was also present to help and assisted her using throwing stones. A few seconds later, Asfi reached the leader of the suicide bombers and cut his neck. Although that didn't do much as they are already crazy in the first place to follow these commands, Asfi moved towards the masked tamer that is controlling the plant monsters which he has been calling Violas. You should have just let yourself get eaten by the Violas. The masked tamer muttered to no one in particular, kill her. With his command, 10 viola tails came out of the ground and aimed to pierce her. Asfi immediately dodged to the side, GUH. But due to this, she was also trapped between the rocks and would have no way to dodge the incoming mouth of Viola. You move well, adventurer. Or should I say, Perseus? Nevertheless, die. But instead of panic, Asfi only sighed and touched her sandals, Teleria. Asfi then soared high up, dodging the multitude of Violas. What? The masked tamer exclaimed. Even the suicide bombers had to stop their movements to witness this ridiculous sight of a human flying. Is she flying, in the air? Teleria. A magic item created by Perseus, Asfi al Andromeda. Each sandal has 2 wings that enable the wielder to fly. It has been kept secret because of its ability. You've made me use this. I'll have to kill you perfectly now. She then threw a bag worth of explosive potions towards the monsters on the ground. Crap. Keeks, who was the nearest, had to find cover and duck down to avoid friendly fire. A series of explosions erupted among the monsters along with raging fire, killing most of them. And using the sound and clouds of dust her explosion created as cover, Asfi flew towards the tamer's back and aimed her short sword towards his chest. The tamer felt her movements and turned around, however, too slow. Asfi already arrived and plunged her sword, and the tamer is already too late to dodge. But that didn't go as she expected, as the tamer didn't need to dodge in the first place. The Tamer grabbed her sword with his bare hand and it only managed to make his hand bleed a little. What? Asfi tried to pull out her sword, however, it won't move. The grip was so strong, she had no choice but to abandon her sword. Even so, take this. She's already too late as the Tamer grabbed the collar of her clothes using his other free hand and threw her towards the ground. Gah. What strength? I have to keep my distance. Asfi immediately tried to get away. Where did he go? Nonetheless, the Tamer already disappeared from his spot when she recovered her footing. The Tamer reappeared behind her and whispered to Asfi, "You forgot something." Before stabbing the sword he got from Asfi on her back and piercing through her stomach. Asfi shouted by her comrades and tried to cut through the crowd, however, they failed to do so. I know full well how tough adventurers are. You'd normally recover easily from this. Not satisfied, the Tamer twisted the sword, twisting her inside, ahhh. Ah! And it resulted in unbearable pain for Asfi that tears came out of her eyes. Don't touch Asfi-san. Keeks came out of his hiding spot, with you dirty hands. He planned to throw a distraction, but the Tamer already saw through it and just slapped away his small smoke bomb. You're going to die first, then. Viola's. A single tail came out of the ground near Keeks, but since he's currently airborne, he doesn't have a way to dodge and would be killed in an instant. Keeks. However, the grim future they were expecting didn't happen as a giant snake made out of water came and swept Keeks up using its mouth, stealing him from the jaws of death. What? The Tamer was once again shocked. But before he could make sense of what's happening, a blade aiming for his neck and a warhammer aiming for his chest suddenly came in and he had to drop Asfi to jump back fast enough to dodge those silent but deadly attacks that aimed at his vitals. Not letting him recover, Aika rushed towards him while Kaneko took care of Asfi. Coming in front of him, Aika immediately executed one of her techniques, Nade-giri, clean sweep, and slashed horizontally towards his neck as it seems to be his weak point considering the mana gathering around it is weaker than the rest. Yet, the Tamer was able to use both of his arms to block her blade. The same move that cut the Goliath's leg off only cut the Tamer's arm bone deep. Seriously. Aika couldn't help but smile wryly as she retreated. The Tamer put down his arms and everyone can see that the wound on it already started healing and closing. What's this? Where did you come from? I didn't know that there are adventurers like you. Oh. Are you saying that you know every adventurer in the city? Aika asked while maintaining her stance. She chose to entertain him since she can already feel Yoruichi's Ryatsuki closely coming in. I at least knew of everyone remarkable. It's the least I can do to destroy that shitty place. The Tamer replied as he started walking towards Aika. Sona arrived using her water serpent and took care of Asfi in Kaneko's place. What a collection of weird magic. The Tamer commented as he observed the water serpent and recalled Aika's sudden reappearance in front of him. Be careful. Sona reminded the two that took a stance against the Tamer. Sona had to get away with Asfi as she couldn't help much in regards to close combat. I should ramp up my close combat training. She thought while riding away. A few seconds later, the Tamer versus Aika and Kaneko clash began. While the Tamer was doing his best to catch the two, Aika and Kaneko played it safe by only counterattacking and evading using their flash step. The Tamer didn't know what's going on anymore as they can both apparently use the same magic and the weird thing is, he can't hear any chant as it activated abruptly without any sign. Sona arrived at the place where the Hermes Familia is still battling the Violas and suicide bombers, Asfi. They came welcoming their comrade who almost died. Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't know how we could thank you enough. Without you guys, Keeks and Asfi probably would have met their end. And maybe including us. Lulyun came crying. However, she was only greeted by Sona's angry expression. Don't leave your position. We're not out of danger yet. Use a defensive formation and take advantage of the remaining magic stones by luring those monsters towards those bombers. Keeks-san, make sure that nobody comes near this place. Meryl, don't use any magic for now. Same for you, Nelly-san, don't use those magic swords yet. They could be our lifeline later. A stream of command came out from her. Due to the pressure she's giving off, the Hermes Familia were compelled to follow. Why yes ma'am. But we can't keep this up. We have to escape before our supplies and stamina are depleted. Nelly asked what concerns her. Don't worry, reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements. Yes. What came to everyone's mind is the sword princess who hasn't shown herself. Okay. Nelly nodded with renewed motivation. While the Hermes Familia were keeping the enemies at bay, Sona used this chance to heal Asfi. Asfi already gathered her bearings as the pain slowly disappeared. What about your companions? They are going to be fine. Sona answered, but honestly, they are probably using their everything just to predict that Guy's movement as their only choice is to dodge. A single mistake would be costly. She thought. The situation continued for a few more minutes, and the Tamer's patience was already running thin. Damn you all. He planned to smash the ground so that his opponent's movements could be sealed. However, before he could do so, the wall not by the Hermes Familia exploded into pieces, revealing several figures beyond it. Huh? Who are you guys? Vannergand. The Tamer muttered as he looked towards their direction. EY. Just a bit of a distraction and you already lost your awareness. A voice of a girl then suddenly resounded on top of him before a knife was thrust in his mouth. Gah. Ka. The Tamer thrashed wildly to throw off the woman stepping on his head. The woman, on the other hand, only effortlessly jumped away and arrived beside Aika and Kaneko. Hey, good work out there. Yoruchi. Both of them shouted in happiness. Chapter 427, Playing with the Enemy. She was just beside us the moment you made the opening, right, Bet-san? Philvis-san. Lafia asked. Bet and Philvis could only stare blankly at Yoruchi, who already made her move and injured the leader figure of the enemy. Whatever. What is this place? Bet asked after seeing the battles happening around the red crystal being coiled around by a much larger plant monster. Several forces are jumbled together. And the pantry? What's that? A new monster. Bet then faced Lafia. I'll buy you some time. In the meantime, you get rid of those man-eating flowers. As Lafia started casting, the Violas also gathered their attention to her while Bet and Philvis started intercepting them. One of the suicide bombers managed to creep up on them and a shouted warning came from the Hermes Familia. Hey! Be careful. He's... But before Lolyun could finish her sentence, Bet casually turned around and kicked the man in the face, sending him flying and exploding in the air. You're too slow. Bet muttered. And this time, Lafia managed to finish her chant and is ready to fire off her magic. What magic power? Meryl thought and warned everyone, everyone, run away. With her warning, everyone from the Hermes Familia found a hiding place, Fusillade Fallerica. Using almost all of her magic power, Lafia managed to annihilate all the Violas crawling on the surface. You're... Lafia, right? Lolyun shouted after she came out of her hiding place and came running to them. Lafia turned to the voice and exclaimed, Lolyun-san. Why are you here? But Bet intercepted Lolyun's approach and grabbed her collar. Hey, where's Ace? Answer me. Due to the pressure coming from him, Lolyun couldn't help but shake, but she still did her best to answer. The Sword Princess was with us, but she got separated. Separated. Seeing her chance, Lolyun immediately pleaded, besides that, please, help us. She then pointed towards the Tamer that Yoruchi has been tossing around all this time. I bet that guy over there knows what's wrong with this place and also about the man-eating flowers. As Lolyun turned around, she was gobsmacked at what's happening to the Tamer that her voice trailed off at the end of her sentence. She's playing with him. While Bet, Lafia, and Philvis were dealing with the Violas, Yoruchi was dealing with the Tamer. Each time the Tamer would throw an attack, Yoruchi would only redirect his attack and would use his own force to toss him around, which resulted in a very infuriated man. You bitch. He couldn't understand why this is happening. He can tell that her basic parameters are only of a level 3 at most, but as if she's predicting the future, she would already have a response to whatever action he did, and what's weirder is that each time his attack fails, the strength behind it would be sent back to him. Aside from the infuriation and confusion, fear also started crawling towards his mind and stressing him out. When Yoruchi noticed that they are already done on the other side, she called out, Hey, Wolfie. Stop bullying the girl and deal with this guy. The Sword Princess should be fine. Bet was startled and woken up from his stupor when he was called. Although he witnessed something ridiculous and didn't really know how to react to that, he still acted tough. Hey, aren't you doing fine? Don't be ridiculous. This guy is at least a level 5. A level 2 like me has no way of hurting him. Without revealing more than this, Yoruchi replied as she dodged the Tamer's attack. You're the ridiculous one here. Bet, Lafia, and Philvis simultaneously thought, while the Hermes Familia thought they were hearing a bad joke. A level 2. Could you not tell such an obvious lie? Hey. What's the holdup? I can play with this guy all day, but I'm a busy woman. I can't do that. Yoruchi urged Bet as she separated from the Tamer. You can do this all day. They did their best to not shout this out in fear that they are the weird ones in this situation. The Tamer too doesn't know what's going on, but he would rather deal with Bet Loga instead of this unknown adventurer who he can't figure out, so he also separated from her. Scratching his head, Bet finally agreed. He figured he can't leave her alone and it would be much better, with her speed, to help with the rescue. TCH, it's a bother, but I'll do it. We still need to find Ace, however, I don't like that guy's eyes. He then dashed towards the Tamer who's already waiting for him and given up on chasing the strange woman. The Tamer called for more Violas to distract everyone and clashed with Bet. Finally, he can show his true strength and everyone can finally witness a proper fight between first classes. There they go. I wanted to have a proper fight too, but there are too many eyes around. Yoruchi mutters to herself while she watches the two clash with each other. A second later, Aika and Kaneko both came to her with shining eyes. That was so cool. How did you do that? Aika asked excitedly. I want to learn that too. Kaneko said with the same excitement. For you to do that, you still need a lot more experience. There are no shortcuts to it as that kind of skill requires various prerequisites. Yoruchi answered them while patting their heads. Good job on holding him back, by the way. Let's go to Sona's side first. The three went to Sona and Asfi's side while annihilating the Veelas on the way. When they arrived, Asfi could already stand up and was getting ready to assist everyone. Yo, Sona. Good work. Yoruchi greeted. Yoruchi. Thank you for coming. Sona smiled happily. Stop that. No thanks are needed. Though, only I could come since the other three were busy, especially Kasuk. We understand. However, allow me to express it just this one time. Also, we're sorry that we got dragged into this problem. Yoruchi patted the overly serious girl's head. Stop it, stop it. Didn't Kasuk already tell you that you can do whatever you want? The rest of us also think the same. By the way, do you plan to get involved all the way? Aika, Kaneko, and Sona looked and nodded at each other. Sona then faced Yoruchi again. Yes. We already got involved. We want to see through this conspiracy until the end. We also want our own adventure. Yoruchi smiled. This will be a valuable experience for everyone. And they should also realize how heavy their decision is down the road. She then took a glimpse at a certain corner of the pantry. I plan to catch Philvis's other half, but for our girls, I'll let you off for now. Well then, the battle isn't over yet. Go and assist the others. Make sure no one gets killed. We can get some compensation from them later. Yoruchi shoved them away. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko could only smile wryly. She's the closest to Kasuk, all right. Asfi, who had been listening all along, only got confused, but I can at least tell that this Yoruchi is acting as their superior, senior, and teacher. This weird familia, where did they come from? How did they evade our radar until now? Chapter 428, A Genius. The Tamer and Bet's battle was at a standstill for a few seconds until the Tamer decided to provoke the werewolf. Vannergand, I see that you came following after the Sword Princess. Bet stopped for a moment. What did you do with Ace? With a sneer, the Tamer said, my comrade is attending to her. She's probably getting tortured right now, after having her arm severed or something like th. Before he could even finish his words, however, a flurry of high-speed attacks came after him and the Tamer had to defend himself with all his might. He became even faster. I'll kill you. With words more intense than ever, Bet started to push the Tamer back. The Tamer was notified inside his head that more Veelas were already available and called them out to assist him. Veelas. The sudden increase of enemies pushed Bet back. Lafia, on the other hand, started chanting her magic in hopes of getting the Veelas' attention. However, the Tamer commanded the monsters to focus only on Bet. Forget the girl, Veelas. Kill the werewolf first. Without much choice, Philvis had to go out and assist Bet while Lafia continued her chanting. Philvis wanted to assist Bet in dealing with the monsters. However, she found an opening against the Tamer and started casting her magic, Sweep, Holy Staff of Crushing Evil. Dio Thursos. A blast of golden lightning that came after the Tamer. However, Bet could only see this as a wrong move. That idiot. Since he's battling with him, he knew just how resilient the Tamer is and figured that Philvis' super short chant magic, even with the help of the mage development ability, won't do any damage to her opponent. And just as he expected, the Tamer simply caught the magic with his bare hand and dashed towards Philvis, kicking her away. Too weak. Philvis was disoriented. Even so, she could still see the Tamer following her with a follow-up attack. Die. Philvis-san. Lafia shouted in horror. But before the Tamer could touch Philvis, Bet suddenly came beside her and kicked her away, resulting in him being in the attack trajectory of the Tamer, which is what he's aiming for all along. Oh great. I can't dodge it. But the Tamer's expression suddenly changed as he took back his hand and bent backward. In that instant, a flash appeared and a wound took shape on his neck. Hey, don't forget about me. Aika muttered with a sneer. It was not a fatal wound. It was far from one, but the opening that Aika created was enough for Bet to counterattack. Bet was able to overwhelm him for a moment, but the Tamer took advantage of his incredibly durable body to catch all of his attacks in exchange for a single full power punch which broke both of Bet's dual daggers when he tried to block it. Coup. The Tamer finally had an advantage. However, before he could do anything, Lafia's magic finished. Although Lafia is hesitating in firing it due to Bet's close proximity, with his signal, she finally knew what to do. Arc's Ray. A white blast of energy came out of Lafia's staff and came near Bet and the Tamer. The Tamer knew that it was for him, so he used his hands to block the magic again. Seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. However, contrary to his expression, the blast suddenly curved and missed him. It instead went towards Bet. More specifically, to his boots, Flossford. The Flossford absorbed Lafia's magic and used it to amplify his own power. Well done. With a grin on his face, Bet aimed for the Tamer's face. Now die. The Tamer was blasted away and stopped at the wall of the pantry, destroying it. Even with his incredibly resilient body, he took multiple serious injuries. More importantly, the mask on his face was finally off. The Tamer stood up again and everyone could see his wounds healing rapidly despite not using any healing magic. The dust settled down and they could finally see his face. That, however, shocked them more than the healing itself. Vendetta Olivas act. Asfi shouted in horror. It was too unexpected that a dead person was standing in front of them. Even Yuruchi frowned as she already saw Olivas's portrait, and if others are identifying him as such, then she has no reason to doubt that the person is Olivas, well, at least the body. Once all the dust settled down, with his attire blown off due to the force of Bet's kick, most of his body was also revealed. Half of his body was made out of monster parts, while in the middle of his chest is a richly colored magic stone which is also found among the plant monsters. As it turns out, Olivas' act was revived from the nightmare of the 27th floor. Olivas revealed that he was revived by her with the sole purpose of wanting to see the surface. Since then Olivas's main goal became the destruction of the Orario, which acts as the lid to the dungeon to keep monsters in. Philvis, as the survivor of that nightmare, wanted to fight and kill Olivas. However, when she saw that Lafia, one of the few people who accepted and reached out to her, was in trouble, she prioritized saving her. It's also her struggle to break the curse of the Banshee. Viscum. Crush everyone in here. With his command, a gigantic plant monster, the same one that was parasitizing the pantry crystal, emerged from the ground. Just with its enormous size, a body slam from it could prove fatal to everyone. And along with this Viscum, 50 more Velas came out, trying to overwhelm everyone. But just as Olivas thought that he already had the absolute advantage, a certain part of the wall exploded and the red-haired Tamer was seen flying out from it in distress. Revis. Olivas shouted. From the same wall, a golden-haired girl walked out. Although there were cuts on her armor and she was catching her breath, Ace was relatively unscathed from their battle. A big difference compared to the time, when she couldn't even put up a fight against the red-haired Tamer on the 18th floor. Bet, Lafia, and the rest of the Hermes Familia sighed in relief when they saw her doing fine. Olivas clicked his tongue on his comrade. Are you just all talk, Revis? How pitiful. The wounded Revis could only groan. Although her wounds are healing, it'll take some time for her to move to her full capacity again. Olivas then turned to the Sword Princess direction. I wouldn't consider this little girl to be Arya, however, if she desires it. Stop. Revis tried to warn him, but Olivas only ignored her and raised his hand. Viscum. Commanding the giant plant monster to attack Ace, I doubt it'd be a problem if we bring back a dead body. Ace-san. Lafia shouted in horror. Even so, Ace's expression didn't change. Although she didn't step into level 6, she still gained substantial excelia from defeating the monster Rex of the 37th floor, Udius, alone. And not just that, she admired the fighting style of Finn when he fought and overwhelmed Revis on the 18th floor, which is focused on reading his opponent's next movement and precision. During her downtime after she returned from Kasuk's examination, she asked Finn how to improve her style and precision. As a genius sword user, which she inherited from her father, it only took her a day to improve immensely. This resulted in her defeating Revis quite easily. But all this time, she restricted herself from using her wind. Not even using it in her battle against Revis. So when a giant monster came after her, she recalled Sona's words regarding her magic, sharper. I have to make it sharper. Don't get constrained at the label. Use it however I want. Calming her mind, she gathered her magic power. Here I come. Tempest. Activating her magic, she imagined her wind to go along with the blade of her sword and slash towards the giant plant monster. A second later, a gust of wind passed through the monster and bisected it. Not just a genius sword user, but Ace was also a genius wind user. Chapter 429, Demonic Power. I'm sorry everyone. I messed up the scheduling. A power unbefitting of a super short chant magic was unleashed. What? Olivas couldn't help but stumble backward at the unbelievable sight of instant magic instantly killing his most prized monsters, the Viscum. Among all the shocked people, only Lafia, who was training under the strongest mage in the city, was unable to stop her trembling body, a super short chanted enchantment. That's what Ace-san's Ariel should be. She's not a native magic user like elves. There's no way a human like Ace-san could have this kind of power. Ace-san, your wind is abnormal. Due to releasing her magic, the fetus in the jewel near the pantry crystal opened its eyes and screamed out. Even then, it didn't manage to wake most of them from the stupor, and Lafia continued her line of thought, Ace-san's wind, it's definitely the reason why the level 5 Ace-san was one of the strongest in the city. If she were to reach level 6, she'll definitely surpass the captain in close combat using her wind. Cool. Still, even if we can't kill the sword princess. Vielas. Still not giving up, Olivas commanded, I don't care if it's only for a moment. Stop the sword, princess. Viscum. Crush the others. Another gigantic plant monster appeared from the ground and Yoruchi couldn't help but think that this part of the dungeon is pretty infested. However, as adventurers, since they've seen it once, they won't be in shock as much and cooperated against the monster, resulting in it not being able to last even a minute. Meanwhile, Ace instantly annihilated the plant monster that was sent to her, leaving only the two tamers. And no way. Olivas couldn't accept the fact that the situation was suddenly turned against them and the fear for his life started creeping in on him again. Guh. I can't believe it. There's no way I'd lose. I. Olivas muttered to himself while cold sweat began to cover his face. Sona slowly walked forward and faced the tamer. It seems your man-eating flowers are no more. However, contrary to what the Hermes Familia, Lafia, and Philvis were thinking, she couldn't say that it's already over since there's still the Viscum coiling around the crystal, the jewel fetus, and finally the other tamer, which seems much more level-headed. And just as she expected, the red-haired tamer called Revis came in front of Olivas, blocking the adventurers from approaching him. Ace readied her sword once again for another clash. Revis. Finding hope, Olivas stood up again while smiling. Heh, that's right. We surpassed all other races when we were chosen by her. There's no way we'd lose. Buy me some time, Revis. Once I've healed up, we can attack them together and... However, Revis interrupted his words and muttered, what a farce. Huh. Olivas couldn't understand her. Revis then suddenly turned to his direction and used her hand to pierce through his chest, grabbing his richly colored magic stone. Everyone was surprised at the sudden turn of events. Even Olivas didn't see it coming. This. What, are? I need more power, that's all. No matter how many Velas I eat, it doesn't amount to much. Revis explained simply while she tries to pull out Olivas's magic stone. Wait. I'm a human chosen by her, just like you. Olivas tried to reason with her. Chosen? Do you think that thing is a goddess or something? In response, however, Revis only sneered at him. There's no way that thing is an imperial existence. You and me. We are just its tentacles. Even then, Olivas continued to speak. Are you seriously going to kill your only comrade? If I'm not there, you can't protect. But his words were cut short when Revis finally pulled out his magic stone, and like any other monster, Olivas turned into ashes as he dropped down with regret on his face. Don't misunderstand. Revis muttered to the dead Olivas as she threw the magic stone in her mouth. I've always had to protect it myself, and I'll keep on doing so. Ace could feel the sudden surge in magic power from Revis. Was that a magic stone? Since she didn't know Olivas's true form as she busy fighting Revis, she asked internally. Revis then faced Ace again and suddenly disappeared from her spot. Ace had to put up her sword to defend herself from Revis's sudden strike. However, unlike before, she couldn't contend in strength anymore and flew away like a meteor, hitting the wall of the pantry. Revis, not letting her go, followed. What? Even Bet was shocked at this sight as he followed them with his sight. What? Ace too couldn't believe that she suddenly lost in terms of strength and gritted her teeth. She's like a different person compared to before. So you're still able to talk. Guess it wasn't enough. With another stroke of her natural weapon, she sent Ace flying again. Dang it. Bet followed them with Lafia behind. Ace-san. She got stronger by eating a magic stone. Is she a strengthened species or something? Lolyun also tried to follow them, but Asfi immediately stopped her. Wait. We won't be much help in our current state. More than that, we need to focus on that jewel. It's definitely at the center of this whole incident. We need to secure that jewel. With Asfi's words, several members of the Hermes Familia immediately moved out now that the only protection of the jewel, Revis, is gone. However, they were beaten to it when a robed and masked person came to it first and grabbed the jewel. They still have allies. Revis, on the other hand, shouted to this mysterious figure, it's not complete yet, but it's grown enough. Take it to Inio. With a masked voice, the robed person answered, got it. And speedily ran away. The Hermes Familia and even the trio tried to catch up to her, but he's already too far away and very fast. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko knew that Yoruchi could have caught the mysterious person, but she didn't move from her spot. They now finally realized that they won't get much assistance regarding this problem that they took on. But instead of being upset from this, the trio only smiled as they knew that they are trusted to be left alone. Viscum. Keep giving birth until you shrivel up. With another command from Revis, the Viscum silently coiled around the pantry all this time with an unknown purpose, suddenly shook and the light from the crystal became dim as more and more Velas kept emerging from the floor, walls, and ceiling. Hey. Aren't there too many of them? Muttered by Hermes Familia's vanguard leader. Asfi was speechless at the sight of hundreds of Velas emerging. Even with their peak number earlier, it only reached around 50 to 80 monsters and they are already having a hard time dealing with them. No way. Is it giving birth throughout the entire pantry? A few of those monsters started diving down towards the group. They're coming. It's impossible. Don't get separated. You'll get crushed. A monster party. There are 300. No, 400. Possibly more. Asfi estimated the other party. Up until now, we've used up all our weapons, stamina, and reinforcements. We can't break through this. Please don't make a face like that, Asfi-san. We're not done yet. Sona Citri. What are you? Before Asfi could finish her words, however, Sona suddenly unleashed her demonic power for the first time. What are you? Chapter 430, Army. Anne, I'm sorry everyone. Please go back to the previous chapter. I messed up the scheduling. The last time that Sona used her demonic power was back when they went against the Minotaurs on Kasuk's arrangements and she was still very weak back then. Until now, Sona only utilized a bit of her demonic power while she used her magic with mostly mana from the surroundings. But this time, she removed that restriction, fully displaying her innate skill. A mana that doesn't exist from any person or monster was unleashed on the world. What are you? Hence, Asfi's confusion and question. Bet had asked Lafia to help and deal with the situation as she's the only one who had enough firepower to annihilate all the monsters here. But as she and Philvis made their way towards everyone, both of them almost stumbled at the sudden change in the atmosphere. What is this? Both of them muttered. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Sona told Asfi to let everyone gather around her. Since the situation was urgent, Asfi trusted Sona and called everyone, including Lafia and Philvis who came. By the way, Lafia-san. How much time would it take you to cast magic strong enough to defeat all these monsters? Sona asked Lafia. Suddenly being addressed by someone who was emitting a weird magic power startled Lafia greatly. But she's also aware of the situation and answered, 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. I see. 3 minutes. But by then, we would have a casualty or two. Hearing that, Lafia could only grit her teeth as she couldn't deny her. I have a magic that I can be used to turn the situation around, however, I would still be needing your help, Lafia-san. Lafia looked up to her and asked, help? Sona nodded, yes. Although I specialize in magic, it's magic based on manipulation and technique. I lack the necessary firepower to kill them all. Sona then faced her, so we'd really appreciate it if you could start chanting now. Lafia is, of course, doubtful of her claim, however, it's also true that she has to cast her high-powered magic in order to get them out of this situation regardless of her abilities. Nodding to her, Lafia started chanting her magic. While it's true that Sona's magic is manipulation and technique type, it doesn't mean she doesn't have any way to annihilate these monsters. She asked Lafia to do it mainly because she wanted to have insurance in case she failed. Another reason is that she wanted to experiment with her magic for a bit amidst this crisis. If others, who were risking their lives, were to know what she's thinking, a rain of criticisms would fall on her. But, of course, no one would think that she would be experimenting in this situation, except the other 3 who knew about her abilities and were watching her with a wry smile. She finally got Kasuk's bad habit. Yoruchi, Aika, and Kaneko all thought. While fixing the position of her glasses, Sona took a look at the incoming army of monsters which numbered around 400 to 500 heads. Now then. First, I'll test my accuracy against moving targets. Raising her arm towards the rushing Violas, 5 blue magic circles simultaneously appeared in front of her. Everyone from the Hermes Familia and Philvis were preparing to intercept the monsters. They didn't know what Sona was planning, but they knew that she was a magic user and would need some time to cast her magic. However, they were frozen in place when 5 magic circles suddenly manifested in front of her. It's a well-known fact that a magic circle only appears when one has mage development ability. And even with that, it only appears when one is chanting and the magic is about to fire off. However, neither of those happened, and what's more head-splitting is the fact that 5 appeared at once. Meanwhile, Lafia almost lost her concentration due to this, but she was able to continue her chanting despite being incredibly confused. Water started compressing in the middle of the magic circles, and a few seconds later, highly compressed water shot out, hitting the Viola's magic stone in their mouth, 5 targets with 100% accuracy. Now on to next. The next moment, 5 more magic circles appeared. With 10 magic circles around Sona, all of them started shooting highly compressed water, 10 targets, 80% accuracy. Let's add some more. Manifesting another 5 magic circles, Sona continued her experiment, 15 targets, 50% accuracy. This is my current limit, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. In the minute that Sona was experimenting, the Violas already reached their spot and everyone had to defend the magic casters. But this was not Sona's concern, as she trusts her companions, especially Aika and Kaneko, to do a great job of fending off the monsters. After she had enough testing her shooting skills, Sona moved to the next part. Putting her hands together, she gathered water from the surroundings and the very humid dungeon air became obviously drier. Not just from her surroundings, but Sona also caught Ace, Bet, and Revis's attention who were battling from the distance. With a large amount of water in her control, Sona casted the magic she's most familiar with, shaping the water into beasts. Raising both of her hands and using most of her demonic power, Sona manifested 5 large hawks with sharp talons, 3 3-meter-tall wolves with sharp claws, 2 5-meter-tall valiant lions, and a 50 meters long and 2 meters wide serpent. With her own army, Sona took on the army of plant monsters. Everyone else stopped what they were doing because all of the Veelas left them and attacked Sona's army because of its thick magic power, giving them enough time to think what the hell was happening. What is this magic? Philvis asked herself. As an elf, she did her study regarding magic and its different types. However, she never ever heard of magic that is capable of summoning monsters or anything that is remotely close to it, a unique magic. Sona's water beast army wrestled with the Veelas. Although they were outnumbered, these beasts were still bodies of water and physical attacks aren't that effective, which is the only way that Veelas can attack. The Veelas skirmished with Sona's army for a good 3 minutes and the beasts managed to kill around 200 monsters and could very well have annihilated them if given enough time. But Lafia also finished chanting her magic so Sona recalled her army and dispersed them, absorbing back the demonic power she used. My name is Alf. Ray Levitine. Using her teacher's magic, Lafia annihilated the rest of the monsters and fell down due to expending all of her mana. Revis clicked her tongue when she saw that all Veelas were already gone. Realizing that those weaklings below already did their job spectacularly, Bet couldn't dilly-dally anymore and made an opening for Ace by sacrificing his own leg. Thanks to Bet, Revis' defenses opened up a bit and Ace was able to swoop in, slashing at her chest using her magic. Revis flew out with injuries all over her body but she was still able to stand up. You barely missed my magic stone. It seems I can't beat the current you. Although they're not fatal, she has a considerable number of injuries. And on top of that, she doesn't have any allies left. Ace questioned her still apparent confidence. Revis then touched the wall behind her. This pillar is the core of the pantry. She said while touching the crystal where she landed, do you know what'll happen if I break this? Ace immediately ran towards her as she knew exactly what would happen. However, she was already too late as Revis smashed the crystal, breaking it into countless pieces. Including the shriveled-up Viscum, the crystal collapsed, and soon after, the earth started quaking. Ace had to stop her steps as she looked to the roof, which was already collapsing. Boulders and rocks started falling down as the whole pantry slowly collapsed. You'll get buried if you don't run. Why don't you go tend to your allies who need your help? Revis casually muttered. Ace turned around to see everyone panicking and trying to escape. There were wounded people so her help was very much needed, but before she could leave her opponent, Revis told her, Arya, go to the 59th floor. It's getting pretty interesting down there. You'll find some answers, too. What do you mean? Haven't you noticed a little by now? Even if what you say is true, your blood should be telling you the truth. You'd save us some work by going there yourself. Revis then looked up, not towards the falling ceiling, but towards the surface. Those on the surface are trying to use us. In that case, we might as well try to use them ourselves. Urging came from Ace comrades and she turned around after a moment of hesitation. And so, the quest on the 24th floor was completed and they returned to the surface. Chapter 431, Unknown Future. We're home. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko simultaneously shouted when they entered the mansion along with Yoruchi. Kasuk, Kuroka, Medusa, and Hestia were already waiting while having some tea in the living room ever since they heard about the strange and sudden quest they received from a very suspicious individual. When the four entered the living room, the first one to jump on them was Kuroka as she pounced on Kaneko first. Welcome back, Naya. Are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere? Kuroka inspected Kaneko from head to toe and seeing that nothing was wrong with her nor with the other two, she sighed in relief. Kuroka-nisama. We're fine, but we're also tired. Kaneko replied as she snuggled into Kuroka's arm. Medusa went to the kitchen so that she could prepare some more tea and snacks for those who just came home. Could you please tell me now what just happened? Hestia asked after everyone finished their greetings. Sona nodded and started telling everyone what exactly happened. The group already decided that they would tell everything that happened in this world to Hestia except for a few exceptions like the incident with the mutated Baylor and the 50th floor's Juggernaut. Hestia kept her brows furrowed, her eyes closed, and nodding every now and then while listening to their story. But everyone who was watching had to stop themselves from laughing as it was painfully obvious that she didn't understand most of it despite acting like she already saw through Sona's story. I should ask Yoruchi to teach her how to do a poker face so that she wouldn't reveal everything with just her expression. Kasuk thought as he contemplated the decision to let Hestia in on these secrets. Have you noticed anything else? Although Kasuk was interested in Olivas's resurrection, he didn't have enough materials to investigate and draw a conclusion from it. But he could at least tell that these plant-type monsters, human-monster hybrid, and the mysterious herb belonged to the other player in the dungeon. This Olivas called those suicide bombers as the remnant of Evelys. Aside from that, cages containing these Velas were also spotted in the pantry. Sona answered. Cages. Yes. There were iron cages. The same as the ones used in the monster philia to contain monsters. The fact that these monsters appeared on the surface, then it means that someone is smuggling them in. But the only ones capable of doing this without others' detection is the guild or the Ganesha Familia with the help of the guild. While thinking about this point, Kasuk received a signal from Uruchi which wasn't noticed by anyone but him. Then regarding the invitation to the 59th floor by this so-called Revis, the Loki Familia will probably arrange an expedition to get to the bottom of this. What will you do? But instead of facing towards her direction, Kasuk immediately continued their topic. She knows something, huh? Kasuk thought. Sona nodded. I also thought that it would be the case. She looked to the other two before facing Kasuk again. Can we go too? Kasuk smiled and immediately answered, sure. But we first have to work out the schedule and discuss it with the Loki Familia. The Loki Familia would take at least a week to prepare for the expedition due to their recent loss of equipment, and Riviera-san would be coming here every 2 days from now on. We'll work it out with Riviera-san. Sona happily replied. Kasuk stood up. Then I'll leave that to you. I'll go back to my lab first to finish my own preparation. It should be done after 4 days. Sona knew that when Kasuk said his own preparation, it's actually for everyone. She jumped in his arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you for your hard work. Patting her head, Kasuk replied, it's a fun and interesting job, so I don't mind getting tired over it. Besides, now that my girls decided to write their own story, I have to do my best to support you from behind, of course without interfering too much. We'll never let you down. Sona softly muttered. Kasuk smiled wryly and separated from Sona. Sit down first. All of you too. Everyone except for Uruchi became confused. However, Sona still followed him and sat down on the couch with the rest. Now then, let me just say a few things. After feigning a cough and when everyone's attention was on him, Kasuk continued, this may sound egoistic, but I won't pretend to not notice how you girls feel about me. As he said this, Kasuk received some sneers, ehem. But this isn't about that. Then he put on a serious expression, it's about how you think of this relationship. I know that you put your everything on the line so that you won't let the others down, but hear me out. Please don't ever think that this is all about us. Don't ever forget that you in us. The reason why I asked you to do anything you want is so that you could have a world outside of us. If you limit yourself, then you'll only find a dead end in the future. No man's knowledge can go beyond his experience. Just chill and don't overthink things, after all, we'll be together forever. Kasuk, without waiting for them to respond, left the living room to continue his work. It would be better for them to just think about his words on their own. Just as Kasuk was about to enter his laboratory, Hestia came running and followed him. Do you need something, Hestia-sama? Catching her breath, Hestia faced Kasuk. Are you sure about this? About what? Letting them go and have their own experiences. It may sound good, but it doesn't always end well. Especially the forever part. You could have just told them that you should experience life together. Kasuk only gave her a smile. I don't know what you've seen in your life, Hestia-sama. What you saw may or may not happen to us, but regardless of that, I want everyone to experience what life truly has to offer without limiting themselves. Even if it means that we may go our own separate ways in the future, at least, we got to explore many things. Kasuk then turned around and went on his way, but before he closed the door of the laboratory, he said, between beautiful lies and painful truths, I would always choose the latter any time of the day. Hestia sighed, but she also couldn't help but smile at the thought of how different he is to others, different from other children who were confined in their thoughts and different from gods who were confined in their own worlds. Whether this is a good or a bad thing, I look forward to the future. Chapter 432, Inspection. The next day, Hephaestus arrived after being called over by Kasuk, telling her that they were moving ahead of schedule and that he already finished his preparations. Hephaestus arrived and was guided by Hestia, with a twitching face, towards a certain big building in their underground hideout. Oh, he built something like this in just a few days. Truly amazing. Did everyone help out to build this or did he hire some people? Hephaestus asked after seeing it from the distance. Then she looked towards Hestia and was shocked, when she saw Hestia making a very complicated expression. What's wrong? It wasn't here last night. Hestia softly muttered. Huh? Hephaestus thought that she heard it wrong and asked. Before I slept last night, this building wasn't here. And apparently, he worked on it alone. Hestia shouted her frustration as she recalled Kasuk's words this morning, building. I can make a few more like this. Would you like some? This isn't some limited edition Jagamara-kun that you can just offer. She remembered retorting to him. He did this overnight. No. He said he woke up early and did this. The awkward atmosphere was broken by Kasuk, who caused it in the first place, after he suddenly got out of the said building and greeted Hephaestus. Good morning, Hephaestus-sama. Is your side good to go? Hephaestus chose to not think about it for the moment and focused on their current place for forging these sacred gears. The materials are outside. It should be enough for what we are about to do. Thank you very much. Kasuk then faced Hestia. Hestia-sama, please let the others take those materials in. Hestia just simply nodded and went to the dining room where everyone was having breakfast. Now then, Hephaestus-sama, please follow me inside. I'm going to show you the equipment that we'll be using and explain to you how these things work. Hephaestus nodded and followed him inside as she prepared herself. He could build something like this easily, so his equipment should be on another level. More so with the fact that he seems to put great importance in these sacred gears. The tour took half an hour and by the end of it, Hephaestus was completely speechless. This. Where did his technology come from? I couldn't even understand the use of half of the equipment that we'll apparently use. Shaking her head, Hephaestus partly gave up since she knew that she wouldn't be getting any answers from Kasuk. Even if she could, she had a feeling that it would only make things worse, so she saved herself from more headaches. If I understand it correctly, all of these will speed up the process of forging and most of the time that will be saved is from curing the materials. Yep. So for now, we'll work for 2 days and rest 1 day. We should be done by the 7th day. Kasuk replied with a smile. Great. We should start. Hephaestus then went towards the entrance and started to arrange the materials that the others brought in. 2 days later, in the morning, Hephaestus and Kasuk finally left the building. Well then, I'll see you again tomorrow. Hephaestus bid her farewell. I'll lead you outside. It's fine. I'll just ask Hestia. Besides. Hephaestus then looked towards some people who were coming over. It seems that you won't be getting any downtime. Hephaestus-sama, Kasuk-san, good morning. Riviera greeted them with Ace, Line, and the rest of the girls behind them. Good morning to you too, 9hell. As much as I would like to have a good talk with you, I have to go since I still need to do some work at my place. So if you'll please excuse me. Please don't mind me, Hephaestus-sama. Hephaestus nodded and bid her farewell to everyone before leaving with Hestia. After they left, Riviera faced Kasuk. I'm sorry for bothering you, but if you have some free time, I'd like to consult something. Sure, but for now, let's have a meal. Kasuk invited Riviera, Ace, and Line to a meal. The other girls already had theirs, so they were doing some sparring before diving back to the dungeon. During the meal, Kasuk and Riviera only talked about some trivial stuff about what was currently happening in Urahara, while Ace and Line only silently ate their food. While Ace was truly a silent type of person, Line, a clumsy girl, only realized now that she was currently with the top adventurers of their familia and couldn't immediately calm down. It's a lot different when Loki-sama is here, was what she thought as she recalled and missed her noisy goddess. Once they finished their meal, Kasuk served everyone a cup of tea. Riviera and the 2 girls thanked Kasuk. You're welcome. Kasuk sat down and continued their talk. Well then, let's go with today's agenda. But before that, how are you feeling, Line-san? Line was trying to distract herself and quietly sipped her tea. But when Kasuk suddenly addressed her, she almost spat out her tea. ****, why yes. Ah, yes. I'm fine. Aside from feeling slightly heavy, everything is going as normal. You asked me not to go to the dungeon for a while, so I practiced my magic and I couldn't find any problem. I also progressed with my magic. Is that so? Then you can join the others when they go to the dungeon later. If you want, you can also join them now with their sparring. Line was a bit shocked. Is that fine? Yep. You can go. Those 3 also enjoy acting like a senpai or something. Every time when they buy some potions, they would act like some great teacher or wise senior, teaching a newbie adventurer some tips and tricks. Line didn't know how she should react to Kasuk's words, but the chance of sparring with them, especially with seniors of the group, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa, she wouldn't want to miss out on. Line drank her tea with big gulps and stood up and said, please excuse me, before running off. Seeing this, Ace was a bit envious. She wanted to know about the secret to their strength, and the easiest way to do that, for her, is sparring with said person. She heard from Bet how Yoruchi played around with Olivas, who was a match with him, despite just being a level 2 and had been curious about it all this time. Noticing her stare, Kasuk also said, you can watch them or join them if you want. Ace's eyes widened as she didn't expect that Kasuk would offer it to her by himself. It must be known that interfamiliar sparring is very rare, as it could reveal the other party's secrets and skills. Is that fine? Yep, you can go. Besides, you'll get bored with us just talking. Like Line, Ace also immediately drank her tea and stood up, excuse me. Before running off. I'm sorry for their poor manners. Riviera could only apologize. Laughing out loud, Kasuk just waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. It's good that they're pretty energetic. Besides, I'll also teach her some things as I promised. But enough of that. It seems that you have a problem. Riviera nodded her head, yes. You asked me to also study the books that you gave Line, but I can't emulate what she's doing. I kept failing. Kasuk furrowed his brows, you kept failing. Riviera nodded again. The two of them went silent for a few seconds before Kasuk suddenly remembered something and muttered, could it be? Did you figure something out? Riviera asked excitedly. Kasuk nodded and with a serious face, he asked, can I touch your ears? In response, Riviera couldn't help but back away and look at him like he was a pervert. Chapter 433, Another Victim. Can I touch your ears? Riviera reeled back from her seat and asked with obvious disgust, why would you want to do that? Kasuk knew that he blurted out the wrong words, however, somewhere inside him, he wanted to mess with this all too serious and stoic elf as he recalled her crying last time, my merchant sense is tingling. If others were to know what he just said inside his head, they would retort back, that has nothing to do with being a merchant. Ahem, what I mean is that the books that I gave Line-san are designed for humans. I haven't inspected an elf before and it might have something to do with your physiology why you can't use magic like Line does. And what's the most obvious difference between a human and an elf? Kasuk asked. With great hesitation, Riviera answered, it's the ears. See my point now. Riviera nodded, however, she won't hand over her ears just like that, we elves don't like to be touched, especially our ears. So that's a no. So that's the extent of your will to learn about magic, huh? Then I'm sorry. I can't help you. But I do suggest you study your own physiology to figure out what's wrong. However, it'll probably take you a few years and you'll have become a doctor by then. But even with that, you might have to figure out how magic and the body work together and that would be another branch that you'll have to study for another few years. Sighing, Kasuk continued, it'll probably take you a decade or two, and that's being optimistic as I can't see any information around regarding the elf's physiology and you would have to start from a scratch. Well, that also means that it's not the end of the road for you. Good luck. I'll be cheering for you. Kasuk finished his words with a genuine cheerful tone. Hearing this, Riveria's eyes widened and a few seconds later, she gritted her teeth. She could indeed take the path Kasuk had just told her, but even though she was a high elf with a long lifespan, a few decades just to scratch the surface of the topic which she was very interested in was still too much. Are you saying that after you have inspected my ears, you'll have an idea of what's going on? I don't know everything, so I can't promise you that I'll figure something out after just some simple inspection. However, I could figure out that Wallenstein-san is a half-spirit. Knowing that, it's up to you to decide whether to accept it or not. Riviera hesitated. If it really had something to do with her physiology, then his expertise was what she needed. Kasuk didn't continue speaking and just gave her all the time she needed to think about it. A few minutes of silence later, Riviera finally decided what she wanted. She looked straight into Kasuk's eyes and said, please do it. Albeit, with a bit of a blush on her face, for magic was the only thing on her mind. However, she was wrong to think that she only sold herself to magic, she also sold herself to the devilish merchant who offered that magic. Kasuk smiled and said, great. Then let's not waste time and start right now. H here. Yep. With a snap of his fingers, Kasuk closed the door that was left open by Ace when she ran off. Hearing the door slamming, instead of questioning how he did it, Riviera just became nervous and conscious of the situation. Kasuk stood up and went behind Riviera and said, by the way, I may not just touch your ears, but also your nape and back. I need to trace where the energy is being circulated so that would be needed. Are you ready? Since it's nothing worse than her ears, Riviera agreed as she took a deep breath, all right. Please do it. Seeing her reaction, Kasuk chuckled, relax. I won't hurt you. But you may feel weird since I plan to inject some of my mana in you, so please endure it when that happens. Well then, here I go. With his signal, Kasuk used his fingertips to trace the outline of both of Riveria's ears. Eep. In response, Riveria's body shook and a small yelp came from her. Kasuk had to take back his hands, I'm sorry. This is the first time that someone else besides my parents has touched my ears. Please understand. She immediately apologized with a blushing face, I made a weird sound. It's fine. Are you ready now? Yes, please. Riviera took another deep breath and promised to herself to not make any sound and endure everything. Then, please excuse me. Kasuk resumed what he was doing, well then, let's see if her physiology is really the cause. How fun. This is the first time I'm examining an elf, a high elf at that. The moment Kasuk touched Riveria's ears again, her body shook a little bit but nothing more. He then proceeded to ignore her completely and focused on his job. For the first few minutes, Kasuk just used his fingers to trace parts of her ears, and Riviera did her best to endure his touch as she heard him muttering, So that's how it is. How fascinating. So it works this way. Everything, however, changed when Kasuk suddenly injected a trace of magic power from his fingertips to her ears. Eep. Riveria's body shook and she let out another strange sound. But this time, Kasuk was completely focused and didn't stop what he was doing. He already warned me. Get a hold of yourself, Riviera. Riviera shouted in her mind as she used her hands to close her mouth. However, no matter how hard she tried to hide it, a few minutes later, her expression kept slipping as her face grew hot. Her eyes were glazed over with tears threatening to fall down, and the hot rapid breath came out of her mouth. Ha! Ha! Mhhhm. Kasuk, on the other hand, was so absorbed with his investigation that he didn't care about anything happening to Riviera right now. Although he was indeed careful not to hurt her in any way, he didn't know that he was doing something else. A few more minutes into inspection, Riviera already gave up to cover her mouth and just hugged herself to endure the weird, but fascinating, feeling that was running through her whole body, starting from her ears and ending between her legs. She tried to rub her thighs together to endure the feeling, but it only made everything worse and she couldn't stop anymore once she started doing it. As she unconsciously opened her mouth, she also started drooling and let out strange noises continually. Ha! Ah! Ah! Ha! And another few minutes of enduring. Riviera knew something bad would happen if she didn't cover her mouth immediately. The moment her hands landed on her mouth, Riveria's whole body twitched uncontrollably as a strange feeling welled up exponentially and exploded. Silently screaming, Riveria's body fell forward and Kasuk was finally pulled out from his trance and was startled as he caught her before she fell to the ground completely. Then, he finally noticed the face she's making and thought, oops. So that's also her erogenous zone, huh? Good to know. Riviera was in a daze for a few seconds until she saw Kasuk's face close up, making a wry smile that snapped her out of her strange state. The results are out. Kasuk muttered to her. Riviera also finally noticed that his arms were wrapped around her. However, unlike most conservative girls who would immediately jump to conclusion, Riviera first started to analyze her situation. Did he try to catch me? However, that composure didn't last for long as realization of what just happened dawned on her. Riviera immediately separated from Kasuk while keeping her head low, not showing him her blushing face. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry, but let's continue this tomorrow, she said, before she ran off, faster than Ace did back then. Seeing her leave, Kasuk could only shrug his shoulders. Well, I got the data, I should probably arrange it for her. On that day, a new rumor sprouted about a blushing jade-haired elf who was running with amazing speed, but in a strange posture, through the streets of Orario. Chapter 434, Cooperation. The next day, Kasuk and Hephaestus resumed their work, but before he started, he passed a book to Uruchi and asked her to pass it on to Riviera when she arrived. This contains all that she needs to know when she gets started. Tell her that I'm only giving her the starting line and she has to work hard to make sense of the rest. And regarding the specific subjects of magic, tell her that we'll take that on once she's settled her basics. Uruchi received the book and nodded. Got it. But just what happened yesterday? After she ran out while making a weirdly amorous expression, you locked yourself up. Ah, that. To write that book regarding her physiology, I had to examine her body, especially her ears, which seemed to act as an antenna for mana. And I didn't know that it was an erogenous zone. Uruchi could already imagine how it ended, but she still ended up asking, and you overdid it. Kasuk smiled brightly and answered, I overdid it. Uruchi did a facepalm while sighing, huh? What am I going to do with you? Well, nothing we can really do about that. It already happened. And it's not like she didn't get anything out of it. That book should be pretty important for her and she should be able to forget everything once she starts studying her magic again. That woman is a magic maniac. Fine. By the way, will you be able to finish the sacred gears? We haven't received confirmation, but I think that the Loki Familia captain will allow the trio's participation in the expedition that will happen in 4 days. Uruchi asked in concern. She has a feeling that something big is waiting for them on the deeper floors and she wanted those sacred gears for the girls for added protection. Things are progressing much faster than I expected and it's probably because I got the help of the goddess of smithing, so it will be done when we get out again. Kasuk was still in awe when he remembered how he witnessed Hephaestus's technical skills, which were largely better than his when it comes to forging. So this is a goddess of smithing. Interesting. Was what he thought at that time. Good luck. After giving Kasuk a good luck kiss, Uruchi turned around and walked towards the girls who were having their morning practice. An hour later, Riviera and Ace came again. While Ace was just the same as ever, Riviera, on the other hand, kept looking around with a worried expression. Line didn't come with them because she was already here. She stayed with the trio even when diving into the dungeon in order to get her old level back and to surpass it. Ace wanted the same treatment, but Kasuk rejected her as it was only for Line who became his student. Uruchi greeted them and looked towards Riviera. If you're looking for him, he'll be pretty busy for the next 2 days, and won't be coming out at all. Riviera sighed in relief after hearing that. She really didn't want to see him after what happened yesterday. In addition to that, after she got home, she didn't know what came over her as she even continued comforting herself and regretting it immediately after. That would be her dirty little secret which she promised to take to her grave. However, she realized how weird her reaction to Kasuk being busy was and tried to explain to Yoruchi. But Yoruchi has beaten her to it, it's fine. He told me what happened yesterday. Not in full detail though, so you shouldn't be too worried. Riveria's face became red and she thought, that bastard even told his lover about it. She just couldn't believe it. All this while, Ace was trying to make sense of what they were talking about. Although she couldn't understand what really happened, she knew for sure that it was related to yesterday's incident, when Riviera ran back to the Twilight Manor with a flushed face. Of course, it was the stoic and mature high elf they were talking about, so it became a big issue. It became a bigger issue, however, when it was discovered that she came from the Hestia Familia and recalled that a similar incident happened not long ago, which pushed everyone to think, what the hell is up with this Familia? Just how could they send their unbreakable mama elf back home crying twice? However, they couldn't get any more information as Riviera wouldn't reveal anything about the incidents and would pretend that nothing happened. Even if the people from the Loki Familia, including the Amazon sisters, wanted to go to the Hestia Familia to take a look, Loki prohibited them after making some excuses that they would just make trouble. This, however, didn't stop her children from spreading this incident, and overnight, various gods got a hold of this information and they already tried to snoop around the abandoned church for entertainment. But instead of seeing this as a nuisance, Yoruchi saw this as a great chance to gather more information. Besides, it wasn't like they could get anything out of it as Kasuk would send you guys to the dungeon as decoys. I apologize on his behalf, as that guy doesn't know when to stop when he gets into some sort of trance. Yoruchi then tossed the book which Kasuk asked her to pass to Riviera. This should be the result of his inspection and he also asked me to tell you that he's just giving you the starting line and it's up to you to get your basics polished. Even though she was still in a bad mood, Riviera reluctantly opened the book, but once she read a few lines in it, she immediately forgot her problems and became absorbed with everything in it. Ignoring Riviera, Yoruchi faced Ace. Do you want to spar with them again? Ace nodded, but if it's fine with you, I'd like to spar with you, too. Yoruchi rubbed her chin in contemplation. Let's see. Spar and help those girls to get used to your moves first and I'll ask Kasuk to spar with you. In terms of swordsmanship, he's a lot better than me and would probably be more of a help for you. Ace didn't know how good Kasuk was, but she already saw how Yoruchi moved and doubted that she could catch her, so she's looking forward to her recommendation. I'll do it. Good. You go spar with them in the morning and instead of going to the dungeon, it would be a lot better for you to practice your magic. The power you can get from training your magic right now is greater than the power which you could get for killing all those small fries. Yoruchi suggested. Ace thought about it for a moment and agreed to it. Can I do it here? Yoruchi nodded. Both you and Riviera-san can use the building over there to practice magic, she said as she pointed towards another building in the underground training ground. Chapter 435, Jetpack. Another 2 days had passed and it was just 2 days before the big day of the expedition. Kasuk and Hephaestus finally came out with happy expressions. You don't mind if I watch how these things settle in their hosts, right? We're done with 2 but I need to make more adjustments to the other 4, which includes mine. I don't know how long that would take since 3 of them are very troublesome, so please just watch Sona and Kaneko. Although the remaining gears would need adjustments, Kasuk chose to slow down so that he wouldn't have to do it in front of Hephaestus because of its troublesome nature. Just Medusa's gear was already troublesome enough, as Kasuk intended to implement Medusa's harp's properties of immortal slaying. More so, Kasuk's and Yoruchi's gear had to be integrated with their Zanpakuto. That's fine. By the way, is it actually fine to include my insignia on those gears? I barely did anything. Of course it's fine. I wouldn't take it the otherwise. You were a big help, especially on some really important points of the gears. Without your help, I couldn't have finished this so easily and without much problems. Hephaestus chuckled. Well, I'm honored. Her expression changed into a serious one. However, I do have a request. Kasuk's expression also became a bit serious. He already had an idea of what she wanted to ask. Please tell me. Please, don't ever mass-produce these things, or give them to just anyone who wants them. Kasuk solemnly nodded. I know. These things, although they are not so powerful in the beginning, in the hands of the right person, they could potentially reach the level of a divine weapon. Just the thought of that would make some of the gods panic and scramble to eliminate everything related to it, even if they were to be sent back to heaven. Hephaestus smiled. Good thing you know what these things could be in the eyes of gods. Although the ultimate goal of an adventurer is to get closer to the gods, most gods wouldn't actually allow a mortal to step onto their plane. I'm fine with all of this because, first, I'm the goddess of smithing. I can't miss something like this. And second, Hephaestus first looked into Kasuk's eyes before continuing, I'm Hestia's good friend. I have to treat Hestia-sama properly, huh? I'm fine with that. Kasuk thought before replying, I'll remember that. Thanks. Afterwards, they reached the girls who were sparring, which included Ace, while Riviera was reading her book on the side, taking a bunch of notes. The first one to notice them was Uruchi, who greeted them, "Welcome back. How was it?" "Great," Kasuk replied with a smile. Riviera and Ace wanted to approach him for different reasons. However, Kasuk first called the two he needed, Sona-chan, Kaneko-chan, "Come with us for a sec." Sona stopped concentrating on her magic and Kaneko separated from Kuroka. The two of them looked at him curiously, but didn't ask any questions and just followed him and Hephaestus quietly towards the building which could block magical and spiritual signatures. The rest only looked at them leaving and resumed what they were doing after they left their vision. Although curious, Riviera and Ace couldn't ask anything. On the other hand, Aika and Uruchi knew that they would see it sooner or later. So aside from a bit of anticipation, they didn't have much of a reaction, which prompted Riviera and Ace to think that it was nothing important. After separating from the others, Kasuk sealed the building, and Hephaestus couldn't help but comment, "You're one ridiculous guy. No one could have done this with the current magic knowledge. Well, this should be nothing after creating those gears." Ignoring Hephaestus's comments, Kasuk took out a white orb around 5 inches wide and faced Kaneko. "Kaneko-chan, drop a bit of your blood on this." Kaneko nodded and approached Kasuk. Using the dagger in her pouch, Kaneko punctured her finger and let it hover on top of the orb, dropping several drops on it. After a few seconds, the white orb shone and disintegrated into a glittery dust before entering Kaneko's chest. Kaneko checked her chest and everything about her body, but she didn't notice any difference. Although the orb suddenly disappeared inside her body, she wasn't worried, as it was Kasuk's creation and she would be willing to take any risk to receive it. "Kasuk-senpai, what was that?" Kaneko asked. "Something similar to the sacred gear." Kasuk revealed it and Sona and Kaneko's eyes widened. "Why, you finished it?" Sona asked in shock. After all, the original creator of the sacred gears was the biblical god. Even Azazel, who created a working prototype, took centuries of research to succeed. "Yep. Thanks to Hephaestus-sama's help, I was able to complete it sooner than I expected. Now then, Kaneko-chan, the gear is already inside you. You just have to think about it to manifest it." Kaneko nodded excitedly and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a blue light shone from her back, and a mechanical and angular white box with blue light outlines materialized and hovered an inch from her back. Kaneko tried to look at it, but the box just kept following her back. However, Sona could see that it was somehow familiar and that it came from a certain pop culture A Gund *M jetpack module, she muttered. It was Kasuk's turn to be surprised. "You know about it?" Sona nodded. "My big sister, aside from watching magical girls, she would also watch other anime. She would often drag me to watch them with her. So that strange design is not his own but an inspiration from others. Why haven't I heard of this kind of design or anything even remotely close to it?" Hephaestus thought to herself as she listened to them talking. "How do I use it?" Kaneko asked again. "Ah, right. Let me explain it first. This gear's main ability is Absorb, which is similar to your ability. It absorbs energy from its surroundings for you to use. Its second main ability is Management. Since your flame is too unruly, this gear will help you get used to it and use your flames for various applications." After listening to Kasuk and recalling Sona's words, Kaneko got an idea of how to use her gear. Without waiting, Kaneko activated her gear and just as Kasuk described, it started to passively absorb both mana and ki through its holes. Kasuk, on the other hand, stopped speaking and didn't stop Kaneko and just let her experiment with it. Kaneko immediately replenished the ki she was missing from sparring earlier and the absorption stopped. Then, she activated her flames. The moment her ears and tails caught on fire, white flame sprouted from the same holes of her gear which looked as if she had 2 pairs of wings, one big pair on top and one small pair below. Although it looked cool, Kaneko still couldn't see any difference. Her ki was being depleted by very small amounts due to her activating her sage mode, but it was all being replenished immediately thanks to the gear. Not being content with such small flames sprouting, Kaneko immediately strengthened her flames and it instantly grew larger as she expected. However, she didn't expect the propelling force it could give and she uncontrollably flew off and hit the ceiling of the building. With a large bang, Kaneko dropped down and Kasuk immediately caught her. Thanks to the protection currently active within the building, it didn't sustain any damages, but in return, Kaneko received a small lump on her forehead. Kaneko saw Kasuk's grinning face while she nurses her forehead. "How was it?" he asked. Kaneko smiled excitedly and replied, "I want to play with it." Chapter 436, Halberd. Kasuk put Kaneko down and patted her head. "You can do that later. I haven't explained some parts about it yet." Kaneko fixed her ruffled clothing and waited for Kasuk. The next feature is the weapon stored in the separate space connected to this gear. Try saying arms. Kasuk instructed. Arms. Kaneko muttered and a bunch of information was directly injected into her mind. This is. Kasuk smiled and said, "The weapons you can use." I added various types so you'll have more flexibility on the battlefield. Just think about the weapon that you want to use and it'll materialize in your hands. Kaneko nodded, and a few seconds later a 6-foot-tall and 2-feet-wide white hexagonal shield materialized in front of her. The shield had a glossy finish and it was the same with her jetpack, having a blue light outline running through its body. Beautiful. Kaneko muttered. Even Sona and, especially, Hephaestus thought the same. The first time she saw it, Hephaestus couldn't believe that Kasuk had a way to reveal the flow of magic power to naked eyes. But instead of researching further on this, Kasuk used it for cosmetics. When she asked why he would waste this kind of technology on mere cosmetics, she got a reply, even without this, I can still see the flow of magic very clearly. Kaneko dematerialized the shield and took out various more traditional weapons, but they all had the same theme as the shield. She then suddenly stopped and tilted her head in confusion. Why can't I pull out the gun? That's because I put restrictions on it, and that includes some more weapons. To unlock it, you have to be at a certain level of mastery and have high enough energy levels in regards to your flame. Once you meet these requirements, it'll automatically unlock. And by the way, each one of those weapons can also use your flames, but I won't tell you how. It's up to you to figure it out. Few more things about it. It has a self-repair function, so it's fine to go wild with this. Additionally, once equipped it gives the user a coating of magic power which blocks a certain amount of damage. Since it uses magic power, it can deplete your reserves, but you can do something about it with your flames, and if you want, you can also disable it. Finally, the most important feature is its self-evolution. It grows alongside the user, and the possibilities or where this would take you is entirely up to the user. Without Hephaestus-sama's help, I couldn't have implemented this feature without any problems emerging inside the host. Kaneko nodded with a smile, thank you very much. She also turned to Hephaestus and bowed down, thank you very much, Hephaestus-sama. Hephaestus only nodded to her with a smile as a response. Kaneko then turned her attention back to Kasuk, can I play with this now outside? Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation, how about this, you can play with it outside of Riviera-san and Wallenstein-san's vision. I know that you'll be showing it when you go with them on their exploration, but isn't it better to surprise them with it when things are getting nasty? Thanks to Kasuk's words of encouragement, Kaneko's eye shone with an odd glint as she nodded, I'll use the training room. She then ran out of the building to immediately play with her new toy. Hephaestus pointed at the strangely motivated Kaneko and asked Sona, who was beside her, hey. What's with that strange instruction? And why is she so motivated? Sona, on the other hand, looked at her in puzzlement, What's wrong with it? I think it's a splendid idea. Hephaestus chose to stay quiet as she saw the rabbit hole that she didn't want to descend into. How the hell are they still unknown in Orario? Was the question in her head. Little did she know that they would still be relatively unknown in the near future, but the damage they would cause would be enormous. Now then, Sona-chan. It's your turn. Kasuk then took out a blue orb and asked her to do the same as Kaneko did earlier. The result was the same, and a few seconds later, Sona was able to take out her gear. Sona's gear was a 6.5 feet tall halberd with a foot-long axe blade and a twisted spike on top of it. While the shaft and spike were jet black, the axe blade and hook are made out of glistening blue material that shines like the night stars. A halberd? Asked Sona after looking at it for a few seconds. One shouldn't confuse her reaction with that of Sona not wanting, since she was a magic user. Contrary to that, she liked it very much, and although she hadn't touched a halberd before, now that she's interested in learning close combat techniques, she wanted to try out various weapons. And strangely enough, she's very much attracted to the halberd the moment she touched it. Yep, a halberd. I always watch you practice your close combat whenever I'm free, and according to the data I gathered, this is the most suitable weapon for you. Well, I took liberties and didn't ask you about this. If you don't want it, I can always reforge it into something else. Sona immediately shook her head, no. Please don't. I really like it. She played with it for a while and her motivation in learning close combat increased. Wanting to play with it now like Kaneko, Sona asked, what can it do? It was made while thinking about the concept of water. It's different from Kaneko's, which has specific tasks. With this one, you're free to discover what it can offer as long as it's within the concept of water. Water, huh? Sona muttered, looks like I'll have to work harder on my magic too so that I can take advantage of this. Kasuk nodded and continued, aside from that, it also serves as a storage unit for your, special magic power. Currently, it can store around 3 times your current capacity. You can overcharge it, however, the excess magic power would be leaked over time. I understand, Sona answered and started charging the halberd with her demonic power. Hephaestus's brows furrowed a bit, but she didn't ask anything. It's really a strange and special magic power. Really? Where did they come from? Those are the main points. In addition, it also has self-repair and self-evolution functions, the same as Kaneko's jetpack. Kasuk then took out another halberd, an ordinary one but with the same dimensions as Sona's halberd, and gave it to her. Take this and ask Yoruchi to teach you some basics. You should be able to use it in battle before you leave for the expedition. Sona made her gear disappear and happily took the halberd from Kasuk's hands. She also faced Hephaestus just like Kaneko. Thank you very much, Hephaestus-sama. I'll be going first, she said, before running off towards Yoruchi's location. After Sona left, Hephaestus could only sigh and rub her forehead. Ha! You got me. Kasuk turned to Hephaestus with a bright smile. Whatever are you talking about, Hephaestus-sama? Hephaestus looked at him and smiled wryly. I didn't realize how ridiculous those weapons really were until they got in the hands of their users. And I finally realized why you insisted on putting my insignia on them. Eh? Isn't it so that they could recognize Hephaestus-sama's contribution? Exactly. Whoever sees those weapons would automatically come to me instead of you. Oh. Now that you say it. Don't pretend you weren't aiming for this from the start. Hephaestus sighed again. Whatever. What's done is done. As long as you take care of Hestia, I'll deal with all people who want the gear. Chapter 437, Trivial. I know that Hestia-sama is your best friend, but is it alright for you to do this much for her? Frankly speaking, I'm trying to look for your bottom line, and even with this, you didn't yield. Kasuk asked. Even if he had failed in getting Hephaestus's help regarding the gears, he had a backup plan, but it looks like he didn't need it. Hephaestus smiled gently at his question as she recalled why she's doing this. Unconsciously touching her blindfolded right eye, she answered, back in heaven, her place is my only safe haven. Oh, does it have something with that eye? Kasuk then noticed the minute change in her expression. I'm sorry that I asked, I'm just a bit curious. I just noticed that despite having that eye patch, you can still see through it. Hephaestus shook her head. No, it's fine. I knew you would be curious too. Although I'm surprised that you can tell that I can see through this. Kasuk chuckled. Of course I would. We've been working together for these past few days, so something like that would be obvious for me. Though I really wonder, there are times that you want to take off your eye patch so that you can take a closer look at things, but each time, you'd immediately stop yourself. Why is that? It's nothing interesting. In fact, this is just a disgusting eye. Snuff out that curiosity of yours. Save yourself from disappointment and disgust. But instead of being discouraged, Kasuk's eye shone a weird glint as his curiosity soared up. Now, Hephaestus-sama. Disgusting or beautiful, every experience is important. Most of all, I'll be the judge of whatever I see. So please let me see it. I forgot he's this kind of guy. Normally, others would respectfully back away, but this guy said he's a researcher that pursues knowledge. Of course, he would want to see it. After a few seconds of contemplation and staring at Kasuk's shining eyes, Hephaestus sighed and held her forehead. Fine. I'll let you see it. But don't blame me if you get emotionally scarred. She agreed while thinking, it doesn't really hurt to show it to him, and I think he won't stop bothering me until he gets what he wants. Better get this out of the way now. While unfastening her eye patch, Hephaestus warned Kasuk again, get yourself ready, all right? Even the gods are afraid of my eye. Even gods. How interesting. Kasuk muttered as he waited for Hephaestus. Hephaestus only smiled wryly and closed her eyes while thinking, we'll see about that. Hephaestus dropped her eye patch. Kasuk stared at her right eye, which is still closed, but he can already see pulsing red like nerves surrounding her eye. And around those nerves, he can see Hephaestus's burnt skin. It's hot. Hephaestus finally opened her eyes and looked towards Kasuk, waiting for his expression to change to that of disgust. At the same time, various information entered her right eye while looking at Kasuk, information that she didn't know before. This is. How can he have such strong spiritual energy? The moment she opened her eyes, Kasuk furrowed his brows, which was something Hephaestus already expected. But she was wrong to think that it was disgust. That's some amazing eye. The large spiritual energy within Kasuk's body then suddenly shrunk to that of a normal human. What? Hephaestus exclaimed. Ignoring her reaction, Kasuk continued his observation while reining in his spiritual pressure since he noticed that Hephaestus was able to see through it. Hephaestus's right eye had golden hexagonal pupils, blood-red iris, and jet-black sclera. If the other children would see this, they would immediately liken it to a monster's eye, and in this world, anything related to monsters, for normal people, is fear-inducing. For gods to fear this, I guess it's because of its nature of seeing through. Different from Freya that can see through souls, Hephaestus's eye can see through weakness, composition, and possibilities. As expected of a goddess of smithing. Her eye is very suited for her job. And I can understand why gods would be afraid of her eye. Hephaestus was startled when what she saw became different and tried to find what was wrong. However, she failed. She then thought that she saw it wrong, and it could be because they just finished forging those gears and she facilitated the injection of spiritual energy on those weapons, and probably Kasuk just carried those energies until it went off. After all, even gods couldn't control spiritual energies that freely and dismissed the possibility that Kasuk can control it better than the gods. Calming herself down, Hephaestus finally noticed Kasuk's unnerving stare, looking directly at her right eye without blinking. She couldn't help but back away and blush a bit since this was the first time someone would stare at her eye like this. What do you think? Alas, she couldn't help but ask his opinion, seeing that he was not even remotely afraid. Well, honestly speaking, it's not that impressive. Kasuk muttered honestly. What? After staring at her eye for a few more seconds, Kasuk backed away. As I said, it's not that impressive. You even told me that your eye is disgusting, but if you ask a certain group of people, they would even compliment it for being cool. And gods are afraid of this eye. It can see through things, yes. But you can do the same without that eye if you observe long enough. And what exactly are they afraid of? Probably because your eye magnifies their insecurities. As supposedly unchanging beings, I guess that's a pretty big thing for them. You. Hephaestus was in shock. This is the first time that someone would have an opinion like that about her eye. But somehow, his opinion ticked her off. Are you saying that I don't need to hide it? Hephaestus was already hiding her eye for as long as she remembers. Because of the disgusted look she was receiving, she had no choice but to cover her eye. It was also because of this eye that she had a big defect on her face, and even though she was a goddess, she was still a woman who was conscious of her appearance. Despite that, she was also proud of her eye's ability. So when Kasuk told her that it was nothing impressive and there was no reason to be afraid about it, which was also the same as telling her that her effort was wasted, she didn't like it. Kasuk instantly guessed what was on her mind and said, "No, I didn't say it like that. You hid it because you don't want trouble, right? That's a very valid reason. I also don't like trouble as much as possible. However, my point is, you don't really need to hide that just because of others' opinions. So what if they're afraid of you? Isn't that nice? And sooner or later, with enough exposure, they'll get used to it and accept it. Besides, if you're conscious about your appearance, please don't be. I think you're beautiful enough even with that eye, and my aesthetic sense is on the normal side. And in my opinion, someone who can be proud even with their physical defect is more beautiful than those who fake their beauty. Kasuk didn't wait for Hephaestus to reply and left. Chapter 438, Another Bet. Hestia came in soon after. Hephaestus. I heard you're done. Let's have a drink. Uruchi-kun was able to get some good ones. She then noticed Hephaestus's uncovered eye and shell-shocked expression. Hephaestus. What happened? Is something wrong? Hestia immediately ran over to her side and asked in concern. Seeing Hestia's worried expression, Hephaestus smiled and patted her head. I'm fine. I just showed my eye to Kasuk. Hestia's eyes widened and asked, You did? Then, what was his response? She was sensitive to Hephaestus regarding her eye and was surprised that she even showed it to him. It was probably due to them working closely together. Nevertheless, she knew what kind of reactions other people would show when they saw her eye, either fear or disgust. Kasuk is from her familia and she didn't want him to hurt the feelings of her best friend, and she trusts Kasuk's not-so-usual views on things. However, there was still a possibility that Kasuk also had the same reaction as others, so she asked. Hephaestus stayed silent for a moment, which worried Hestia more. But after her silence, Hephaestus suddenly started chuckling. You don't have to worry. His reaction was a lot different from others. A lot different. Hestia then recalled Kasuk's usual antics. Why does that worry me more? Oh. It seems that you know how he acts. Of course, he's my child and he has already shown me more ridiculous things than you know. Anyway, what was his reaction to your eye? He didn't get scared, did he? Hephaestus's smile grew larger as she answered, Nope. On the contrary, he told me that this eye would appear cool to some people. I can't see how that is possible, but he isn't lying one bit. Hestia sighed in relief but was still confused at one thing. Then why are you all smiles? That can't be the only reason, is it? Hephaestus ruffled her head. When did you learn to think? Hestia hurriedly grabbed her hand and protested. Stop that. And what do you mean, when did I learn how to think? I always knew how to think. And what else did he say? Well, he dissed my eye and said it's nothing impressive and lost his interest soon after. He what? He said it's nothing impressive. Hephaestus said it again. Does he know what your eye can do? Hephaestus thought for a moment. I think so. After all, he also told me why our fellow gods were afraid of this eye, and it was correct. Then isn't your reaction strange? Why are you actually happy about it? Oh come on, Hestia. It isn't every day that someone could actually say that about my eye. Besides, thanks to his words, I realize that I'm putting off my own worth because of this eye, so maybe, it's time to change that. Change. A very rare word for an eternally unchanging god to speak about. The two of them continued talking as they went out to get a drink. Kasuk arrived where the others were practicing and immediately saw Uruchi teaching Sona how to use her halberd. As the former heir to the Shihuin house which keeps various treasures and tools, Yoruchi was trained to use all sorts of weapons. It was actually Yoruchi who taught Kasuk swordsmanship when they were just children. The only other people practicing were Ace and Riviera. As Kuroka went out to do her usual scouting work, Medusa was cleaning the whole place and Aika followed after Kaneko when she heard that she got a new toy. When Ace saw Kasuk coming, her eyes shone and she immediately stopped what she was doing and approached him before asking, "Please spar with me." Kasuk first looked towards Yoruchi's direction but the latter only shrugged her shoulders and continued teaching Sona. Kasuk faced Ace again and said, "Fine, but I have conditions." Ace was about to agree when Riviera, who was quietly studying, suddenly looked up and shouted, "Wait. Ace. Don't just agree to his demands." Since she already experienced how dangerous it is to make a deal with Kasuk, she has to warn the poor airhead girl before she agrees to something ridiculous. "Come on now, Riviera-san. I won't ask for something ridiculous. Kasuk took out his fan out of nowhere and covered half of his face while chuckling. Riviera, in response, furrowed her brows. "I can't be sure with the metric you use. Who knows what's ridiculous or not in your eyes? Hey, I'm also giving you a chance to ask me anything, you know. Both Ace and Riviera's eyes glinted in a strange light as they muttered, "Anything." With a grin, Kasuk affirmed it, "Yep. Anything." Ahem, Riviera feigned a cough to regain her composure. Although Kasuk is just a level 2 and the Hestia Familia is very small, with an underground space like this and strange techniques, she could ask a lot of things. She wouldn't let a chance like this go. Riviera was also thinking that it was time to milk him back for all the suffering she went through in his hands. "Before we decide what to bet, I want to know the condition of winning." "Simple. We spar and whoever wins 3 times wins the bet." "Are you sure?" "Although you're indeed very strong for a level 2, Ace is still a level 5 and could match against level 6. Or will you be asking for a handicap?" No. Kasuk immediately shook his head, "But for this level difference, it's only right that I get a much better price if I win, right? Though, this is just sparring and giving you a chance to milk me dry." Kasuk stopped for a moment and thought about his words for a moment. "Wait. Did I say that wrong?" However, thanks to their innocence, they didn't notice the strangeness in his words and continued their topic. "What do you want if you win?" Riviera asked. "You decide what you want from me first. After that, I'll decide." Kasuk abandoned his previous thought and continued their topic. Riviera then faced Ace. "What do you want, Ace? Ask anything and don't hold back. There's no point in pitying him." Ace nodded and said, "First, I want to learn that instantaneous acceleration. Flash step, is it? I guess that's fine. What else? Don't hold back. Also, the swordsmanship that Aika Kiryu used. That, okay. Anything else?" Ace shook her head. "One more thing." Riviera suddenly spoke. "Please go on. I want you to tell us what else you found inside Ace's body when you inspected her," Riviera demanded. Kasuk stayed silent for a moment and feigned a hesitating expression. "Can you ask something else?" "No." Riviera answered, So he's not that confident in winning. And it looks like Ace's secret is greater than I thought for him to suddenly hesitate despite not hesitating about teaching Ace his techniques. Kasuk continued to feign hesitation and after a few more seconds, he sighed and agreed, "Fine. It's my turn now, right? Please go ahead. Then first, I want your information regarding the so-called villas and anything related to it." Riviera thought for a moment before nodding. "Second, I want you to bring Sona, Aika, and Kaneko to the 59th floor." "Wait a minute. That's too dangerous. We already agreed to bring them until the 50th floor, but any further, we need to go in small elite teams. We don't have enough hands to protect them. And with that, even if I agree, Finn and Gareth never would." "That's fine. You don't have to take care of them. They'll just go with you. If your group is in peril, you can remove them from the equation. Besides, I think they have a good chance in the deeper floors and their abilities would be useful for your group." Still. Riviera still didn't want to agree. "What are you thinking so hard about? Aren't I just babbling random things here? Don't I have to win to get what I want? I can ask anything I want yet my chances of winning aren't that great." Although Riviera didn't want to agree, what he was saying was also true. She had absolute confidence that Ace would win, but she had to confirm one thing first before she could decide. In this sparring, is magic allowed? "Everything is allowed." Riviera sighed. Although she heard that Yoruchi was able to play around against the approximately level 5 Tamer, after reviewing Bet and Lafia's account of what exactly went on, they figured that Yoruchi, at that time, had no way of winning even if she can toss her opponent around. There's just that much difference between the physical abilities of a level 2 and a level 5. As long as Ace could keep her distance, took advantage of her enormous physical parameters and would be careful of his movements, she should be able to win quite easily. "Okay, we agree. What else?" I want to further inspect your ears. Riviera took a step back and recalled what happened the other day. Her face heated up and shouted, no. I'm a bit interested in how your ears fully work, and the other day's inspection wasn't enough to uncover everything. Besides, my chances of winning are pretty low, right? Ace just has to win. Or else, I can't think of anything else to ask and we have to remove one of your demands to balance things out. Gritting her teeth, Riviera faced the dumbfounded Ace. You have to win. No matter what. It's fine to break a few of his bones, I got an elixir on me. Ace became scared of Riviera and remembered her own training days. The demon is back, she thought. And lastly, there's more. Riviera couldn't keep herself calm anymore. Ignoring her outburst, Kasuk continued, you two will participate in my cosplay photoshoot. Chapter 439, 2 rounds win. Riviera and Ace both tilted their heads and asked, cosplay photoshoot. Kasuk turned to Riveria's direction and asked, remember that very highly detailed illustration? Riviera thought for a moment before a certain incident entered her mind and started grinding her teeth, and what about it? If Wallenstein-san were to lose, Kasuk then, out of nowhere, took out 2 sets of clothing. A nurse uniform and a Chinese dress. With a big grin, Kasuk continued, you'll get in this and I'll get those illustrations. Ha. Riviera brought up her staff, what was that? You'll get in this and I'll get those illustrations, Kasuk repeated it. Why did you think we would agree? What's wrong with me dreaming? It's not like I'll win, right? You're not confident with Wallenstein-san winning. I'm just a level 2, you know. Statistically speaking, even if there's a bunch of me, I shouldn't be able to touch her once she uses her magic. Riveria's eyes became cold. Ace, don't hold back. As long as you don't kill him, everything is fine. I'll take out a loan to fund his treatment. Ace's body started shaking from the pressure Riviera was emitting and answered, why yes. Chuckling, Kasuk asked, so I take it that you accept my terms? Yep. Ace will wipe that nasty, perverted grin off your face. Riviera also smiled as she replied, however, her smile didn't reach her eyes. Great. Let's start. I'm not really aiming for the bet, but for the chance to fight against the so-called sword princess. It's already my win. Yoruchi and Sona, who were watching from afar, couldn't help but do a facepalm. Look how happy he is, now that he was able to successfully scam them. And a cosplay photo shoot. I see, he's trying to procure some merchandise. He could have just asked for money, but I guess he gets more satisfaction in earning it. Yoruchi muttered. I can see my former self in them. Is this how I fell for it? The more I get to know his real capabilities, the more I realize that this guy really likes scamming people. Sona muttered. Riviera, Ace, and Kasuk moved to a wide-open area. Soon after, Yoruchi and Sona also followed behind curiously. Ace then tied the sheath of her rapier to its pommel so that it wouldn't be drawn in the middle of their sparring. Kasuk noticed this and had a small smile on his face. We use our real weapons. Riviera furrowed her brows. That's too dangerous. Although she wanted to see Kasuk beaten up, she didn't want to endanger his life. Kasuk then took out his cane out of nowhere and unsheathed its blade. You got it wrong, Riviera-san. Wallenstein-san wants to learn swordsmanship, right? So this is the best method. The pressure around Kasuk then suddenly changed, and besides, no matter what Wallenstein-san does, she is incapable of actually killing me. So you're free to try. Ace and Riviera became shocked at his sudden change and thought that they'd gone into a real battle. It was Yoruchi who first spoke up. All right, I'll be this match's referee. Whoever wins 3 rounds wins, right? Then the one who's about to land a fatal blow wins, and if one can't continue or admits defeat, it's a loss. Clear. Then start. Riviera was still hesitating and didn't know whether it was true that Ace, no matter what she does, couldn't kill Kasuk. Of course, as common sense dictated, Ace could easily kill Kasuk. But something was bothering her mind, and the possibility that this may actually be true existed. However, unlike Riviera, Ace didn't really care. Although she wouldn't kill Kasuk, if the opponent requested a bladed contest, then she would agree. Ace then untied her sheath and took out her blade while readying her stance. Let's try to fight him only with swordsmanship and around level 4 of physical strength. Ace didn't believe that Kasuk was stronger than Revis. You can make your first move, Kasuk said as he pointed his blade towards Ace. Ace lowered her body and dashed towards Kasuk with atypical level 4's abilities. But just as she was about to strike him, Kasuk suddenly reappeared in front of her, bringing down his sword. Idiot. Ace's eyes opened wide and she abruptly stopped her advance. However, she didn't panic as she was already expecting this and placed her rapier horizontally to block his strike. But what she didn't expect was the strength behind Kasuk's strike. The moment their swords met, Ace had to use all of her strength so that she wouldn't buckle down from the sheer weight of Kasuk's sword strike. However, the moment she focused on regaining her stance, the weight suddenly disappeared and she felt a strike on her stomach. Ace didn't know what happened, but she tried to regain her posture as she was launched away and looked towards Kasuk in order to anticipate his next move. But she only saw Kasuk standing still on the ground with a big smile on his face, and a split second later, something flew past her neck, nicking a bit of her skin. Kasuk won the first round. Yoruichi suddenly announced. What? Ace shouted as she hadn't lost. You already lost, Yoruichi affirmed her decision as she pointed towards the rock behind Ace. Ace looked back and saw Kasuk's sword sticking out of the said rock and recalled the mysterious thing that went through earlier. If he didn't miss, his sword would be sticking out of my neck. Ace thought as her body shook in horror. What? Riviera muttered to nobody in particular. However, she got an answer from the person beside her. He already told you about it, right? The existence of ki, another type of energy aside from magic power. Different from magic that can be used to manipulate the surroundings, ki's usage is to further enhance and strengthen the body. Sona said with a smile on her face. Riviera was speechless as she failed to consider this point. Of course, like magic, it has limitations. The user can only strengthen his or her body to a certain point before it breaks down, and it's an overall dangerous technique to use. By the way, this is what we use to surpass our level's basic abilities. Sona continued. And as if remembering something, Sona's smile grew deeper. Oh, right. At the place where we came from, there's an agreement to never join Kasuk in any kind of a gamble as one way or another. He always wins. Riviera felt a cold wind brushing her back as she recalled what was at stake here. She then faced Ace, who was getting ready again. Ace, don't hold back. He can match your physical strength. Ace nodded seriously as the second round started. However, she was still very adamant about using just her sword to win, as she couldn't take out the fact that Kasuk was just a level 2 in her head. But even without holding back, 2 minutes later, Ace's rapier left her hand as she stumbled backwards and Kasuk's sword was already pointing at her neck. I guess it's my win this round too. Chapter 441. I guess it's my win this round too. Kasuk said with a grin. Ace was frozen in place and still couldn't believe what just happened. No matter what she tried, she couldn't find an opening, while Kasuk could easily drill holes in her defenses despite him moving slower than her. It's as if he already saw through all of her movement before she could even start. Even a spar with Gareth and Finn couldn't render her so helpless. Second round is Kasuk's win, Yoruichi announced. Kasuk took back his blade, which was pointing at Ace's throat, and jumped back while cleaning the dust off his hat. Just one more win for me. You better not hold back anything anymore. Ace. Riviera muttered as she started to get nervous. Ace stood back up and picked up her rapier. Don't worry, Riviera. I won't be holding back anymore. Going into her usual stance, she muttered, Tempest. A strong gust of wind surrounded Ace, strengthening her attacks, defense, and speed. Even if Kasuk could poke holes through her defenses, with her wind, he shouldn't be able to touch her with his blade. This is the reason why Ace didn't want to use her magic. She thought that it was too unfair and that it couldn't be called a spar anymore. Her confidence was understandable, because if she used her wind, even Finn couldn't do much in a fight against her. No amount of planning could circumvent her winds aside from pure brute force, which had to be strong enough to render her defenses ineffective. However, seeing this, Kasuk's smile only grew deeper, which made Ace's brows furrow. He still has the confidence to win. Let's see what else you can do. While thinking that, Ace dashed towards Kasuk, brandishing her rapier. Kasuk tried to poke holes in her swordsmanship's defenses again, but this time, any opening she made was covered by her wind, and Kasuk had to dodge all of her attacks and was unable to counter. Kasuk backed away using flash step after his efforts were rendered useless. This was the technique that worried Ace the most, as she couldn't follow him while he was using it. But instead of disappearing, Kasuk's smile only grew even deeper. What? She questioned herself, is he trying to fool me? Or is there something else he can really do in this situation? The growing unease in Ace's heart prompted her to be more careful, but she still initiated the attack. Ace did another dash towards Kasuk, but this time, much slower, as she was very conscious of his movements. While she was coming to him, Kasuk raised his free hand and a small green magic circle appeared in front of it. Ace carefully watched him as a gust of wind emerged from the magic circle. Wind magic. What is he trying to do? My wind is stronger so that wind magic can't do anything to me. But the moment Kasuk's wind hit hers, the wind in front of Ace suddenly weakened. And soon after, Kasuk's sword came in through her weakened wind, aiming for her neck. Coup. Ace had to do several emergency maneuvers to evade his blade and immediately backed away while asking, what was that? But thanks to her question, Kasuk was even more surprised. Oh. You don't know. Are you serious? It looks like your proficiency with your wind is a lot lower than I thought. What? Ace didn't like what she heard. She was known as the best wind magic user in Urahara, yet Kasuk just told her that her proficiency is low. Don't get angry. I'm just telling the truth. You don't even know how my wind magic back then worked against yours. Kasuk then feigned a cough and started explaining, since I can't pierce through your wind, without using my real Zenjutsu, I had to weaken it first and the first obvious choice is to generate a wind with an opposing force. So when they met, my wind countered a bit of your wind for a brief moment and I used that chance to attack. Simple, right? Opposing force. All this time, Ace had been using her wind as it was and never met someone who could use such variations of her magic. Yep. If you spin your wind clockwise, then I need to counter it with a counterclockwise spinning wind to negate it. Kasuk nodded enthusiastically. He really liked to tell his opponents how his moves work, and now that we're on the topic, let me show you just how non-proficient you are with your wind. Not waiting for Ace to react, Kasuk proceeded to cast wind magic on his own blade and a few seconds later, his blade was enveloped by the wind before the blade itself disappeared from everyone's sight. Huh. Ace and Riviera simultaneously exclaimed. Meanwhile, Sona thought for a moment and started muttering, I see. Using high-pressure air containment, Kasuk was able to refract the light to hide it from plain sight. However, this seemingly small and simple spell needs constant calculation input from the user to keep it hidden. Refract the light? Riviera asked as this was the first time she heard of it. In other words, bending light. Since our eyes use the light which is reflected from objects to see, any light manipulation could fool it. As you can see, Kasuk is bending the light around his sword which resulted in it being invisible. Sona explained. Riviera understood the logic behind it, but what she didn't understand was how Kasuk was able to achieve it through wind magic. Is he really using wind magic? How? Temporarily forgetting that her body was on the line, Riviera became excited at the magic that was never seen before. Although this magic could indeed hide things, for Kasuk and Yuruchi who learned how to feel air currents, Kasuk's blade was still visible as ever in their senses and this spell didn't have much use in high-level fights aside from the surprise factor. On the other hand, Ace didn't have a single clue on what Kasuk just did. But as an adventurer, she observed everything she could. However, it was also thanks to this that she couldn't make any further moves. It was Kasuk's turn to initiate attacks. Doing a big leap towards Ace, Kasuk slashed his invisible blade towards her. Ace put up her rapier to block his attack but she was shocked yet again when Kasuk's blade suddenly punched a hole through her aerial. What? Aside from that, even though she blocked his attack, small cuts appeared on one of her arms thanks to the blades of wind coming from his weapon. Ace had to jump back to gain some distance and think through what just happened. Instead of following her, Kasuk also stopped his pursuit and explained it to her. How could I easily puncture your wind? The same principle from earlier. Using wind in the opposite direction of yours, I'll be able to render it useless for a moment. Ace bit her lips. She didn't know what to do anymore. Now then, with which hand do you think I'm holding my blade? Kasuk then played with his hands in front of Ace and as he asked, Ace didn't have any idea which hand was holding his weapon. While incredibly confused, Kasuk initiated his attacks again as if he was holding swords in both of his hands. Try to guess which one, alright. Afraid that he would be able to puncture her wind again, Ace kept dodging his attacks, which was pretty easy for her to do since Kasuk was just wildly swinging his arms. Ace. Increase the intensity of your aerial. Then he shouldn't be able to puncture it that easily. A bit of advice came from Riviera. Nodding to her, Ace gathered more magic power and the wind around her became a storm gust. However, Kasuk still continued his attacks. With renewed confidence, Ace tried blocking his left arm's attack. However, she didn't feel anything and the right arm immediately came after. Ace already predicted this result and used the shortest path she prepared to intercept the other arm. But the result is another shock for her as she didn't feel anything too. Confused at this result, Ace immediately jumped back in fear of something unknown. Kasuk, on the other hand, just let her go. With an even bigger grin, Kasuk opened both of his palms. The answer is, I'm not holding anything. The moment he said this, his blade reappeared in the spot he was before, stabbed into the ground. The incredibly stoic girl, for the first time in years, became irritated and frustrated. Tempest. Renewing her spell, she used the majority of her magic to create a tornado surrounding her. She intended to finish this fight in one go. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kasuk clicked his tongue in disappointment, and this is why I told you that you have poor handling of your own wind. He then turned his back to Ace and picked up his sword and started walking to the referee. I won. Yuruchi looked towards Ace, trying to figure out what Kasuk did, and a moment later, she realized what he had done. I see. I guess this round is your win too. Ace's irritation finally became seething anger. She was at her strongest and Kasuk hadn't done anything yet. Why is she already deciding the match? As a proud adventurer, she couldn't take this humiliation despite how apathetic she was most of the time. Dashing for the last time, she attacked Kasuk. To the side, Riviera was already too late to notice what was going on. Wait. Ace. Stop. Not listening to her, Ace continued and Kasuk finally faced her. How can you call yourself a proficient wind user when you didn't even notice what I planted inside your own wind? And with a snap of his fingers, multiple invisible explosions occurred inside Ace's tornado, Kia. Chapter 441, Start of Expedition. Due to the explosions, Ace dropped down to the ground with a few broken bones all over her body and a bleeding head. Ace. Riviera came to Ace screaming and immediately used her healing magic on her. Riviera was about to use her elixir but Kasuk approached them and stopped her. Don't waste it. Use this instead. Kasuk then passed them a small bottle of violet-colored potion. Although it wasn't as effective as the elixir, Kasuk's potion could be compared to or was even better than a high potion, which was just below an elixir, while also being cheaper as it was made from materials that were used for medium potions. He could have sold it, but it would have brought more trouble than it would be worth. Riviera looked at Kasuk with a complicated expression but she still accepted the potion. Thank you. Riviera let Ace drunk Kasuk's potion and her immediate comment on it was, grapes. Yep. It's better than plain, slightly bitter potion, right? After a few minutes, Ace's broken bones were mended thanks to Kasuk's potion and Rivera's healing magic. She then stood up and faced Kasuk before bowing her head slightly. It's my loss. I thought you would be more frustrated. Ace shook her head. I'm frustrated. I don't even know how I lost the last round. Kasuk then put up his right hand and a small magic circle appeared above it. A few seconds later, the air started to get sucked above the magic circle, highly compressed air. Once you've gathered enough air and let go of it, the magic circle disappeared and a small explosion occurred, sending out a shockwave to all those around. This happens. I planted a few of these around your wind. You understand now why I said your proficiency is not that great, right? Ace's eyes were wide open in shock. She knew that magic like this existed, but thanks to Kasuk's silent and instant cast, she wasn't able to see it. More shocking than that was, I wasn't even able to notice it. Correct. Inside your own magic, you failed to notice foreign magic just because it used the same attribute as yours. If that's not a testament on how poor your handling is, I don't know what is. Ace bit her lips. However, a few seconds later, she started smiling and looked straight into Kasuk's eyes with her own shining eyes. Please teach me how to use my magic. All the anger she felt back then disappeared as pure admiration took over. Nope. Kasuk immediately refused with the same smile. Ace's smile froze. But you told me that you'll be teaching me some things. Yep. I indeed said that, but only after some payment. I haven't even received a down payment. I'm doing business here, little girl. Ah. Ace indeed recalled something like that being mentioned. Then I'll give you everything I got from the quest of the 24th floor. What Ace, the Hermes Familia, and the trio received from that quest was really mind-bogglingly large. It may be due to the difficulty of the quest, but the group received a few 100 million valis worth of items and materials from the mysterious person who gave them the quest. The Hermes Familia decided to give half of what they earned to the trio as gratitude because they understood that without them, only a few or none of them might have made it back to the surface. Still nope. Kasuk rejected her again with the same smile. Ace was devastated. Why? Because you'll have your expedition in 2 days. Did you forget? Even Arshan is busy and couldn't come just to prepare for your expedition. Go and do your part and I'll accept your payment and teach you once you've returned. Ah. Roger that. Please excuse me. I'm going to prepare for the expedition. Ace then ran out, not even waiting for Riviera. I swear, whoever said that she's an emotionless doll is clearly lying. She looks just like a little kid who got promised a new toy to just do some chores. Kasuk muttered as he watched Ace skip towards the outside. She was called like that for a reason, however. I can agree to your latter statement, said Riviera with a twitching mouth. Being lively is good, added Yuruchi. Anyways, I need to get going too. Thank you for having us. Riviera bid her farewell, intending to follow Ace. However, just before she could go up, Kasuk shouted to her, "Oh right, I'll be expecting you too once you've returned. I'll prepare some good costumes for you." Riviera almost stumbled on her way out but she didn't face Kasuk and just ran out. But Kasuk, Yuruchi, and Sona could very well see her very flushed red long ears. Stretching his back, Kasuk intended to go back to the workshop. Now that I've seen something nice, I need to go back to work. I should be able to finish the basic model for warping in the next few days. Oh. That's nice. Now then, Sona-chan, let's continue. I need you to master the basics before the expedition. Yuruchi dragged Sona back to training. 2 days later, on the day of the Loki Familia expedition, everyone from the Loki Familia and some from the Hephaestus Familia gathered at the Central Park. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko soon arrived and went to look for Riviera to arrange their position in the group. A few minutes later, Finn, Riviera, and Gareth went up to the makeshift podium. Finn went in front, bearing the flag of Loki Familia, and overlooked everyone. We will now begin our expedition. Like before, we'll split our force into 2 groups. Once we regroup on the 18th floor, we'll immediately head down to the 50th floor. Riviera and I will be in charge of the first group and Gareth will be in charge of the second. Our goal is the unknown area, the 59th floor. You all are courageous adventurers and warriors like the heroes of old. We'll gain wealth and fame from exploring the unknown. We don't need false glory at the cost of others. I want you all to swear by the light on the surface that you'll come back alive. Now. Let's depart on our expedition. Chapter 442, The Best Self-Defense Weapon. Aika, Sona, and Kaneko joined Finn and Riveria's group. The trio then started greeting everyone from the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia. The three of them knew that there would be some dissent, especially from the members of the Loki Familia since they would come with them. Even though they already heard that it was an agreement between Loki and Hestia, some of them still couldn't accept that they would be piggybacking some level 2 kids from some unknown familia. The news about them being able to slay minotaurs while still just being level 1s was still highly doubted, as most people thought that they received help from the executives of the Loki Familia. Despite that, the trio continued to greet everyone in an effort to ease some of their dissatisfaction. After all, they would be together for at least 2 weeks of their journey. But once they had done their greetings, they figured out that most of the dissatisfaction only came from the lower-leveled members of the Loki Familia. Even Bet, who was famous for his rash mouth and brash attitude, seemed to quietly accept their presence. Not because his superior told him to accept them, but he already witnessed them risk their lives against something that is much stronger than them. They might be weaklings, but they aren't cowards, is what was on his mind. The trio then went to the front as Riviera instructed them and, once they reached the group of executives, Riviera asked, "How was it?" "It's better than I thought," Sona answered. "Of course, there are members after all. However, small dissatisfaction can't be avoided, especially from those who just joined us." Riviera made a small smile. Off to the side, the energetic Amazonas immediately greeted them. Hey. It's been a while. I heard you guys are periodically seen on the 18th floor and beyond. You guys are still level 2, right? That's amazing. It's thanks to the people who supported us. Without them, we wouldn't be here." Aika replied to Tiona. "Oh, I've heard of one of them. Yoruchi, right?" Tioni asked. "Yes. She's the one who is mainly training our fighting skills." Kaneko answered. The group of executives from the Loki Familia and the trio kept on chatting until they reached the 7th floor, which had a weird atmosphere. And the first one to notice it was Kaneko, who had been using her senjutsu. The smell of blood is thicker than usual, and it comes from people. Everyone from the Loki Familia frowned and looked towards Bet, who also started sniffing the air and confirmed her statement. "She's right." And panicked voices are coming from the front. They were surprised that Kaneko was able to notice something before Bet, but they didn't have time for that right now. "Let's move faster," Finn commanded. And a few seconds later, everyone could already see a few adventurers running towards them. "Hey, what happened?" Tiona asked them. "Gay. Amazonas. Tiona Hiriut. The Loki Familia. An expedition." One of the adventurers reacted with a scared expression. Why do they always react this way? Tiona wanted to cry. Bet grabbed one of their collars and started asking with a threatening tone, "What are you guys doing?" It's only normal to be suspicious of adventurers running away, as they might have just passed a parade of monsters to other unsuspecting adventurers. Knowing the suspicion on them, one of them immediately answered, There was a minotaur." "What?" "As I said, there was a minotaur. There was a minotaur on the upper floors. We got out of there as fast as we could, when we saw a white-haired brat getting attacked." "Where is this minotaur?" Sona interrupted and pressured him with her gaze. "Oh, on the 9th floor." The adventurer answered. Sona immediately got on Kaneko's back and told the rest, "We're sorry, but we're going ahead first." After that sentence, Aika, Kaneko, and Sona had disappeared and reappeared more than 10 meters away from the group and were already running towards the depth of the dungeon. "Wait!" Riviera shouted at them, but they already disappeared into the distance. Those who first time saw the flash step were incredibly confused at what just happened. "I'm following them," Ace stated as she ran after them. "Ace!" Tiona shouted. "What are you doing?" Bet reacted. "We're following them," Finn commanded. Since they were already here, they might as well see what was happening. Who knows? It may lead to more clues regarding the Tamer. Aika, Kaneko, and Sona immediately reached the 9th floor. "What do you think? How big is his chance of survival?" Sona asked. If he could just throw away that cowardly instinct, then he can probably defeat that minotaur. After all, we've been teaching him a few tricks that could be useful." Aika answered. "If he could push away his fears, that is," Kaneko added. On their way to where they suspected the minotaur and the white-haired adventurer was, they came across a familiar but bloody figure, the Palom, who's always with Cranel-san. The Palom, Lily, noticed them and immediately pleaded despite being in a confused state because of the wound on her head, "Adventurer-sama, please help us. Aika hurriedly moved in to catch her falling body and immediately took out a potion, pouring it on her face. Please help Belle-sama. Lily continued pleading. Where is he? Aika asked. He's in room E16 on the regular path. Lily did her best to point in a certain direction. However, just as she finished speaking, Kaneko warned the others, someone is here. And he's strong. Aika set Lily down and looked towards the direction she pointed. She then saw a burly adventurer walking out of the shadows, Otter of Freya Familia. I have a business in here and you're interfering with my work. You shall not pass. Otter unsheathed his gigantic great sword. Sona got down from Kaneko back and said while fixing her glasses, I see, this is Freya-sama's arrangement. I wonder what for. I don't know what you're talking about, but this is my business alone. Do not interfere. Otter replied, not a bit bothered about what she said. The three of them knew that they couldn't match Otter, but it wouldn't hurt to try going against the said strongest men in Orario. Without speaking, Aika drew her Nodachi and dashed towards Otter while brandishing her blade. However, the moment their weapons met, Aika was instantly blown away. Ku. Kaneko caught her midair and set her down. That brute force is something else. Aika muttered. It was Kaneko's turn to try to pass him. Using Flash Step, she reappeared in front of Otter and immediately aimed her hammer at his face. But, as if he already knew what she planned to do, Otter easily blocked her attack using his sword. A split second later, Aika also reappeared behind him and aimed for his neck. But even then, without looking back, Otter easily dodged her strike. Seeing that their attempt was unsuccessful, the two of them immediately retreated. What a strange magic, Otter muttered while looking at them. Nope. We can't do it. Aika sighed. Let's wait for Ace-san. She's coming here. Kaneko also gave up. And a few seconds later, Ace did arrive and Otter finally took a stance. Sword Princess, I wish to challenge you. Ace was confused about why the champion is here, but she also pulled out her rapier and clashed against him. While they're distracted, Aika, Kaneko, and Sona slipped past Otter. Otter, of course, wouldn't allow it and chased after them with a speed which was even faster than the fastest member of the Loki Familia. However, with a grin, Aika pulled out a pepper spray and used it in the general direction he was taking, which became pretty effective as Otter was forced to retreat. We'll go ahead. Aika shouted while waving at him. Chapter 443, A Rabbit and a Minotaur. The trio reached the room where the white-haired adventurer was supposed to be attacked by the Minotaur. When they saw it, the first thing they noticed was that the Minotaur was different from the rest, due to its fur being dark red in hue, and it was currently wielding a greatsword which was clearly forged by a person's hand instead of being a natural weapon. However, when they saw Belle's condition, the trio decided not to step in and help him. What's this? Aren't you doing well? Belle immediately noticed them. Aika-san. He shouted as he dodged the Minotaur's strike, breaking the boulders around him. What's up with that face? Do you want our help? Aika asked. Please. Belle pleaded as he continued dodging the Minotaur's attacks. Sure, but are you going to run away again? Belle froze on his spot for a moment before he started moving again to dodge. Aye. You want to be a great adventurer? A hero? How laughable. The way you're now, no way that's going to happen. Even you could see that, right? But I can't defeat the Minotaur. Sure, but that's just the bullshit you believe. Do you even see the reality right now? Aren't you doing fine in the face of that cow head? And that knife, it can properly cut open that walking roast beef. It's up to you if you can actually do it, though. But what are you waiting for? A great adventure is waiting in front of you, a doorway to your dreams. Aren't you going to take it? Belle continued to dodge the Minotaur in silence, and a few seconds later, a light burned brightly in his eyes and asked, Is Lily safe? Yep. We came across her earlier and she should be fine now. Aika answered. Gritting his teeth, Belle faced the Minotaur properly this time. He was still very much scared, however, a burning passion in his heart was slowly melting it away. Thank you. The rest from the Loki Familia soon arrived with Lily in tow. When they saw a lone adventurer and obviously a newbie facing the Minotaur, Ace, Tioni, and Tiona were about to help, but the trio blocked their way. What are you doing? The usually energetic Tiona frowned at them. Ha. It's true that first come first serve in the dungeon and we can't steal others' prey. Bet supported their decision but for a different reason. Hearing this, the still weak Lily immediately pleaded to him, please. Adventurer-sama. Please help Belle-sama. Seeing her pitiful state and earnest plea, Bet clicked his tongue and stepped forward. Damn it. Move away. However, the trio still didn't move despite his threatening atmosphere. Oi, move away if you don't want to be forcefully moved. In response, Aika only replied, Are you blind? Does it look like he needs help? Bet got pissed but he still looked towards Belle and the Minotaur duking it out in the middle of the room and was shocked with what he found. Oi. Didn't this little brat say he's just a level 1? How can he match the movement of a level 2 Minotaur? He asked everyone. Everyone couldn't move, but it was much more shocking for Finn and Bet to see this, as this was their first time witnessing a level 1 going against a level 2 monster, which was normally an impossible feat. Is it really that surprising? We did it too last time. Ika muttered. Bell could only match the Minotaur's movement because he recalled every tip and trick which the trio taught him. Every time they would meet while the trio was stocking up on potions from the Maic Familia. Ika and Kaneko would teach some things to the newbie Bell to flex their superiority as seniors, and the naive Bell would believe them completely. Although Sona didn't agree with their thoughts, she also gave him some tips. While Ika and Kaneko would keep on teaching him reckless things, Sona would counter that with her own teachings of analysis so that he could use their tips properly. Thanks to that and his unusually high status for a level 1, he got a chance to defeat the Minotaur which Freya had unreasonably thrusted upon him. A few minutes of intense battle later, Bell stood victorious and unconscious after creating an opening and using everything on his instant cast magic, Firebolt. He actually did it. Bet muttered while gritting his teeth. Even though he watched a very low-level battle, the fact that someone who could risk his life with every move existed, reignited his burning passion for adventure, but at the same time, he was extremely frustrated since he knew he couldn't do the same thing if he was in Bell's shoes. Damn it all. Old hag, you can read hieroglyphs, right? Take a look at his status. That's incredibly rude and would infringe on his private information. Can't you see, he's displaying his back for everyone to see. You'll see it eventually when you start taking care of him. Riviera sighed and finally agreed with him because she was also curious. Even from the distance, she could already see Bell's status through his torn shirt. Approaching him, she started reading his status in earnest but became careful so that she wouldn't be able to see his skills, status all S. One of them even broke through the limit. Wah. Bet clenched his fist. In Orario, only Ace and Otter reached the status of all S and Ace became one of the strongest adventurers while Otter is known as the strongest, but even then, they never got anything higher than S. Bell Cranel, is it? Finn muttered. This fight became more memorable to him as he personally witnessed it. Even if he knew that the trio managed to do something similar or even harder, he couldn't easily believe such claims and always had some doubts. On the extreme top of the Tower of Babel, Kasuk was quietly standing while looking down with his umbrella blocking the direct sunlight. He was currently watching Freya having a satisfied expression after Bell defeated the Minotaur but also a slight regret that she wasn't the reason why he could defeat it. I see. So that's how it is. In hindsight, she does things similar to me, but she only cares about the soul and throws everything else aside, only depending on chance. Well, I guess that's one way to unearth heroes, at the cost of quite a few dead bodies. As my girls grow stronger, it would be detrimental for them to keep their souls sealed from her sight. It looks like the future will be fun. Kasuk muttered as he disappeared from the tower. Chapter 444, Donatus. 2 days after the Loki Familia left for their expedition, Hestia got up early in the morning and bid her farewell to everyone. Well then, everyone, I'm off. Hestia stood up after eating her breakfast. I promise to get perfectly acceptable aliases for everyone. Do you think she can do it? Kasuk asked. I highly doubt it, Yoruchi answered while munching on her bread. The Donatus. It was a meeting of the gods which was held once every 3 months. Although it was only a title, the guild had recognized it as an advisory body composed of gods. Even though a lot of the matters brought up there lacked seriousness and were discussed jokingly, it was also the place to decide the aliases for adventurers and suggested and reviewed recent and upcoming events that occur in the city. To participate, a god must have at least one level 2 or higher member in their familia. Attending the Donatus was a sign that their familia was one of the stronger ones in the city. What are you going to do if you don't get an acceptable alias, Naya? Kuroka asked. She already heard what a Donatus was and how rough those meetings could become. She also heard that gods and goddesses used this chance to name children of other familias with painful and cringeworthy names which didn't seem to bother the citizens of this world, most probably because the term and meaning of Chunibi were foreign or unknown to them. Instead of answering, however, Kasuk and Yoruchi only gave her a smile which gave her shivers. Not good. These two will absolutely cause chaos. But I wonder how much. I hope we get some really funny names. But the shivers she felt were not from fear but the anticipation for the future. She really just wanted to see the world burn. In the Donatus with Loki as the chairwoman, the meeting had started and Hestia couldn't help but cringe at what she was seeing. Did you hear? Poor little Soma got a warning from the guild. He had to give up his one and only hobby. One of the gods shouted to everyone. Are you serious? Another god asked, so, what's his hobby anyway? I don't know. I heard he shut himself up in his room, sitting in the corner while hugging his knees. I wanna see. Oh, there is information that the kingdom of Rakia is preparing to invade Orario. Is it Ares again? I think I'll go cheer him up. You're just going to go over and rub salt into his wound, aren't you? Hestia muttered while shivering. I expected something like this to happen, but this is rough. It's the usual. Hephaestus, who was sitting beside her, was already used to this chaotic sight of everyone just shouting at each other. Clapping her hands, Loki gathered everyone's attention. All right, quiet down. To summarize, what we need to be concerned about right now is Rakia. I'll inform the guild about it. Your familius might be called to fight, so be prepared. Feigning a cough, Loki continued, can I say something too? A new and weird monster has been popping up these days. It appeared at the Monterphilia and at a safety point in the dungeon. This was the reason why Loki volunteered to be the chairwoman for today's meeting. The remnants of Evelys are acting up, which means that some god must be giving them a fauna. They are richly colored, like someone has dumped paint all over them. They're as strong as second-class adventurers and appear in various places. They'll appear anywhere, including the city and the dungeon. Loki continued, that god is probably here, considering that both power and information gathers here. A strange reaction should be enough. The remnants of Evelys have been acting up lately, or so I've heard. You should all be careful. Loki finished her words, waiting for everyone's reaction. However, the other gods only answered with vague expressions and statements which didn't help Loki to gather any information at all. The atmosphere turned stiff because most of the gods noticed Loki's intention and didn't want to get involved in this problem. But amidst that, a certain god wearing an elephant mask stood up and said, I'd like to say something too. First off, I'm Ganesha. He introduced himself while doing a weird pose. Okay, now sit down. Loki retorted. Not listening to her, Ganesha continued his antics. Sorry, I made a mistake. Let me apologize first. I'm sorry for the mess we caused at the Monsterphilia the other day. Nevertheless, I swear on my own name that we weren't the ones who captured those man-eating flowers. Please trust me. Can I say more? Waving her hand in resignation, Loki agreed with a fed-up face. Oh, all right. Just hurry it up. However, deep inside her, she had been waiting for Ganesha to say the next words he wanted to say. On the same floor where those man-eating flowers rampaged on, one of my familia members was murdered. I don't know if it has something to do with the Monsterphilia, but I want to avenge him. Bowing his head to everyone, Ganesha pleaded, please tell me if you know anything about it. While crying his eyes out, Ganesha started muttering, Ku. Hashana. Why? Why did you die while having sex? Everyone froze up. I'm so jealous that you were seduced and killed by a hot-busted woman. Realizing what he just said, Ganesha corrected himself, I mean, how disgraceful. Why didn't you trade places with me? But he still got it wrong. Hashana didn't die during sex. Loki corrected him. Huh. Sighing, Loki gave up on him, but she was laughing inside. Nonetheless, the mood has taken a turn for the better. This should make the small and medium-sized familias realize that this is too much for them to handle, based on how the Loki familia took an interest in it and how the Ganesha familia has mourned and pleaded. Those who don't have anything to do with this won't stick their noses into it, and at the same time, Evelys' movements should become more obvious. It should slow them down. Thanks, Ganesha. Your words will keep them in check. She thought while looking at the gods who already gave up entertaining themselves by meddling with this affair. Well then, let's move on to the naming ceremony. Chapter 445, The Naming Ceremony. The Naming Ceremony. Aliases such as Sword Princess and Nine Hells were officially decided during this ceremony. The children of the lower world viewed such names as worthy of awe. However, those aliases of awe were considered to be painful names among the gods and were enough to cause them to faint in agony. In particular, members of weaker familia were commonly toyed around with by the gods of veteran familias. Okay, Erica Rosaria's alias will be Violante. Whhyy. They're insane. Hestia muttered as she started to get nervous for real. I understand all too well. I used to be just like them. Hephaestus patted her shoulder. Hestia then looked at her with upturned eyes, won't you help me? But Hephaestus only shook her head, I am but a single voice. I can't influence them unless I use force, and you know I don't like doing that. Hestia could only sigh and brace herself. She thought of asking for Loki's help, but she knew that she would only make things worse knowing her personality. Next is an adventurer named Seti from the Set Familia, Loki announced. Please go easy on me. The god of Set Familia pleaded. However, all the gods around only had a nasty grin and shining eyes while simultaneously saying, I refuse. No. Thus, Set's boy will be the burning fighting fighter. You bastards. Gahahaha. Next in line is Takumi Kazuchi. Oh, isn't she a cute one? She's from one of those Far East places, so her name is written backwards. Lil Yamato Mikoto-chan. Loki continued the fun. Black hair is so nice. So would having some fun with a girl at this tender age, eh? One of the gods muttered. Are you serious? Takumi Kazuchi couldn't believe that someone would make a comment like that. Takumi Kazuchi, you hopeless bastard. Another follow-up from one of the gods. What? Takamikazuchi couldn't help but slam the table. However, their stream of comments continued. Natural-born gigolo, that's what you are. Goddesses, children, doesn't matter to ya, does it? Pulling M into your scheme just the same. Got a Lolita complex or something. But most of these comments were born from jealousy of other male gods, as someone as cute as Mikoto was rare and all of them wanted to have fun too. What are you talking about? If not for his mortal-like strength, Takamikazuchi would have already broken the stone table in front of him. I shall be the one to deliver a requiem for Mikoto-chan. One of the gods declared, future of the Milky Way, fortune galaxy. Such a good girl following a hopeless god, the fallen saint, last heroine. You idiots, it should be little angel. Enough. Stop at once. Takamikazuchi was about to cry for justice while recalling his cute Mikoto. Mikoto. I'll do whatever it takes to get you an acceptable alias. Standing up, Takamikazuchi pointed at everyone. I've done my absolute best to raise and guide my little angel. Little angel. That's it. Hestia couldn't ignore it any longer, so she finally spoke up. Cut it out already. Take. As your friend, I swear I won't allow that title to be dash. However, Loki interrupted her. Have you guys finished deciding on Yamato Mikoto-chan's alias? Let's move on already. Hey smug-faced Dionysus-kun, you've been quiet for some time. Don't you have anything to say? One of the gods called out to Dionysus. You've shown up for the first time in a while. Why don't you say something? Let's see. Dionysus then looked toward Takamikazuchi, who was sending hand signals towards him, pleading him to think of a normal alias. Dionysus gave him a small smile and Takamikazuchi suddenly felt elated. However, that smile soon warped to something nasty as he said, Absolute Cross Shadow, how about that? Dionysus, you bastard. Mikoto-chan's alias shall be Absolute Cross Shadow. Any objection? Loki announced. None. Most of the gods agreed. You monsters. The next adventurer, or rather adventurers, are from the Bratz Familia. Make sure to take a look at their files before you decide, okay. Loki moved on, ignoring the blood-curdling scream of one god. The ignored Hestia finally started to shake, not in anger, but from fear. These guys. They're worse than I thought. First off, the three with the great achievement of slaying 2 minotaurs while just being a level 1, Shiron Tuju, Aika Kiryu, and Sona Citri. The three of them slew 2 minotaurs. That's indeed impressive. And most importantly, they're all cute. But I heard that there's an even better achievement from yesterday. I heard it's Mayaka's child. Mayak, who was silently waiting until now, flinched at their attention. We'll go into that later, but first of all, think of names for them. Please forgive these children. I beg you. Hestia knew that acting tough won't do her any good, so she could only plead like the other gods. Kaneko-chan. A white-haired cat person using white-colored flame magic. How strange, but also amusing. Let's start with White Cat Nebula. What's this? She was also seen punching monsters. Ha ha ha, I'll go with Star Force Fist Fighter. Why you guys? Hey, look at this. Apparently she also has a big sister. She's a black-haired cat person who was also seen wielding black flames. Let's think about a theme that could match them. After a few more banter between each other, Loki announced the aliases of both Kaneko and Kuroka. For Shiron-chan, it'll be White Flames of Dawn while Kuroka-chan will have Black Flames of Twilight. Any objection? None. Hestia almost fell forward and started crying, these bastards. I'm so sorry, Kaneko-kun, Kuroka-kun. I failed you. Next is, Aika Kiryu-chan. She's wielding a strange, giant Far Eastern sword. However, even with her weapon of choice, witnesses can only see flashes of her sword. It seems that she learned a certain style of swordsmanship. Hestia tried to protest to the names that they thought of, however, Aika still received the alias, Flashy Knight Champion. When they reached Sona, Hestia had already partially given up as her voice wasn't reaching anyone. And due to her magic, Sona received the alias, Magical Girl Azure. Using that momentum and in a similar fashion, Medusa received, Tiny Maid Warrior, while Yoruchi received, Void Shadow Stalker. Everyone was having fun until they reached the last file, which contained Kasuk's information. So this is their captain, huh? Aside from the first three, the rest who leveled up don't look very impressive. One of the gods muttered. However, only Dionysus, Hermes, and especially Freya silently disagreed. While Dionysus only had some small doubts, Hermes already heard from his members what Yoruchi was capable of, and it seemed to be that she was the mentor of the first three. Freya, on the other hand, based her suspicion on their normal and dirty souls. She knew she couldn't be wrong with what she saw, but she was still questioning whether someone with a soul like that was really capable of an achievement similar to Belle. And most importantly, it was thanks to them that Bell was able to break through his limits. So in extension, her suspicion reached towards Kasuk and the rest. What is this feeling? I don't like it. I should investigate them. However, Loki is oddly close to them. What should I do? They were about to decide Kasuk's alias when one of them read through his file and reached the bottom sentence. Every child from his familia is his lover. What? Huh. The male gods, while having fun, suddenly froze and read through his file. What the hell is this? Their reaction was understandable as everyone from the Hestia familia, as they saw, was cute and a beauty of their own right. And when they were told that all of them were attending to a single man, something broke inside them. They didn't think that they would see someone even worse than Takamikazuchi and someone who could rival the most famous playboy god, Zeus. Thus, with the cooperation of most of the male gods and their resentment, Kasuk received the title, Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. Chapter 446, Aliases. Hestia got home with her soul almost coming out of her body. I'm home. Seeing her like this, Kasuk, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa already knew what happened. However, they still didn't know how bad it was. Welcome home, Hestia-sama. Did you have your dinner? I had a meal with Hephaestus. Hestia then slowly walked towards the four of them and immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I couldn't get any acceptable ones. Kasuk and Yoruchi's smiles became cold, however, they didn't show it to Hestia. Depending on those aliases, especially their aliases, the whole Orario might not have a wink of sleep tonight. Don't worry, Hestia-sama. We'll accept whatever nickname they gave us. After all adventurers of level 2 and above have one, right? Kasuk consoled Hestia, but he would regret his words later. Hestia's eyes swam around as she knew how bad it was, especially Kasuk's alias. Do you want to hear it now? Or wait for the guild to announce it tomorrow? Let's go to the living room and hear it there. Kasuk urged everyone and Medusa separated from them to prepare some tea and snacks. Hestia stayed quiet until she was served tea. She knew that Kasuk and the rest were somehow different from the rest of the children and they would understand how painful those nicknames are. Their understanding was to the point that they would laugh behind the back of certain adventurers with really cringy names. After she drank her tea, Hestia sat straight up and cleared her throat. As you know, everyone's aliases were already decided and there's no way to change it until you gain another level. So it's useless to protest about it if you are not satisfied. We understand. Please tell us. Hestia gritted her teeth and spoke. The first ones to be decided were Kaneko-kun and Kuroka-kun. Kuroka perked her ears up and was quite happy that they were decided first as that would mean that they used the same theme for both of the sisters. Let's hear it, Naya. Well. Kaneko-kun got white flames of dawn while Kuroka-kun got black flames of chui, light. At the end of her sentence, Hestia's voice started trailing off. Kuroka froze. Everyone froze. They didn't expect that it was this bad and a few seconds later, Kasuk and Yoruchi started laughing out loud. Fwahahaha. That's great, isn't it, black flames of Twilight-san? Don't laugh, Naya. We haven't heard yours yet. For all we know, it might be worse than that, Naya. Kuroka immediately protested. Now. Don't get too worked up, Black Flame-san. To all others, this is a great and prestigious title. Yoruchi patted her shoulder in mock consolation. Kuroka knew that it was useless to argue with them as they would take every chance they got to mess with someone. She also imagined what would happen if her comrades from her homeworld were to hear about her prestigious title, and she could easily see Biko laughing his ass off and Valen nodding in agreement. Shaking her head, she urged Hestia to continue. Whatever, Naya. Let's hear the rest. Let's see if you're still laughing after Hestia-sama finishes, Naya. Hearing that, Hestia flinched and that reaction of hers gave some worry to both Kasuk and Yoruchi. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Both of them thought and wished. Although they were experienced warriors, and would not bat an eye to whatever those around them think of them, there's really just something different about a painful title, yet it was seen as something great by the others. And next is Ikakuin who got Flashy Knight Champion and Sona who got Magical Girl Azure. Hestia wrote their aliases on the paper. Kasuk and Yoruchi both wanted to laugh, especially at Sona's very coincidental nickname which her big sister would very much adore. However, the worry and bad feeling they were getting overtook their desire to make fun of the absentees. Hestia, noting their silence, continued, Medusa-kun got the title of Tiny Maid Warrior because of her usual attire. Yoruchi-kun got the title Void Shadow Stalker. Yoruchi's brows twitched as she heard hers. The desire to bury those who decided her title increased inside her. However, she didn't interrupt Hestia as she had a weird feeling that the next and last alias would be the most cringy. Kasuk, on the other hand, really wanted to laugh at their titles, especially after seeing Yoruchi's face. But the grim feeling didn't decrease but instead, it multiplied as they waited for Hestia to reveal his own title. He wanted some relief, however, Hestia's next words chopped all hope he had. You see. Kasukuin's title is a bit special and was decided by the gods with great vigor after reading a certain detail in the report about you. And that is? Kasuk asked. Every child from the Hestia familia is your lover. Kasuk was now 100% sure that he wouldn't get a normally painful one. He already interacted with the gods and observed them, and there was one thing that he could say for certain: most of them are extremely jealous of others. Please don't beat around the bush and tell me what they assign to me. G green Krusa, der, G-G-O, lo, as, Hestia couldn't say it properly. Kasuk, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa only heard parts of it, but it was already enough for them to fill in the blanks with the context of everyone's lover. While Kasuk wanted to escape reality, Yoruchi was already holding her mouth, trying not to laugh as they hadn't really confirmed it yet. What was it, Hestia-sama? She asked. I said, Green Crusader, GGI, Low Master. Please say it louder. Yoruchi urged her with a serious and twitching face. Hestia first took a peek at Kasuk and noticed that he was smiling, but his smile was cold. Please go on. Hestia got scared of his expression, but she knew that she couldn't escape this. So she took a deep breath and gathered all of her courage to shout, Kasukuin's title is Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. Something broke inside Kasuk as he maintained his smile. On the other hand, Yoruchi couldn't take it anymore and laughed at his face. Fwahaha. Hey, Gigolo Master. Nice to meet you. Kasuk gave her a forehead flick that sent her flying and doing a backflip. But as she landed on her back, Yoruchi still kept laughing. Ahahaha. This is far from painful. That title is the best. Even the residents of this city should be able to understand how weird your nickname is. From tomorrow onwards you shall be known as the Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. If they ever change it, I'll be the first one to protest against it. Kuroka and Medusa were also trying their best not to laugh, but they couldn't stop their bodies from shaking, so each of them also received a forehead flick from Kasuk. But same as Yoruchi, despite having a swollen forehead, they only kept laughing. I'll also include my signature to your cause, Yoruchi, Naya. Master. Don't worry. This won't really hurt you. Still, with a cold smile, Kasuk asked, Yoruchi, want to join the party? Yoruchi stopped laughing and stood up with great vigor. Of course, I'm coming. We won't let them sleep tonight. I'm also coming, Naya. You can't leave me out of this fun activity, Naya. Then I'll be staying behind to take care of Hestia-sama. Kasuk then faced Hestia. Hestia-sama, could you name all the gods which decided those names for us? Hestia froze and asked, what are you going to do with them? Nah. We'll just give them a late-night visit. To express our gratitude for such a good treatment. Hestia was very much sure that wasn't the case at all, but she also couldn't refuse due to the pressure coming from Kasuk. It's going to be extremely noisy. Chapter 447, Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group. Here. Kasuk passed both Yoruchi and Kuroka a cloak, a mask, and some bombs each. Yoruchi picked up the bombs and asked, these are we blowing up their place? Isn't that bad, Naya? Nope. If we bomb their place, we might hurt innocent people. Besides, they could easily rebuild their place and that'll only be hard for them for a few days. It's the same if we set fire to their places. So instead of destroying them, these stink bombs will make their places inhabitable for a month or two. I designed these bombs so that it'll only stick its smell on earth and wood. Why you're nasty, Naya. Kuroka commented. She thought that even if those familiars wanted to sell their properties, no one would actually want them and prices would only keep on falling. Also, depending on how much it would stick to the earth and wood, since it was Kasuk who made these, it may actually contaminate the land itself, so even if they demolish and rebuild their places, the stink would still be there. What are you going to do if they just move to another place? Yoruchi asked. With a large grin, Kasuk answered, we continue bombing. That's nasty and cruel. Let's do it. Yoruchi pumped herself up. She was also a bit pissed with the name they gave her. Kuroka's mouth twitched and she was really grateful that they weren't her enemies. The most terrifying enemies out there were those which made you think that dying in their hands might be actually the better end. By the way, since Loki was the Donatus chairwoman for today, Naya, she could have said something. The fact that you're stuck with Gigolo Master means that she didn't even try opposing it, Naya. He. Don't worry. I've got a separate punishment for her. Yoruchi and Kuroka were wondering what he would do, but Kasuk suddenly faced Kuroka and said, Kuroka, take out the files of our targets, specifically, those who were involved in criminal activities. Sure, Naya. But what are you going to do with them? Blackmail them? Nope. Too much trouble. Just hand them over to the guild anonymously, including some evidence. I see. Finishing them off, huh? Yoruchi nodded in agreement. I'm truly grateful that you aren't my enemies, Naya. Kuroka couldn't help but mutter. Anyway, just going there without any flair is boring. We need to do something to really leave our mark. Yoruchi suggested. Then how about masquerading as thieves, Naya? What are we going to steal? Kasuk asked Kuroka. We target those involved in illegal activities, Naya, and buy a lot of food with their money before sending it to the orphan kids and the homeless, Naya. Thieves of justice, eh? Sounds good, let's go with that. Kasuk agreed to her. Since it's still pretty early, I'll make some flyers and use them to announce our arrival. What name should we use? We use something cringy as hell, so that those victimized gods would suffer more. They were done in by someone using such a painful name. Then how about Ultimate Thieving Group, Naya? Kuroka suggested. Nope. Too simple. Let's go with Final X Strike Thieving Group. Yoruchi suggested. The three of them used most of their time deciding for their group's name and they finally accepted Kasuk's suggestion, Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group. And to match that name, Kasuk distributed crimson-colored cloaks and crimson-colored masks. He also made 1,000 small flyers in order to distribute them later. Written on it was, peace, order, and happiness, everyone deserves it. But lurking under these beautiful shades, darkness prosper. We, the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group, shall take a stand and scatter this shadow. Air. This is hard. Fuck this. We're here to take your things. The Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group. And beside the name was an image of a red flaming blushing skull. Yoruchi and Kuroka mouths twitched after reading the note. This bastard got too lazy to think of a nice intro. However, once they thought about it again, maybe this will do more damage to their targets and approved of Kasuk's message instead of pointing it towards his lack of skill in poetry. Alright. Let's do this. Kasuk announced as they donned their cloaks and masks. But before they left, Kasuk did something to the seals on their souls. With this, that peeping lady will become even more confused. It was still early in the evening, and most of the people on the streets were adventurers who were just returning from their daily exploration and were looking for a place to eat. The three of them separated. Yoruchi went directly to the busiest part of the city, the marketplace. Kuroka went to the opposite side, which was near Deadless Street and the entertainment district. Kuroka's approach was to toss her pamphlets from roof to roof. She targeted the most crowded areas like shops in the entertainment district. Meanwhile, Yoruchi went to the highest place and took out 2 small metal shields before smashing them together, creating a very loud sound that traveled far and gathered everyone's attention before tossing her own set of pamphlets. What's that? One of the adventurers asked as he looked up to the figure covered in a crimson cloak and wearing a crimson-colored cloak. Some drunk. Look. Something is written on it. One of the adventurers picked up the paper they tossed. Ha. What's this? Steal our things. Is this some prank or some drunkard's idea of having fun? Kasuk, on the other hand, chose a spot where he could overlook one half of Orario, the place where Freya was currently watching the city. Kasuk appeared on the small space outside of Freya's room, separated only by a large pane of glass. Freya almost dropped her wineglass in shock when someone suddenly appeared on her viewing platform, but the first thing she noticed was his soul, which was the familiar but mysterious Crimson Soul. Why you are. Ignoring her shocked expression, Kasuk gathered mist on his hand and slapped it on the glass before writing using his finger, I'm sorry for disturbing you, Freya-sama. But I need this spot for a minute. Thank you. Turning towards the city, Kasuk started to toss his set of pamphlets. While still not knowing what to do, a large thumping was heard from below as Otter made his way to Freya's room because he felt someone near her, which shouldn't be possible, Freya-sama. Otter came barreling in and immediately roared at Kasuk, who was having fun tossing some paper in front of Freya. You bastard. Who are you? Kasuk turned to him and started writing, Good evening, Otter-san. He then proceeded to ignore him and continued his activity. Gritting his teeth, Otter pulled out his sword and swung it towards him while ignoring the glass pane. Kasuk dodged by jumping down and tossing the rest of the papers. Otter immediately followed after him to apprehend and question his goals for getting close to Freya. Freya wasn't bothered by the cold wind due to the now broken glass pane and picked up one of the pamphlets which were blown inside, Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group. Chapter 448, The Chaos. Without hiding it, Yoruchi and Kuroka started running towards their target's buildings and infiltrated it through the front door, smashing it open. With her voice changed, Yoruchi even greeted the inhabitants, Good evening, fuckers. Before throwing the stink bomb on the floor. What? Everyone from the inside was dumbfounded at her sudden intrusion, but it became worse when slightly green opaque smoke exploded out from the thing she threw on the floor. Gah. Kaha. 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 Damn it. What's this? Blearg. Although it was not that strong, the scent of the smoke could be likened to a decomposing animal carcass, and even a little bit of that smell was enough for most people to vomit in disgust. Kaha. What's this? Capture that bastard. Blearg. One of the Familia's executives pointed at the disguised Yoruchi who was currently engraving, The Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group was here, on their wall. Yoruchi then bolted out towards her next target with a bunch of angry adventurers behind her. You bastard. Come back here. Funny enough, Kuroka was also in the same situation despite not talking about this kind of arrangement beforehand. Meanwhile, on Kasuk's side, before he could even reach his first target, a raging boar was already coming after him, wildly swinging his sword. Kasuk only dodged everything Otter threw at him while ignoring him entirely. Of course, everyone who saw them would immediately run away from the sight of the champion hunting someone. Kasuk reached his first target but he couldn't greet them as Yoruchi and Kuroka did and just broke down the door. Kasuk dodged Otter's attack and immediately threw the stink bomb towards him. Otter tried to block the unknown projectile but it exploded on his face and he met the foulest smelling thing ever, so that he almost gagged despite having very strong resistance towards such smells. Guh. Everyone from the inside was dumbfounded and thought that they were being attacked by the strongest adventurer in Orario and were about to run away. But they immediately realized that Otter was chasing some unknown figure. Kasuk then hurriedly engraved the name of their group before leaving through the window. What he left is the stinking building along with its stinking adventurers. Kasuk was momentarily able to lose Otter, but he knew that Otter would be catching up to him later. So using this chance, he continued to wreak havoc on their targeted familias. When the three of them managed to bomb 2 familias each, the whole of Orario was already alerted by their activities, pushing the big familias to investigate what was going on with the guild's request. Surprisingly for many was the Freya familia, which made the first move by utilizing most of their members, including their top-ranking member, Otter. The other big familias that responded to the guild's call were the Ganesha familia and the Ishtar familia. While the former was only doing it out of concern for the safety of the citizens of Orario, the Ishtar familia, especially its goddess Ishtar, was just plainly furious that someone would make trouble in her turf. Although it wasn't in her direct jurisdiction, the explosions and noises interrupted her familia's business and she wanted someone to take responsibility for it. The Loki familia, on the other hand, didn't have their main force, so Loki commanded them to fortify their state instead of investigating what was happening as she thought that this was Evelus or those creatures' work. Soon enough, complete Orario devolved into screams and curses as the adventurers coming after them grew into hundreds, while one of the 3 disguised figures used its strangely loud and creepy tone to laugh out loud at the destruction he sought. Although the adventurers, including Otter, Alan, Shakti, the Gulliver brothers and other prominent figures were doing their best to catch them, often working with each other, they still couldn't catch them, which frustrated them to no end. Yoruchi would use her expertise to dive into the shadows, making them lose track of her. And when she got out of everyone's view, she would immediately use Flash Step to gain some distance which would confuse her pursuers big time as they had no idea how she can just suddenly reappear in another area despite locking down the area where she was. Kuroka would also use the same tactic, but instead of Flash Step, which she hadn't mastered yet to use it consecutively and stealthily, she would hide from everyone's sight and use this chance to use her teleportation magic, creating a similar situation to Yoruchi. Both of them would then continue their attacks on their targeted familias, making the uproar bigger. Meanwhile, Kasuk didn't do any of that and just ran around with the whole Freya familia coming after him. What a sin to become this popular. He muttered for everyone to hear. Ignoring his infuriating words, Alan Frommel, a black-haired cat person and one of the top executives of the Freya familia, asked, "Who are you? What's your goal? Didn't I just distribute some flyers for everyone to read?" Kasuk replied as he dodged Alan's and Otter's simultaneous attacks. "Where did this guy come from?" Alan muttered as he gritted his teeth. All of them knew to not respond to provocations, but what was infuriating them to no end was the way he moved. Although Kasuk wasn't moving faster than both Alan and Otter, they still couldn't catch him even with the help of the Gulliver brothers who were known for their extremely well-played teamwork. And the reason for this was that Kasuk could easily predict their next move. Sensing the movement of magic power, air current, sound or visual cues, and finally spiritual power, Kasuk had enough information for him to make accurate predictions and used his own movements to bait them into doing something easier for him to dodge and led them on without them realizing it. Hence, in their eyes, it was as if Kasuk knew the future, which didn't only infuriate them, but also made them fear him deep inside. But because of this, Kasuk also couldn't continue his main goal, as entering their target's building might just result in unwanted casualties due to these extremely strong and apathetic adventurers coming after him. Even if they were to accidentally kill someone, they would just pin the crime on Kasuk, which was something he didn't want them to sully the good name of the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group with. But even if he couldn't do what he intended, Kasuk was still having fun playing with these guys. This is payback for messing with my girls. He still remembered when Otter blocked Aika, Sona, and Kaneko from reaching Bell and almost hurt them. The chaos went all through the night until it was past midnight and everyone in Orario was awake to witness the disgusting-looking smoke coming from all parts of the city and anyone who would gag when the wind blew it in their direction. When Yoruchi and Kuroka finished their last targets, including Kasuk's part, the 3 of them converged in the park in front of the Tower of Babel as the last part of their plan. Since the place was very open, their pursuers managed to trap them in a circular formation and stayed 30 meters away from them as they didn't know what they were going to do when finally trapped. Once the 3 of them met, they all did high fives and said with their distorted voices, "Success." Contrary to their cheerful attitudes, however, were the hundreds of adventurers huffing and puffing with rage surrounding them, with most of them from the familiars they targeted in the first place. In a rage, one of the adventurers was about to rush to them when Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha Familia, stopped him and turned to the three. Who are you? Chapter 449, The Chaos Part 2. Behind the adventurers were the gods, and their reaction could be divided into two. While most of them were excitedly watching what's going on, some of the gods had their faces distorted by rage. Those were the group's victims, and all of them had attended today's donatus. Who are you? Shakti asked as she prepared her weapon. Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group, Kasuk answered simply while also taking out a paintbrush with a bit of blank ink in its tip. And what's your goal? Shakti asked. But she became vigilant and wondered what that brush was for. As written, to steal some things. Pretty obvious with our name, right? Don't mess with me, you damned brat. You covered my familia's base with something very disgusting. Shouted one of the angry gods. Shakti asked the others to calm the gods down before facing the three again. If that's your definition of stealing, what for? I have no obligation to explain it to you. Either way, it's time for us to leave this place. We still need to do something else, you see. Kasuk replied. Shakti and the rest of the adventurers prepared their weapons. Did you think you can escape this encirclement of the top adventurers of Arario? Chuckling, Kasuk continued, did you think that we didn't have an escape plan after causing this big of a disturbance? Shakti narrowed her eyes and signaled the others to attack. She figured that they couldn't get anything just from talking to them, and it would be dangerous if these unknown people do something else. The first one to move, surprising for others, was the Freya Familia. Otter came from the front, while Alan and the Gulliver brothers came from behind. Hogni Ragnar, a dark elf, and Haydeen Selland, an elf, both level 6 from the Freya Familia, took the other sides, completely blocking off their escape routes. For many, this was their first time to witness Otter and the rest of the executives from the Freya Familia fighting, so not just adventurers were excited but also the gods were watching the situation. Those who were not affected deeply thanked the so-called Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group for creating a situation like this. Whatever the ending was, this event was great food for them. Otter's dash was so blindingly fast that most adventurers couldn't even see his movements as he instantly arrived in front of Kasuk, bearing down his massive greatsword with a nonchalant expression despite his clear attempt to cut him down. Freya's orders were to capture this person, and normally, he would follow her every command regardless of the result. However, this time, Otter felt a clear threat from the person towards his beloved goddess after he silently climbed the tower from the outside. So he didn't hesitate to break his promise to kill this person. Otter arrived quickly, but the first one to attack them wasn't him, but Alan, by throwing a knife at each disguised person. He knew that he couldn't harm them substantially this way, but the distraction it would create could help them kill these three. They were the same as Otter, Alan, and the rest didn't have any intention of following their goddess commands, because of the threat they posed to her safety, even if there was a law and severe punishments that prohibit the children from harming a god. The viewers were shocked, though, because Kasuk and Yoruchi simply caught the knives with their fingers without even looking at it. Kuroka, on the other hand, didn't have the same level of martial prowess, so she used a small magic circle to block the incoming projectile, which, in hindsight, surprised the viewers more. What was that? Instant cast. Shakti muttered while getting ready to join them. However, all of her burning motivation to jump into the fray was instantly snuffed out due to what happened next. Kasuk, using the knife he caught, slashed towards Otter with a much faster speed, bisecting his greatsword and cutting him from his right shoulder until his left flank. With dilated pupils, Otter immediately retreated while throwing the last half of his sword towards Kasuk in an attempt to distract him. Which in response, Kasuk just slapped away. Everyone, including those from the Freya Familia, especially Freya herself, was shocked at this turn of events. The dashing Freya Familia members abruptly stopped their advance, and Yoruchi wouldn't let go of this chance. Instantly reappearing in front of Alan, Yoruchi muttered, "Hey, we're still in a fight. Don't get too distracted." Cool. Alan hurriedly put his spear across him to block Yoruchi's punch. But even after being warned and putting up his defense, Yoruchi's knuckle just went through his spear, breaking it and hitting him square in the chest. Gah. Alan flew off, hitting two of the four Gulliver's brothers behind him as all three of them smashed into an empty stall. Alan. Haydeen shouted at his comrade. He then signaled the dark elf, Hogni, to check on Otter while he ran towards Alan's side. After reaching Alan's side, who was already coughing blood, Haydeen checked his condition and estimated the injuries he had. Most of his rib bones were broken and some punctured his lungs. All of this even with his spear and armor blocking that attack. Haydeen then took out an elixir and forced Alan to drink half of it and poured the rest of it on his chest. On Hogni's side, after checking Otter's condition, he noticed something even more terrifying than the wound across his body. Oh, Otter. Otter became confused at his reaction, as he should already know that a cut of this kind wasn't enough to be called a large and deep wound. Otter thought he was shocked at the way he was cut, and he was, too, until he felt something amiss as there was something moist on his throat. Otter used his hand to touch his neck, and after feeling the watery substance, he checked only to find his fingers covered in black ink. With his eyes wide open, Otter hurriedly looked towards Kasuk, who was waving his paintbrush with black ink on it. Since there were no more enemies coming after them, Kuroka used this chance to teleport themselves out. Everyone braced themselves when a purple magic circle suddenly appeared beneath them, but a few seconds later, the three of them slowly became granules of light, and before they disappeared entirely, all of them said, "Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group, signing off. Until next time." It was hard to imagine that the chaotic Orario suddenly became quiet, very quiet. But the first one to break this silence was the captain of the Freya Familia with an uproaring laugh, "Fwahaha. Great. I'll be expecting you." Instead of being scared like the rest, Otter became excited at the prospect of fighting someone much stronger than him. The last time he felt like this was when the Zeus and Hera Familius were still around and their executives thrashed him mercilessly. Freya, who had been watching everything from the top of the tower, frowned deeply. Although she was happy that Otter got his motivation back and his soul shone brighter because of it, she was worried about the three's identity. The three's soul didn't match their strength. Even if it was a dirty or ordinary soul, once they reached a certain level, its radiance would match their strength. That was true for all the adventurers that she had met, including those from the Zeus and Hera Familia, unless they're faking it. That's impossible. She muttered under the cold wind, not willing to believe her own conjecture. Chapter 450, Aftermath. Otter's laugh woke everyone up from their stupor as most of them shuddered at the sudden realization that they were chasing after someone who could instantly kill them. Contrary to the adventurers, the gods' reactions were still the same as earlier, however, with even more intensity. The targeted Familius gods were cursing that they weren't able to capture the three people despite being surrounded by basically everyone. The onlooking gods, on the other hand, took glee in their misfortune and became excited at the appearance of unknown individuals that could match the top Familius in Orario and started guessing where they came from. Everyone slowly dispersed once the Freya Familia left to take care of the chaos that the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group had left behind. However, they didn't have any idea how nasty the stink bombs were. They would only realize it after that they discovered they can't remove the scent no matter what they did, which turned their property into something worthless. And they also didn't have any idea that this was only the beginning. After receiving the damage reports from everyone, the guild employees returned with tired expressions and a gloomy atmosphere. They didn't expect that every one of them would have to work until almost morning due to this incident. And this resulted in quite some hate coming to the self-proclaimed thieving group. However, most of them still hated their superior, the guild head, Royman Mardiel, even more for leaving everyone and going to the entertainment district. They already arranged the damage report before they could even reach the guild hall so that they can just file this and go home to get some quality sleep and forget the smell that invaded their minds when they came to gather the reports. From the data they gathered, only a fifth of the total Familia who became victims of the nasty terrorist attacks got robbed. When everyone thought that this was already over, the moment they went to their office, everyone immediately noticed the three intruders which were covered in crimson cloaks, eating snacks by lifting a bit of their masks. What are they doing here?" muttered a human with pink hair and pink eyes in fear. Misha Flott and everyone from the guild already heard what they were capable of, and their unknown origin and objectives made them a very dangerous group. To a group of non-adventurers, they were the same as the monsters of the dungeon. Kasuk looked towards them and said, "Oh. Hello there. You're pretty late. It's your fault." Everyone wanted to retort but just swallowed it. Remer, one of the guild's section chief and a Chianthrope, stepped forward despite being nervous and signaled one of guild employees to call for outside help. "See Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group, is it? What are you doing here? This a guild property and an off-limits section. On top of that, there's nothing of value to steal here." One of the guild employees nodded nervously and turned around to run outside. "Hi." However, just as he turned his back, one of the cloaked people was already in front of him and he stumbled backward. Everyone looked towards him and were also shocked when they saw Yuruchi, who used Flash Step to block the guy who's about to call for help. They then turned back towards Kasuk and Kuroka and found the other one missing, in an instant. "Ina," Belle's advisor muttered in bewilderment. "Don't get too scared. We're not here to hurt you. Kasuk tried to comfort them, but he absolutely failed after what he and his group had just done. In addition to that, he was also using a voice changer that would only be used in horror games, which didn't make the situation better. Then, what are you here for?" Remer asked nervously. Kasuk stood up and walked towards them. As he slowly approached them, everyone's expression slowly changed into that of despair and fear. But before the girls could start bawling their eyes out, Kasuk took a bunch of paper from his cloak and passed it to Remer. "We're just here to give you some more work. Good luck." Remer subconsciously put out his hands to receive the papers and Kasuk just went through him after patting his shoulder. Kuroka followed after Kasuk and the three of them walked towards the exit of the guild hall without saying a word. After they disappeared from their sight, everyone took a sigh of relief. That was scary. What the hell was that?" Remer muttered. Should I still call the help of adventurers? One of them asked. Remer nodded at him and said, go. Ask the Ganesha Familia. We don't know if they'll come back. After one of them ran outside, Sophie, the Hestia Familia's advisor, asked Remer after calming herself down, what is that? And what did he mean by more work? Oh, right. Remer then took a quick look at the documents that Kasuk passed him. But instead of a quick look, Remer was forced to read through all of them, and as he went through the reports in it, his brows became furrowed as he frowned. What's wrong? Misha asked curiously. Remer didn't answer her and just focused on reading. The others didn't bother him as they figured that what was written is something very important. A few minutes later, Remer took a deep breath and sighed before facing one of his colleagues. Rid, go get Royman now. Tell him it's urgent. But he's. I don't care if he's in the entertainment district. If the information here is true, then we can't sleep for tonight. Tell him if he isn't coming, then I'll be going straight to Arena-sama. Remer said with a serious expression. Got it. Rid then went outside to look for their head. Remer then started passing all of the documents to everyone and instructed, verify if the information here matches some of ours. Once the Ganesha Familia arrives, we'll immediately move out to gather evidence. Everyone curiously looked through the documents, and after a few minutes, they had the same reaction of Remer. The documents that Kasuk passed them are records of murder, kidnapping, slave trading, narcotics, and many more crimes by certain familias and the way to get evidence against them. Coincidentally or not, all of them were those that Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group robbed from. If this is all true, then the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group will be considered as heroes by the masses, and this event will be put on history books for future generations to relive. Get yourselves ready. We'll be diving into those nasty buildings. Be sure to bring face coverings for everyone. It's just that, nobody really wanted to do those investigations. Chapter 451, Punishment. The next morning, people from all over the Urahara were greeted by a bunch of tables full of food placed near the spots where the orphans and homeless were known to gather. Onlookers gathered around it and immediately saw a big note plastered on the table with a message. For the hungry kids out there, take some with you. This will give you energy for the whole day. The Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group. P.S. If you're not an orphan, homeless, or extremely hungry, then stay away. Let those who can't fend or work for themselves have some good food. The contents of the note immediately spread throughout the whole city, and the homeless and orphans came running towards the tables of food. The others already heard about what the thief group did and how they easily defeated the top adventurers of the Freya Familia before they escaped while using some unknown magic that didn't use any kind of incantation. So in response, those who weren't the beneficiary of the food stayed away from it and let those poor children have a safe space around the table. Although some of the people were praising their actions, most of them still hated their guts for their hypocritical actions. The people who were cursing the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group for robbing the innocent familias for feeding the poor. If they wanted to help, they could have earned it through legitimate means and not through stepping on the heads of others for their own satisfaction. However, as the sun rose up, their opinions changed when the guild did their usual announcement after the donatus. Aside from the new aliases that were bestowed to the adventurers, the other announcement of the guild gathered everyone's attention. The guild has conducted a late-night investigation along with the Ganesha Familia due to an anonymous tip. Thanks to this, we were able to gather enough evidence to convict several familias. Below are the familias and their respective crimes. Below are the familias that are still under investigation. We hereby announce that the familias who are proven to have committed these heinous crimes are henceforth expelled from Urahara and that the main culprits are to be detained. We thank everyone for their cooperation. If you have any additional information regarding this, please call out to one of our guild staff. This announcement shook the whole of Urahara, as people tried to find the familias who were deemed guilty but they could no longer find them. Some witnesses said that they already left Urahara before dawn even broke in. Even half of those who were still under investigation, but not yet found guilty, left the city in fear of more sanctions. It was at the next moment that someone realized something. Hey! Aren't these familias the ones that the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group robbed? With just this one simple question, people started using their heads and quickly pieced the puzzle together in their heads. Why, you're right. I live near the 3 familias that were attacked by the stink, however, only one of them was robbed. And that familia is on the list of those which were expelled. I don't know how the others are doing, but the 2 familias near me were also attacked by the stink. However, none of them were robbed, but their names also aren't listed here. Same with me. 2 of them live near my place and both of them were robbed. One is in the expelled list while the other is in the under investigation list. Waves of discussion started sprouting among the adventurers and normal citizens of Urahara, trying to confirm their thoughts. Some people tried to ask the guild where they got their information from, but the guild refused as it was against protocol to reveal their whistleblowers. But that still didn't stop the people from thinking that it was the Crimson Apocalypse Thieving Group's main goal to expose those familias of their crimes while also robbing them so that they could feed those who couldn't fend for themselves at the same time. The excited cheers of the crowd for such decisive and brave actions from the thief group spread like a wildfire through the whole city, painting the earlier criticism with wild admiration. Adults started talking about this to their children and children started playing as the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group. Minstrels composed songs that everyone sang and gods became excited at their existence, trying their best to investigate the group. Overnight the chaos had turned the thieving group into heroes in the hearts of the people. Still, many people wondered what did they truly want, and whether or not they would appear ever again. Little did they know that the group's main goal was to get the people's attention away from the guild's first announcement, which was the list of the people who leveled up and their new aliases because they didn't like theirs very much. If the gods and people were to know that they only created so much chaos that essentially changed the inner workings of the whole of Orario for the sake of distracting them from their measly aliases, they wouldn't know how to react. While the gods were busy searching for clues regarding the identity of the three mysterious robbers, Loki was locking herself up inside the Twilight Manor, not partaking in any of the liveliness happening outside. Although some others had noticed it, only she put importance to the fact that all of the bombed Familia's gods had attended yesterday's donatus and that all of them were the ones who created the shameful nicknames for the adventurers. Although she didn't have any concrete evidence, she had a strange feeling that everything started because of this. What's going on? Who can do something like this? As the chairwoman of that donatus, it was obvious that she had a massive voice to control what kind of aliases the adventurers could get, so it was unnatural that her Familia wasn't targeted. Because even their rival Familia, which is a bit stronger than hers, the Freya Familia, was ignored. I have a feeling that this isn't the end yet. Where is this bad feeling coming from? And that guy should already have received the news regarding his alias. Why didn't he look for me yet? Could it be? No. Those guys were too strong. But could it really be his fault? After shaking her head a few times, Loki decided to change her pace. There's no use thinking about this. Maybe I got away with no punishment. She left her room for the first time since dawn to get some drinks which could hopefully calm her nerves, and maybe to play for a bit with the female members of her Familia. But at the exact moment she stepped out, she was greeted by a glorious sight. Ahhhhhh. She shouted in horror. Loki-sama. What happened? Her children yelled as they ran upstairs and saw Loki sitting on the floor while shaking and pointing towards the wall in front of her. What's this? Who put this thing here? Loki's children curiously looked towards the wall she's pointing at, but were also gobsmacked at what they saw. I'm back. Kasuk greeted everyone as he returned from the Twilight Manor. How did it go? Yoruchi asked. It was a success. Kasuk gave her a thumbs up. What did you do, Naya? Kuroka curiously asked. Taking out his fan, Kasuk started boasting. You see, I've started to paint as a hobby and I'm getting pretty good at it. I just gifted a painting to Loki-sama as a sign of my goodwill. What kind of painting? The glorious form of Miltan. Cough, Yoruchi almost spat out what she was eating as she recalled the overly muscled magical girl wannabe. You did what? She asked while still being shell-shocked. I hung a painting of mine with Miltan as a subject in front of Loki-sama's room and I'm planning to continue to do so, at least 10 times a day with differing themes, until everyone from the Loki Familia returns from their expedition. She's going to get some nightmares. Yoruchi muttered. Who's Miltan, Naya? Asked Kuroka. Kasuk then proceeded to show her some photos of Miltan which he took after he got curious about what he looks like after hearing about him from Issei. Kuroka then looked towards Kasuk with a twitching expression as she remembered Loki's likes and dislikes and tried putting herself in her shoes. You're a monster. Chapter 452, The Expedition. Not knowing about the chaos happening on the surface, the Loki Familia's expedition had reached the 50th floor before a week could pass. What's up with Bet-san and the others? Raoul asked the cat person beside him. That's what I'd like to know too. Aki replied. Everyone seems to be more worked up than usual. Line said after overhearing their conversation as she passed by them. They were talking about Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Ace. After they witnessed Belle's fight, they were reminded yet again of what being an adventurer was. Different from the time when they saw the trio fighting with the Minotaurs, this time, they were just starting their expedition and they were already feeling restless, wanting to fight strong monsters. However, they still had to follow their captain's command and couldn't move on their own as it would endanger not only themselves but also the rest of the expedition as well. At some point, they started to stare at Aika, Kaneko, and Sona as they recalled Belle's status as he defeated the Minotaur. If that boy has those kinds of stats, then what about them? They defeated 6 Minotaurs while only being level 1. What did their stats look like back then? All S. Or maybe all SS. All sorts of questions emerged in their heads. And not just them, Finn and Gareth were also wondering what it looked like, everyone except for Riviera who already got a glimpse of Kaneko's status. Aki and Raoul noticed their stares and asked Line, what are those 3? Line looked at them and tilted her head. What do you mean? I mean, what do you think of them? And why is everyone looking towards them as if they have questions that they want to ask? You're pretty close with them, right? Aki asked again. Line stopped for a moment to think and replied, If I were to describe their group then it would be, adventurers who don't follow the same rules as the rest of us. Adventurers who don't follow the same rules as the rest of us. Aki and Raoul repeated her words in question. What I mean is, one shouldn't use common sense to judge them. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you more than that. Line then walked off to join Aika and Kaneko, who were trying to stop Sona from touching any of the kitchenware, rather desperately. Aki and Raoul looked at each other in confusion but didn't pursue the topic any further as it was useless to make assumptions about people whom they didn't even know. An hour later, Finn gathered everyone that would be coming beyond the 50th floor and those who would be leading the ones who would be staying on the 50th floor in order to discuss their roles. Let's begin our final briefing. As mentioned earlier, only a select party will challenge the area beyond the 51st floor. The rest will defend the camp together with the Hephaestus Familia. The party will consist of me, Riviera, Gareth, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet. And the supporters will be Raoul, Narvi, Alicia, Cruz, Lafia, Aika, Chiron, and Sona. All of the supporters, except for Lafia, couldn't believe that the 3 level 2s would really be coming with them and wanted to express their concerns. However, they stopped when they noticed that Bet, the one who always had something to say, didn't oppose or even try to raise his voice over Finn's decision, which surprised them even more. Since he didn't say anything, they tried to trust that Bet knew that the trio knew their abilities well and it was enough for them to be included in this party. Seeing that nobody disagreed with the party's composition, Finn was a little bit surprised because he thought that at least Bet would say something. Honestly speaking, Finn didn't want to agree to this, but Riviera said that she and Ace lost to Kasuk Urahara in a bet and had to agree with it. He didn't know how they lost or what game they played because they were not allowed to tell anybody, but Riviera assured that they lost fair and square, and Ace even got something in return. He could only trust Riviera in this issue and told her that the 3 wouldn't be his priority if something bad happened. He then looked towards another individual and said, Tsubaki, please accompany us to maintain our weapons. Tsubaki Kalbrandi was a brown-skinned woman with long black hair and red eyes. She had an eye patch, similar to her goddess Hephaestus, however, hers covered the left eye instead of the right. She was the current captain of the Hephaestus Familia and had joined the Loki Familia's expedition to take care of their weapons in response to monsters that melted them, which would hinder them from going further. She had a well-endowed chest, which she kept in a sarashi, and wore a red hakama and sandals. Tsubaki answered, all right, leave it to me. She said as she took a large bag from her tent and showed it to everyone, in that case, I have some things to pass on to you. She then took out all sorts of weapons for everyone from the Loki Familia who would go beyond the 51st floor, the Durandal that you ordered. Tsubaki said simply. Since it was already proven that the indestructible weapon, Durandal, could withstand the acid of the caterpillar monsters, the Loki Familia commissioned Tsubaki to make it for them. This Durandal weapon is lighter than I expected, Gareth commented after lifting his double-headed giant axe. You didn't order one of those crazy weapons? Bet asked Tiona after he saw how she received a claymore. There was no helping it. They told me that if I was to order something like Urga, everyone's orders wouldn't be completed in time for the expedition. Tiona replied with a pout. Titioni-san, you're using a halberd. Raoul asked the other sister as she usually used short swords and daggers. Well, I thought it would probably be better for me to use a larger weapon for the opponents beyond the 51st floor, Tioni replied as she accustomed herself to the halberd. Although she only briefly studied how to use a halberd, Sona could tell that she was handling it in a wrong way. But she didn't say anything as she knew that she didn't have enough mastery to teach others. While emphasizing durability, I tried to increase the power as much as possible. Though it varies depending on the weapon's shape, I can guarantee that their attack power is on par with second-tier equipment. Tsubaki continued. Thank you, Tsubaki. They're just as we specified. Finn said while lifting and checking his spear. Tsubaki then looked towards the other 3 who didn't receive anything, except for Lafia since she's a magic user. What about you? If you don't have a weapon that can deal with those acids, it'll be very dangerous. I use magic, Sona replied. I have a way to deal with squishy and soft opponents, Kaneko answered. Tsubaki had some doubt since she didn't know their capabilities, but since they were acting that confident, she couldn't really say anything. And what about you? Will you be using that? She asked Aika and pointed at the Nodachi which she hugged in her arms. With a big smile, Aika replied, my babies are more than enough. Babies. Tsubaki and the rest were weirded out when Aika referred to her sword as her babies, but Tsubaki continued, can you let me check it? I'm not saying that your sword is weak, but we need to make sure that you won't be put in a dangerous situation by overly trusting your sword. As the blacksmith of the team, this was duty. Chapter 453, A Fear-Inducing Blade. Sure. Aika didn't think much about it since it really was Tsubaki's job as a blacksmith and her judgment would help the others to have assurance in her sword. Aika handed over her Nodachi towards her. However, when Tsubaki was about to touch the hilt of the sword, her hand suddenly stopped midair. Everyone then looked towards her and noticed that she was sweating profusely. Tsubaki? Finn asked with his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Aika also asked in confusion. A few seconds later, Tsubaki took back her hand and shook her head. I can't check your sword. She then looked straight towards Aika. It feels like it's going to consume me. What do you mean? Aika asked again. I don't know. It's just that my instincts as a blacksmith are warning me against this sword. What the hell is that thing? Tsubaki stared at Aika's nodachi. Although she was fearing the unknown feeling which it was giving her, she was also very interested in it. Really? Aika then looked towards Sona and Kaneko. Do you feel the same? Sona rubbed her chin in contemplation before directly grabbing the hilt of the nodachi. No. I don't feel anything. Kaneko did the same and also shook her head. As a curious one, Tiona approached them and asked, Hey, can I touch it? Sure. Aika handed it to her. If there would really be a reaction, then it would probably happen to someone's shop was not close to her and she wanted to see it. Tiona, without any reservation, grabbed the hilt of the sword. However, the next second, black and red aura-like energies emerged from it and started wrapping around Tiona's arm. Tiona immediately dropped the sword and jumped back with a horrified expression. Tiona. Tioni shouted in concern while the rest readied their weapons just in case something else happened. Whoops. Aika caught the sword before it touched the ground and said, I see. It looks like you don't want to be touched by strangers. I'll keep that in mind. Tiona, are you all right? The girls of the Loki Familia approached the sweating Amazoness and helped her stand up. I'm all right. But what the hell was that? That was scary. Tiona replied with a strained smile. Really, what the hell is that? Tsubaki muttered with a twitching mouth. She thanked her instincts. Scary. Lafia muttered. She and the rest knew that Tiona is one of the fearless ones in their group and to think that she was scared. Just for reference, what did you see? Aika suddenly asked, not minding the defensive look they were giving her and her sword. Tiona was able to calm herself down after taking a few deep breaths and her usual smile returned. I saw the two silhouettes of giant dragons eyeing me. If that makes sense. Ace twitched when she heard about the dragons, however, Riviera immediately grabbed her hand to calm her down. Ace nodded at her and signaled that she wouldn't do anything. I see. Two dragons, huh? Aika muttered in understanding. That weapon. It's alive, right? Tsubaki suddenly said. Everyone from the Loki Familia was startled at her words, as this was their first time hearing about a weapon being alive. With a big grin, Aika only answered, Yep. Sighing, Tsubaki continued to answer for the confused expressions of the Loki Familia. I only heard about it from Hephaestus, but it seems that in this world, extremely capable blacksmiths can imbue thoughts or will into their weapons. I'm not capable of doing the same, however, it seems that Hephaestus created a few of them in the past. By giving the weapon its own awareness, you could make it so that it would only allow the wielder or the creator to use it. There are also other uses, but Hephaestus didn't say anything else as it would only corrupt my understanding regarding the weapon since I haven't reached that level yet. She then looked towards Aika again. Can I ask who forged this? Aika thought for a moment and recalled what Kasuk said regarding her Zanpakuto. Although the shape of the sword and its spirits were shaped by her nature as a Shinigami, the materials used were her sacred gear. So in essence, the one who forged her Zanpakuto was the biblical god. He's not around anymore and I'm sure that no one knows about him here, so I'll spare you the effort of searching for him. I see. Although incredibly curious, Finn didn't have the right to poke his nose into their secrets. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention before saying, let's prepare to set off tomorrow. We'll change lookouts every 4 hours. After dismissing everyone, the trio immediately separated themselves to prepare for tomorrow while Tsubaki offered to do some maintenance on Ace's sword, which was already a Durandal from the start. Sword Princess, show me your weapon. It probably needs maintenance. Please do. Both of them then separated from the group. In Tsubaki's tent, Ace watched her as she cleaned and sharpened her sword. A few seconds later, Tsubaki started talking. Still, to think the little girl from back then would now be the adventurer representative of the city. Guess I should have established a contract with you. What a waste that I didn't. Ace only stayed quiet. Well, not really, said Tsubaki as she suddenly took back her words, which startled Ace a bit. To be honest with you, Sword Princess, I did not feel a shred of desire to create weapons for you back then. 10 years ago, or rather, 9 years ago, wasn't it? You were like a drawn sword back then. You kept fighting regardless of how damaged your edge became. I didn't think you would live very long. Ace stayed silent as she couldn't deny any of her words. Why did you think I would make a weapon for someone like you, who viewed yourself as nothing more than a sword? That's right, you were not a weapon user. You were like the weapons that we forge. Sword Princess was a rather ironic nickname that the gods decided to award you back then. The name was just a joke. The only thing I wondered about was when you would break. Thanks to Tsubaki's words, Ace recalled Loki's words too. Ace, if you keep running by falling forward, you will eventually stumble and trip. Don't forget this, all right. While regretting that she couldn't change, Tsubaki suddenly said something contrary to that. However, you've changed. I'm saying that you've mellowed out. While people used to describe you as a doll, your expressions have softened. With a frown, Ace asked, do you think that I have become weaker? You've probably become stronger. Your level has been going up after all. That's not what I meant. Tsubaki became silent for a few seconds and finished the sword's maintenance and handed it over to Ace. Maybe you've lost your edge, but if I was to describe you as a sword, then it would be because you found your sheath. Ace's eyes slightly widened. By being protected by a sheath, a sword loses its need to constantly stay sharp. And when one meets an enemy that needs to be cut down, the protected sword can leap from its sheath in a flash of light. In other words, you found your comrades. Chapter 454, Before Descending. Almost everyone was already resting when Gareth saw that Tiona was still practicing with her claymore, as expected. It just feels off when it isn't my Urga. Gareth approached her and said, didn't I tell everyone to have a proper rest? Ah, Gareth. Tiona turned to him with a smile, but then, I just can't keep still. My body's too restless. Is it because of that young adventurer we met on the way down? Or is it those three, in particular, that sword that you held earlier? Yup. That white-haired boy is awesome. He was taking risks like the heroes found in fairy tales. Even though he knew he was fighting an opponent stronger than himself, he fought and won. Tomorrow, I want to fight just as that boy did. And in doing so, protect Ace and Lafia. Tiona excitedly said while swinging her weapon. Are you saying that you're not impressed by those three? They did something even more amazing than that boy, you know, and you should have witnessed it. Gareth asked in confusion. Of course I am. They're amazing. And more amazing than that boy. However. Tiona then stopped moving. They're amazing. However, I can't see myself in them. They're amazing, but I can't put myself in their shoes, unlike that young adventurer. That boy is an adventurer which you can find and easily imagine. On the other hand, those three. It's as if they're following entirely different rules. You can't judge them through normal means. I see. Gareth nodded. You agree. I haven't seen how they fight for real, so I can't really make an accurate judgment. However, both Finn and I asked Riviera, who's close with them, about the Hestia Familia. Although she can't tell any concrete information due to agreements between Loki and Hestia, she told us one thing which I couldn't understand until I talked to you. What is it? She said, in the near future, we might have to change the way we fight and use our strength. I think it won't be an exaggeration to say that a new era is upon us. I've also seen her using chantless magic a few times, so it's safe to assume that her words might be correct. Tiona stopped for a moment before looking up to the 50th floor ceiling. I guess we have to prepare ourselves to adapt later on. Gareth, while combing his beard, replied, true. That elf is already ahead of us. We can't be left behind too much. In another part of the camp, Lafia was mumbling to herself, I won't be a burden to Ace and the others. I can't be a burden to them. I can't fail. I can't fail tomorrow. When someone suddenly patted her shoulder from behind, Hiya. You're too tense, you know. Tioni smiled wryly at the panicking elf. Tioni-san. When did you? Please be more aware of your surroundings. Tioni then sighed while scratching her head. I guess it was good that the captain told me to come and look for you. The captain did. It's nothing. Tioni shook her head. It's nothing. More importantly, what were you doing? With swimming eyes, Lafia replied with her soft voice, To make sure I don't fail tomorrow, I was meditating. Tioni then suddenly grabbed her head and turned it to her, Lafia. Why? Yesh. Don't you remember what Ace said on the 51st floor? We will protect you, Lafia, so take it easy and relax. And in return, what will protect us is. Tioni didn't continue and let Lafia finish the sentence. My magic. Lafia's expression then became serious and nodded. With a smile, Tioni let go of her head. If you're still worried, shall I sleep together with you? Is that all right? Of course. If you're all right with that, shall we sneak into the captain's tent? Tioni then suddenly began her sales talk. By using the captain as a hugging pillow, I feel that I'll definitely be able to fight in top form tomorrow. That's a bit. Tioni continued to try and persuade Lafia, but to no avail. However, thanks to that, Lafia had calmed down already and was able to think straight. In another part, someone similar to Lafia was having a nervous breakdown. This is bad. This is bad. Raoul was muttering in the corner of the storage tent where he was preparing for tomorrow. Hey, Raoul. Get it together. A black-haired cat person called out to him from behind. Ayaki. This isn't the first time you're going beyond the 51st floor, right? You've been able to return alive several times, so have some confidence in yourself. Ainakity Autumn, a level 4 of the Loki Familia reprimanded him. However, it wasn't effective on Raoul, ugh. But if those new types attack us again, I'll probably die this time around. Aki. If I don't return, I'd like you to send the savings I've hidden in my room back to my family in my hometown. Sighing, Aki muttered, geez. Not this again. Line, who was preparing together with them, suddenly asked, Are the floors below 51 really that dangerous? Answering to that, Raoul started muttering, regardless of how many lives I have, it wouldn't be enough. Below the 52nd floor of the dungeon is hell. All the experience you may have had above the 50th floor does not apply there. Thanks to that, everyone from the supporting group became nervous and scared. However, a voice from the outside suddenly resounded, Raoul. Don't scare the people around you any more than necessary, or you'll be a failure as a superior. Riviera said as she entered the tent. Riviera-san. I'm sorry. Ignoring him, Riviera faced everyone else, the rest of you don't have to be so tense either. Even if the new types in question show up. It'll be alright as long as you shoot them before they get close. Please don't say that you can't even do something like that, okay? Please wait patiently until we return. That's right, I'll bring some souvenirs from the 59th floor. Look forward to it. We'll be looking forward to it, then. One of them shouted. Please bring back the bones of some large monster if you don't mind. Idiot, how do you expect them to carry that back? Riviera smiled at their interaction, however, one of them approached them and asked in concerned, but are you sure you're going to bring Aika-san, Kaneko-san, and Sona-san with you? Line, huh? Can't do anything about that. It's their captain's request. Even though Riviera reassured them, Line couldn't help but worry about them. Right. I'm not saying that they're weak, but aren't they going to mess up the group synergy? Aki asked. It'll be fine. If it's versatility we're talking about, they have an edge over anyone else in the party. Huh. Everyone from the supporting group, except for Line, were shocked. I know it's hard to believe, but you can't judge them through normal means. I know their abilities and honestly speaking, each one of them can defeat Lafia easily. The supporting group started barraging her with questions, but Riviera only answered them vaguely at best. Chapter 455, 52nd Floor. After their breakfast, the group had an hour for rest and final preparations before they departed. Using that time, Aika kept swinging her sword as a warm-up, Kaneko meditated to store more ki, and Sona reviewed the maps, monster details, and terrain from 51st floor and onwards while also devising some plans to approach certain problems. Line also helped them in their preparations, but she was still worried about their participation. Are you sure you want to take the risk? I know you have your unknown skills, but I heard the 51st floor and below are extremely hard, very different from the floors above. She asked Sona. We know the risks, but this is also a good chance to get more knowledge not just about the dungeon, but also how the top adventurers of the Loki Familia respond to the dangers around them, Sona replied. How Riviera-sama and the others fight. Why do you need to know that? Line understood that they wanted to know more about the dungeon via first-hand experience but not about the latter. Although our methods of fighting are probably more effective for the most part, it's stupid to think that our way is superior in every aspect. Valuable lessons can be missed if you think that you're better than others. I see. Line's eyes widened slightly at her point of view and she knew that this was the difference between her and them. If she wanted to learn their ways, it looked like she first had to learn about their point of view. By the way, how is your progress? Sona suddenly asked. I followed Kasuk-san's instruction and stopped studying magic for now and focused on this, natural science, the chapters, basic physics and basic anatomy, in particular. Line answered. How is it? Line shook her head and said, I can hardly understand anything. For now, I'm trying to memorize it since Kasuk-san said that he'll clear my confusion later. But then Line's face started to light up, however, this basic anatomy, which focuses on the human body is very interesting. I never knew that a body could be this complicated. Although I don't understand most of the used terms, I want to learn it very much. Sona's mouth twitched and said, I see. That's good. As a healer, that kind of interest will help you become better. She just hoped that Line wouldn't develop a strange hobby of cutting things up just to see how it worked in detail. Soon after, Finn called everyone and said his final reminders to those who were staying in the camp to guard it. Once they set off, Lafia and Raoul started to become nervous. Lafia, your breaths are too shallow. Relax. Riviera reminded her, why yes. Raoul, you too. Stomach in, chest out. Gareth reminded Raoul on the other hand, why yes. Geez. Why is Bet together with me in the vanguard? Tiona complained since it was usually her and her sister's job to partner up as vanguards. Shut up, you idiotic Amazonas. However, it was Bet who requested Finn to be put on vanguard since he wanted to fight more. Ha ha ha, the Loki familia is always so lively, Tsubaki commented. Smiling wryly, Finn replied, we've let you see something embarrassing. He then turned to the trio, it seems that you're not nervous at all. Sona only smiled and replied, we're nervous, all right. But it's no use overthinking things as it'll just affect our judgment of the situation in a bad way, instead of helping us. I see. That's good. Looks like you have the correct mindset. In all honesty, Finn and the rest were surprised at their calmness. After all, aside from Lafia, who could use a level SIXS firepower, they were the weakest and also at the lowest priority to be protected. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko knew of their position but they did not mind it as they would have also done the same if they were in their position. But this didn't mean that they would hold back when someone among their party needs help. The party reached the entrance to the 51st floor. It wasn't their goal to hunt monsters there, but to go through it as fast as possible without affecting their stamina and supplies too much. Bet and Tiona stepped forward and got ready. All right, no more useless chatter from here on out. All hands, prepare for battle, Finn then commanded, go, Bet, Tiona. With his command, Bet and Tiona instantly launched out and the rest of the party soon followed after them, head down the normal route as planned. Stay alert for approaching new types. Bet and Tiona immediately cleared the monsters in front of them so that the group could easily go through, they're spawning from the path ahead, Ace suddenly reminded everyone after seeing a small crack from the distance. Vanguard, disregard them, and clear the path beyond. Ace, Tioni, deal with them. Yes. Tioni and Ace moved out and started cleaving the black rhinos, a rhinoceros monster that walked on two legs, which blocked their path. Tiona and Bet, on the other hand, assaulted the deformous spider. Those were large red and purple-colored spider monsters, which were starting to gather from the hallways of the 51st floor. On the 51st till the 57th floor was a labyrinth, which was rare on the deeper floors. The walls, ground, and ceilings were flat and the structure made it seem as if it was carefully measured. Many corners and crossroads existed across the floors. Bet-san is more awesome than usual. One of the Loki Familia supporters muttered after seeing Bet being more excited than usual. Even though he's just Bet. Tiona complained after Bet came for the monsters first. Yeah, he's even more aggressive than I've heard. Tsubaki also commented as she cleaved through a black rhinos using a great sword. Tsubaki-san, why are you so strong even though you're a blacksmith? Raoul, who was near her, asked. You've heard of weapon testing, right? Tsubaki answered as she killed another black rhino which was about to come out of the wall. To find out how effective my products are on the monsters in the dungeon, I went all the way in, slashing, and slashing. She then faced Raoul with an innocent smile, so I ended up getting stronger. Raoul swallowed his saliva and thought, what's this? She's terrifying. The new types are coming. Riviera shouted after seeing a bunch of caterpillar monsters making their way towards them. Change formation. Tiona, fall back. Just as planned, Bet and Ace moved forward to meet them. Ace, give me that. Ace nodded and shouted her chant, Tempest. Bet, using his Philosophies, absorbed Ace magic and ground the monsters along with her, slowing their advances. May the land frozen by the captive light, blast forth the apocalyptic winter might, I bear the name of Alf. All hands, fall back. Finn shouted. Riviera then cast her first level attack magic, Winfimblevetre, freezing the enemies in front of them. Although it hadn't been a long time since she started studying Kasuk's magic, she was able to improve her spell's efficiency and firepower, which even Line wasn't able to do yet, aside from her basic healing magic. Wow. That's some spell. If only we could cast this with a magic sword. Tsubaki muttered after passing through the frozen caterpillars. If something like that was possible, we wouldn't need mages, Finn replied. The party reached the entrance to the 52nd floor and stopped for a moment. It's time to descend to the 52nd floor at last. From here on out, please consider resupplying to be impossible. Please don't worry about supplies. As long as these bags are safe, we can go on for a long time. Sona suddenly said. Finn faced her, is that so? That's reassuring. We'll rely on you once ours became dangerously low. Please do. We prepared it to help everyone so that they would have an easier time. After all, we're just hitchhiking with you to these floors. Finn nodded at her before facing forward again. Well then, let's go. Most of the people in the party were confused at Sona and Finn's exchange, but they didn't have the time to ask questions since Finn already signaled to them the start of their descent. Chapter 456, to 58th floor. As soon as they stepped into the first hall of the 52nd floor, Finn shouted to everyone as a reminder, avoid combat as much as possible. Just repelling them is enough. Don't get sniped no matter what. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko became serious when they heard him. Even though they were briefed regarding the 52nd floor and beyond, they truly had no idea what it would be like in real life. Raoul saw that Tsubaki still had her usual nonchalant expression and her relaxed stance, so he shouted towards her, "Hurry up." Tsubaki was a bit startled and hurried her steps. "This is my first time coming somewhere this deep. Does this snipping that he mentioned really happen?" But before she could receive any answer, the atmosphere slightly changed and everyone from the Loki Familia except for Lafia and some supporters took notice of this. "Finn." Ace called out to their captain. "Yeah." Finn briefly answered, "We have been captured. Run, run." Tsubaki, Lafia, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko heard something from below them, a dragon's howl. "It's coming from below." "It's coming," Ace muttered. Kaneko and Sona immediately noticed the changes in mana and saw something coming from below very fast. "Bet, change course." Finn suddenly shouted. Bet hurriedly jumped to the side and a split second later, a gigantic pillar of fire emerged from the spot he was before, reaching the 51st floor. The rest had to brace themselves from the shockwave and heat that was generated. Tsubaki grimaced at such terrifying sight and Lafia almost started crying and did her best to keep up with the group. On the other hand, the trio's expression became even more serious and they estimated that they would be severely injured and would have no way to continue in this expedition if they were to be hit by that pillar of fire without putting up defenses. However, the first-timers were still not aware of the true horrors of the 52nd floor until a few seconds later when multiple pillars of fire started attacking their group from all directions. "Detour. Use the west route," Finn shouted. Sona had to ride on Kaneko's back because with her physical abilities, it was almost impossible for her to keep up with the group. "It's alright even if you pull the monsters," Finn reminded them because the pillars of fire weren't the only danger of the floor. The monsters were keeping on to attack them simultaneously, regardless of the chaos around them. "Riviera, hurry up with the defensive magic." While dodging the attacks from below through Finn's commands, the Loki Familia was also dealing with the monsters which came after them and the trio admired their teamwork which was really different from the adventurers whom they usually saw. Although they had already seen how the group worked together on the expedition until now, everything on the upper floors seemed so easy for them and they didn't have to work as much. Only now they realized how they truly synergized with each other. Although Kaneko could detect the signs of the fire pillars earlier than the rest thanks to her usage of ki, the chaotic battlefield rendered her judgment on the surroundings clouded, which showed how inexperienced she truly was. But as long as she pointed out where the fire pillars would be coming out to Sona, Sona could instruct her and Aika to dodge to a spot where they wouldn't be flanked by the monsters emerging or being left behind by the whole group. The group progressed until Raoul made a blunder. He wasn't paying much attention to his right side and a deformed spider's thread came after him. "Raoul. Dodge." Finn tried to warn him but it was already too late. Lafia saw the deformed spider's thread earlier than Raoul so she pushed him out of the way. However, she was caught by it instead of him and was dragged towards the spider. Lafia. Tioni, and Ace called out, but the first one to respond was Aika. Using her flash step, she went behind Lafia and cut the spider thread. Aika caught Lafia but the momentum pushed them towards the spider and Aika got ready to meet it. But even with her preparation, a pillar of fire emerged below the monster, annihilating and creating a large hole in the floor and the two fell into it. Aika immediately tried to create a foothold using Reishi but due to mana turbulence and her poor mastery, she couldn't materialize it properly and could only use it to slightly change her direction. Kaneko and Sona immediately noticed Aika's plight and Sona hurriedly got off Kaneko's back before the latter used flash step to follow them. Tioni, and Bet tried to follow too, but another pillar of fire blocked their way and they got to the hole a bit late when Kaneko jumped down. However, they still jumped down once they got the chance. Lafia, on the other hand, blanked out and was already incredibly nervous and crying thinking that she was about to die and that she dragged someone else into her misfortune. Hey. Don't make that kind of face now. We're still alive. Aika flicked the forehead of the elf in her arms as they descended down the hole. But. However, Kaneko suddenly appeared beside them, interrupting the elf and asked, "Aika-senpai, what happened?" "Well, maybe it's due to surges of mana, but I can't create a stable foothold." "What about you?" "I can, but I also have the same problem. I can only support my weight. Maybe some more if I focus on it." "Then take her." Aika then passed Lafia to Kaneko. Kaya. The moment Kaneko caught Lafia, she and Aika suddenly jumped away from each other and a pillar of fire passed through their former spot. The pillar of fire was actually a big ball of fire. It only looked like a pillar when it came from the ground. How can the two of you act so nonchalant?" Lafia asked. "We're not acting nonchalant. We're doing our best to analyze the situation and constantly try to come up with a method to stay alive." Kaneko then looked into her eyes full of fear and continued. "You should do the same instead of cowering in fear. True, it's scary to die, but don't you think it's scarier to do so without doing anything?" Besides, look up. Those guys are coming for you. To protect you. I think it's time for you to do your part. Lafia was left speechless and she looked up like Kaneko said and saw Tioni, and Bet coming after them, using the walls of the hole to run down. Lafia. Don't weigh us down, slowpoke. Everyone. Lafia muttered to herself. Tioni was the first one to reach them and she smashed away the ball of fire aiming for Kaneko and Lafia in exchange for a few burns. It's hot. Aika, Kaneko, and Lafia were speechless at her brash actions, but airborne monsters started to pour out from the halls of the floors below, not giving them enough time to comment. The wyverns are coming. Tioni warned everyone. Tioni. Protect that slowpoke. Bet overtook them and met the monsters. He started beheading them with his daggers and used their bodies as a foothold to jump to another one. Tiona was doing something similar while making sure to keep the monsters away from the others. Are you three all right? Tioni reached Kaneko and Lafia and asked. Kaneko nodded at her and Tioni continued, it seems that you two are able to maneuver yourself properly. Pass Lafia to me. It's too dangerous for you if you're carrying someone else. I'll be fine. I still have some leeway, but Aika-senpai and I have no way to effectively deal with those wyverns and can only dodge them, so I think it would be safer for us if you were to join them instead of babysitting us. Kaneko replied. Tioni hesitated for a bit, but she didn't have enough time to contemplate and agreed with her after recalling what they witnessed earlier of Kaneko and Aika kicking the air to maneuver. Fine, but I won't be going too far away from you. You too, Aika. Come here. After dealing with the monsters, Ace intended to follow them, but Finn immediately stopped her. Don't go, Ace. Ace hurriedly turned to him to protest, but Finn didn't let her and continued, we can't protect everyone if Raoul and the others also fall into a hole. We'll head to the 58th floor following the proper route. We need you in order to get past the new species as fast as we can. Ace hesitated a little bit, but she knew her magic's importance against the new species and didn't press the issue. Finn then faced Gareth. I'll leave Bet and the others to you, Gareth. Got it. After a simple answer, Gareth immediately jumped down to follow the young ones. However, Finn was still conflicted. But before he could say anything else, Sona suddenly said, if you're worried about my companions and thinking about sending another one to them, please don't. Although they won't be able to fight on these floors, I'm confident enough to say that they won't hold the others back and are agile enough to avoid the danger. Finn looked at her and sighed, I see. Then let's go. Raoul, on the other hand, was blaming himself as the cause of this accident, because of me. Lafia and the others. Off to his side, Riviera suddenly said with a threatening expression, don't worry, we'll punish you more than enough once when everyone's finished. Raoul shuddered at her cold voice, but Riviera still continued, brace yourself for now, so don't lower your guard. But before they started running in earnest, Finn faced Sona again and asked, knowing that she was just a level 2, can you keep up? If not, you can ride on Rivera's back. Sona, in response, shook her head, it's fine. I have a way to keep up. While wondering what she was about to do, Sona suddenly materialized her sacred gear, which shocked everyone, especially Tsubaki. What is that? Not entertaining her question, Sona tapped the ground with her halberd and a blue magic circle appeared under her. A few seconds later, water came surging out from it and propelled Sona forward, passing everyone. She was surfing, using the water she summoned. The rest hurriedly followed her while admiring her magic and its speed. Chapter 457, Against the New Species. Everyone from the Loki Familia was fascinated by her surfing magic and surprised about how much mobility Sona gained with her magic. Tsubaki, on the other hand, was very curious about her halberd because of how it suddenly appeared in her hand out of nowhere, and it had the very familiar insignia of the Hephaestus Familia on it for some reason. However, none of them could afford to ask anything regarding that because they couldn't spare any effort to nonchalantly chat. I'm changing our formation. Ace, move up to the vanguard. Raoul and the others will stay in the middle and support Ace. Riviera, cover our rear. Finn commanded as they moved. G got it. Understood. Finn then faced Tsubaki. Tsubaki, I'll have to borrow your strength. Leave it to me. Finn nodded and shouted to everyone again, don't stop running. Continue as before. Repelling the monsters is enough. The pillars of fire kept attacking them for a minute or two until it stopped entirely, which made it easier for the group to go through the 52nd floor despite the appearance of the new species. When the caterpillar monsters appeared, Ace would use her wind magic to push them back and then fall back, before the supporters, including Sona, used magic swords to finish them off. The attacks from below have stopped. Is it Gareth and the others? Tsubaki muttered. Probably, Finn answered. But he was still worried that it would be too much for them to take on the 58th floor just by themselves because of the new monsters changing things. Let's hurry. They easily reached the 53rd floor, faster than when they last descended. However, the group only became warier of things because beginning from the moment when the attacks from below had stopped, the new species also stopped appearing and they knew something was up. A few minutes later, what they were worrying about became true. Large amounts of caterpillar and plant monsters appeared in front of them. And they became even more worried once they saw the disguised person riding on top of one of them, the person from the 24th floor. Ace muttered in shock. Is that a person? Tsubaki asked as she wasn't really sure about it. The monster's movements are strange. They're too orderly. It's as if. Finn's contemplation was interrupted when the cloaked person suddenly shouted, "Kill them. Retreat. Jump into a passageway." Finn hurriedly commanded everyone. A second later, large amounts of acid landed on the spot they stood before. Even using Ace's magic wouldn't be enough to block it. Raoul stumbled as he and the rest dodged to the side, a volley of acid. Get up. They're coming. Finn issued another command, he's controlling them like soldiers. Is that robed person connected with the Tamer? Who's that guy? Tsubaki asked. Long story short, he's a Tamer. Riviera briefly answered. Really? You're saying that he can control those monsters? Tsubaki's whole face twitched. I've really come into an unbelievable place. However, on their next turn, more new species appeared, an ambush. Enter the second passageway ahead of you, to your right. Finn calmly commanded. They've appeared again. They're coming from the right as well. Enter the left passageway. Move diagonally to the right immediately after. Raoul couldn't help but admire his captain as he commanded everyone. The captain is amazing. The 53rd floor is a maze that's bigger than Orario. Even in this situation, the captain's always choosing the best route. He's done that for all of the floors. He's got an amazing memory and a frighteningly calm personality. He's a real monster. However, at least one of them wasn't impressed and Finn noticed it. Sona started moving before Finn could give a command as if she knew his next instructions and would take appropriate actions to lessen the burden of the group using her magic halberd. Interesting. So she also memorized the whole map. This was understandable because Sona knew an even bigger monster who could memorize anything with just a glance and immediately compose numerous plans that would take advantage of not just the enemies, but also enemy actions. Of course, this didn't mean that Sona already gave up her specialty and was trying to catch up to him even if it seemed impossible. Sona wouldn't settle for second place just because the one in the first place was her boyfriend. Finn didn't have any more time to think about this and focused back on the monsters coming after them. We're being guided. I didn't think that we'd experience any strategy from monsters. Those movements. Is he looking for something? Is it Ace? Finn. They're closing in on us. Riviera shouted to Finn. Plotting their next actions, Finn instructed, turn left, Ace. The group then reached a long passageway and Finn suddenly turned towards the monsters coming after them. We'll face them. Turn around. Everyone immediately repositioned themselves, line up 3 shields. Finn then turned to Ace again, Ace. Understanding his intent, Ace cast her magic, Lil Lafarga. The wind started enveloping her and it was more potent than in the past thanks to the realization that Kasuk gave her. She launched herself directly towards the Tamer, creating a hole through monsters. The Tamer was taken aback, but he didn't have time to react to Ace as he realized that Finn used Ace's wind to cover his tracks and appeared beside him. You sure have caused us some trouble. Wielding his 2 spears, Finn tried to cut off the Tamer's head. The robed person was able to dodge but he had to leave the monster he was riding. In that brief moment, Finn was able to measure his opponent's strength, a level 4. A new level 5. Continuing his attacks, he said to him, it seems that there's a difference in power between you guys. Vielas. Calling out to the plant monsters, the monsters surrounded the party and attacked them from all sides. But even then, these monsters were just fodders for Finn, Ace, and Tsubaki. Are we even needed? One of the supporters asked. They're on a different level. While fixing her glasses, Sona suddenly said, of course, we're needed. In a situation like this, we just need to think of a way to help them. She then took out her bow and arrow. If there's nothing we can do, then it's also important to keep ourselves alive so that we can support them later. However, in this case, there's something you can do. Sona then aimed at a certain direction and released the arrow. The arrow flew and the Tamer suddenly moved into its trajectory, getting hit in his right shoulder. What? You can at least deal with those plant monsters, right? Asked Sona as she faced them. The 4 supporters swallowed a mouthful of saliva after Sona's masterful display of her archery skills. Let's go, everyone. Raoul hurriedly jumped into the monsters and the rest followed soon after. Although the arrow didn't affect the Tamer much and he was able to remove the arrow immediately, it was enough to distract him for a split second, creating an opening for both Finn and Tsubaki. The Tamer was able to dodge Finn, but Tsubaki's Naginata was able to cut off his arm. Gwa. You're finished. Tsubaki was about to do a follow-up attack when one of the larger plant monsters swooped down and grabbed the injured Tamer with its mouth. The Tamer was about to escape as he knew that he wouldn't be able to win, but a cold wind blasted in his direction. Wind Fimblevetr. Riveria's magic froze all the remaining monsters, including the monster that the Tamer was using to escape. However, when they checked it, the Tamer was nowhere in sight, only the robe. Tsubaki muttered after checking, he evaded the magic the moment our view was blocked by the blizzard. It's hard to believe. What a fast technique. He's quick at running away. Riviera muttered. But thanks to this, she was reminded of a certain shopkeeper. Well, I have a feeling that he's even faster at running away. After making sure that the Tamer wasn't caught in the magic, Riviera asked Finn, should we go after him? We need to prioritize regrouping with Gareth and the others. Let's hurry to the 58th floor. Ace, cover the vanguard again. Finn answered and instructed. They resumed their journey to the lower floors without match interference from the new species or the Tamers. Chapter 458, Not Your Conventional Familia. Thanks to them working together, Tioni, Bet, Lafia, Aika, and Kaneko safely landed on the 58th floor, and through Lafia's magic, they were able to clear out all monsters that were near them, giving them some room to breathe. Once they got down on the 58th floor, they met the prime cause of the sniping, the Valgang dragons. Valgang dragons were large red dragons that could grow up to 10 meters when standing on both legs. They lived at the bottom of the dragon's vase, which was the 58th floor, and were able to detect and breathe fire at adventurers, an attack which was strong enough to blast through layers of rock up to the 52nd floor. There were a total of 7 dragons currently present, and Lafia couldn't help but mutter, are you able to defeat 7 of them? If we can't, then we die. Don't make me say it. Bet answered as he prepared. Chuckling, Tiona answered, I guess you're right. Gra. Here they come. Tioni shouted as the dragons started approaching them. But before they could clash, a figure dropped down from above and broke a wing of one of the dragons while creating a small crater in the floor. The dust settled down and the figure was revealed. Are you young ones still alive? Gareth. Old man. Behind you. But instead of dodging, Gareth faced the tail that was about to smash him and caught it. Go. With a shout, Gareth started dragging the several tons dragon and spun it around. Ha. Ha. Lafia couldn't believe the scene in front of her, and it was the same for the other members of the Loki Familia. First-class adventurer, Gareth Landrock. He was a contender for having the highest strength and endurance in Orario, being a super vanguard type that smashes everything in his path and doesn't succumb to any attack. The alias that the gods gave him was Elgarm, Heavy Master. He was a great dwarven warrior with an anecdote of him lifting a seriously damaged galleon all by himself. Releasing the dragon, he threw it towards another dragon, go flying. Due to their immense weight, a simple throw was enough to greatly injure the dragons. And no way. Tiona, the musclehead, couldn't comprehend Gareth's sheer strength. If he were to learn how to use ki, then it should be easy for him to toss these dragons with just an arm. Kaneko suddenly muttered. Ha. Tiona, Tioni, and Bet were startled at her statement. However, Gareth suddenly called them out, what are you lot doing? They're still coming, hurry and get up. Gee Gareth-san, aren't you enough? Lafia asked. Huffing, Gareth answered, don't be ridiculous. There's no way I could do something like that multiple times. While they were talking, an army of caterpillar monsters suddenly appeared from the path towards the 57th floor. The new species are here too, Tioni muttered as she readied her Durandal weapon. The passage to the 57th floor is. Looks like it's been sealed off. Who cares? It doesn't change anything. Since they didn't have magic like Ace, they wouldn't have any way to deal with them in such a tight space, making them essentially trapped. As their current leader, Gareth commanded, we'll hold them off until Finn and the others get here, understood? Yes. Everyone answered. But before he moved forward, Gareth faced their new companions. It'll be too dangerous for you too. Just the shockwaves from the battles might injure you, so stay from a safe distance, but don't get too far away since it'll be harder to respond to an emergency. Aika and Kaneko looked at each other before smiling and faced Gareth and the rest. We can distract 2 of them while you deal with the others. Wait. That's too dangerous. Just stay near Lafia. Tiona disagreed with their plan. Tiona is right. Stay with Lafia so that those caterpillars wouldn't be able to approach her immediately. You don't need to risk yourselves. Tioni followed up. Bet only stared at them silently and didn't say anything. Gareth, on the other hand, sighed, fine. But know your limits. Gareth. Will do. Aika answered as she pulled out her Nodachi and muttered, it's time for you 2 to shine. While wondering what she was about to do, Aika suddenly called out 2 names, Akane, Kagaya. A red and black aura suddenly enveloped her, covering her entirety. What? What's going on? Tiona and the rest had to take a step back due to the wind suddenly emerging from her. But before they could understand what was going on, they noticed the Valgang dragons and wyverns scramble away. What the hell? Bet spoke up as he watched the unbelievable scene. A few seconds later, the swirling aura disappeared and revealed Aika, who was now holding double-edged curved swords, one in red and one in black color, each with a length of 70 centimeters. Her adventurer attire also disappeared as it was replaced by a standard Shinigami uniform, the Shihakusho, which was far better than her armor. Everyone from the Loki Familia was speechless at her sudden transformation, but another thing happened to make them question reality. Thinking about her sacred gear, Kaneko summoned her jetpack and it immediately emitted white flames, forming two pairs of formless wings emerging from her back. A comically large white hammer with a blue outline then appeared on her hand. Not waiting for the Loki Familia, Aika used Flash Step on one of the fleeing dragons and clashed with it. Kaneko, on the other hand, used her boosters to go to one of the dragons since the hammer was too heavy for her Flash Step. Still, her speed was no joke and the momentum created and transferred to the hammer would be enough to crack the scales of the Valgang dragon. What are they? Lafia muttered, but Bet, Tiona, and Tioni couldn't give her any answers. Fahahaha. Gareth's sudden laugh woke the young ones. Gee Gareth. What's wrong? However, Gareth didn't face them and started moving towards one of the Valgang dragons while carrying his giant axes. I can't let them take on the big stage when they said that they'll only hold back a monster each. I'm not going to wait for you a lot. He then started running after one of the running dragons. He didn't know why they were running away, but their goal was to clear or hold them off until the rest of the party reached them. Besides, thinking is not his forte, so he could just do what he usually did, and that was smashing monsters with his bulky muscles. Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia didn't know what to do. Aika and Kaneko were just too weird. Although they knew that they were just level 2 adventurers, those actions were enough for them to take them off from the list of adventurers in their minds. But since Gareth already started fighting, they could only do the same. However, their eyes would often go to Aika and Kaneko, hoping to find answers to the growing questions in their minds. After all, they too wanted to get stronger and fight higher-level opponents like what they were doing right now. But they could at least be sure of one thing: the Hestia Familia was not your conventional Familia. Chapter 459, The Rest of the Sacred Gears. As they promised, Aika and Kaneko managed to hold off 2 of the Valgang dragons until the rest were able to deal with theirs. Aika and Kaneko could have killed the dragons, however, it would take a great amount of effort and energy for them to actually do it. Their current goal was to reach the 59th floor and not to kill these dragons. They had a feeling that they would be needing that extra energy later. Of course, the situation wasn't that simple, as the dungeon kept spawning Valgang dragons. But instead of coming after them, the dragons became occupied and killed by the army of caterpillar monsters, which drowned them in acid and took their magic stones. The group became even warier of the new species because they didn't have any idea what their goal was, and neither did they expect that monsters in the dungeon would be fighting each other. Soon after the usual monsters were almost annihilated, the new species started escaping towards the 59th floor. Thanks to their disappearance, the Valgang dragons' number started increasing in number again, putting more pressure on the party. But it wasn't long until the path to the 57th floor was blasted by Riveria's cold frost magic, Wind Filbolvator. Ace-san. Riviera. Captain. Finn's group had successfully reunited with Gareth's group. It's too early to celebrate. Get rid of the remaining monsters first. Finn shouted in a commanding tone. Half an hour later, the dungeon stopped spawning monsters and what was left on the 58th floor were hills of ashes and monster materials. The party gathered near the entrance to the 59th floor. Lafia ran towards her idol and hurriedly asked in a worried tone, "Are you all right, Ace-san?" "I'm fine. How about you guys?" Ace replied and asked. "We're fine because of Gareth," Tioni answered, but she also looked towards Aika and Kaneko. Gareth's group really didn't have any idea how to evaluate those two. But also thanks to them, she said. Tiona and the rest, however, wouldn't deny the big help they offered. Finn's group's eyes were attracted to Aika and Kaneko. Aika's Nodachi disappeared and was replaced by 2 curved one-handed swords. They were also confused about her changed attire and why she would do that in the middle of an intense fight. The strange thing that was emitting white flames behind Kaneko also attracted their attention, but they didn't know what to think of it. Similarly, Gareth's group's attention went towards Sona, who was holding a crystal blue halberd while currently riding on water. Both groups didn't think that all 3 of them were too weird. Riviera knew that the young ones wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and question them about everything, which would be quite rude. So instead, she steered the conversation forward. "Our party was split in 2, but we still managed to clear out the 58th floor." Bet immediately understood Riveria's intention and sighed before making a smug face. "Heh. It's not our first time here after all." With a smirk, Tiona added, "You were out of breath just a moment ago." "That was you." "What?" Thanks to the 2 of them bickering, the mood lightened up slightly, but Tioni noticed Finn's furrowed brows as he looked towards the stairs leading to the 59th floor. "Captain. Is something wrong?" According to the records left behind by the city's former strongest familia, the Zeus Familia, the 59th floor is known as the Glacier Territory. The glacial currents make it hard to move around, and the extreme cold slows the body's movements down. Finn removed the glove on his right hand and placed his hand over the entrance. The cold is said to be enough to freeze the movements of a first-class adventurer. In that case, why aren't we feeling the coldness when we're close at hand? Everyone from the group became nervous. After all, any changes in the dungeon lead to an unknown danger that wouldn't be recorded anywhere. Are you saying that something is up? Tioni asked. I don't know, but it's hard to believe that the Zeus Familia was exaggerating. Ace then recalled the Red Tamer's words regarding the 59th floor. Arya, go to the 59th floor. It's interesting down there right now. You'll find out what you want to know. See, Captain. What should we do? Raoul asked, as it wouldn't be strange to end the expedition right here. But Finn was adamant about figuring out what was going on, and so he commanded, forget about the salamander wool. Everyone, check over your supplies. We'll head down in an hour. After removing the water below her, Sona suddenly raised her hand and said, could you make that too? Aika and Kaneko would need that time to recover. Are you out of magic potions? You can use mine. Lafia offered, since it was thanks to those two that the pressure on them wasn't so much back then. Sona smiled at her and shook her head, thank you, but magic potions won't do anything to help them to recover. What do you mean? Lafia asked in confusion. But before she could get any answer, Aika's Zanpakuto returned to its sealed form, a Nodachi, along with her attire returning to normal. Finn's group was very shocked at her sudden transformation, but the most shocked out of decorum was Tsubaki, who was busying herself with picking up loot from the Valgang dragons and taking care not to ask questions. She shouted, what was that, as she couldn't take it anymore when she saw a sword which suddenly changed its form and ran to her side to inspect it. Aika was startled at her big voice and glowing eyes. A special feature. They knew that they wouldn't get any clear answers, so Finn just declared, okay. After 2 hours, we'll move out. In the meantime, Tsubaki-san, please do some quick maintenance on our weapons. On the surface, Kasuk was handing out the rest of the sacred gears to the group. Kuroka received a blood-red whip sword. Each section of the blade was about 2 inches long, and instead of a cord, the sections were connected through Kuroka's black flames. Unlike any other whip sword with a fixed number of sections, Kuroka's sacred gear could generate countless amounts, so it could technically extend forever. Of course, that would only be possible if she had enough energy to do that. Although it was easier to control each section with a cord of her black flames, another feature was that the black flames could separate the sections entirely, forming as many forms, like shields, as the user likes. So it wasn't just an offensive weapon, but a versatile tool that could respond to many scenarios. Lastly, it was paired with Kaneko's jetpack so that it could absorb excess energy from it, increasing its firepower to another level. When Kuroka heard about it, she jumped into Kasuk's arms and rained kisses on him. She was very happy that her sacred gear was paired with her sister's. Next was Medusa's sacred gear, a set composed of her immortal slaying harp, chains, and daggers. Contrary to the first ones, it didn't have any extra features, as its goal was to solidify the concept within Medusa's weapons by giving them a proper physical form. Aside from that, the sacred gear that Kasuk made for her had a strong stabilizing effect on her magic body and soul, increasing the compatibility of it with each other. Also, thanks to this effect, something unexpected occurred. Well, maybe Kasuk expected it. The 2 souls within Medusa's weakened divine core strengthened considerably, and some minute activity could be felt from them. With tears of happiness running down her face, she ran into Kasuk's arm and started thanking him while the latter patted her head with a gentle smile on his face. Medusa also wanted to rain kisses on him, but she didn't have the courage to do so in front of the main wife. Lastly, Kasuk handed a kodachi to Yoruchi, which would serve as her sacred gear and her Zanpakuto. Yoruchi first took a deep breath before grabbing the kodachi. But before she could drop her blood on it, a white light suddenly emerged from her forehead and hit the kodachi. Yoruchi froze for a while before muttering with a twitching mouth, it seems that Bayako likes the new house. Well. That was easy. I mean, good for him. Kasuk was already expecting that something big would happen, but he was also thankful that his expectation didn't occur. Kasuk wanted to say more, but a sudden sensation came to him. What's wrong? Yoruchi asked. Aika released her Zanpakuto, Kasuk answered. Then they're probably around the 52nd floor and below. Right, so everyone should get ready. I'll prepare everything in the meantime. Chapter 460, Corrupted Spirit. After the 2-hour rest, the party started to move on. But before they descended to the 59th floor, Aika released her Zanpakuto again, and even if they got a closer look at it, they still couldn't fathom how this works. Tsubaki, especially, wanted to know the logic behind a transforming weapon. She was also really interested in the weird thing behind Kaneko, however, she couldn't really question them about their equipment. All she wanted to do now was to go home and ask Hephaestus about it, since she saw her insignia on Kaneko's jetpack. But in the meantime, she would observe them as much as she could. The group then started to descend, and once they reached the 59th floor, they saw a terrain that was largely contradictory with the records left behind the Zeus Familia. The 59th floor they came to was a jungle instead of a glacial tundra. Although the Zeus Familia could have hidden some information, there was no way for a group as prominent as the Zeus Familia to entirely lie about the terrain of certain floors. This meant that a big change happened in the dungeon while no one was looking. The group walked for more than a few seconds until they stopped and realized something. This may look like a jungle, but it was actually a very large nest for the new species. Are those the new species? Lafia muttered and shivered in surprise after seeing the closely clustered monsters. On the ceiling of the 59th floor were the hanging and inactive plant monsters. I can hear sounds from ahead of us. Let's move forward, Finn commanded. Half an hour later, they came into an open area without much interference from the monsters. In this area, the ground was covered in gray sand, or rather, ashes that remained from the killed monsters. Also, in the middle of it was a monster similar to the one they encountered on the 18th floor, where the first discovered jewel fetus parasitized a monster. The difference this time, however, was that the monster was connected to innumerable tentacles at its base, making it immobile. A jewel monster. Gareth muttered. Wait. Take a look at the monsters around it. Riviera suddenly shouted as she noticed something fear-inducing. The new species are allowing it to eat their magic stones. Are the ashes around here all from dead monsters? Tiona shouted. All along, the smaller monsters weren't guarding the jewel monster but feeding it with their magic stone. This is bad. It's a strengthened species. The mostly quiet Ace couldn't help but shout. Ah. Ah. The jewel monster screeched as it finished eating the magic stones around it. The shout created a strong shockwave that rippled towards the outside, and the party was forced to duck down a little to stabilize their position and cover their ears from the eardrum-breaking screech. The jewel monsters then started transforming into a gigantic unbloomed flower. A few seconds later, however, it bloomed magnificently and revealed a very beautiful woman in the middle of the petals. What? What is that? Tiona asked, but no one could answer her. Tiona, however, is more concerned at Ace's reaction. Ace. No. That can't be true. That thing. It can't be. Ace ignored everyone as she was trapped in her own world. The beautiful woman looked towards her and started muttering, Arya. It then changed into delight, Arya. 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 Before changing again into a maniacal laugh, Kaya haha. Arya. A spirit. Ace finally muttered for everyone to hear. On the surface, the mysterious man that gave Ace the quest for the 24th floor suddenly called out to his god, Auranas. A god sitting on a simple stone chair on top of a pedestal muttered while watching the crystal ball, as I expected. Before the Loki Familia went on their expedition, the mysterious man discreetly passed a bracelet, which could send a magic equivalent to a modern video feed to the crystal ball, to Ace through one of the members of the Hermes Familia. During ancient times, before we came down from Tenkai, a number of spirits took on our will and helped the heroes. Even though they were eaten by a monster in the dungeon and their existences were reversed, they still kept their own identities. Auranas continued muttering. A fusion between the god's children and a monster. So this is also a possibility of the lower world. A corrupted spirit. Indeed. If I didn't see it today, I would have never believed that something like this existed. The mysterious men which Auranas calls Fells also muttered. Nonetheless. What are they? Auranas asked and pointed towards Aika, Kaneko, and Sona. Fells fell silent for a bit before shaking his head. I don't know. All I know is that they're from the Hestia Familia and that this Familia is filled with strange individuals with strange abilities. Fells then looked towards Auranas. If you don't know anything or have no idea what they're doing, then that's really strange. Where did they come from? It's as if they came from another world where common sense is different. Should I investigate them? Just monitoring their activities within the dungeon should be enough for now. Understood. A spirit. That eerie-looking thing. Gareth and the rest couldn't believe what they heard. What? Dirty mana. Sona muttered as she readied her halberd. Aika and Kaneko only quietly readied their weapons. Those new species of monsters were mere tentacles. They exist only to refine this female monster into that form. Finn gritted his teeth as he finally understood the purpose of the new species. Arya, Arya. I wanted to see you. I wanted to see you. The corrupted spirit faced Ace and started giggling to herself. You should become one too. Followed by another maniacal laughter. Arya. Arya. I wanted to see you. I wanted to see you. You should become one too. Everyone shuddered as the corrupted spirit suddenly started to release large amounts of magic power. Fufu. Let me eat you. Pointing towards the group, the remaining monsters started to move towards them. Although most of them disappeared after giving up their magic stones, a few hundred of them still remained. Finn, I'm going to move up to the vanguard. Gareth ran forward. This isn't any different from what we usually do. I'll kill them. Bet hyped himself. Everyone, get ready for battle. Lafia, hurry, and start chanting. Finn started commanding. Got it. Raoul's group will support Ace and the others with their magic swords. You understood. Everyone from the Hestia Familia, you may do as you please, but please always keep the integrity of the group in mind. Very well, replied Sona while fixing her glasses. The supporters were shocked at Finn's commands, but after recalling their strangeness, it would indeed be better for them to move on their own due to their unknown abilities. Tiona, Tioni, and Bet moved forward, bypassing the new species. They intended to face the corrupted spirit directly. But before they could approach it, they were attacked by the tentacles below the monster. These tentacles were at least 100 meters long and a meter wide. Aside from its gigantic size, it only boasted a sharp tip and durable body that wouldn't be cut with just a few strikes from the first-class adventurers. After deflecting the tentacles' attack, Tiona said, its attacks are heavy. While Tioni questioned, just how many magic stones has it eaten? On the rear guard, Finn stopped Riviera who wanted to chant, Riviera, don't chant just yet. Finn. My thumb won't stop tingling. There's definitely something else. He then felt another change in density of the magic power in the surroundings, coming. Come, fire. Under the corrupted spirit, multiple large magic circles emerged. A chant. Gareth shouted, a monster is chanting. Riviera. Put up a barrier. Bombardment squad, stop its chant. Lafia hurriedly used her magic against it while the support group bombarded it with their magic stones. However, the corrupted spirit only used the petals under it to cover itself, blocking the incoming attacks perfectly. Burn, 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 whirlpool of fire. Ha. It didn't have any effect. Tsubaki muttered. It was as if those petals were first-class shields. In response to the impending danger, Riviera was chanting her strongest defensive spell, Dance Around the Spirit of the Atmosphere, Lord of Light. Wall of Crimson. Howl of Hellfire. Contract with the Guardian of the Forest. But immediately after that line, the corrupted spirit started to speak even faster and the magic power around it rose exponentially. Borrow the power of a gust of wind and close the world, burning sky, burning earth, burning sea, burning spring, burning mountain, burning life. What? A super long chant. Riviera shouted internally. Seeing the situation, Sona and Aika immediately disengaged from the new species. On one hand, Sona released her demonic power and gathered large amounts of water. She formed a high-density water javelin and launched it towards the corrupted spirit. Aika, on the other hand, crossed her swords before releasing a black and red wave of energy towards the corrupted spirit. Kaneko protected them from the monsters using her white flames which slowly spread towards the other monsters as it consumed their mana. The corrupted spirit was slightly startled, especially after Sona released her demonic power and a keen interest sprouted from it. Using several overlapping petals, it was able to block Sona's javelin, and even Aika's destructive sword waves. TCH, they clicked their tongues simultaneously out of disappointment. Sona and Aika tried to wound their opponent a few more times, but its petals kept regenerating. They didn't have enough firepower to deal substantial damage to it. Although they were shocked by the duo's performance, the vanguard tried to get close to the monster. However, the tentacles kept them busy as they tried to push forward. And envelop us with the song of the earth. Surround us, become a great barrier of the forest light and protect us. Change everything to scorched earth and give the signal of rage and despair. The cost of the life of my loving hero. I order you in the name of the agent, the name given to me is Salamander, the avatar of fire, queen of fire. It's fast. Riviera became scared and was pretty sure that her barrier wouldn't be able to completely block its magic. We can't even get close. Tioni shouted in frustration while dealing with the tentacles. Everyone, fall back to Riviera's barrier. Finn instructed. My name is Alf. Via Shilheim. A golden dome covered everyone. And at the same time, the spirit finished its chant, Firestorm. A small purple flame manifested from the spirit's hand before blowing it away. The purple flame floated down until it reached the ground and exploded into a whirlpool of purple flames, covering the whole floor. The first one to be annihilated were the other monsters before it slammed into Riviera's barrier. At this moment, Sona already knew that the barrier wouldn't last for a long time, so she immediately gave a signal to Kaneko. Chapter 461, Defend. My barrier is. Riviera's golden barrier started cracking from the sheer pressure of the purple flames, and those flames weren't showing any signs of receding. Riviera hurriedly turned around and shouted in despair, Gareth. Protect Ace and the others. Gareth immediately snatched 2 tower shields from the supporters and held them between Riviera and the group. He wanted to go in front of Riviera but the barrier was already blasted open. Riviera. Ace cried out. However, Finn didn't allow the desperate Ace to get close to her. The flames then reached Gareth. Guo. The shields on his hand immediately broke into tiny pieces, and without much choice, Gareth used his own body to block the flames. While this was happening, Kaneko also took out her hexagonal tower shield and set it down behind Gareth, blocking the flames from getting through him. Kaneko's shield, although it only blocked a small part of the flames, was also cracked before the enemy's magic ended with a large shockwave, sending the party flying away. When Sona recovered from the attack, she saw a crack in her sight and realized that her glasses were cracked after being sent flying. She immediately checked on Aika and Kaneko and saw that Aika was already taking care of Kaneko's burnt hands. She then looked around and saw the rest of the forest, which had disappeared, along with the other monsters. The Loki Familia members and Tsubaki were all on the ground, but at least they were conscious. However, the two people who took the brunt force of the magic were not in good shape. Gareth's body was burnt, but he was able to survive because of his endurance, while Riviera was in the same state and only survived because of her immense magical power that passively increased her magic defenses. Also, they could be thankful for their armors with magic defense properties which let them keep their breaths. However, those were already in tatters. But before they could even recover, the corrupted spirit resumed chanting, "Roar, Earth! Come, shell of the earth, treasure of the black iron hammer of stars, take the contract of creation and invert it, burn the sky, break the earth, build a bridge, and become heaven and earth. Protect Raoul and the others." Finn hurriedly shouted. Bet, Tiona, Tioni, Ace, Tsubaki, and Finn hurriedly moved to gather the supporters and the two unconscious people, as they were the only people that wouldn't be able to survive if they were to get hit by the enemy's magic. Tiona and Tioni reached the trio's site and was about to grab them. However, Sona suddenly shouted while looking at the corrupted spirit, "Focus on the others. We'll be fine." "What are you saying?" Tioni shouted and was about to grab them. However, Tiona instead grabbed her shoulder. Tiona first looked into their eyes before smiling, "Good luck," before turning around to save the others. Tioni was gobsmacked at her sister's response, but when she looked at the trio's eyes, she only saw confidence and seriousness. "Fine," she sighed. "Please survive," said Tioni before following her sister. Although it was only Sona who decided not to be saved by others, and even if Aika and Kaneko didn't know the real situation, they had full confidence in her, so. "What's the plan?" While fixing the position of her broken glasses, Sona answered, "Different from earlier, this magic should be stronger in terms of destructive power, but not as wide as the first one." Observing the movement of mana and seeing the clusters of them gathering in one spot, Sona continued, "Earth magic. It's probably a meteorite type, so we just have to dodge and deflect the projectiles to survive." She then looked towards Kaneko and Aika. "Can you do it?" Kaneko and Aika looked at each other before Kaneko asked, "Can you predict where they will come from in the range of the actual target?" "That's easy," Sona answered. "Then this will be easy." Aika and Kaneko both replied with a smile. "Falling axes of heaven, disaster of destruction, I order you in the name of the agent. The name given to me is Gnome, Avatar of Earth, Queen of Earth." Numerous large magic circles then appeared on the ceiling of the 59th floor, and from it, gigantic sharp rocks that were covered with ominous purple magic power emerged and started their deadly descent to the ground. Meteor Swarm. Tempest. Ace used her magic to summon the wind and used it to cover the group, while the rest used their own bodies to cover for the weaker members of the Familia. On the trio's side, Sona started commanding Kaneko and Aika to dodge to certain spots to avoid the meteors. However, the magic power which was covering the rocks exploded when they made contact with anything else. So even if they tried to dodge them, shockwaves and splinters of the rocks were enough to wound them. Damn it. 3 o'clock. 23 meters. Then moved to 4 o'clock, 9 meters. After a minute, the onslaught of meteors stopped, and what was left of the 59th floor's former jungle was a barren place with innumerable craters created by the last magic attack. This time, everyone was on the ground with bloody countenance, and the only people who could move properly were the supporters who were protected. They did their best to immediately initiate first aid and supply potions to everyone on the ground while keeping their tears. Ah. Damn it. Am I still alive? I feel like I'm dying. I'm fine, so go heal Riviera and Gareth instead. Even then, everyone tried to get up despite the difficulty. However, despair overcame them when they saw how the corrupted spirit absorbed the magic power it used and was about to get ready for another round of bombardment. They knew that they wouldn't be able to survive if it used another magic of a similar scale. What was even worse was that more monsters from the new species flooded in from both the 60th floor and 58th floor, effectively trapping them with the corrupted spirit. There was nothing they could do. 2 of their strongest members were crushed, and everyone was covered with injuries. No one had anything to say, and no one could stand. Everyone present knew that they would lose. Except for a few people, we'll defeat that monster. Finn said with conviction as he walked in front of everyone. Everyone looked at him with incredulous eyes, but Finn only continued speaking. What is courage to you? What do you see with your eyes? Fear? Despair? Destruction. I only see an enemy, one that we need to defeat, and our victory. We don't need a path of retreat. I'll carve out a path with my spear. I promise you all victory in the name of Fianna. Come with me. He then looked back to everyone, or is copying Belcranel too much for you? Besides, look at those three. Is it fine to show such weakness? Everyone looked to a certain spot and saw Sona, standing straight up while casually cleaning her broken pair of glasses. Aika, who was dusting her already tattered shahakusho, and Kaneko, who was sitting crossed-legged, already meditating. Putting her glasses back on her face, Sona smiled at him, as expected of the Loki Familia captain. It seems that you already know what to do. She then looked towards the rest of the Loki Familia, but if it's only you and us three weak girls, then this is really a hopeless situation. Don't mess with me. Who said that I'm giving up? Bet angrily shouted as he stood up. Captain. I haven't given up yet. Tioni also stood up. Right. We can't be losing either. Tiona stood up with a big smile. Ace, on the other hand, only quietly stood up, but the burning desire to win is also present within her eyes. After those three, the supporters and Lafia also managed to regain their bearings and also stood up. Raoul, your group will stay behind and support us. The rest of us will attack that monster. Finn commanded. As he passed by the heavily injured Riviera and Gareth on the ground, Finn also said, Riviera, Gareth, is this the end for you? Then keep on sleeping, I'm going ahead. Because of those words, both of their eyes snapped open, damn it. That conceited Palom. Gareth cursed as he tried to stand up, hey. Loathsome elf. Is now the time to be sleeping? Using her wand, Riviera also tried to stand up, shut it, you barbaric dwarf. As both of them straightened their bodies, Gareth shouted to the supporters, give me an axe. While Riviera instructed, I'm going to begin my strongest attack. You guys, protect me. While passing Gareth his axe, Sona approached Riviera, leave it us. Riviera looked at the trio and nodded, great. She then looked towards the other supporters, support the rest. We'll be fine here. The last one to get up was Tsubaki, I've seen something amazing. I can't make myself useless this round too. I'll help out. Pointing his spear toward the enemy, Finn shouted, starting now, our attack will pierce the enemy. Give it everything that you've got. Chapter 462, Hopeless. Gather your strength, Ace. Give it all you've got. Finish it in one strike. Everyone else, protect Ace. Finn commanded as they started running towards the corrupted spirit with Ace at the back of the formation. That new species has appeared again. Against an enemy with countless offensive options and a fortress-like defense, we can only create a favorable situation for an instant. One strike, it'll all depend on it. Finn devised their next moves on his head and gave out his final command, Lafia, start concurrent chanting. I'll let you decide which magic to use. Yes. Lafia then started running beside the Amazonas sisters and just behind Finn, who was the forefront runner and started chanting the defensive magic she learned from her new friend, Philvis. On the spirit's side, however, the attention was not on Ace, the spirit stared towards Sona's direction while muttering, what is this scent? I want you. I want to eat you. Become one with me. Sona's expression became serious and thought, did I attract it with my magic? This is troublesome. I have a feeling that it won't end with just defeating that thing. With that suspicion in her mind, Sona crushed a token that would send a signal to Kasuk and Yoruchi. She didn't want their help as much as possible, but she just couldn't shake off the bad feeling. For starters, she warned Aika and Kaneko, who were dealing with the monsters around Riviera, that things might drastically change, so they should watch out for any weird thing that could happen and report it to everyone. Everyone from the Loki Familia was confused, but that didn't change what they needed to do. A commander is no longer necessary. We only have one shot for this and everyone already knew what to do. Finn used his right thumb to touch his forehead before starting to chant, magic spear, penetrate my forehead that offers blood. Hell Finagas. As he cast his magic, Finn's eyes turned blood red and his countenance changed drastically from a calm and calculating commander into a bloodthirsty warrior. What we need is a rampaging berserker. Howling through the enemy lines, Finn threw himself towards the army of monsters and madly swung his spear, creating a path for everyone else to go through. He was betting his everything to move forward. His action caught the attention of the corrupted spirit who looked back at them and only chuckled, ahaha. Still, it's over. Covering herself with her unusually sturdy petals, she chanted again, come, fire. Burn 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 whirlpool of fire, wall of crimson, howl of hellfire, borrow the power of a gust of wind and close the world. She's using magic again after strengthening her defense. However, Finn was the one who took action first. It was a reckless attack and far from any sense of reason. It was straightforward, rough, and like a beast's impulse, ahhhh. Finn threw his spear towards the chanting monster with all his might. A reckless move which could have put himself in danger. Nevertheless, the spear went through a small gap within the petals and pierced through it, hitting the monster in its forehead. Gaia. That hit resulted in an ignis fatuus. The explosion of magic power, which happened if someone failed to control it or their chant was interrupted unexpectedly. The resulting shock almost blew off the spirit's head, however, it immediately regenerated. Before it could even fully mend itself, the spirit started to chant another magic with a creepy smile on her face. Breakthrough, Spear of Thunder, my name as an agent is Tornitis, Avatar of Thunder, Queen of Thunder. A short chant. This isn't good. With her courage through the roof, Lafia placed herself at the forefront of the rushing group and chanted as fast as she could, become a shield, holy grail of crushing evil. Thunder Ray. Dio Grail. A magic shield manifested in front of Lafia. She thought that she could block the enemy's magic if it was just a short chanted one, however, she almost buckled down immediately after receiving the attack. It's so strong for a short chant. I can't hold dash. Just as she was about to be thrown away, the Amazonas sisters went in front of her magic shield and received a portion of the attack with their bare bodies and weapons. Tiona-san. Tioni-san. Gah. Both of them looked back to Lafia and shouted, Lafia. Don't stop. Lafia's expression became serious as she gathered more magic power to her shield. I decided to move forward. I can't stop. I won't stop. I can do it too. Using her last bit of magic, she forced her shield forward and it exploded, reflecting a part of the attack back to the spirit. But in return, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni had to retreat from the battle and leave the rest to their comrades as they fell to the ground, unmoving. The others could only grit their teeth and move forward. At this time, Riviera was about to finish her incantation and pointed her staff towards the enemy spirit. Burn them through, Sword of Surtur, my name is Alf. Ray Leviathan. A large red magic circle appeared below the corrupted spirit and the other monsters before they were engulfed in whirling fire. Jaya. After Riveria's magic calmed down, all that was left was the corrupted spirit, with most of its tentacles and all of its petals gone. Using this chance, Bet, Finn, and Ace jumped on the enemy, intending to finally end it. They could already see its fearful face, however, tentacles which were even larger and sturdier than the spirits emerged from the floor and created a wall between them. This was their only opportunity and they couldn't create it for a second time. They didn't have time to go around the wall so they tried to break through it. Nevertheless, the wall was too sturdy and most of their attacks only chipped off a bit of it. When they thought that their only chance was gone, Gareth ran past them while holding his axe in both hands and attacked the wall with all his might and shouted, Are you all talk, Finn? Cleaving a large part of the wall through the use of his brute strength, Gareth was able to create a small hole. Finn only smiled at his words. I believed that you'd come. Don't make me say it. Whatever. Striking for the second time, Gareth was able to make the hole even bigger, but his weapon was smashed into pieces along with it. Since the hole wasn't big enough yet, Gareth used his bare hands instead and punched through it. You're in the way. Through all this effort, Gareth was able to breach the wall, but smaller tentacles, which waited on the other side, pierced through his body. Gaha. Still, while coughing blood up, Gareth disregarded the tentacles and grabbed the wall and used his brute force to open it further. Too soft, he roared towards his foe. Bet, Finn, and Ace managed to go through the opening he created, but they were met with innumerable smaller tentacles threatening to punch holes through their bodies. Bet and Finn used their own bodies to clear the path for Ace. Burn up. A small path was created, however, in exchange, Finn and Bet wouldn't be able to continue fighting due to their injuries. Go. Ace. Ace had been charging her magic and through using the opening which everyone created for her, she aimed at the spirit's head. I made it. I'll take full advantage of the opening that everyone made for me. Ace got face to face with the enemy, but the panicking spirit suddenly smirked and opened its mouth, revealing a small magic circle, icicle edge. A spear of ice appeared from it and launched towards Ace. Ace wouldn't be able to dodge and their last opportunity would come to an end. Everyone became silent as they became witness to this, however, a small voice suddenly resounded through the silence, how predictable. Before a spear of water knocked the spear of ice out of its intended path. Ace then sent her wind towards the spirit but it was able to dodge sideways and only its left arm was shredded. No. Ace was blown away by one of its remaining large tentacles until she hit the ceiling. Gah. Tempest. Still not giving in, Ace renewed her wind magic and gathered it with even more force. In response, the corrupted spirit hurriedly chanted, Flash, run through, cut apart the shadow, my name as an agent is Lux, Avatar of Light, Queen of Light. Using her remaining magic power and jumping off the ceiling, she recalled how Kasuk used wind magic, focus it on one spot. Just one spot. Light burst. Hands which looked like shadows, manifested around the spirit and tried to grab Ace, but the wind around her became more and more refined, preventing it from touching her. Lil Lafarga. Breaking through the magic and shredding the spirit, Ace was able to destroy its magic stone. A few seconds later, what remained of the corrupted spirit crumbled into ashes. Cheers erupted from everyone, except from a few people. Just as they were celebrating, Finn shouted to everyone, "Everyone! Let's leave. Now." Everyone was confused, but chose to follow him despite their aching bodies. Those who couldn't move were carried and they hurriedly ran towards the stairs leading to the 58th floor. However, not even a minute later, new monster species came flooding in again. Go through them. Use everything you've left. Finn desperately commanded as he was taken over by a bad premonition because his left thumb started aching more than when they were fighting the corrupted spirit. We're too late, Sona muttered as she felt two large magic signatures coming from the deeper floors. A minute later, cracks appeared on the floor and two gigantic flowers emerged. When it bloomed, two more corrupted spirits were revealed. That can't be. Ace muttered in despair. Chapter 463, A Devil King Magic. And no way. Even the usually cheerful and optimistic Tiona dropped down as she witnessed the monsters blooming. We already gave our all just facing one. Tioni, Bet, Gareth, and Riviera were already speechless and their leader, Finn couldn't find a way to win no matter how much he thought about it. Everyone. Break through the new species. We'll escape to the 58th floor. However, that was easier said than done. Everyone was already spent and could barely swing their weapons anymore, while the number of monsters coming down from the 58th floor was in the magnitude of hundreds or maybe even thousands. Is this the end? Lafia, who was currently being carried by Ace, muttered absent-mindedly with tears streaming down her face. Ace could only stay silent as she grits her teeth. What are you doing? Hurry up. We're getting out of this place alive. Finn shouted again, however, even he could hardly see their chances of survival and it became even worse when they suddenly heard the two corrupted spirits speak behind them. I want you. I want to eat you up. That power. That power is mine. Sona shuddered and she had a feeling that those words were directed at her. What? Did I attract it with my demonic power? Everyone tried their best to open a path of escape, however, there was no end to the monsters coming on their way. Strike, 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 hammer of punishment, spear of gold, roar of heavenly thunder. Hurry up. Damn it all. Answer the prayers and cleanse the sins. Annihilate the wicked and wipe the earth. We won't make it at this rate, Sona muttered and even Finn couldn't say anything. She then sighed and looked towards Aika and Kaneko. What do you think? Aika and Kaneko suddenly stopped moving and looked towards Sona. Everyone from the Loki familia thought that they already gave up and they couldn't blame them. They also didn't see any way to survive this predicament. What about you? Aika asked. Sona's answer shook everyone to their core. I can hold them off for a few minutes. Everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing and listen to their conversation. Aika and Kaneko smiled towards Sona and asked, what do you need? Survive their attack. Aika and Kaneko already had an idea of what Sona was about to do as they would sometimes see her practice unknown magic but never cast it for real. However, they also had an idea of why Sona didn't do so and it was probably because it would leave her extremely weakened. If you're going to do it, then we'll also have to do our part, Aika replied and faced one of the corrupted spirits. Kaneko faced the other corrupted spirit and muttered, I wonder how long are we going to sleep this time? Why you? What are you going to do? Riviera asked the three of them. Aika and Kaneko both closed their eyes and ignored her while Sona turned to her and said, we'll use some techniques that could potentially take our lives. But since we'll all die if we don't do anything, the risk of dying is not important. The leader of the party, Finn, then commanded, protect them at all cost. Don't let any acid or Riviera wanted to ask more but the flow of wind suddenly changed around Aika and Kaneko. Please protect us from the other monsters. If we can escape from here, please take care of us. Sona said as she went behind Aika and Kaneko. She also closed her eyes and held the halberd close to her, ignoring any further questions from the rest of them. Don't let the monsters come close to them. Also, don't move too far from them. Finn. I'm ashamed to admit that even with our last-ditch effort, we won't be able to escape. Since they say they have a way to hold them off for a few minutes, we can only trust them. Besides, we don't have anything else to rely on anymore. Riviera stayed silent for a moment before she also started to urge the others while hitting the monsters with her staff. Move it. Clear the monsters in the vicinity. The trio smiled as they knew that they would be in good hands later. Spear of destruction, javelin of disaster, I call you upon the name of the agent. The name bestowed to me is Tornidas, avatar of lightning, queen of lightning. The first to have a drastic change was Aika as she muttered, I'll be borrowing the power that I can't use yet. Please assist me. Putting her hand in front of her face and swiping it down, a white protruding bone mask instantly materialized on her face while her pupils became slits, her iris became golden, and her sclera turning black. As black and red energy started to swirl around her, a strange urge overcame Aika and took a deep breath. Roar. A roar of a majestic dragon came from her human throat and a heavy pressure descended to everyone. What's this? Tsubaki couldn't help but exclaim despite being busy surviving. The supporters almost fell down due to the pressure, but thankfully, it immediately disappeared. The pressure also affected the corrupted spirits and their chants slowed down as a hint of fear appeared on their formerly confident faces. The black and red energy then started to gather in front of Aika's mouth as she aimed it towards one of the spirits. At the same time, Kaneko was suddenly covered in a ball of white flame. A moment later, the ball of white flame suddenly expanded as it slowly disappeared, revealing a mature beauty in white kimono which resembled Kaneko, as she grew up. Tiona exclaimed as she turned in her direction. 6 tails swayed behind her and each one of them manifested a ball of white flame on top of them while the jetpack emitted white wings which slowly lifted her upwards. The ball of flames then followed Kaneko's gesture and went in front of her. The balls of fire then started to spin around her and it created a flame hoop that had a strange field that could absorb energy inside it. Lord of Lightning. A golden-brown magic circle appeared in front of each of the spirits and it manifested a gigantic beam of lightning, threatening to destroy everything in its path. At the same time, Aika's hollow flash saturated and released a beam of whirling black and red energy to hit the lightning. A large explosion occurred on the spot where the two beams met and it created a shockwave which almost threw off everyone behind the trio. However, it didn't end there as they tried to push each other. Despite Aika's hollow flash being a lot smaller than the lightning, it couldn't be pushed back due to its destructive capabilities. But it also couldn't push the lightning back due to its lacking Ryatsuki, even though Aika was using her hollow's energy and overdrafting her soul. On Kaneko's side, the flame hoop expanded just a bit bigger than the width of the lightning, and due to the strange field in the middle of it, instead of piercing through, the lightning disappeared into nothingness. But similar to Aika, Kaneko was also having a hard time as the disappearing lightning was actually absorbed into her body and being expelled through her jetpack. But the rate of expulsion was lower than the rate of absorption, putting her in the predicament of overabsorption which threatened to tear her body apart as veins all over her body started to rupture from the sheer pressure. This situation continued for a few seconds until the lightning disappeared. Aika's hollow flash only went on for a bit to damage some of the corrupted spirit's petals before falling forward unconscious as her attire returned to normal, her nodachi reappearing and her mask disappearing. Kaneko, on the other hand, immediately dispelled the flame hoop before losing consciousness and falling forward, returning to her former stature, wounded and bloodied all over. The two of them managed to block 2 large-scale attacks that could annihilate any top adventurer in Orario. They did it. Ace muttered in shock. The others also couldn't believe what they just witnessed, but a shout from Riviera woke them up. Hurry! Check on them. Use the remaining potions. Tiona and Tioni immediately jumped to the two of them and poured the elixirs on their hand. Please take them to the back. Sona, who had her eyes closed all this time, suddenly muttered. The sisters were startled and looked at her. But the moment they laid their eyes on her, they shuddered. The sisters were almost inept in magic power, however, right now, just a single glance was enough for them to tell that the magic power around Sona was enormous, that's even larger than Riveria's magic power. Both of them thought. Riviera and the others were also shocked by this since the other two gathered all their attention and they almost forgot about the unmoving Sona. Despite that, Riviera still called out to the Amazon sisters, hurry up. Bring them here. Burn, 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 a whirlpool of fire. The sisters hurriedly scrambled back while carefully carrying the two after they heard the corrupted spirits starting another chant. All this while, Sona had been gathering mana, several times more than her usual capacity and converting it all into demonic power inside her body. It seems that I need to cool you down. The moment she muttered this, she released everything that she had been gathering along with 2 pairs of jet black devil wings behind her. After the first 2 displays, everyone else wasn't that shocked anymore when they saw that Sona also had a strange transformation. But instead of accepting it, they just chose to kick it to the corner of their minds as they didn't want to think about it. Sona's magic power may only appear strange in everyone else's eyes, but from the corrupted spirit's point of view, it was the greatest meal that could bring them to another level and a look of great delight returned to their faces. However, Sona only smirked at them and said while raising her halberd, be honored, as you'll experience the great Devil King's magic. A blue magic circle appeared on top of everyone as Sona prepared her magic. She closed her eyes again to concentrate. She intended to cast the magic that she had been practicing. The magic that she always admired since she was a very young girl. The magic of her beloved sister. The magic of the Devil King, Seraphal Leviathan. Celsius Cross Trigger. A gigantic blue cross emerged from the magic circle and in an instant, everything within the 59th floor, aside from the spot where the adventurers stood, stopped moving and was frozen over. Seraphal's signature magic which converts the land itself into a frozen wonderland. Chapter 464, Returning. And no way. Tsubaki muttered as she looked around with widened eyes. The whole floor changed. She froze everything in an instant. Riviera also couldn't believe what just happened. Although what Aika and Kaneko did earlier was beyond amazing, she couldn't understand it. But as the strongest mage of Orario, she knew how much magic power Sona required to create such an effect. A few seconds later, Sona also started to fall backwards and Riviera immediately caught her. Once she turned Sona to her side, however, she saw that her ears, eyes, nose, and mouth were covered in blood. Sona. Riviera turned to one of the supporters and shouted, "Immediately bring me an elixir." Why yes. However, just as she was about to administer it, Sona stopped her. Although barely conscious, she was still able to speak. Please, don't bother. It won't change my condition." Although Sona was able to cast Seraphal's magic, it was only because she was closely related to her and witnessed her magic on multiple occasions. Aside from that, it was also thanks to her devil magic that she was able to use it after imagining its effect. Sona didn't have nearly enough demonic power or the same understanding of ice magic as Seraphal had, thus she could only forcefully use it. Due to this, she damaged her body and quite possibly her brain. And although it was a lot weaker compared to the original magic, it was still the trump card she had prepared and the most effective magic in her arsenal. She wouldn't hesitate to use it, if the call for it arose. But I just need some rest. Although struggling, she looked towards the stairs leading to the 58th floor. My attack. I couldn't control it properly and I was only able to exclude our spot from the magic. The path towards the 58th floor was riddled with frozen monsters and they would have to dig through them to reach the higher floor. Please. Hurry up. The ice can't contain them for long. Once he heard this, Finn hurriedly looked towards the corrupted spirits that were now encased in ice and saw minute cracks appearing on it. He then hurriedly shouted to everyone, "Make a path to the 58th floor. Hurry. We don't have much time." With their battered bodies and the lethally cold surroundings, everyone from the Loki Familia and Tsubaki gritted their teeth and started to smash the ice statues. Since they were already very weak, they didn't know if they could still survive the monsters on the upper floors and everyone was anxious. However, this was still a lot better than the death sentence from earlier and they regained their hope. Riviera softly and carefully laid Sona down on the ground so that she could help clear the path. But after some calculations with their rate of clearing and the rate of ice cracking, she grimaced slightly and called out, "Finn." With a heavy expression, Finn replied, "I know." He also calculated the time they would need to clear the path and figured that it would be barely enough before the corrupted spirits break free from their confinement. Hurry it. Use everything you've left. Stop thinking about the monsters on the upper floors for now. We have to survive this first. Everyone understood what Finn was trying to say and became even more desperate in their efforts. But something unexpected happened as an unknown green magic circle suddenly appeared below everyone. What? What's this? Gareth exclaimed. Is someone attacking us? One of the supporters cried out and everyone tried to look for the caster but failed to do so. Get off the magic circle. Finn commanded, but someone immediately disagreed with him. Wait. Sona on the ground did her best to shout and successfully gathered everyone's attention. Please stay inside the magic circle. It's fine. We're safe. Feeling the very familiar mana from the magic circle, Sona peacefully closed her eyes and shut her consciousness from the world with a gentle smile on her face. Everyone was startled and confused about why she could still make such a gentle smile. But a moment later, Finn decided to trust her and took his last command back. We're staying here. I know that you're anxious, but I think we should trust her words. The moment that this magic circle appeared, the pain in my left thumb subsided. I ordered to stay away from it because we don't know what sort of magic this is. But since the one who saved our lives said that we should stay. Finn didn't finish his words and just looked at everyone. Bet was the first one to react but didn't say anything and directly sat down. He focused his senses around the trio in case some sort of danger will come to them. This was the only thing he could do to return a bit of the massive favor they owed them. Captain is right. I think we should trust her. Tioni agreed with a smile. We can't be sure if we would even survive the upper floors anyway. Let's just see what this magic does and why she trusts it so much for her to have that kind of smile. Tiona chuckled and sat near the trio. Everyone else sighed and smiled, doing the same as the first three, sitting around the trio to guard them. A few seconds later, the magic circle suddenly shone brightly. Bracing themselves, they suddenly found themselves in a different location and a familiar sight at that. This is. Tsubaki muttered as she looked around. The 50th floor. Finn answered with a twitching mouth while looking in the distance where the Loki Familia camp was. This is ridiculous. Everyone else could only remain speechless until Ainakity Autumn, the one in charge of the camp, came running towards them along with the other members of the Loki Familia. Captain. How did you appear here? And your state? She then turned to the other Loki Familia members which came with her. Everyone, take the supplies from the camp and tell the others to prepare a few tents for medical procedures. Turning back to the party, Ainakity asked in concern, what happened, Captain? We'll explain all about it later, but for now the treatment of these three will take priority over anything else, Finn replied and pointed at the unconscious girls. Ainakity was confused but since everyone else from the party agreed, she didn't question it. Understood. We'll prepare the best beds for them. On the 59th floor, after the moment the whole party disappeared, the magic circle didn't go away with them but instead, another group appeared on it. Well, would you look at this? They really pushed themselves this time, spoke Kasuk, who was dressed in his usual attire and carried his usual cane, as he looked around. Phew. Ice magic. Did she copy this from Serafal? Yoruchi also commented after seeing the surroundings. Will Chiron be fine? Kuroka asked in concern. She'll be fine. As we're speaking, their sacred gears are healing their wounds. I didn't tell them about that feature earlier because I don't want them to become too reckless. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Kasuk replied. Master, what should we do now? Medusa asked. It's been a while since our last proper dive in the dungeon and at this rate, those three would overtake us. We'll use this chance to get as much Excelia as possible. The cracks on the ice confining the corrupted spirits then burst open. Although the two monsters were frosted all over, Sona's magic didn't do much damage to them and they were now recovering. So here's the rule. You aren't allowed to use anything other than the Falna and sacred gears. So without further ado, let's go have some fun while beating the heck out of these gruesome monsters for hurting our girls. Yeah. Chapter 465, Hestia Familia's Turn. The corrupted spirits were enraged. They were enraged that their prey got away after spending so much effort to climb to the higher floors. They were more interested in Sona's demonic power instead of Arya, since they thought that they could get Arya, no matter how much time passes. On the contrary, it was unknown when they could encounter the strange magic which could evolve their strength for a second time. The corrupted spirits looked around and only found 4 unknown and weak individuals while the party of Loki Familia already disappeared. No. My, how rude. We're your guests, so welcome us a bit. Kasuk chuckled at the corrupted spirits' reactions. With a passing glint in his eyes, he looked carefully at them and said, so it's just empty shells. Puppets, huh? Looks like the real thing is deeper in the dungeon. Well, that's understandable, since it came from a strange jewel that could parasite other monsters. Yoruchi added. Say, how are you figuring all of this out, Naya? Kuroka asked. It's thanks to our detection and observational abilities. Master, shall we start? Medusa asked after seeing the spirits cast a short chant fire magic to clear the ice around them. Medusa and I will take the one on the left, said Kasuk as he started running towards the corrupted spirit on their left while pulling out the blade in his cane before it transformed into its first release form. Understood. Medusa released the mana she had been saving and she returned to her former stature of an adult and alluring woman. She also materialized her immortal slaying scythe, harp and the nameless chains which changed into the forms of sacred gears as she started following Kasuk. The next moment, Kuroka also activated her sacred gear, which was a red whip sword, and started running towards the other corrupted spirit while Yoruchi could only sigh after grabbing the handle of the kodachi behind her. I guess I need to get used to this. Bayako. The instant she called out her Zanpakuto's name as she pulled out the blade, it transformed into white light and wrapped around both of her arms before forming gigantic metal claws that constituted as fingers. This was the biggest reason why she didn't really want to use her Zanpakuto. It was so bulky that she had to lift her arms so that it wouldn't be dragged on the ground as she runs and so heavy that her mobility suffered from it. Aside from that, it only had one ability and it wasn't any kind of flashy ability like other Zanpakutos that could release sword waves or beams. Using Hakuto to strengthen her strongest point, mobility, was a lot more effective for her. However, although that single ability of her Zanpakuto was very simple, it was strong. The ability to cut really well. To put it into perspective, anyone below lieutenant level Shinigami would be cut down even if they used their Zanpakuto for defense. And it would only take a few hits before a lieutenant's Zanpakuto breaks. Although it was still effective in captain level battles, just cutting really well wouldn't do any good. The spirits, on the one hand, did the same thing they used to defeat the Loki Familia. They both started chanting for Firestorm while also increasing their defenses through their petals and tentacles. Thanks to their physical attributes, the Loki Familia was able to circumvent this by forcing them to open a path. However, Kasuk, Yoruchi, Medusa and Kuroka, despite their ridiculous stats, they were only new level 2s and had no way to match Finn or Gareth's physical abilities until they become peak level 3s. They could use ki, Ryatsuki, and mana to strengthen their bodies, but that would only put a strain on them and could only be used for a limited amount of time. But that didn't mean that they had no way to counter this. Kasuk just smirked and pointed his left palm at them, such messy control of mana. A pulse of magic power then emitted from his palm and as it reached the chanting spirits, boom. Kasuk disrupted their flow of mana with his own, resulting in 2 explosions occurring due to Ignis Fatuus. I'll take care of their magic. So it's playtime. Without their enemy's magic out of the way, they only had to take care of the tentacles. But these tentacles were equivalent to level 4 and level 5 monsters. Since their real strength was sealed to make a way for their fauna to grow, their physical defenses were at their lowest, so a hit from them wouldn't be good. The 4 of them started dodging the tentacles and even with Kasuk's sword waves, he could only cut a few small ones. However, this was precisely what they wanted, the struggle for victory. This was also the best scenario for Uruchi to practice her maneuverability with her Zanpakuto. The group would play with and infuriate the corrupted spirits for a long time. If someone were to see 4 adventurers, who only moved as fast as a normal level 3 adventurer, playing around with terrifying monsters that could easily defeat an army of level 4s, they would shudder and question their worldview. On the 50th floor, in Loki Familia's camp, everyone from the dungeon diving party, except for Sona, Aika, Kaneko, and Riviera, gathered in the main tent despite their injuries. Everyone was quiet until Riviera and Ainakity entered the tent. "How are they?" Gareth asked. Riviera shook her head and said, "We've healed any visible injuries but they won't wake up. Their breaths are shallow and their pulses are weak." "Couldn't you continue using your healing magic?" Finn asked. "I could, but Line stopped me." Finn furrowed his brows and continued, "Line. Why?" "She told me that it could be dangerous to heal something without even knowing what's wrong. And in some cases, it might actually do more harm than good." Finn and the others' eyes widened. "She did?" "Yes. She's currently studying healing methods under Kasuk Urahara and suggested that we bring them to the surface as fast as possible so that Kasuk could take a look at them." "What do you think?" "We take our leave immediately," Riviera answered. Finn closed his eyes and muttered, "I see. But you know that we can't do that. We need to rest for at least a day before we could leave safely." Riviera could only stay quiet and sit down in a free spot. "Captain, can you tell me what's going on?" Ainakity suddenly asked. Finn then proceeded to tell her what happened on the 59th floor. And using this chance, Gareth, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia also told everyone what they saw on the 58th floor. A transforming weapon. A weapon that appears out of nowhere. A piece of strange equipment that emits flames. And chantless magic. Ainakity asked with a twitching face. If she didn't hear it directly from the top executives of her familia, she would never believe such claims. No, even now, it was very hard for her to believe their words. She wanted to ask if they were just messing with her, but she was afraid that it was actually true. Finn smiled wryly and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you don't have to worry. If we did not witness it firsthand ourselves, we wouldn't believe it either." Ainakity was curious about everything they just said, but she was particularly interested in 2 points. "You did say that you suddenly appeared on the 50th floor from the 59th floor, but how is that possible?" Finn first looked towards Riviera and saw her shake her head before answering Ainakity, "We don't know what happened. What we know, however, is that it happened because of some unknown magic." "Then what about Sona Citri casting an ultra-wide spell that changed the terrain of the whole floor? Even Riviera-sama shouldn't be able to do something like that, and it's a chantless magic to boot." "That we don't know," Riviera answered, "but I recalled her calling her magic, the magic of a Devil King. Devil King. Chapter 466, 6 days. 6 days later, Kasuk and Uruchi finished off the corrupted spirits simultaneously by shredding their upper bodies. "All right. Let's go home," Kasuk declared after watching as the spirits became ashes. Kuroka fell to her knees, shivering while muttering in delight, "Finally. I don't ever want to do that again, Naya." However, her eyes were empty and her expression was listless. Medusa also had the same expression but didn't say anything as she blankly stared at the mountains of ashes and recalled their 6-day-long battle. On the first day, since none of them were used to the tentacles' movements, all of them got hit by a force comparable to a speeding 100-ton truck. While Kasuk and Uruchi only got hit once and immediately recovered, Kuroka and Medusa got hit multiple times, and each time, Kasuk would bring them back like some necromancer from an RPG game. On the second day, Kuroka and Medusa were still being hit, but a lot fewer times. However, this was also the day when Sona's magic lost its effect and the 59th floor returned to how it was. Due to this, caterpillar monsters and flower monsters were also flooding in. Kasuk and Uruchi got hit with acid multiple times, but they immediately got back up and were able to devise some moves to keep the acids away from them, thus, they were able to continue relatively fine. On Kuroka and Medusa's side, however, they were just getting used to the tentacles and the addition of the monsters made it so much worse for them. Every time when their injuries reached a certain threshold, Kasuk would immediately pull them out of the battle and heal them for about half an hour before sending them out again. Although they were thankful to him, they just really wanted to rest at that point. They were wondering how the two of them could still move as if it was the first day. There were times when they wanted to receive injuries deliberately to get more rest time, but after seeing the two of them work so hard, cheating for some relief became unbearable to think about. Gathering up their courage and motivation, Kuroka and Medusa continued battling alongside the two crazy fighters. On the third day, some changes happened and Kasuk immediately asked everyone to wear a cloak and a mask. Everyone immediately followed his instruction, and since Kuroka would be using her sacred gear more often from now on, Kasuk also asked her to take it back temporarily. After preparing themselves, the red-haired Tamer Revealed appeared on the 59th floor along with new waves of monsters. Since Kasuk and Uruchi deemed her as a nuisance in their precious training time, both of them teamed up against her while drowning her with pure killing intent. It only took a few minutes before Revealed became gravely injured and scared for her life as she hurriedly escaped to the upper floors, using the monster she brought as cover. Kasuk and Uruchi didn't go after her since she was the Loki Familia's problem and Sona, Aika, and Kaneko were already working closely with them. They did promise them that they'll leave her to them. On the fourth day, Kasuk started letting small-scale magic from the corrupted spirits through to increase the difficulty. Kuroka and Medusa were back to struggling to keep up. But thanks to their earlier experiences, they were able to adjust easier compared to the previous increase in difficulty. Although, they were still not as adaptable as Kasuk and Uruchi, but this was already a very welcome improvement. On the fifth day, Kasuk stopped holding their magic back and the group had to think of various ways to survive the onslaught of tactical scale magic. Unlike what they were doing before, which was essentially just working on their own, the group now had to work together so that they could survive without using their real powers. On the sixth day, the smaller monsters already disappeared entirely while the corrupted spirits became noticeably withered and tired. They figured that they wouldn't get many benefits from lengthening the training even further since they could already perfectly dodge everything that got thrown at them, so Kasuk and Uruchi finally finished the unfortunate monsters off. "I'm tired, Naya. I want to take a bath," Kuroka shouted as she stood up. She was already spent and most of her mana and ki were gone despite doing her best to ration and recover them in the middle of the fight. But the most drained person among them was Medusa as she couldn't even stand up properly. She had to use the mana which kept her body intact properly functioning just to keep up with them. It was also on the third day that she had to undo her transformation to save even a bit of mana. In her listlessness, she suddenly felt two arms wrapping around her and lifting her off the ground. She hurriedly looked up to the person who, Princess, carried her, master. While passing her some of his mana, Kasuk smiled at her and said, "Thanks for the hard work. You may rest now." She needed to refuse, but thanks to the gentle mana coming from him, Medusa succumbed to the comforting feeling and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she fell asleep in his arms. She really tired herself out this time, Uruchi said as she took a peek at her peacefully sleeping face. Although her mana reserves are a lot lower than mine because of her body, unlike me, she didn't utter a single complaint, Naya. "She's too serious, Naya," Kuroka added as she brushed Medusa's bangs to the side. Uruchi patted Kuroka's head and said, "You also worked hard. Thanks for that." Kuroka giggled and replied, "I can't really be left behind. Sona-chan, Aika-chan, and Chiron are also catching up fast. I have to work hard as their big sister, Naya. Alright, let's go back up. It should be about time that the Loki Familia reaches the surface. We still have to take care of those three who did their best." Kasuk then used the same magic circle which they used to teleport to the 59th floor to return to their underground hideout. After they arrived home, Kasuk gently laid Medusa on her bed and set some contraptions which could gather and purify mana so that she could recover easier and more comfortably. Kasuk, Uruchi, and Kuroka then went up to the surface and directly to the candy shop to wait for the Loki Familia. As they entered the shop, Hestia came running and did a flying tackle to Kasuk's gut. Kasuk had to soften her landing since she would only get hurt from her reckless move otherwise. Hugging his waist, Hestia looked up smiling, "Welcome back. We're home, Hestia-sama." But before they could enjoy their reunion after a week of absence, a girl with golden hair came running in and opened the store. Ace immediately saw Kasuk and spoke, "Kasuk, please come with me to the 18th floor." But before she could receive his reply, another person, or rather, a god came running in, "Hestia. Hestia, are you in there?" Mayak came running in too with rapid breaths, "Please help my child." Chapter 467, Hermes. Alongside Mayak was his other child, Naza. Behind them was another group which was unfamiliar to Kasuk. "For starters, why don't we go inside first? Wallenstein-san, please come in too." Everyone, aside from the Hestia Familia, was startled as they finally noticed the presence of the Sword Princess. However, they didn't ask about it as they had a more urgent issue at hand. Once everyone sat down, Hestia started talking and referred to the two gods in the group. "What's wrong, Mayak? Take." Mayak took a deep breath and told them their story. It had been 20 hours since Bel Cranel and his party dived into the dungeon. As they didn't go home yesterday, Mayak and Naza immediately went to the guild early in the morning and asked his advisor about his whereabouts. However, Ina Tool also didn't see them come out yesterday. They figured that something must have happened and usually, adventurers who went missing in the dungeon were suddenly killed. But Mayak insisted that Bel's fauna was still active, so Ina created an urgent request to look for Bel's party. It was around that time that Takamikazuchi's children saw this request and recognized Bel. After that, they immediately told Takamikazuchi what happened. They then looked for Mayak to confess their wrongdoings. On the 13th floor, the Takamikazuchi Familia party got into an accident which resulted in Chigusa, one of their members, being gravely injured. On top of that, a horde of monsters was around them and they couldn't heal them, so they ran away. But things weren't looking too good for Chigusa, and if she didn't get any healing as soon as possible, she might die. So Uka, the leader of their party, saw Bell's party. He decided to use them as a decoy so that they could get away from the monsters. They knew that it was a bad thing to do, but it was the only way for them to save Chigusa. Uka and the rest apologized fervently to Mayak, asking for forgiveness, and said that they'll join the effort to rescue Bell's party. But they knew that just Naza and 3 level 2s from the Takamikazuchi Familia wouldn't be enough, so Mayak immediately went to Hestia to ask for the help of her children. I see. Hestia nodded solemnly. Did they already apologize to you? She asked Mayak. Mayak silently nodded. What did you say? I said that I'll never forgive them if something were to happen to Belkoen. Mayak shook his head, but the next second he smiled wryly. But I'll never hate them for it. After all, they just prioritized their comrade over some strangers. Although a pass parade is generally frowned upon, Mayak understood their motivation and couldn't hate them over it. Hestia, I would like to ask for your children's help to rescue Belkoen and his party members. Hestia looked towards Kasuk and Kasuk just smiled. But before he could answer, a voice from outside came. I hear you, Mayak. Let me give you my assistance. The door of the store abruptly opened and 3 figures could be seen outside. The men with blonde hair and orange eyes spoke. I, Hermes, saw your urgent request and decided to help my good friend. I heard from this lady that I might find you here. He pointed to the goddess with red hair beside him. Mayak. So you're really here, asking for Hestia's help. Hephaestus entered the store, ignoring Hermes. Hephaestus, Hermes. What are you two doing here? Hestia stood up and asked. Welf is my child and one of Mayaka's child's party members. I'm here to give my assistance. Hephaestus explained, but regarding this guy over here. I don't know what he wants. That's harsh, Hephaestus. As I said, I'm here to help a good friend. Hermes answered too. All of the gods gave him a dirty look. Wah. Come on guys. I really wanted to help and I genuinely wanted to save Belkoen. The gods became even more suspicious. However, Mayak could only sigh. Fine. Thank you, Hermes. Are you sure about this, Mayak? Takamikazuchi asked. Rescuing Bell and his party takes priority, Mayak answered simply. But Hermes, where are your children? Mayak knew that Hephaestus' assistance could come in the form of either adventurers or a weapon, so he asked Hermes, who also had a small familia. The last time I heard, that most of your children are level 2, correct? I'm sorry to say most of them are out on business, but I'm taking Asfi with me. Hermes pointed at his current bodyguard, the last person to enter the shop, and someone familiar to both Ace and Yoruchi. She's my ace, so there's nothing to fear. However, before she could greet Ace and Yoruchi with her eyes, some words of her god caught her attention and asked nervously, Hermes-sama. Just now, you said you are taking me with you. Don't tell me you're. Hermes faced her with a smile. Yup. I'm going to. Everyone looked at him with suspicion but didn't voice it since everyone knew that he would just make up some excuse. You what? Aren't deities forbidden from entering the dungeon? Asfi shouted. Chuckling, Hermes just shrugged his shoulders. That just means that I can't be careless, right? What's the problem? I'll be back before the guild even notices. Don't tell me this was your plan all along. Asfi wanted to smack her free-spirited god, but she held herself back as there were too many witnesses. Somehow, I already knew that this would happen when I brought him here, Hephaestus muttered. She then faced Kasuk and asked, so? What's the plan? With this, everyone looked towards Kasuk and Hermes gave him a curious look. He was, after all, the captain of the adventurers that saved his children on the 24th floor. One of the reasons why Hermes came here was to take a look at Kasuk. Kasuk was aware of his stare but didn't point it out. Will also help. And since we have this many people, we can split into 2 groups. That way, we have more chances of rescuing them. Split the group. Who's going? I heard that Sona, Aika, and Chiron are with Loki Familia. Mayak then remembered that Ace, who was supposed to be in the expedition, was among them. Kasuk then told everyone, it'll be me, Yoruchi, and Wallenstein-san for one group and the rest of you for the other group. He then faced Ace and asked, is that fine with you, Wallenstein-san? Since Kasuk is asking, I'll help too. Ace immediately agreed. Everyone, aside from Hestia and Hephaestus, were shocked. When Kasuk suddenly asked for Ace's assistance, but they were speechless when she easily agreed, and the reason for it was because Kasuk asked her. Now they were really curious about their relationship. Chapter 468, Hermes Part 2. It seems that the Sword Princess really trusts you. Hermes smiled and put out his right hand. It's nice to finally meet the famous Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. I'm Hermes, Hestia's good friend. Buffed. Hephaestus tried to stop herself from laughing but failed. However, after one simple glance from Kasuk, she shuddered and shut her mouth tight. She almost forgot what kind of person he is. Gigolo Master. Asfi muttered in shock. Oh. You don't know. That's the name he received after the Donatus. I thought it would be big news along with the new record holder, Belcranel, but I didn't expect that the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group would drown it. Hermes filled her in. Even Naza and Takamikazuchi's children knew what that alias pertains to, and it was somehow different from the rest of the alias given to everyone. They could only wonder how Kasuk could receive a nickname like that. However, in that room, one person didn't get it, Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. What's wrong with it? Ace asked as she saw the weird expression that everyone was making after hearing that. Putting her arm around Ace, Yoruchi said with a grin, you can ask Riviera about it later. Make sure that she explains it properly to you. Kasuk ignored everyone's reaction and reached out to Hermes' hand. It's nice to meet you too, Hermes-sama. But deep inside, he was already thinking of ways to mess with him. Once I gather more information, I'll use it against you. Kuroka, while staying in the corner, could only offer her condolences silently. Separating from each other, Hermes questioned Kasuk's decision. Wouldn't it be better if we go together? It'll be safer that way. And frankly speaking, our group still lacks people. Nodding his head, Kasuk answered while looking into his eyes. That's indeed the case. However, Hermes-sama should have already thought about that even before coming here, right? After all, you weren't expecting help from the Sword Princess and should have already someone else in mind. Hermes' eyes widened before he chuckled and held down his feather hat. It's that obvious, huh? Ha ha ha, that's indeed the case. Let's take our leave. I still have to persuade someone. Hermes then proceeded to ask everyone who was coming with him to leave. See you down there, Kasuk Urahara. Before they left, Hephaestus passed them a sword covered in white cloth. It was apparently Welf's creation and could help them fight monsters. The only ones left in the shop were Kasuk, Yoruchi, Kuroka, Ace, Hestia, and Hephaestus. It seems that you already knew how to deal with him. Hephaestus said while looking at their departing backs. His aura is similar to mine, after all. Kasuk muttered before facing Ace, if it's only you who came to the surface, then the rest of the Loki Familia is probably resting somewhere in the dungeon. What happened? Ace nodded and told him what happened on the 59th floor and how the three from the Hestia Familia saved their lives. She also told him about the strange magic that brought them out of the 59th floor into the 50th floor. Ace tried to look for any strange expressions, but Kasuk's face didn't change and he just kept listening intently. On the way back, most of our members got poisoned by the poison vermis and we had to stop on the 18th floor to resupply and treat everyone who's affected. Bet came to the surface too, to fetch the only one who can heal the poison, and I came to you because of those three. Aika, Chiron, and Sona are still unconscious and pale. Their heart rates are slow and their breathing is shallow. Although their condition isn't deteriorating, it still doesn't look very good. However, Line stopped us from giving any further treatment as we don't know why they're still unconscious, and too much potion might actually be detrimental according to her. Kasuk smiled and stood up. Good call. More energizing potions might just poison them due to their already weak bodies. Line-chan has a really good sense regarding these kinds of things. He then faced Kuroka and asked, are you coming? Kuroka shook her head. I'll leave Chiron and the others to you. I want to rest and take care of Medusa-chan, Naya. She was, after all, already very drained. Kasuk nodded at her and turned to face Yoruchi and Ace. Let's go. Let's search for Kranelsan's party while we're at it. I think they'll go to the 18th floor instead of going up since that'll be easier if they're trapped. Yoruchi and Ace stood up and followed Kasuk. But before they could leave the store, Hestia shouted behind them, be careful. I'll be waiting for your return. Kasuk and Yoruchi just waved at her and left while Ace turned to her and bowed down slightly before following. On the way, Kasuk turned to Ace and said, Wallenstein-san, please go ahead. We'll follow behind. Ace looked at them for a moment before nodding and used her wind to boost her speed. Whew. Her handling is so much better now. As expected of a genius. Kasuk muttered as he watched her taking off into the distance. Once she gains more knowledge and has an open mindset, she'll get even better, Yoruchi added. Knowledge, that should be easy, however, mindset. It's going to be hard and could be the reason for her fall. Kasuk shook his head. I guess you're right. Yoruchi sighed as she recalled the short time they spent together. Even though Ace was not trying to show it, Yoruchi noticed that she had an unnatural amount of hatred against monsters. Shaking her head, Yoruchi changed the topic. Enough of that. What do you think that Hermes is planning? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Belcranel. Furthermore, I'm also interested in why he insisted on going to the dungeon himself, where deities are supposed to be forbidden. I want to see what kind of reaction the dungeon would have towards him. True. The dungeon reacted to our Ryatsuki, but it's now ignoring us. If my guesses are correct, the dungeon mistook us for something else. Yoruchi nodded in agreement. I think the same. And if Hermes is planning something, then we should be able to confirm this today. However, make sure not to show anything more than necessary. It's not yet the time for us to reveal ourselves. At least, we should have a way to escape this world before we move in earnest. Got it. The two of them went on their way, and before they entered the dungeon, they felt a scrutinizing stare from the top of the tower. Did she figure something out? She probably guessed that we're somehow connected to the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group, however, she shouldn't have any evidence. Let's just be careful for now. Chapter 469, The Result of 59th Floor Battle. On Hermes' group side, Asfi and Hermes temporarily left Naza and the Takamikazuchi children to go convince the last member that would be coming with them. Not being able to hide her curiosity, Asfi asked Hermes, Hermes-sama, it's weird for you to back down after just a few words. Why did you agree with Kasuk Urahara? Aren't you very curious about their familia? Fixing his hat, Hermes answered with a smile, he's dangerous. Better not mess with him too much. Asfi froze on the spot. This was probably the most ridiculous thing that she ever heard from her god, What? What do you mean by that? Asfi hurriedly followed him and asked in a flustered voice. She had never heard Hermes saying that it's better not to mess with someone too much. After all, he even had the gall to mess with both Freya and Loki. Nothing, really. It's just the feeling I'm getting. All I can say for now is that he's similar to me, yet very different. Asfi wanted to ask more about it, but they'd already arrived at their destination. Hermes opened the closed door of the hostess of fertility and said, Mia. I want to ask you something. Kasuk, Yoruchi, and Ace arrived on the 13th floor and at the spot where Takamikazuchi Familia passed the parade of monsters which went after them to Belle's party. Yoruchi looked around for a bit and led the group through the floors where Belle's party passed through. They went on until they reached the 17th floor and stopped. At this point, they already figured that Belle and his party indeed went deeper instead of going back to the surface. They only stopped because of the Goliath blocking their way. Are they still alive? Asked Ace while looking at the monster. They are. There are traces that they went through here successfully. Yoruchi answered. Ace nodded and took out her sword to deal with the Goliath, however, Kasuk suddenly stopped her. What's wrong? Nothing, just let the others deal with it, Kasuk replied. He was specifically referring to Hermes' group, wanting to trouble them for a bit. Ace hesitated a little but chose to listen to him. They then went through the 17th floor without fighting the Goliath. Arriving on the 18th floor, Ace immediately led them to the Loki Familia camp, because Yoruchi told her that Belle's party was most probably taken in by her comrades since their camp was nearer on the path to the 17th floor compared to Riviera. Once they stepped into the vicinity of the camp, everyone from the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia looked in their direction and wondered who is this group that the Sword Princess is leading. Do you want to meet the captain first, or Sona, Aika, and Chiron? Ace asked. Let's go to those three first, Kasuk replied. Ace nodded and walked straight towards the tent which housed the three. They entered the, compared to others, relatively large tent and Kasuk turned to Ace, Wallenstein-san, if you don't mind, please ask the whereabouts of Kranel-san's party. They should be around this floor. Leave it to me. Ace figured that they wanted to be left alone and left the tent. But before she started to look for the people they needed to rescue, Ace reported Kasuk and Yoruchi's arrival in their camp to Finn, Riviera, and Gareth. Yoruchi went to the corner of the tent while Kasuk went straight to the three unconscious girls. He first went around them before checking their pulses through his mana and Ryatsuki. He also took out some tools from his inventory to check on them, and a few minutes later, Kasuk went to a relatively large spot and turned to Yoruchi, please close it off. Yoruchi silently nodded and went out of the tent. The moment she came outside, the top executives and some other members of the Loki Familia were not far away from the tent they stayed in and were currently observing the situation. The one who looked for Belle's party, Ace, was also among them. Good day to all of you. Thank you for taking good care of our girls. Yoruchi smiled and greeted them. Finn stepped up and replied, it's fine. In fact, it should be us who should be thankful. If not for them, we probably couldn't have returned. By the way, I heard you're looking for Belle Cranel's party. They are currently in our care and are recuperating in one of our tents. I see. That's good. Yoruchi saw that Finn wanted to talk more, but before he could speak, she continued, I'm sorry, but we can't entertain you right now. My hubby over there is busy checking on the girls. Yoruchi then took out 4 daggers from her pouch and tossed them upwards. With her great skill, each of the daggers landed on 4 corners of the tent. A second later, strange symbols started lighting up on the handle of the daggers and they suddenly drew lines of light from the handles until the top of the tent. After another second, new lines of light emerged and this time, it connected all the daggers before a translucent green film colored the shapes the lines created. The creator of this, Yoruchi, nodded at everyone from the Loki Familia who were currently sporting a dumbfounded expression before she entered the tent protected with the barrier. Closing the curtains, Yoruichi disappeared from their sight. What was that? Tione exclaimed as she tried to approach the barrier. However, Tiona immediately grabbed her shoulder in order to stop her recklessness. What are you doing? Don't touch any random barrier. Ah, sorry. It's just amazing that she was able to create something like this in an instant. Is it because of those daggers? Finn turned to Riviera and asked, what do you think, Riviera? But Riviera only shook her head in disappointment. Please don't ask me. I don't know. This is also my first time seeing something like this, and even with my knowledge of magic, I still don't understand a single thing about this. Even Riviera-sama. Lafia muttered. Not a single clue. Ace asked. But she only got the same answer from Riviera. Rubbing his beard, Gareth suddenly said, let's just say that it's a Hestia Familia thing. Everyone looked at him with unbelieving eyes, but a few seconds later, they realized that this would be the best answer they could get right now. Somehow, that's strangely convincing. What the hell is wrong with them? Bet muttered. Inside the tent, the moment Yoruichi re-entered, she saw a bunch of equipment being taken out. You're going to make some medicines on the spot. Yep. They need it, especially Aika. Kasuk replied while putting together some ingredients. What's wrong? While Sona and Kaniko's injuries don't look good, it's only limited to their physical bodies. Aika's injury spans to her soul. What? Why? Even if she released her powers to their full potential, she should just be tired. The problem lies in her hollow side. It's too strong. Way stronger than her Shinigami part. The only reason why she wasn't consumed by it was because her Zanpakuto doesn't want to. As you know, once a Shinigami unlocks his or her hollow side, the Zanpakuto has the majority of the control over that power. Since Aika's Zanpakuto is very special and unique due to its nature, I don't know much about it, and it's only now that I realize that her hollow side is too strong, so it created an imbalance in her soul. To make it worse, she has a physical body and her Ryatsu can't grow without attaching it to ki or mana. And even though she automatically acquired Ryatsu ki due to how she was converted, it's still harder to handle than just the Ryatsu. Chapter 470, The Tormented Loki. Going back to before Ace arrived at Kasuk's shop, Bet first reached the Twilight Manor and asked some people to gather the remaining members. Once those left behind announced his arrival, Loki ran and jumped at him with a crying face. Bet. Hey Bet. I missed you. You're finally back. Where are the others? Bet immediately grabbed her face so that she couldn't get any closer. What's wrong with you? I've been tormented. Loki shouted. Tormented. Bet was startled and looked at the others and saw them making a wry smile. He figured that it wasn't that serious since they had that kind of reaction. Nevertheless, he still asked, what happened? Listen to this. Until 6 days ago, someone was posting very disturbing images on the walls and ceiling of my room. Even though I always got rid of them, they would always come back. And just before it stopped appearing, it was even posted in the baths. Do you know how terrifying it is to wake up and see the picture of a bulky man in a cute outfit as the first thing in the morning? It's even invaded my dreams now. Loki kept complaining repeatedly to Bet. Bet ignored her for a bit and asked one of the Loki Familia members, what picture of a bulky man in a cute outfit? Ah, it's this. One of the girls took out a rolled paper and gave it to Bet. Ah. Why do you still have that? Loki shouted and tried to snatch it from Bet, but Bet immediately dodged and unrolled the paper, which revealed a very disturbing image. Even though Bet couldn't understand the outfit of the man, he could understand why Loki would take psychological damage from it. Even though Loki-sama asked us to immediately burn it, we saved a few of them, so that we could use them whenever she tries to bother us with our work. The female member explained with a smile. You're mean. Loki complained. Who's doing this? Bet finally asked what was actually bothering him. I don't know. Loki answered with a soft voice. What? What do you mean? I said I don't know. Although I have a clue on who's doing this, I don't have any proof to confront him. You have an idea who's doing this, Loki-sama? The female member asked in surprise. What are you surprised about? Loki's only redeeming quality is her head. She should have already figured something like this. Bet asked. That's rude. No, that's not what I mean, Bet-san. We already figured out that the culprit isn't from our familia. That means we're being infiltrated on a daily basis until 6 days ago, and we couldn't even catch the scent or shadow of anyone suspicious. If she has any idea who it is, I'm surprised that Loki-sama hasn't made any move to apprehend or gather some proof. Bet's expression became serious. It's no joke that their home is being infiltrated. After all, the culprit is from outside. Is anyone hurt? No. None as of now. It seems that all he did is to post these paintings all over the manor to annoy Loki-sama. Well, for the most part, if my guess is correct regarding the culprit's identity, then we don't have to be worried about being hurt. Loki's crying face then became serious, as long as we don't make them our enemies, that is. Bet looked straight to Loki's eyes and understood that the current threat of this unknown infiltrator is minimal according to her and could only sigh, whatever. We'll investigate it later. By the way, why are you the only one here? Loki then changed the topic, where are the rest? Bet sat down and told her the main events of their expedition, including the fact that they were now resting on the 18th floor to take care of the wounded and poisoned members of the Familia. I'm going to the Dien Sec Familia. Just buying out their stock won't be enough, so have Lox and the others check the other item sellers. Okay, got it. This might take 2 to 3 days though. Loki also sat down and took a sip on the wine prepared, leaving that aside. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Aren't you tired? Want me to massage your shoulders? I don't need it. Bet then passed a letter to Loki. What's this? It's from Finn, Bet answered. Loki then opened the letter and read through a detailed report of what really happened, those three. Without looking at her, Bet replied, I know it's unbelievable, but we saw everything with our own eyes. Hearing this, Loki's mind started connecting some dots. If they are capable of something like this while still being a level 2, then does that mean there's a chance that the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group is Kasuk Urahara himself along with the other girls? But they managed to instantly defeat Freya's kids, so the chance that it's someone else whom they know is still larger. Either way, I have to probe more. Freya probably has some clues but still no concrete proof, so I have to watch out for her movements too. Thought of something? Bet asked, rousing Loki from her contemplation. Yeah, but that isn't important right now. What happened to those three? They're still unconscious and don't look good. Ace is currently fetching Kasuk Urahara after Line suggested to not treat them immediately and to ask their captain to come. As of now, they are probably on the way to the 18th floor. Is that so? Loki felt a bit conflicted that Ace didn't even pass by to say hi, but she also knew that it was urgent for the treatment of those who saved her children, but I don't really like where this is going. What should I do? Sighing, Loki stood up and slapped Bet's back. Go get going. I'll take care of things here. Thanks to Finn's report, I have already a slight clue on what's going on. Good job. Great. Bet then stood up and went straight to the door. As she watched him leaving, Loki's mind was preoccupied, so many things at once, but things are getting exciting again. A smile slowly crept onto her face. Kasuk spent a few hours concocting personalized medicines that could help them in their current state. He could have used a better treatment method for faster recovery, but he figured that it would be better for them to naturally recover so that their bodies could adapt easier to the skills they used. After that, the color of their skin started to return to normal and their breathing normalized, although it would still take a few days for them to wake up according to Kasuk's estimation. After Kasuk put everything away, Yoruchi also took the barrier down and both of them went out. Once they got outside, it was already evening and everyone from the Loki Familia, Hephaestus Familia, and Belle's party who had already woken up were having dinner. Chapter 471, Dinner. Everyone immediately noticed it when Kasuk and Yoruchi came out of the tent and the first one to approach them was Ace. How are they? She asked with concern in her voice. Grateful for her concern, Kasuk ended up patting her head without thinking much about it and smiled, they're fine now. Thank you for taking care of them until now. It was only a few seconds later that he realized his mistake when he saw how Ace's eyes widened. Crap. Kasuk immediately took back his hand and wondered, since when did I develop this habit? It's really hard to stop now. And just a second later, he felt a wave of different emotions aiming at him and looked towards the eating folks. Everyone from the Loki Familia was looking at them and most of them were glaring at Kasuk. But instead of getting angry or scared, Kasuk's smile only grew wider. He was incredibly used to this situation. In fact, he liked this kind of atmosphere and would sometimes do something stupid to pull out these kinds of reactions. At that moment, however, he sensed two emotions, largely different from others. The first one was coming from a white-haired adventurer that he knew. Instead of hate, inside his eyes was a look of admiration, this kid. The other one was coming from an elf sitting beside the Amazonas sisters. At first glance, she was also giving a hateful and jealous glare like the others and she was even biting her handkerchief in frustration, but different from the rest, it didn't have any malice behind it. Now that's one kind kid. Finn, on the other hand, could only smile wryly at his action and called out to him, why don't you join us? Since it would be rude to refuse, Kasuk accepted his invitation, we'll take up on that offer. Thank you. He left the still startled Ace who had started to touch her head. Kasuk and Yoruchi sat down at an empty spot and Line served them the soup for their dinner. The top executives then started to talk to them. Although the topics were just some random everyday life questions, Kasuk and Yoruchi immediately noticed that it was a clever probing into their activities and connections. However, the two of them didn't have to be careful when they gave answers that wouldn't answer the actual question in their mind. During their talk, however, instead of easing up, the hateful glare from the surrounding only became more intense as Ace recovered from her shock and sat down right beside Kasuk. She joined Finn, Riviera, and Gareth in asking questions, while not probing them, as she didn't have that kind of skill, only genuine interest. Tsubaki had just come for dinner because she had been tending to everyone's equipment. As she looked around, she noticed some new faces. She sat down near Welf, who sat in a group with the Amazonas sisters, Lafia, Belle, and Lily. Yo, Welf Kichi. It seems that you're already doing fine. Ga. Tsubaki. Don't put your arms around me. Welf complained. Smacking his back, Tsubaki laughed out loud, ahahaha. Come on now. Don't act so distant. She then looked towards Belle and Lily. Thanks for taking care of this little guy. Belle immediately shook his head and replied, no. Welf-san is very helpful. We should be the ones being thankful for him joining our party. Tsubaki then recalled something and said, wait. White-haired, red eyes. Are you the one who defeated the Minotaur while just being level 1? But instead of Belle, Tiona was the one who answered her, yep. It's Argonaut-kun. Belle blushed at the way Tiona called him and didn't know what to say. I see. He's the one you're referring to as Crabble Nell. It's Belle Cranel. Lily finally interjected. Ahahaha, my bad. Tsubaki scratched her head and finally looked towards the two other new faces, and who are they? Lafia has been glaring at him all this time as if he's some sworn enemy. Those are Yuruchi Shihuin and Kasuk Urahara from the Hestia Familia, Tioni answered while looking at them, trying to gauge them. So they're the ones. Tsubaki muttered as she took a sip from her soup while also staring at them talking to Finn, Riviera, Gareth, and Ace. Tiona noticed two differing reactions from Belle and Lily from the moment when the topic came to Kasuk and Yuruchi. What's wrong? And nothing. It's nothing. Belle immediately shook his head. Lily, on the other hand, just gave him a dirty look after recalling the alias which the gods gave him. He's just a womanizer. Womanizer? Tsubaki asked in confusion. Ah, you mean that? Tioni muttered. That. Everyone from the Hestia Familia seems to be his lover. Except of course their goddess. Tiona answered. What the hell? So even those girls? Tsubaki was referring to Sona, Aika, and Kaneko. Yep. Tioni nodded. Belle got curious when he heard, even those girls, and he knew for sure that his teachers joined the Loki Familia expedition. However, he couldn't find them anywhere. He wanted to express his gratitude for their teaching. By the way, where are Sona-san, Aika-san, and Chiron-san? You know them? Tioni asked in surprise. Belle nodded, yes. They are the reason why I was able to win my fight against the Minotaur. They taught me how to fight. They did. I see. So they're the ones behind you. They're really amazing. Tiona muttered, then what about Kasuk Urahara and Yuruchi Shihuin who are supposed to have taught them? Tiona, and Tsubaki thought. Where are they? I heard they joined the expedition for the experience. Tiona smiled wryly and said, we can't say much, but due to some incident, they got seriously injured and are currently unconscious. What? How are they? Belle stood up and shouted, gathering everyone's attention, but he couldn't care less about the others' stares. But instead of Tiona or Tioni, Kasuk was the one who answered him, they're fine now and resting. Thanks for your concern, though. Ah. Is that so? Thank goodness. Belle sighed in relief. He then finally noticed the stare which everyone was giving him and immediately sat down in embarrassment. Belle-sama. Lily called out to him with her face painted in suspicion, could it be that you're after one of those three? You can't do that. Even though they have the same lover, you can't do that. What are you saying? Of course that's not it. I promised. Belle immediately corrected her before recalling a certain figure, besides. Belle blushed a little bit before answering, I want to see someone again. I tried asking around for her, but nobody seems to know her. Lily dropped her soup in shock, what? It was her turn to attract everyone's attention. Even Welf was a bit shocked, but he just smiled and asked, oh. Mind telling us who that is, Belle? Scratching his head, Belle continued with a blush, as I said, nobody seems to know her. All I know is that she's strong and has long, glistening purple hair. She also wields some strange weapon and chains. Tiona and Tioni were startled as a certain figure entered their mind. Does she have a blindfold? Tiona asked. Ah. Yes. Do you know about her? Belle asked excitedly. He didn't think that someone here would know about her, as even the guild didn't have any clue about who he was talking about. Why yeah. We encountered her by chance. How did you meet her? Tiona answered. Well, this is embarrassing, but she saved me from a minotaur that unknowingly got to the upper floors. Could it be that day? However, for some reason, they didn't want to tell him that she was maybe related to Kasuk Urahara. Uruchi, on the other hand, could only shake her head in pity as he didn't have even a slight chance to get Medusa's affection. While she thought that, Kasuk only smiled and thought, I won't give her to anyone. It was at this time when the roar of the Goliath on the 17th floor resounded, and soon after, panicked voices came from the path to the 17th floor. Wah! Nobody told me that there's a monster like that. But didn't the Sword Princess pass through here? Why didn't she kill it? Everything is fine as long as we're safe. So this is the 18th floor. Naza-san. Bell muttered as he heard one of the voices, and he started to run towards the source of the voices. Chapter 472, Hermes Negotiation. Bell. Naza sighed in relief when she saw her fellow familia member is safe and sound. Naza-san. Did you come to save us? Bell asked. Naza nodded and a hooded and masked elf approached him. Crannel-san, are you injured? Bell was about to ask who she is as her voice was very familiar when the elf pulled down her mask and showed her face. Arya-san. Why are you here too? Ryo put back her mask before replying. A certain deity was rather insistent that I accept a quest. She pointed towards the man who was emitting a very small amount of divinity compared to a normal deity. He wanted me to join the search to find you. Fixing his appearance, Hermes introduced himself to Bell. Hi there. The name's Hermes. It's nice to make your acquaintance. So you're Bell Crannel? Why yes. Bell answered. So this is Zeus Kid. At first glance, he's pretty normal and naive. Hermes thought as he continued, I've been looking for you. Hermes-sama, thank you for coming to save us. Waving his hand, Hermes replied, all I did was help out my good friend Mike. He then pointed towards their entire party. You should be thanking them instead. It's all thanks to them that we managed to make it this far. Bell, Lily, and Welf finally noticed three familiar faces, ! With a cold face, Welf called out to Bell, hey, Bell. Why yeah. Even the usually bright Bell couldn't smile after seeing the people who caused this incident. While Bell and his party were settling their grudges on the Takamikazuchi familia, Hermes and Asfi were invited to the largest tent of the Loki familia to meet Finn, Riviera, Gareth, and the rest of the executives. Haha. Surprising, isn't it? The Loki familia saving Belkuin of all people. With a difficult face, Tioni muttered, it's not uncommon for rescue missions to come by, but it's my first time that I've seen a god come along, too. Gareth finished her words. Ignoring them, Finn addressed Hermes, pardon me, Lord Hermes, let me wrap my head around this, but you came all the way down here to the 18th floor to save Bell Crannel and his party. Is that correct? With a smile, Hermes took out a parchment and passed it to Finn. Absolutely, braver. As a part of a request from Mayak, I even have the official request form here, see. Finn checked the parchment and figured that it was real before passing it back to Hermes. While receiving it back, Hermes continued to speak, we'd like permission to stay here. Also, we were hoping to join you on your return to the surface. Those are our requests. Extra securities. Finn muttered. You would be really helping us out. We were in such a hurry to get down here and forgot to bring camping provisions. Of course, we could always stay in that cesspool they call Rogue Town. Of course, that was a lie. Hermes urged everyone to hurry up without preparing for provisions, as he already predicted from the start that the Loki familia would take care of Bell's party since it matched their schedule of going up. With this, they would have a legitimate reason to request for assistance. He believed that they would be taken care of, not because of Bell, but because of Welf, who was a member of the Hephaestus familia. With Tsubaki accompanying them, it was almost 100% sure that they would be taken in. Argonaut Kuin and his friends would surely have a terrible time there. Tiona muttered after hearing the Rouge Town from Hermes. Quiet. Her sister, however, immediately reprimanded her. Pretending that he didn't hear that, Hermes continued, food-wise, we'll figure something for ourselves. If our presence should lead to incurred expenses, my familia will foot the bill upon arrival to the surface. I could even throw in some gifts too. You're being rather generous. For a man merely carrying out a request. Gareth replied. Smirking, Hermes replied, haha, well, Hephaestus also came to me to help out her Welf Kuin, you know. After those words, Finn resigned the thought of refusing their request. Using his true motives with light sincerity, he made it difficult for them to refuse. Hermes knew that the Loki familia couldn't possibly abandon a member of an allied familia. If it was just a normal expedition, Finn would have no problems accepting their request. However, due to the sensitive information that they carry, they were very vulnerable to a god's questioning due to their abilities to see through lies. As such, he really didn't want to take the risk of staying near him. I know you must be tired after your expedition, but I hope you'll consider my offer. Hermes continued with a smile. Sighing, Finn replied, Lord Hermes, haggling is not necessary. Your needs will be accommodated. Oh, you're too kind. You have my utmost thanks. Hermes then feigned a cough. Ahem. Oh dear, I may be a bit late, but congrats. I assume the expedition went well. Thank you. We had no casualties. Well, that's great. That's Loki familia for ya. However, Hermes' next question was what they didn't want to be asked the most. However, I do wonder what you might have found on the 59th floor. Everyone made a difficult face while Finn only smiled as he stared at him. But instead of Finn, Riviera was the one who answered Hermes. We are followers of Loki. We have no duty to disclose familia matters to gods with questionable intentions. Hermes looked around him before smiling and taking a step back. It was enough for him to confirm that indeed something surprising was on the 59th floor. He could try to gather more information later from the other members. He had, after all, bought valuable time with them and he wouldn't waste this chance, right you are. I do apologize. It's simply that you're the first ones to venture there since Zeus' party so long ago. A bit curious, I'll admit. While everyone from the Loki familia stared at him, Hermes continued, actually, did I mention that Dionysus, Loki, and I made an alliance? A so-called connection between victims. To take a stand against those vibrantly colored monsters and the remnants of Evolus. I'm afraid we'll have to confirm this with our own goddess before we fully believe you, Lord Hermes, Finn replied. You're right. In that case, feel free to ignore what I'm about to tell you now. Hermes continued with a large grin, braver, Finn dame. You may have already noticed, but there is in fact another entrance into the dungeon besides the one found in Babel. We plan for you all to begin a thorough investigation once you return to the surface. Hermes then left with Asfi after saying those words. Be boss. Raoul called out to Finn after confirming that Hermes really left. Sighing, Finn answered, I suspected something like this. It seems that we're not going to be getting much rest once we return home. Finn's eyes then changed as he added, it seems that the Hestia Familia will have to do some work for us soon, as we have agreed earlier. Chapter 473, Joining a Girls' Tea Party. This info is huge. Tioni muttered to everyone around. But. For there to be another entrance besides Babel, how can that be? Lafia asked. Yeah, but this is straight from the gods. Tiona added. It does make sense though. I mean, how else could you lug those giant flowers to the surface? Tioni shrugged her shoulders and looked around the room. Everyone from the main tent, except for Ace, was dismissed a few minutes ago after their meeting with Hermes. Currently, they were staying in another tent to discuss what they heard from Hermes and how to avoid his questions whenever they were asked. Inside the tent were the girls of the Loki familia who came down to the 59th floor, Ainakity, Tsubaki, and one more person, but I'm more worried about the thing with Ace. Tiona added. Rubbing her chin, Alicia Forestlight, an elf, said, as I recall, Ace was the first to recognize that thing as a spirit. And she got all weird when she saw it, right? Narvi Roll added when she recalled the incident in detail. With a chuckle, Tsubaki said, well, she always was a bit strange if you ask me. Tsubaki-san. Lafia called out to her but she couldn't refute her words. Tioni then faced Ainakity and asked, Aki, you've known her the longest. Do you know anything? Ainakity thought for a moment before shaking her head, I'm afraid that I don't. Back then, Ace was even more reclusive than she is now. I've asked the bosses about it before, but I got no clear answer. Spirits, Arya. Somehow, I can't help but think about that legend, Dungeon Oratoria. Tiona muttered. That legend's centuries old. Any connection is ridiculous. Tioni's voice trailed off as both of her and Tiona suddenly recalled something. It was about the men whom they met on the 50th floor and who battled the strengthened floor boss. It was also the same men who told them that Ace's body was damaged due to a time stasis which may have put her to sleep for at least a year or maybe 1,000 years. Everyone, except for one, became confused about why the Amazonas sisters became silent and made a complicated expression. Lafia was about to ask them what was wrong, but the last person among the group who was inside the tent finally spoke up, say. Why did you call me here? Kasuk asked as he scratched his cheek with a wry smile. While he only received a glare from Lafia and a confused look from Tsubaki, Tiona faced him and answered, we intended to find Yuruchi, but we couldn't find her anywhere, so we just decided to let you join. Either the captain or Riviera should have also told you what happened on the 59th floor and our future plans from now on, so we're here to ask you for your input as the captain of the Hestia Familia. The Loki Familia is strangely close with these people from the Hestia Familia. Do they have a prior agreement or something, thought Tsubaki, but she didn't say anything and only watched the situation. In any case, Hephaestus also seemed to be close with them, seeing that they had her insignia on their strange weapons. Kasuk was about to say something else, when Tioni suddenly faced him with a serious expression and asked, aren't you the one who checked up on Ace? What did you find out? Checkup. Lafia asked in confusion, but nobody answered her as Tioni and Tiona finally remembered that the strange men referred Ace to Kasuk to get a checkup. They focused on Kasuk while the others didn't have any clue on what was going on. Kasuk, in response, just smiled and asked, "What do you wish to know?" "Her connection to the spirit," Tioni answered. Kasuk stared at her for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. "I may have or don't have the answer to your question, but regardless of whether or not, I can't give any answer to you." "Why?" "You see, as a doctor, I follow a policy called doctor-patient confidentiality. Regardless of your question, I can't reveal any information which I got from my patient. If you want to know more, you have to ask Wallenstein herself," Kasuk explained. Tiona and Tioni stared at Kasuk for a while before both of them sighed and backed off. They realized that there was no way for him to talk about Ace, in any case. "Spirits couldn't have children," Tioni muttered. "Guess we're stuck." Tiona scratched her head. "Actually, there is someone here with spirit blood running through their veins, you know," Tsubaki suddenly said. "Eh?" Everyone exclaimed, and even Kasuk was mildly surprised. But instead of resolving their confusion, Tsubaki walked out after saying, "Wait here. I'll call him over." A few minutes later, Tsubaki dragged a red-haired boy over and forced him to sit down in the middle. "As you know, this whelp here is the blacksmith for Bel Cranel's party. He's also one of the grunts in my familia," Tsubaki explained. "What the hell is going on here?" "Hey, Tsubaki. Explain yourself," complained Welf. Wrapping her arm around his neck, Tsubaki introduced him to everyone. "This kid's name is Welf Kratso." "Kratso?" Tioni muttered. It was a familiar name, but she couldn't recall where she heard of it. However, Ainakity immediately recognized that name. "Wait, you don't mean that cursed magic swordsmith Kratso, do you?" "The very same." Tsubaki confirmed, "The maker of the invincible swords, the Kratso magic swords of legend from the kingdom of Rakia. This kid's a descendant. Kratso magic swords, weapons of legend known throughout the entire world. Before, magic swords could only produce weak magic in place of chance. However, Kratso's magic swords went far beyond that. Their weapons were, without a doubt, the strongest swords in existence in terms of its ability to destroy." "Kratso." Alicia gritted her teeth as she muttered and glared at Welf. Tsubaki noticed this and immediately said, "Hold up, Alicia. I understand that elven villages were decimated by the Kratso magic swords. That anger is certainly justified. But, this kid actually disowned his Kratso lineage." While Welf was trying to remove Tsubaki's arm around his neck but to no avail, Tsubaki continued, "For reasons I can't even begin to fathom. Welfie despises his heritage and even hates his own abilities. He can forge circles around them when it comes to magic swords, but he won't touch them to save his life. Talk about wasted talent." Kasuk could see Tsubaki's frustration. "I heard that the Kratsos couldn't forge the same magic swords anymore due to some curse, but from her words, this Welf Kratso seems to be capable of doing it but hates to do it. Indeed, what a waste of talent. Shows that he's still a kid. He ended up leaving Rakia and his home behind. See, Alicia. You and him might have more in common than you think." Tsubaki continued to explain to Alicia. "Let's stick to the main subject here. Do you have spirit blood, or not?" Tioni set back the topic. Hearing that, Welf gave Tsubaki a dirty look. "Wait a sec. Hey, should be fine, right? You got nothing to lose." Tsubaki persuaded Welf. Sighing, Welf decided to speak up. In any case, he wouldn't be able to get out of Tsubaki's arm if he didn't do so. But before he continued, he noticed that everyone inside the tent was a woman except one, so he stared for a moment at Kasuk and thought, "What is he doing here?" with a bit of jealousy inside him. Kasuk noticed his look and just shrugged his shoulders again. "I got dragged here, too," he said. Welf was startled that Kasuk could instantly see through him, but calmed down immediately after feigning a cough. "Well, I don't like people prying into my life, but, since Tsubaki asked, I'll explain. Let me break down the Kratso connection to spirits. Back in ancient times, the first Kratso saved a spirit from a bunch of monsters. He ended up gravely injured as a result, so the spirit offered her blood as thanks. Her blood not only saved his life but also granted him her miraculous spirit-born magic powers. The miracle of a spirit," Tiona muttered. "Then the Kratso's ability to mass-produce those ludicrous swords were," Alicia also added. "A byproduct from the blood of our ancestor," Welf answered. "Spirit blood can do that. I don't think that's possible according to my preliminary research regarding the spirits. Then that means something else happened aside from handing over the blood, or I still don't know a great deal about the spirits. Nice. I should thank the Amazonas sisters for inviting me to this girls' tea time." Kasuk thought as various possibilities emerged from his mind. Chapter 474, Joining a Girls' Tea Party Part 2. "Welfie, are you sure that you don't know anything else about the spirit connection?" Tsubaki asked further after Welf finished explaining. "How the hell should I know? Only the first Kratzo had any direct contact with that spirit, not me. Welf shot back at Tsubaki. With a dirty look on her face, Tsubaki replied, "Man, you're seriously useless when it matters. Whether it's weapon making or giving info, your effort is half-assed. What do my forging skills have to do with this? What the hell is wrong with you?" Welf angrily shouted at her, "If it's legends you're interested in, don't ask me. There's someone else here who knows a lot more than I do. I'm done here." Welf stood up and angrily walked out. A few minutes later, he came back and threw someone in, Bell became nervous with all the beautiful ladies surrounding him as he sat down on his knees. Why am I here?" Well. Bell Krennel. Welfie basically sold you out. You'd best prepare yourself." Tsubaki answered him with a grin. Sold out. Bell then noticed the Amazoness who was giving him a happy face. It's Argonaut-kun. Tiona muttered silly. Hearing the name, Argonaut made Bell flinch a bit, because that was the actual name of his skill which he got when he became a level 2. Disregarding his reaction, however, Tiona continued, Hey. Is it true that you know a whole lot about legends?" "I wouldn't consider it a lot, but I did read them often as a child." Tiona then started to ask him questions to test his knowledge. Then, "Who did Sir Gerard save, huh?" "Queen Altus." Bell instantly answered. Happy with his response, Tiona continued, Then, where did Giorgio the Dragon Slayer slay the beast?" "Lake Sirena." Then, what weapon did he use to kill it?" "A spear-like holy sword." "And a maiden's ribbon." Convinced, Tiona happily exclaimed, "Wow. Amazing." Tiona still wanted to continue asking him, but Tioni smacked her head, enough already. She then faced Bell with a serious expression which prompted him to sit up straight. Getting back on topic, "Do you know anything about a spirit named Arya?" "The spirit, Arya." Bell thought for a bit before carefully answering, "The great spirit in dungeon oratoria connected to the hero Albert." Yeah. That one." Tioni became excited. "Okay, what about the story where Arya cuts herself to share her blood with someone?" "Ring a bell." Bell went silent for a few minutes and scratched his head while trying to recall if there was something like that, but he ultimately shook his head. "I don't think I've read that one before." "Alright, how about Arya helping an injured human? And that human having descendants?" Tioni continued asking. I feel like something like that may have been there but not specifically mentioned." Bell shook his head again. All the Loki Familia girls gave up and sighed. However, Bell suddenly continued his words, "Although I'm not too sure about descendants, per se, but the hero Albert did supposedly have a child." Tiona jumped up at his claims. "What? I've never heard anything about this. Did you read the original version? The very first one from 1,000 years ago?" Even Kasuk's eyes widened as he already asked Yuruchi for any record regarding the hero Albert and the spirit Arya. She went out of Orario to ask some scholars regarding Albert's child, but nobody knew any version of the lore containing such detail. Kasuk assumed that the Zeus and Hera Familia of that time hid Ace existence from most people due to her peculiar origin. So Kasuk was surprised when Bell claimed that he read a version where Albert had a child and was wondering where he got it. While scratching his head, Bell answered Tiona, Well, no, but it was more like something my grandpa drew." Everyone except for one person became disappointed with his answer. If it was just his grandpa, then it was most probably a modified version to more fit the taste of the reader instead of old records. But they still couldn't brush away the possibility that his grandfather had read an even older version as the basis of this. Kasuk, on the other hand, grinned as a part of the puzzle fell in its place inside his head. "So, your grandfather drew picture books?" Tioni asked. Bell could only laugh wryly. Well, how to put this? Do you mind if I ask where your grandfather is now?" Kasuk suddenly asked. Hearing that, Bell's smile became sad. He already passed away." I'm sorry about that. That was rude of me." Bell immediately shook his head. No. It's fine." However, Bell's answer only solidified the possibility in Kasuk's mind. Since they may get more information, Tiona asked curiously, "What happened to the kid, then?" "I remembered at the end of Albert's story. Yeah, he got involved in that battle. Then he disappeared." Bell replied. "By the way, who were the women in his party again?" Tiona asked again in curiosity. "There was the Amazonian Empress, Ivelda, and the High Elf Queen Seldia but before Bell could finish his words, opposing voices came from the elves. "And what the hell are you implying here? Seldia-sama is an eternal and beloved saint. Devoid of impurities. The pride of our people, who left her home to save the world. It's unthinkable that she would ever have a child with someone of another race." Alicia shouted. "That's right. How profane. Lafia added. To avoid any careless remarks, allow Lafia and I to educate you a bit. Alicia declared. That's right. Lafia then suddenly looked at Alicia in surprise. Wait, me too. Ignoring Lafia, Alicia then transferred her attention to Tiona. While you're here, we'll teach you everything that we remember. Why am I being included? Hey, someone, help me out here. Calm down, Alicia. You're gonna make our little guest feel sick. Tsubaki tried to stop the elf but to no avail. And so, everyone in the tent was forced to listen to her lessons and Belle had to leave tired. After a few more minutes, Alicia calmed down and everyone sighed in relief. That was insightful, but we're not any closer to how this connects to Ace. Ainakity muttered. However, Tioni and Tiona were silent and Ainakity had to call out to them when she noticed that they were making a difficult face. Tiona. Tioni. What's wrong? Ah. Nothing. I'm just thinking of something else. Tiona replied with a forced laugh. Ainakity and the others were confused and curious but didn't ask any further. Unlike them, both Tiona and Tioni made a small connection after thinking longer. That guy said that Ace could have been sleeping for 1,000 years. Could it be? It was at this moment that Riviera entered the tent. You all shouldn't be prying this much. Riviera-sama. Why are you here? Lafia and Alicia both stood up and greeted her. As if no one would notice the giant commotion you all were making. Riviera then looked towards Kasuk who was grinning, and to make it worse, you invited a man over. Riviera recalled the gnashing of the male members outside the tent and could only sigh. Not my fault. Kasuk chuckled but he could imagine the faces of everyone outside. Anyway, you lot shouldn't pry too much. Riviera reprimanded everyone. With a sad face, Tiona replied, actually, Riviera. Don't you think this secret with Ace is something we should know? Aren't we a familia? Riviera sat down beside her and answered, now, I won't deny the fact that we as a familia are connected by a strong bond. Having said that, I don't have to explain to you all who witnessed the events on the 59th floor, but Ace still cannot speak on it. It is our full responsibility to allow her to conceal it. Despite its dishonesty. Patting Tiona's head, Riviera continued, although I cannot explain everything without Ace present, I can say with certainty that Ace is blessed with the blood of a spirit. Riviera then stood up and looked towards Kasuk again, then again, it's probably that guy who benefited from tonight's discussion the most. Did you figure something out? Everyone was shocked at Riviera's claim and immediately looked towards Kasuk. Kasuk's grin grew larger and he replied, yep. Some things fell into place. I'm really thankful that this happened. Mind sharing with me what you figured out? Riviera asked. Indeed, we have an agreement to share intelligence and facts with respect to what the Loki Familia needs. However, what I figured out isn't a fact but just mere speculation. I don't need to share my guesses, right? It might be wrong, after all. On top of that, this one isn't related to the Loki Familia. Kasuk then slightly bowed to everyone and bid his farewell. Now then, thank you very much for inviting me over. I still need to tend to our girls so I have to leave. Good night, everyone. When Kasuk was about to leave, Tiona wanted to call out to him but Riviera stopped her and shook her head. Riviera. Just who is he? Tioni asked. Right. Riviera-sama. Who is he and why is he so close with Ace-san? Lafia added. Riviera was conflicted, but after a few seconds, she decided to tell them a few things. I couldn't say much, but what you're about to hear, I want it to be kept in this tent. Everyone's eyes widened since they didn't expect Riviera to give them some info. After all, since they started to ask about the Hestia Familia, Riviera, Ace, and Line kept a tight lip due to some agreement. The first one to react was Tiona. I'll go and check the surrounding first. A few seconds later, Tiona came back and said, no one is around. Riviera nodded at her and asked her to sit down. What I'm about to tell you is the limit of my restriction so I can't answer most of the follow-up questions. Another thing you should remember is to never repeat my words. Ready? Is it fine for me to be here? Tsubaki asked. Riviera nodded. I think Hephaestus-sama can say the same thing to you. Riviera took a deep breath and said, even in a fair fight, there's no way for Ace to win against Kasuk Urahara. What? Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 475, Exposed. Kasuk went back to tending the three girls and a few minutes later, Yoruchi entered the tent. How is it? Kasuk asked after taking out some snacks and tea from his subspace. After meeting the executives of the Loki Familia, Hermes solved the feud between Belle's party and the Takamikazuchi Familia. He didn't do anything after that and just returned to his tent. But you're right. He's strangely attached to Belle Cranel, answered Yoruchi after taking a few sips of warm tea. Yeah, and thanks to them inviting me to their discussion earlier, I was able to piece together Belle's connection to Hermes. Although it's all speculation at this point. What is it? Belle Cranel's grandfather apparently drew a picture book about the legend of Dungeon Oratorio with the hero Albert having a child. Yoruchi's eye slightly widened and said, "Hey, we already confirmed that existing records of that time are no more since the child's nature is sensitive." Yep. And there are only a few people who could have this record which even the other gods don't know about. Yoruchi thought for a moment and muttered, "The Zeus and Hera familia of 1,000 years ago or people connected to them." Correct. So I assume that Belle's grandfather is someone connected to them, and when he said that his grandfather already passed away, the chances that his grandfather is Zeus himself grew on me. I see. And after our initial investigation of Hermes, we figured out that he and his familia's work can be compared to espionage, with them having an obscure contact with the guild. Right. He could have worked under Zeus at some point, considering the fact that he was the strongest familia back then. I don't know what he wants from Belle, but it seems that Zeus is using Hermes to look after Belle. Then this Zeus guy is probably planning something. After all, it's strange that his and Hera's familias were suddenly kicked out despite being heroes who cleared 2 of the great quests. At that point of time, history is also unclear, as if someone messed with the records. Yoruchi rubbed her chin in contemplation. If Zeus is planning something, then I could guess one possibility, Kasuk muttered. You don't have to say it. I can also see it. The possibility of Zeus planning to save Arya from the Black Dragon. Yoruchi added. Kasuk smiled and said, then Zeus must have confirmed that it's possible to save her. Or maybe kill her so that she'll join Heaven's soul cycle and not the dungeon cycle. Yoruchi looked towards Kasuk. What are you going to do? About what? If there's a chance to save her, will you? Kasuk chuckled, you know me. I don't really like saving people for other people's sake. Yoruchi smiled at his answer, right. You don't really like that. You won't move as long as there's no clear benefit for you. You're not a hero, after all. Yoruchi then stood up before continuing, however, you're also a firm believer in teaching others how to catch fish for themselves when they are starving. She walked towards the exit. I'm going to check the eastern side of the floor. If there are going to be any activities, it's going to be now. I see. Be careful out there. But before she went on her way, Yoruchi recalled something and turned back to Kasuk. You probably know this, but Riviera just revealed that you could defeat Ace. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Kasuk answered immediately. It's not like she told them that I already defeated Wallenstein-san. She only told them that Wallenstein-san couldn't win. It didn't really breach our agreement. And giving her this much freedom should reduce some of the pressure on her. You know how hard it is to keep everything from your trusted subordinates. That will only erode their trust on you, and I don't want that to happen to Riviera-san. Well, I already guessed as much. But you still have to remind her. We still don't know a lot of things in this world. We don't know where our potential enemy may come from. Understood. I'll talk to her and also tell her how much leeway she can get. Yoruchi didn't discover anyone in her night search, but she was able to get some tracks which led to a weird wall. She returned after estimating when the tracks were made and was planning to visit the spot again the next day. In the morning, Hermes and the rescue group, along with Belle's party and Tioni, and Ainakity from the Loki Familia, decided to take a stroll around Riviera since it would be a good experience for Belle and his party. Yoruchi also decided to come with them so that she could watch Hermes' movements closer. In the tent where Sona, Aika, and Kaneko were resting, Kasuk was wiping the girls with a clean wet towel. While doing so, he suddenly asked the person who was staring at him, aren't they going out for a walk? Why didn't you join them? I'm not interested. Ace answered with a blank face. And you're interested in this? Kasuk asked again. However, instead of answering, Ace asked back, is there anything I can do to help? Kasuk looked at her for a moment before sighing and pointing towards Sona, help me lift her up a bit. Ace's eyes shone as she carefully followed Kasuk's instructions. After they were done wiping everyone, Kasuk cleaned everything up and asked Ace to sit down. Kasuk then closed the curtain of the tent, sealing the room from outside eyes. Before talking to her, however, Kasuk manifested a magic circle, and from it, he pulled out a table and a variety of sweets on it. Ace's eyes widened in shock, but she already expected him to be able to do something like this and didn't say anything, only waiting for Kasuk to finish pouring tea in the cups. Kasuk watched her reaction. He already got a guess about what she wanted to ask. Placing a cup of tea in front of her, Kasuk said, thank you for helping out. As thanks, you may eat these extremely rare delicacies. Thank you. Ace nodded and took one of the cookies. A single bite from it made her eyes shine, making her forget the earlier scene of the suddenly appearing table, and she didn't stop munching on it until Kasuk's voice resounded, now then, isn't it about time for you tell me what you came here for? Ace was startled and stopped munching on the cookies in her hand. Kasuk passed her a handkerchief with a grin. Realizing what he implied, Ace blushed slightly from embarrassment before taking his offer and wiping her mouth with it. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm happy that you liked it. But let's move on to the topic. Ace nodded and put down the handkerchief before sitting straight up and asking in a very serious tone, "You're the one who rescued us from the 59th floor, right?" Chapter 476, Exposed Part 2. You're the one who rescued us from the 59th floor, right? Instead of answering, Kasuk silently activated a preset barrier to isolate the sound from outside. Ace was startled and about to stand up when she felt the movement of magic power, but Kasuk immediately reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm just making sure that no one would be able to hear us speaking." And with a grin, Kasuk added, "You see, a naughty elf is trying to listen in." Lafia was about 20 meters away from the tent and had been loitering around it from the moment Ace entered. She really wanted to rush in, but she thought that it would be embarrassing if she just barged in for no reason. So as an alternative, she would creep in and listen to what they were talking about. If Kasuk would make a move against Ace, Lafia would lay down her life to stop him. Especially after she heard from Riviera that Ace was no match against Kasuk. Although she still couldn't believe such a claim, it didn't hurt to be careful. However, everything has been normal. It seemed that Ace was helping out Kasuk in taking care of the 3 unconscious girls, and right now she saw how Ace was eating some snacks which Kasuk prepared for her as thanks. Nevertheless, she didn't let her guard down. Although she heard Ace asking some sort of question, she didn't hear it clearly. The moment after Ace asked her question, Kasuk immediately disrupted the sound waves and everything appeared unclear to any listener after that. It became quiet. Lafia came closer but still couldn't hear any sound aside from the sounds of the utensils. They're eating quietly. How weird. Either way, I'll do my duty of watching here to help Ace-san if something were to happen. However, she would regret it dearly later because her actual duty was to nurse the wounded members. A naughty elf. Ace tilted her head and asked. Don't worry about it. Kasuk only chuckled. A few seconds of silence reigned between them before Ace spoke up again. You don't want anyone to hear what we're talking about. Does that mean you admit it? After sipping his tea, Kasuk answered, Yep. There's no point in hiding it. I know everyone who knows about me already suspects this, and it's only sooner or later before I show you some things which would link me to that. Ace stood up and bowed towards Kasuk. Thank you for saving us. Kasuk stared at her and said, we're technically in an alliance, so a bit of help isn't much. Besides, I mainly did it to save my girls, not for your group. Ace shook her head. Either way, I'm very thankful for it. Kasuk stayed silent for a few seconds before sighing. It's fine. Sit down. You can finish the snacks. But instead of sitting down and taking Kasuk's offer, Ace was fidgeting. Is there something else? About that? There is. All right. I'm listening. Kasuk calmly sipped his tea, but Ace's next words surprised him. Are you the one who saved us on the 50th floor? The one who defeated the strengthened Baylor and Juggernaut? I wonder what you're talking about. Kasuk replied, what's this? I shouldn't have left any clues on the scene aside from the aura which I and Yoruchi released that day. But we have been careful to not show it to anyone. Where did she draw this conclusion from? Ace looked straight at him, trying to see through his reactions. I don't have any evidence. But lately, I'm having this one dream over and over again. Kasuk didn't say anything and just waited for her. Not getting any apparent response to her nonsensical reason, Ace continued, in my dream, I'm floating around in complete darkness, but strangely enough, I think it's a pleasant dream instead of a nightmare due to how comfortable I was. In that dream, a strange voice would tell me various things which I mostly couldn't remember. Mostly, is it? Kasuk muttered. Ace nodded. That voice would enumerate the memories of my childhood. After saying this, Ace had a sad smile on her face. But after a few seconds, she shook her head and looked back to Kasuk before continuing. However, there's one thing that the voice told me that I couldn't forget. Kasuk, Urahara saved you on the 50th floor. While Kasuk's facial expression didn't change, his mind ran at full speed and immediately arrived at a conclusion. Arya-san. That's unnecessary. But how did she know about it? While thinking about how Arya came to know that, Kasuk replied with a smile, Oh. And you believe that mysterious voice in your dream? It's weird. I can't seem to deny it. So even if you deny it, it won't really change my mind. I'm sorry. Ace apologized again. Ah, I got it. Arya-san must have been watching from Ace's point of view all this time, and when I entered Wallenstein-san's soul space, I ended up using my aura, which was already familiar to her. She got me. She didn't tell me about it because she knew that I would be making a countermeasure knowing this. Kasuk thought while replying, that seems too unreasonable. Indeed. That's why I apologized. And I have a feeling that no matter how you deny it, I would still want to believe in that voice. I may be wrong, but I can't seem to not listen to it. It's a strange feeling. I wonder what's wrong with me. Have you told anyone else these dreams of yours? Kasuk asked. Ace didn't answer immediately, but after a few seconds, she shook her head. I have a feeling that I shouldn't really tell this to anyone. Now then. What should I do? There's no guarantee that she'll keep quiet about this. I can't ask her to not tell anyone else about this if I deny it. But if she did tell someone about this, even without evidence, there will be suspicion. That suspicion, it wouldn't be ideal for our current situation. They would be much too on guard and things might work against us. Especially these three who were just experiencing how to become an adventurer. A few seconds later, Kasuk came to a decision and suddenly pulled his cane out of nowhere. Ace was confused about why he took out his cane, but the atmosphere suddenly changed when Kasuk unsheathed his blade. Ace wanted to stand up to get into a better position, but a split second later, a blade was already touching her neck. Ace wanted to ask what's going on, but she noticed that the blade which Kasuk was holding already changed and it transformed into something familiar. This. A split second later, dense killing intent and bloodlust descended on Ace, almost choking her. Then, she heard a very cold voice coming from Kasuk, and what are you going to do about it? Chapter 477, Exposed Part 3. Ace struggled to breathe as cold sweat flowed down her forehead. She couldn't even think properly due to the immense fear battering her mind right now. However, strangely enough, even though she could feel her knees weakening, she was just frozen on the spot as she stared at Kasuk's gleaming cold eyes. The former smiling face was nowhere to be found and Ace thought that she was in front of an entirely different person but with the same face. She couldn't understand why he was doing this nor could she understand how so much killing intent can manifest from someone to the point of immobilizing someone like her. Seeing her panicking, Kasuk asked again, what are you going to do? Thanks to this question, Ace's mind was able to get back to the real issue, what am I going to do? She then finally recalled the terrible strength of the men who defeated the strengthened Baylor and the fact that she couldn't even react when there was already a blade on her neck. She realized, everyone. Everyone is in danger. B because of me prying into his secrets. Everyone will. And with tears threatening to fall from her eyes, Ace pleaded, please. Please don't hurt everyone. While maintaining his cold exterior, Kasuk was already feeling a little guilty. If Yoruchi were to see us like this, I would surely get a smack in the head. However, thanks to this, I was able to accurately gauge her current state of mind. In hindsight, Arya-san helped me. Though I still wonder, I thought that she wouldn't be able to do anything in her current state. I guess I don't know that much about spirits. For the third time, Kasuk asked, as I said, what are you going to do after knowing this? I don't know. Ace replied with a fearful expression. In response, however, Kasuk released a bit of his Ryatsuki pressure on Ace which made her heart jump and pupils dilate. I have to say something. After a few tortuous seconds which felt as if they were hours, Ace muttered, I will not tell anyone about this. Even she knew that this was not the answer that Kasuk was looking for, but she had to at least say something after being asked 3 times. This would also give her precious time to think of a better answer when he asked again. However, contrary to her expectations, the pressure and killing intent that she was feeling suddenly disappeared. The next thing she knew, Kasuk was already sheathing the transformed blade back to the cane. Kasuk looked at her and gave her a big smile. What? You already gave me an answer. But. Before she could finish her words, however, Ace's knees gave out and her butt fell onto the chair as she struggled to get air to breathe. It was only now that she realized that she was covered in a cold sweat and her attire was pretty much soaked from it. Kasuk only quietly sipped his tea as he waited for Ace to calm down. A few minutes had elapsed and Ace was able to gather her bearings. She then looked towards Kasuk and asked, why? Kasuk stared at her eyes and she jumped in her seat slightly. Fear in her eyes was still apparent but Kasuk pretended not to notice it. What do you mean by that? After hesitating for a few seconds, Ace continued, by not telling anything about what I discovered today. Just that. Kasuk set down his cup of tea on the table. Are you saying that you won't abide by what you said? Ever so slightly, Kasuk released his bloodlust on Ace again. Oh, of course not. Ace hurriedly shook her head. I promise I won't tell anyone about this. Then it's fine. But why? Why did you let me off with just that? I know it's my fault for trying to pry too deeply into your secrets. But why? Because you already understand what could happen if it were to come out. Kasuk stared down on her. You do, right? Ace hurriedly nodded her head. As for why I'm hiding my strength, I have my reasons, but I don't have any obligation to reveal that to you, in case you're wondering and wanted to ask. Ace only stayed silent as she looked down. Now that we're done and you already got the answer that you want, let's leave it like this today. Kasuk was about to clean up the table, however, Ace suddenly asked, can you tell me what's your real level? It should be at least level 7 or 8. Or maybe even level 9. Like those in the legends. Ace already suspected that Kasuk was hiding his level the day she lost to him. And the same with the girls of the Loki Familia. Everyone, including Riviera, thought that everyone from the Hestia Familia were hiding their level. However, they didn't want to ask as it was their familia's private affair. What are you talking about? I'm just a level 2. Ace hurriedly looked up in shock and saw Kasuk's grinning face. I never lied about my level. B but T, that's impossible. Why not? Want me to show my back to you? Ace immediately shook her head. She was still afraid of Kasuk, so she didn't want to request anything unnecessary and chose to believe him. B but how? How? Did you think that the only way to get stronger is to receive Falna from a deity? Ace obediently nodded her head. That's what most people believe. But think about this, how did the people of the past survive the waves of monsters before even the gods descended to this world? Since the gods hadn't descended, how were the people going to receive a Falna to defend themselves? Ace's eyes widened as she hadn't thought of this before, just like any other normal adventurer. Due to how convenient and widespread the Falna of today was and the fact that all you have to do is to keep fighting to get stronger, almost everyone already forgot that the people defended themselves without it in the past. Thanks to the spirits? Ace guessed. She hadn't noticed it, but her fear of Kasuk was slowly fading away. More than fear, Ace felt like trusting him more. There's that, but just how many spirits would you need to protect everyone with the monsters running rampant throughout the whole world? Of course, those people also had to do something to protect themselves. If it's not Falna or any blessing, then how? Potential, Kasuk answered simply. His inner teacher's personality was slowly coming out. Potential. Yep, potential. Kasuk nodded. People back then had to find out what they were good at and they had to try to figure out how they could help to defend themselves and those important to them. In an attempt to copy the spirit's abilities, people learned magic through countless trial and error. While most of them failed, those who succeeded established the basis for magic usage. In an attempt to match the monster's strength, people also had to train their bodies to the limit. While most of them also failed, thanks to those who succeeded first, it became easier for future generations to know whether or not you have what it takes to strengthen your body to the limit. But even with people like them, they were still on the losing side of the war, so leaders who could lead everyone to victory came out one by one. They might be weak in magic or not as strong as those in the front lines, however, they had the capacity to see the bigger picture and direct a path to victory for everyone. Of course, not everyone could use magic, get a stronger body, nor could they become leaders. But that doesn't mean they didn't do anything to help out. It were from these people that craftsmen, doctors, and the likes were born, supporting everyone who was battling. It was this group of people that helped those who could fight to use their full might. It was also thanks to them that the life of the people became easier. And why do you think that was possible? It was because of their potential. It was the people's potential that led them to such great heights. Through hard work and unimaginable trials, these people polished themselves like a gem, bringing out their potential. I see. That makes sense. Ace muttered with shining eyes. Of course, I haven't been in this period of time nor was I able to read records about this. All of this is just my speculations after piecing together small pieces of information. So don't take my words that seriously. Kasuk only told Ace all about this because of his strange habit of wanting to teach what he knows to others, whether it was for good or bad intentions. Chapter 478, Exposed Part 4. Speculation. Ace muttered. But even if Kasuk made that clear, she still asked, and why did the gods descend if they could fend for themselves? It could be because the gods are really bored so they decided to come down to entertain themselves. It may also be because everyone's efforts still fell short. Kasuk happily answered her. What do you mean? A hole in the earth kept spewing out fully matured monsters that could fight. Meanwhile, the people had to train for years to reach the same height. Even if they got stronger and could fight back, it takes a very long time for one to develop. Probably seeing that they were at their limit, the gods decided to help them. Thanks to the gods' blessings, the people didn't have to search for themselves as the Falna would automatically bring out their potential as soon as they received it and so they could start fighting the weaker monsters, making the required amount of time to get stronger become a lot shorter and easier. Kasuk explained, well, I think there were other, more compelling reasons aside from those, but she doesn't have to know that. Then are you saying that you acquired strength without any help from a god? Ace went back to their original topic. Well, it's a little bit different than what you're thinking but something like that. Although, we're also trying to level up since it'll also add to our strength. Kasuk thought that she would be leaving after this and started cleaning the table and packing up the cookies. Ace was eating earlier so that she could take some with her as an apology for what he had to put her through. However, instead of bidding her farewell and leaving, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fist instead. Is there something else? Asked Kasuk. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ace looked up to Kasuk with determination. Please teach me how to get stronger. Kasuk stared at her for a moment before replying, didn't I already promise to teach you a thing or two about wind magic? Ace immediately shook her head, not that. Please teach me how to get stronger like you. No. Kasuk immediately rejected her. Please. I'll do anything. Ace didn't give up and pleaded. Kasuk was not a hormonal teenager who would just jump at the "I'll do anything" statement. He could tell how desperate Ace was from her demeanor, and joking about it right now would be incredibly rude to her resolve. They weren't enemies, after all. Turning around, Kasuk said the same thing, no. Ace kept her head down and continued, please. Please help me get stronger. I'll do anything. Kasuk figured that she wouldn't leave as long as he didn't give her a good reason, so he spoke after sighing, it's as you said, I can make you stronger. Within just a few months, you can contend against Otter or even stronger without raising your level. Ace hurriedly looked up with a smile on her face, then. Turning back to Ace, Kasuk looked at her with a cold expression that startled her, thinking that she had done something wrong. However, I refused to do so. Gathering her courage, Ace asked him, why? One of the few things which I don't really like is training someone who would abuse their power after they gained strength. What? Ace confusedly asked. Kasuk stepped forward and came closer to her. He then looked down and continued, you still don't get it. I don't really feel like training you. Gritting her teeth, Ace asked again, why? Because you're exactly the type of person who would abuse her power to attain a skewed goal. Why, you don't know me. Lifting her chin, Kasuk said it right to her face, right. However, I at least know that you do anything in your power to decimate what you consider your enemies without any questions asked. Glaring at him, Ace raised her voice, and what's wrong with that? Separating from Ace, Kasuk sighed, the fact that you don't see anything wrong with it proves my point. Come back after you've realized that your point of view is too narrow and maybe I'll reconsider. While gritting her teeth, Ace walked out of the tent without saying a word. A few seconds later, Yoruchi came in, you're too harsh on her. Nope, that's just right, Kasuk replied with a smile. I don't think she'll give up though. That's fine. I'll just keep repeating my excuse. For once, I don't really feel like teaching someone like her. Well, I understand you. If she gained strength now, she'd be a lost cause. Right. Though she has to realize this before the emergence of that black dragon, or else she'll be in for a rough time. Something clicked in Yoruchi's mind, do you plan to let Sona, Aika, and Kaneko deal with the black dragon? Kasuk grinned, not just them, but also Kuroka and Medusa. Then what about us? Kasuk stayed silent for a moment before shaking his head, I don't know. But I have a feeling that we'll encounter something like that in the future. So aside from going back, attaining transcendence is the next priority. Of course, while still having fun in the process. I'm still really wondering how you were able to live this long despite having that kind of personality. What do you mean while still having fun in the process? Wouldn't it be the main reason why we would make a strong enemy? Then are you fine with just watching everything passively? Of course not. I didn't mean that I don't agree with you. Ha ha ha, I guess it's time to ramp things up. I've also finished the basic necessities for transfer and I'm only searching for any signal that would come from our previous world. Yoruchi gave him a dirty look, even though you threatened Ace-chan not to tell anyone what she discovered. You've got it wrong. I'll still be the unassuming and normal shopkeeper. I'll be using the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group persona to have some fun. It's too late for the unassuming and normal shopkeeper, Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. I'm still unsatisfied with what I did. Oh, if you're going for a second round, let me join you. You're my partner, so that's a given. By the way, how did it go on your side? Nothing much aside from meeting some group of adventurers who were dissatisfied with Bell Cranel. I think they don't like the fact that a new level 2 reached the 18th floor despite them using years to crawl down here. Yoruchi reported in an uninterested tone, and I think that Hermes will make his move tonight, so I plan to watch out for them. Got it. I also want to know what he plans to do. It seems interesting. Yoruchi turned around before saying, well then, that's all the information I gathered. I'm going to take a bath with the others. She then left the tent. A bath. Kasuk rubbed his chin, I wonder what would happen if we make a commotion on the eastern side of the floor. Maybe I'll discover something. With that in mind, Kasuk cleaned up the remaining mess, before going out to look for Hermes. Chapter 479, Peeping. It's about time. Hermes muttered as he looked outside the tent. He turned to Belle, who was behind him and currently packing up the things they bought in Riviera when they went around it earlier. Why don't you tag along, Belle-kun? Belle looked towards Hermes with a dumbfounded expression. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I came to the dungeon for this. Hermes then suddenly gave Belle a big grin, I've been waiting for the right opportunity. We're finally alone for this. While Belle was looking at him with a confused expression, a certain man suddenly appeared beside them. Ho ho, that seems interesting. Mind if I join in? Wah. Both Hermes and Belle exclaimed when they suddenly heard someone speak beside them, especially Hermes since he was planning to do something not good. Kasuk-kun. Hermes exclaimed, since when were you here? Just now when you were inviting Cranel-san to do something. I think I know what you have in mind. Kasuk replied with the same grin that Hermes had. Smiling wryly, Hermes had no choice but to invite him too. For now, let's go. I know a good spot. Clapping his hands, Kasuk praised Hermes, as expected of Hermes-sama. You really know your stuff. Hermes and Kasuk then started walking towards a certain direction while urging Belle to follow suit. A few minutes later, they reached a certain tree and started climbing it. A few seconds later, a certain view displayed itself to the three. A few minutes ago, sometime after returning from shopping through Riviera, the girls decided to bathe together in a clean body of water that was claimed by the Loki Familia. Tada! Tiona showed off their bathing spot. It was a very beautiful body of water surrounded by walls of crystals with a small waterfall spurting out of a tall crystal. It was unknown where the water was coming from or where the water went, so that it didn't overflow. However, that wasn't important to the girls as they were happy that they could bath somewhere clean inside the dungeon. Wow! Can we really bath here? Nasa asked. We'll take turns guarding, so we should be safe. A human girl reassured everyone. Effie Colette then turned to her roommate who was currently feeling down, right? Lafia-san. Because she skipped her duties to stalk Ace, she got an earful from Riviera and would be punished appropriately once they came up to the surface. Lafia nodded dejectedly. Nothing to worry about with the Loki Familia watching our backs, muttered Asfi as she looked around. Tiona and Tioni led the way. They then started undressing without a care in the world, taking a bath after we just got back from Riviera. It has become quite the routine, huh? Tioni mumbled. Well, I mean, we're on the 18th floor after all. It'd be such a waste not to. Tiona added before jumping in the water after undressing. The rest also followed suit while commenting on how clear the water was and that they didn't expect to take an open-air bath on the 18th floor. No matter what I go through as an adventurer, I'm still wary of doing this sort of thing outdoors. Asfi was the second to last to get in. Of course. After all, you don't know if there are any unscrupulous eyes watching such an open space. Yoruchi replied to her. Asfi looked towards Yoruchi who was having a good time while resting her back on a smooth crystal, a towel. It's not like anyone would have the courage to peep on the Loki Familia's top adventurers or else they're just going to invite death. Yoruchi repositioned the towel on top of her body which hid her important bits before replying, you never know. Ever since she got together with Kasuk, she couldn't easily show herself to others unlike before. Asfi remembered the personality of her god after hearing those words, you have a point. She too, took out a towel to cover her front while resting her back on the crystal wall. Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni finally noticed that Ace was spacing out while undressing as she was the last one who still hadn't gotten in. Ace. What's wrong? Tiona asked. Ace woke up from her deep thought and immediately replied, nothing. Before hurrying up and getting in. Although a few minutes later, she'd returned to this blank expression of hers again, as if she was deeply contemplating something. What happened to her? Tioni asked Lafia as she already heard from others that she tailed Ace earlier. I don't know. Lafia immediately shook her head, however, she came to the Hestia Familia's tent earlier and stayed there for quite some time. Tioni narrowed her eyes and asked, who was in there? The three who are unconscious, and Kasuk Urahara. Lafia replied. However, before Tiona and Tioni could ask any further, a voice suddenly came from a tall tree near them, ahhh. A big splash was then created due to something falling into the water from quite high up. Once they reached a certain tree branch, while Belle froze in his spot, Hermes had an expression of appreciating a nice scenery and Kasuk was rubbing his chin while looking down on the girls taking a bath. Belle finally got a hold of himself and hurriedly asked, what are we doing here? Peeping. Hermes answered with a relaxed smile. A straight answer. And not even a shred of guilt. Belle retorted before sulking, I thought you were gonna show me something important. Giving him a thumbs up, Hermes added, I'm the best, aren't I? Please don't be so proud of yourself, Belle muttered while covering his face. Patting his shoulder, Hermes replied, Belle-kun, this is part of a man's romance. Belle froze again, man's romance. Hermes then looked down again and commented, either way, Asfi-chan is such a killjoy, covering herself like that. Though, she must have copied your wife, Kasuk-kun. Kasuk didn't say anything and just smiled. Belle woke up again and started shaking Hermes, no. I will not be fooled. Let's go back. Hermes panicked and immediately grabbed a nearby tree branch, hey, if you move around like that. And just as he expected, Belle slipped and fell, ah. With a big splash, Belle revealed himself to the girls. What? Lafia and Elfie were startled as they were the ones guarding. Belle resurfaced and he was greeted by the naked bodies of the Amazonas sisters, Argonaut-kun. Tiona muttered before happily asking, what? Did you come to take a bath too? I had pegged you as the quiet type. Not bad. Tioni commented. Belle's face started to flush. As for the rest of the girls, they hurriedly tried to hide their private parts with their hands, Kaya. A scream came from one of them. But before they could react any further, another person fell on the water, making another big splash. Fua. What? How did I fall? Hermes questioned himself before he noticed the glare which he was receiving from Asfi. Kasuk created a string out of mana to trip the escaping Hermes, making him fall into the same predicament as Bel. Belkuin. It's time to bail out. With Hermes starting to run away, Bel soon followed suit, running even faster than Hermes. Bastard. Lafia shouted because her beloved Ace was seen. This kid so fast, said Elfie as she tried to catch Bel. However, he easily evaded her. However, instead of coming after him, Elfie saw what Lafia was doing. Lafia had started chanting her spell. She was parallel casting faster than ever. The magic she was weaving was easily comparable to a level 5 spell. Arc's dash, but before she could finish, Elfie and the other guards hurriedly jumped on her. Lafia, stop. What the hell are you thinking? You're gonna kill him. He'll burn right up. Realizing this, Lafia stopped her spell in panic. The next moment, they could only see how he slowly disappeared among the bushes with Hermes behind him. I'm sorry, shouted Bel as he fled. Thanks to the commotion that Lafia created, Hermes was able to take some distance, but before he disappeared, he suddenly pointed at the spot where they were peeping. Kasuk-kun. We're discovered. Escape before they catch you. Far from helping Kasuk out, Hermes pointed out his existence because he had a feeling that Kasuk did something for him to fall too. Ace was startled when she heard this and, like everyone else, looked towards the direction where Hermes pointed at. There, they saw a man wearing a striped bucket hat and green Eastern clothing as he stood proudly on the tree branch while looking down on them. You. The already frustrated Lafia exploded again and started to weave her spell again, but just like before, she was stopped by everyone else due to the over-the-top spell she was chanting. With the same happy face, Tiona asked, you came to join too? Tioni, on the other hand, smiled wryly, I already thought that you could do something like this, but in front of your lover. Everyone then looked towards Uruchi, who, strangely enough, was still leisurely relaxing while watching everything unfold. The Loki Familia girls who had stood guard slowly encircled the tree, where Kasuk stood on, intending to catch him and hand him over to their leaders. You there. Although you're the guest of Loki Familia, we can't allow something like this. Surrender yourself and the punishment won't be as severe. Instead of replying to them, Kasuk first looked around, prompting the girls to hide in panic. When Kasuk's gaze brushed past Ace, she blushed fiercely, unlike when Bel and Hermes saw her and hurriedly curled down while hiding her important bits with her hands. When the guards were about to jump on him, Kasuk suddenly spoke with a serious face, I'm not peeping. That's exactly what you are doing right now. Lafia retorted. I'm openly watching. Kasuk proudly added with a snort. That's even worse. Lafia retorted again and ordered the rest, catch him. The guards hurriedly climbed up the tree so, in response, Kasuk jumped towards one of the crystals on the water. And with a slackened face, Kasuk continued, well, I've always wanted to say that. He. Kaya. Instead of escaping, Kasuk had the gall to approach the naked girls, which made them panic even more. You pervert. Behave yourself. Lafia shouted as she started weaving a small spell to immobilize Kasuk. But in response, Kasuk only smiled awkwardly and said, well, I didn't expect you to catch me. I didn't think that Hermes-sama would rat me out. You big liar. Uruchi retorted inside her head as she was wondering what he was planning. Enough with your words. If you have any excuses, say them later. One of the guards jumped from crystal to reach where he was, and she was soon followed by the rest. However, before they could reach him, Kasuk suddenly shook his head. I have no excuses, but how about this? As an apology, I'll give you an opportunity. Tioni signaled all those coming after him to stop. Tioni-san. Tioni ignored them and asked Kasuk, opportunity. She had a feeling that this would be a good chance. Yep. An opportunity. Within 3 hours, starting from now, whoever can catch me would have the right to ask me any 3 questions or request one thing from me. Kasuk proposed. Chapter 480, Ace, Tioni, and Tiona versus Kasuk. Yep. An opportunity. Within 3 hours, starting from now, whoever can catch me would have the right to ask me any 3 questions or request one thing from me. Kasuk proposed while sporting a large grin. Everyone stopped in their tracks after hearing Kasuk's proposal, and the first one to react to his words was Ace. Anything. With the same grin, Kasuk answered, yep. Anything. Tiona and Tioni knew that Ace was very interested in Kasuk's proposal based on her reaction, and they too were interested in the 3 questions which they could ask. 3 hours. Aren't you underestimating us? You might get hurt in the process, you know. Tioni reminded him. In response, Kasuk only chuckled, that's fine. In fact, you can do anything to catch me. Anything. Tioni was startled at his confidence. Even if there was some truth about Ace not being able to win against Kasuk, if they started working together, it wouldn't be a joke even for their captain or the champion. But Kasuk's next words surprised them even more. Yeah. Break my limbs or leave me on the brink of death. Anything goes as long as I'm alive and you're able to hold any part of my body for 5 seconds. To everyone's sight, Kasuk's grin didn't change, however their perception of it changed entirely. They all thought that they were looking at a madman sporting an insane smile. While everyone was frozen from his ruthless declaration, the first one to react was once again, Ace, Lafia, please pass me my clothes. Ace. Tiona and Tioni simultaneously exclaimed. Not being able to understand what was going on and suddenly being called by Ace, Lafia shook. Ah. Why yes. She hurriedly followed her instruction after seeing the very serious face she was making. Ace slowly retreated behind a tree while carefully covering herself as she waited for Lafia to gather her clothes. Tiona and Tioni, on the other hand, looked at each other before nodding and started walking towards their clothes. The two of them thought that Kasuk was just exaggerating, but catching him would be beneficial for them, so they'd be joining the chase and planned to casually trap him. Either way, no matter who among the sisters caught Kasuk, their questions would be about Ace due to their concern for her. Since they only had a few articles of clothing, Tiona and Tioni finished dressing at the same time as Ace. However, as the sister warmed up, they noticed that Ace suddenly pulled out her sword and Tiona asked her question, Ace. What are you going to do with that sword? Kasuk's smile only grew larger after seeing the sword in Ace's hand, but he didn't really care, since they wouldn't be able to catch him anyways. Ace ignored Tiona's question and only stared at Kasuk before muttering, Tempest. Using her magic, she launched herself towards Kasuk at almost full power. If it was an adventurer at level 3 and below, the moment they got in Ace's proximity, they'd be shredded into pieces. Ace. Ace-san. Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia exclaimed. Kasuk, in response, just jumped away to dodge Ace's charge, and at the same time, he hid himself amongst the trees. But before he disappeared, Kasuk's casual voice resounded, your 3 hours start now. Everyone was dumbfounded at Ace's sudden actions and were confused. Why did she put so much effort into catching someone well below her level? Tioni hurriedly looked towards Yoruchi, who was still casually taking a bath, and asked, are you not going to do something about that? I don't know why Ace is acting like that, but Kasuk Urahara might be in danger. Contrary to Tioni's hurried tone, Yoruchi just casually answered, he made this mess and he proposed a solution. I trust him with his decision. Tiona and Tioni were shocked that Yoruchi would really just leave Kasuk on his own. Even if he really can defeat Ace by any chance, that doesn't mean he stands the same chance when we join. Besides, Ace's current mood is weird. Tioni thought before facing Lafia. Lafia. Go call Riviera and tell her what just happened. I'm worried about Ace's current mood. Why yes. Lafia then started running towards the camp. Tiona, let's go. Okay. The Amazonas then followed the destruction and sounds left by Ace magic. Are you really not going to do anything? Asfi asked the still nonchalant Yoruchi. Yoruchi shook her head and looked towards Asfi, what about you? That guy peeped on you too, so you have the right to break his legs. Asfi's mouth twitched at Yoruchi's words, I'll pass. Besides, it's probably Hermi-sama who started all this. As Yoruchi and Asfi talked, the rest of the girls had no idea what was happening or what they should do now. It was Elfie who reminded them to leave the water as people from the Loki familia would start flocking in, due to the noise which Ace created as she chased after Kasuk. You've improved yet again, Kasuk commented as he dodged the swirl of wind coming after him. In the spot he was previously standing, the ground was dug up as soil exploded everywhere. Ace didn't say anything, but the frustration was apparent on her face. How is he dodging all of this? While biting her lips, Ace recalled what happened until now since she started chasing after Kasuk. Although she was a lot faster than him, especially after using her magic and him not using the strange technique which they were calling flash step, Ace was always one step behind him. At first, Ace just tried to chase him but was seeing no results. Due to Kasuk dodging into difficult positions where Ace couldn't approach easily, she slowed down and tried to read his movements. But instead of making it better, Ace felt that she was being dragged around by Kasuk. She couldn't figure out which one was a feint and which wasn't. I can't get close, thought Ace as she stopped moving and stared at Kasuk, who was grinning at her behind a white fan. It was at this time that the Hiryut sisters appeared, flanking Kasuk from the sides. However, Kasuk's smile didn't change as he twisted his body to avoid the attacks from the sisters and used their extended arm and leg as footholds for him to escape from them. Oh, welcome. Kasuk uttered as he landed on the ground. Tiona and Tioni were slightly shocked that he easily dodged their sneak attack. The two of them slowly retreated beside Ace. Tiona, Tioni, please. I need to catch him. Please leave this to me. Ace suddenly pleaded as she readied her sword again. Tiona and Tioni looked towards Ace's desperation before looking at each other. Tioni then asked Ace, do you really need it? Yes. Ace answered with conviction. Tioni sighed while Tiona only smiled happily. They wanted to ask Kasuk questions too, but if their precious comrade pleaded with them like this, they'd have to prioritize that. Tioni then faced Kasuk and asked, if either I or Tiona catches you, is it possible to pass the right to Ace? Of course. I won't mind something like that. Oh. Aren't you pretty confident? Tioni readied herself. You do realize that after agreeing to this, we'll be working together, right? Tiona also readied herself to match her sister's pace. Not really. Kasuk then closed his fan. I just think you need more handicaps from me. By the way, I won't be using my movement technique as long as I'm in your view. Now that's just underestimating us. Tioni then launched herself to Kasuk's right while Tiona did the same, aiming for his left. Tempest. Ace, on the other hand, renewed her magic and watched carefully. With the three of them moving, it should be a lot easier to get hold of Kasuk's movements. With the Hiryut sisters bearing down on him, Kasuk kept away his fan and stood straight up. Kasuk quickly got within Tiona and Tioni's reach and they couldn't see any signs of him dodging. What is he planning? The two of them thought. At first, they only wanted to gauge him, however, they are now being presented a chance so they took it. Tioni aimed for his face with her fist while Tiona aimed for his body with her leg. The force behind it was enough for any level 4 adventurers to sustain massive injuries if it would hit directly. But when they thought that their attack was about to connect, Kasuk placed his hands on the spot where their attack will be landing, blocking it with a single hand. Is he that strong? Even so, regardless of their doubts, the sisters continued their attack. But at the moment when their fist and leg landed in his hands and got caught, Tioni felt a very familiar sensation and an instant later, both of them were thrown away. Both of them landed in opposite directions and hit some trees, damaging them. But instead of grimacing in pain, Tioni immediately stood up in shock and pointed at Kasuk while shouting. You're that guy. Editors. 28th00, I assume the Crimson Guy connection. Also, this is just bullying. So evil. Alexander, I like it. This chapter makes me remember the movie Catch Me, which I watched a week ago. Chapter 481, Ace, Tioni, and Tiona vs Kasuk Part 2. You're that guy. Tioni shouted. Tiona also stood up while dusting herself. What do you mean? That's the guy who threw me into a stall when I was about to accidentally hit him. I'll never forget that sensation. Tioni explained. Tiona and Ace looked at Kasuk with a dumbfounded expression. In reaction to that, Kasuk just grinned. I wonder what you're talking about. No shit. I'm sure it was you. Tioni stomped her feet and resumed attacking Kasuk. Now this changes everything. He even has a way to deal with us in close combat aside from his strange magic. I refuse to believe that he's just a level 2. Tiona muttered as she rejoined the fight. Ace only kept silent but was fascinated by Kasuk's techniques. It gave her even more motivation to learn from him. She knew that she was just going to annoy him with this or that he would even outright hate her for it. But regardless of that, she wanted power and there was an answer right in front of her. Ace rejoined the fight with a renewed resolution. Tioni reached Kasuk first and sent out another punch. Now that she became wary of Kasuk's touch, Tioni immediately pulled back her fist when she saw Kasuk reaching out for it. However, Tioni saw Kasuk's grin growing wider, so she became even warier of his next movements and decided to retreat for now. But at the very moment when she took a step back, she tripped. Tioni hurriedly looked below her and saw a folded white fan sticking out of the ground. What? When did he? She then recalled the moment when Kasuk reached out for her fist. It blocked a portion of her view and she didn't see him throwing the fan into the ground earlier. And thanks to that his grin which grew wider, Tioni became hesitant and retreated. She knew that it was at this moment that she fell for his trap. Damn it. I messed up. She thought as she tried to regain her balance, but the moment she looked back up, Tioni saw a foot wearing wooden sandals coming after her face. Crossing her arms, she blocked Kasuk's kick. Although it wasn't that strong, it was enough to force her back due to her earlier parry in midair, coup. The clash between Tioni and Kasuk happened in an instant, so it was only now that Tiona reached Kasuk. Seeing that Kasuk was in a kicking posture, Tiona immediately sent a kick towards Kasuk's supporting leg. After witnessing what happened to her sister earlier, Tiona decided to make a safe move. But even without looking at her, Kasuk used his supporting leg to flip himself and dodging Tiona's attack. And due to the weird angle he used to flip himself, he arrived on top of her. Kasuk then thrust his finger towards Tiona's left eye without any hesitation, which made Tiona panic a bit. Although her defense was strong, due to her basic parameters, her eyes were still sensitive parts that could be destroyed without too much effort. So in response, Tiona tilted her head to the side. But using that gap in her consciousness, Kasuk grabbed her foot with his free hand and threw her towards the now standing Tioni. Wah! Thanks to the momentum of throwing Tiona, Kasuk was able to align himself parallel to gravity to meet the charging ace. Kasuk immediately put his right hand in his left sleeve and pulled out a large white cloth, spreading it in front of him and blocking Ace's view of him. Ace slowed down a bit and focused on her surroundings. She was able to hear a bit of noise to her left side, but considering Kasuk's antics, he was probably on the right side and the noise she heard was just bait. Adjusting her magic, Ace turned to her right, but at that moment, she only met some soil and Ace heard the warning calls from Tiona and Tioni. Ace. Due to the soil distracting her for a split second, she wasn't able to react as fast as she normally could. She felt a tug on her collar before she flew towards the Amazonas sisters and crashed into them. While dusting off his hands, Kasuk said with a grin, "Too bad. You've guessed wrong. I'm truly on your left side." While Ace and Tioni gritted their teeth, Tiona only laughed out loud, "You've got us. But don't think it'll always be like this." Standing up, the three resumed attacking Kasuk. However, a few minutes later, the three of them could only stare with dumbfounded expressions at the grinning Kasuk as they laid on the ground, recalling what just happened. Instead of evading, like he did until Tiona and Tioni joined the fight, Kasuk confronted them head-on, and despite being obviously weaker in basic parameters by far compared to them, they actually lost. Although they didn't actually have any injuries, their minds were shaken and that harmless grin turned into a sinister one in their minds. Even Tiona couldn't laugh anymore. You might be proficient at fighting monsters, but against another person that uses skills, technique, and mind games. Not so much. This is getting tiresome. Cool your heads first before coming after me. Kasuk suddenly said before jumping backward, hiding himself among the trees and disappearing entirely. Riviera. Did you expect any of this? Asked Finn, as he came out while looking at the three girls which were still on the ground. Behind him, Riviera answered while shaking her head, "I didn't think that he'll be proficient in hand-to-hand combat too." Finn muttered. "See, Captain. Were you watching?" Tioni immediately stood up and asked. Finn nodded his head. "What do you think?" Tiona asked. Finn rubbed his chin while looking towards the direction where Kasuk disappeared. "What he said is right. Although you girls are strong against monsters, you don't have much experience in fighting another person." The three of them looked down on contemplation. Ignoring this, Finn continued with a wry smile, "But you don't have to be so down. That guy is just abnormal. If I were to guess, even if we have the same physical abilities, I have no way of winning against him." While Riviera only nodded, Tioni and Tiona's eyes opened wide in shock. After all, they knew for sure that Finn didn't neglect his ability to fight against another person, and he was already a veteran. For him to say something like this, it could only mean that Kasuk was indeed the better fighter. Ace, on the other hand, wasn't as shocked as the two because she already knew Kasuk's real capabilities and was just wondering what he had to go through to achieve such strength, in hindsight. I'm trampling over his efforts in my request for him to teach me. However, I can't stop now. Not now, when there's finally a clear path ahead. It was then that she recalled that Kasuk was the one teaching Sona, Aika, and Kaneko, and a dangerous idea came through her mind: do I have to become his lover for him to teach me? But before she could delve deeper into that flawed logic, Riveria's voice suddenly resounded, "What are you going to do now?" Ace was roused from her deep thoughts and remembered what they were doing and answered while standing up, "I'm not giving up yet." Also bothered by this enthusiasm, Finn asked, "What do you want to know or request?" However, Ace only kept silent. Hearing no answer from her, Finn could only sigh, "Fine. Just keep things in moderation. It would also be nice if you really could catch him." He then turned to the other girls, "What about you two?" "Of course. We'll be helping Ace." Tiona answered with a big smile. "All right. Then good luck." Finn nodded at her before turning around and leaving. Before Riviera followed Finn, she gave them some advice: "You really have to think carefully before you can catch that bastard. But once you do, give him a whack or two on the head for me." The three girls could only remain speechless until Riviera and Finn disappeared from their view. It looks like Riviera has some dissatisfaction with Kasuk. After all, you almost never hear her cursing at someone, Tiona muttered. Ace could only nod and wonder what happened between her and Kasuk. Either way, we have to plan out our next move before we could catch him. Tiona scratched her head. Chapter 482, A Dark Past. After successfully getting away, Kasuk wanted to check the eastern side of the 18th floor to make sure things won't get too dangerous for the girls. On the way, however, while leaving his trail for the girls to follow, Kasuk came across another pond where someone was bathing. Normally, Kasuk would have ignored this, but the one bathing seems to be very aware of her surroundings and immediately found Kasuk, who was leaving a trail, and threw a knife towards him. Kasuk didn't dodge as it wasn't really aimed at him and only served as a threat. Who's there? The blonde elf immediately covered her body with her arm and turned towards him with a glare. Urahara-san. With a smile, Kasuk greeted her. Oh, if it isn't Lion-san. Good day and I'm sorry for disturbing you. But before anything else, please dress up. He then went behind one of the trees as a sign of respect. Rhea Lion, who now had blonde hair color, instead of the green which she always had when she was serving in the Hostess of Fertility, glared at Kasuk for a moment before he disappeared. She then started dressing as fast as possible so that she could ask him what he was doing here. I'm done, Rhea muttered in her adventurer attire, which included a green flower-shaped hood and a white sleeveless top underneath. She also wore a pair of long, brown gloves and boots and a white sash around her waist where she kept her wooden sword and a pair of short swords. Kasuk went out and showed himself soon after. I won't pretend that I didn't see anything, but I'm really sorry about that. He knew how overly sensitive elves could be about others' touch or being seen by others from a different race or opposite gender, so he apologized first. Rhea saw his sincerity, which she hadn't seen before due to how he always acted around others in the pub. Rhea's strict atmosphere died down, as this could not be purposely peeping after recalling his reaction when he first saw her naked body. Now that I think about it again. There was no lust in his eyes. Ahem. Feigning a cough, Rhea tried to dispel the awkward atmosphere and asked, what are you doing here? She also liked the fact that he apologized first before citing any excuses. Ah, about that, I peeped on the girls of Loki Familia and they're now after my ass, Kasuk answered with a bright smile. Huh. Rhea became dumbfounded. Who wouldn't be? After asking him for a reason why he peeped on her only to get an answer that he peeped on others and who were now after him, anyone wouldn't be able to react quickly. I peeped on the girls of Loki Familia and they're now after my ass, Kasuk repeated his words as if Rhea didn't understand it the first time. Rhea, of course, was understandably furious as she thought that he had a proper excuse and was planning to forgive him. Pulling out one of her short swords, Rhea pointed it towards him. Do you want me to hand you over to them? Kasuk's casualness didn't change as he replied, don't worry about it. I already proposed a solution. Rhea didn't put her sword down and asked with a fed-up expression, yet they're still after you. After getting enough of the changes in her expression, Kasuk finally explained what was going on, and there you have it. I was able to escape their pursuit for a moment and just strolled around before they could find me again when I found you taking a bath here. With her mouth agape, Rhea put down her sword and asked, are you stupid? Ahahaha. I always get that a lot. After putting her palm on her face and sighing, Rhea continued, so Hermi-sama started this. And you put your body on the line as an apology. I'm surprised that they haven't captured you yet. When it's about escaping, I can't say I'm one of the best, but I'm pretty proficient in it. Kasuk proudly declared. Ha. Whatever. Where are you heading now? Rhea had already given up on understanding the man in front of her. Thank you for sparing me. You're such a good person. For now, I intended to go towards the eastern part of the floor where the forest is the thickest. There are still more than 2 hours of chase remaining, so I'm also pretty free. Hearing Kasuk's words, Ryu could only smile wryly. A good person, is it? You don't know me. Kasuk knew that he had touched something and recalled her history. Due to the weirdly strong waitresses, Yoruchi decided to investigate the place and she was able to uncover everyone's identity from the Hostess of Fertility after a week or two of investigation. I'm a pretty good judge of character and there was only one person which I mistook in my past. I judged you to be a good person from our interactions until now. Kasuk replied. Ryu looked at him and said, only one person. That's amazing. But for all you know, I could be the second person. Chuckling, Kasuk replied again while recalling Aizen, there's no way that you could be like that person. And after meeting him, I became even more careful against his type. Aizen was the man who fooled everyone in Soul Society, thanks to his intelligence and abilities. Kasuk refused to believe that there were more people out there like him or else it'd be a really scary world to live in. Ryu looked at him with a blank expression and finally decided on something. Do you still have time? Mind if you come with me? Sure. It'll take some time for those girls to track me down. Kasuk immediately agreed, curious about what she wanted to show him. The two of them walked through the forest silently. Along the way, Ryu picked up some fresh white flowers and Kasuk had an idea where they were going, so he also picked some flowers for himself. Ryu was a bit shocked at his actions, but she smiled slightly at his gesture while thinking, maybe he's really a good judge of things. A few minutes later, they reached a clearing with a small hill in the middle, and on this hill were weapons of various types sticking out. "You won't ask why I'm not staying in the Loki Familia's camp?" Ryu suddenly asked. "You have your reasons," Kasuk replied simply. "Well, I don't want others to see my face." Ryu gave an answer regardless of his reply, even if Kranel-san and his party have not gone missing in the dungeon. "I still plan to come to this place." She then laid the flowers she picked up in front of the swords. Kasuk did the same and he heard Ryu from his side, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Kasuk took a step back. And while watching the grave, he asked, "Who are they?" Ryu silently stared at the grave for a while before she answered, "My allies. I occasionally receive time off from Mamma Mia to bring my fallen ladies in arms some flowers. Once someone knows who I am, it would be only a matter of time before they learn the truth." "Well, hate to break it to you, but I already know who you are," Kasuk suddenly said. Ryu looked at him with a shocked expression and saw him keeping a straight face while looking at the grave. "How? And why?" Kasuk then faced Ryu with a smile. "I already told you, right? I already became more careful so that a second person couldn't fool me big time." Ryu finally realized, "So you've already investigated us. Just how much do you know?" "Just enough for my girl's protection. Gotta be careful of people around us." "Huh. I see." Ryu sighed. "For your girls, huh? That's indeed a very valid motivation." She then looked back towards the grave, "So there's no need for you to hear my story. What do you think? Do you really still think that I'm a good person?" "Before I say my answer, I would really love it to hear from the person directly. After all, there could be some discrepancies from the data we gathered." "I see. That makes sense." Ryu smiled wryly. "Then please listen. My name is on the guild's blacklist. I have been stripped of the title of adventurer and there was a bounty on my head for a short time." Ryu first looked towards Kasuk, but he didn't have any changes in expression, so she continued, "My familia devoted itself to protect peace both inside and outside the dungeon. It meant to often fight those who threatened that. For that reason, we had many enemies. One day, we fell into an enemy familia's trap. At this point, the atmosphere around Ryu became cold as she spoke. I was the only one to survive. Unable to recover their bodies, I collected what articles I could and entombed them here." Clenching her fist and teeth, fury was visible in Ryu's face. "I swore to avenge them. In a rage, I ambushed, ensnared, and murdered our attackers in cold blood. I employed any means necessary to fulfill my mission. Any person with the faintest connection to that familia. I sought out all of them. There was no trace of justice in my actions any longer." Kasuk only kept silent while looking at her. "Once my last target had been eliminated, I collapsed. Bleeding and dirty. A fitting end for a vile creature like myself. However." Ryu then recalled the time when someone reached out to her. "After rescuing me, Seer convinced Mamma Mia to employ me as a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility. I also keep my hair dyed." Ryu then faced Kasuk. "I apologize for soiling your ears. In short, the elf you see before you was a shameless, violent criminal. Do you still think I'm a good person?" Chapter 483, Playing Tag with Top Adventurers. "Do you still think that I'm a good person?" Ryu asked. In response, Kasuk only smiled. "The thing we discovered about you is more or less accurate, however, it's a different experience to hear it directly from you. Thank you for letting me listen. And yes, I still do think that you're a good person." Ryu's eyes widened. "Huh? Did you hear what I said? Or do you have a different definition of a good person?" Chuckling, Kasuk replied, "Even if we might have different definitions, it should not be that different. The fact that you realized that what you did was wrong already constitutes you to the good person scale, albeit near the gray area. But I don't regret what I did. And what makes it even worse is that I probably killed innocent people too. But you still cared about justice and innocent people, even if you didn't uphold them in your revenge." Kasuk then looked straight into Ryu's eyes. "I don't consider myself as neither a bad person nor a good person. But if I were to be put in the same shoes as you, then I wouldn't even care about innocent people or justice. I decimate everyone and anyone who's even remotely connected to it." Ryu, while looking at his eyes, shivered and cold sweat started to drench her back from nervousness. What is he? Ryu inadvertently took a step back as she saw a glimpse of abyss and insanity in his eyes, which was something different from those she saw from the members of Evolus long ago. Kasuk then averted his gaze and put it back on the tomb, giving Ryu some ease. "I personally don't think revenge is a bad thing. Only good people do. But there's one thing you should never forget when exacting your revenge." Ryu took a deep breath as she listened to Kasuk's words and got curious. "What is it?" "You should never forget that there are still people who are important to you and people that accompanied you in your miserable times. Never prioritize your revenge over them, muttered Kasuk. Of course, that's a given. It is. But when blinded with rage, it's hard not to do so. Ryu could only stay silent. After all, she too was so blinded by rage that she ignored even her goddess and still regrets it until this day. At this moment, Ryu and Kasuk heard Tiona's voice from afar. Kasuk. Where are you? Kasuk's mouth twitched and he thought, if it was any person other than me, that'd never work. In hindsight, she knows me well. Or maybe she just isn't thinking. Ryu chuckled slightly. I'm sorry for taking your time. And thank you for your words. You're welcome. Kasuk smiled before suddenly asking her, by the way, have you heard the news? News. Olivas Act was found alive recently, though he also got killed by his companion in the end. What? Members of Evolus also started getting active, Kasuk added. Ryu clenched her fists and teeth in rage. Where are they? Please tell me. Calm down. I don't know where they are, nor do I intend to get to the bottom of this myself. Not yourself, is it? Ryu smiled wryly. Yep. My girls will be the ones who'll be dealing with this. Kasuk nodded. Then why did you tell me this news? She could already guess that Kasuk was intending to use her. I intended to investigate the eastern part of the 18th floor, but I don't want to do anything that will lead me to face them directly, Kasuk confirmed Ryu's thoughts without hiding it. Ryu stayed silent for a moment before sighing. Understood. Please lead the way. Kasuk smiled and started walking to the east. I'm still not sure if I can find anything, but you could follow me from a distance where those three won't be able to detect you. Can you do that? Ryu nodded as she followed. Yes. Good, well then. Kasuk then faced the direction where they heard Tiona's shout, over here. Let's go, Kasuk said as he started running while Ryu let him take some distance and hid herself among the trees while following him. From the distance, Tioni and Ace looked at Tiona with a dumbfounded expression. See? I told you that it was going to work. Then what's the point of us searching for his tracks? Tioni muttered. Eh? You can stop thinking about that now. Let's go before he can get away. Tiona started running. Tioni and Ace could only follow Tiona with a complicated feeling of defeat, both from Tiona and Kasuk. Every few minutes, Tiona would shout and ask where Kasuk is, and every time, Kasuk would answer with his voice getting nearer each time. Tioni and Ace could only make a fed-up face at that point and just discussed what they'll do to capture Kasuk for at least 5 seconds as his term stated. A few more minutes later, they all reached the easternmost part of the 18th floor and they saw Kasuk resting on one of the tree branches. Yo. Took you a while. Ahahaha. Sorry for the wait. Tiona scratched her head and apologized, while the other two only felt aggravated. We're being underestimated, aren't we, thought Tioni. Ryu was watching from afar and wondered how Kasuk would fend off the top adventurers of Orario despite being just level 2, some trick in his sleeve again. But strangely enough for her, she suddenly saw the girls of the Loki Familia taking a serious stance. What? And a few seconds later, the three of them simultaneously jumped on Kasuk with speeds befitting of peak level 5 adventurers. What? She didn't know what was happening, but it seemed that they were seriously going out for Kasuk. She intended to help him when she suddenly saw that Kasuk looked in her direction and smiled. Ryu stopped and decided to watch for a moment before making another decision. However, what happened next was beyond her understanding as Kasuk casually dodged everything that the three threw towards him despite not being as fast as them. What's happening? And a few minutes later, Ryu could only make a dumbfounded expression as she looked towards the girls of Loki Familia laying on the ground. What is this? But Ryu woke up from stupor when she felt Kasuk staring at her. A moment later, Kasuk suddenly picked up a small rock and threw it in a certain direction behind Ryu. Ryu followed the trajectory of the rock as it hit a certain tree. Confused, she inspected the area around it and found 2 white-cloaked figures sneaking around. The moment she saw that familiar attire, her blood boiled but she didn't let it go to her head and looked towards Kasuk before nodding. She then started tailing the 2 sneaking figures and planned to attack them once they created a certain distance from Kasuk and the girls of the Loki Familia. On Kasuk's side, he turned towards the girls who had already stood up. At this rate, you're never going to catch me. Shut it. We're not done yet. Tioni replied. But instead of the frustration from earlier, she was now feeling the excitement of the battle. Right now, the battle they were experiencing was very different from the rest as their opponent didn't use brute force and couldn't be subdued by brute force. Through finesse, technique, and skill, they were being suppressed. Let's continue. Tiona shouted in delight as she was also feeling the same excitement as her sister due to a battle that was very different from what they were used to. Although not as excited as those two, Ace's frustration also disappeared as she watched Kasuk's movement and realized that there were a lot of things that she could learn from his moves. Seeing their reactions, Kasuk smiled. Now then, before you lot reap benefits, I'll be using you. Chapter 484, A Strange Orb. Kasuk and the girls clashed for a few more minutes before he started leading them to a certain weird contraption that he didn't want to touch. The first one to fall to the contraption was Tiona as the ground below her suddenly disappeared and she fell. Tiona. Tioni shouted and immediately followed her. Ace also stopped pursuing Kasuk and jumped after the Hiriot sisters before the ground closed again. But before they disappeared from Kasuk's view, he got a glimpse of what was inside, a new type of monster. And those bones in the pond. An acidic pond. Well, they should be fine. He then decided to go to Ryu's side to check on her. But when he was about to reach her, a big explosion suddenly occurred. Using Flash Step, he immediately arrived at the scene and saw a sizable crater. He also found Ryu unhurt and another person in a black cloak escaping. That is. Kasuk discreetly followed the cloaked figure until he reached a certain part of the 18th floor's wall. Is this the guy that Yoruchi told me about? The one with an incomplete soul. You really can't underestimate the magic of this world despite being so system-centric if they can do something like this. Even I wouldn't attempt something this dangerous. After seeing this for himself, Kasuk felt compelled to study the system of magic that the Falna bestows to people. If they can do something like this, then there might be dangerous magic which we can't ignore. Good thing that I came to this site today. This trip wasn't a waste. The cloaked person took out an orb with an eye engraved and a few seconds later, the wall split, allowing the cloaked person to enter through it. Oh! So there's indeed a separate path aside from the one in Babel and it should be somewhere around Orario. Kasuk smiled and retreated. He didn't intend to reveal all the mysteries for his girls because it would be boring. Going back to Ryu's side, he asked, "How is it?" Ryu became startled when Kasuk suddenly appeared beside her. "Please don't just suddenly call out to me. It's really bad when we're in the dungeon." "Ahaha, sorry about that." "So, did you find out something?" Ryu was curious about what Kasuk was doing here and what happened to the Loki Familia girls, but she chose to answer his question first. "Aside from their usual crazed attitude, I was only able to recover this." Ryu then handed an orb to Kasuk. It was the same kind of orb that the cloaked person was holding. "Mind if I keep this?" Kasuk asked after inspecting it. "If this is a key over there, then I should replicate it as much as possible." Ryu nodded her head. "Sure, but in exchange, please inform me if you discover any of these guys' activities." "Got it." Kasuk put away the orb, "But please stop thinking about revenge too much. It gets tiring, after all. You can't enjoy the life which was given to you by your comrades otherwise." Without waiting for her reply, Kasuk turned around to walk away. Ryu was frozen until Kasuk disappeared from her sight. She was able to recall a certain someone thanks to him and with a smile, she muttered, "I'll remember that." I guess Lyra would have said the same thing if she were here. After staring at the bright crystal for a few seconds, she went away to patrol the area for a few more hours before going back to the place where she was camping. After Kasuk got back, he only had to wait for a few more seconds before the ground where the girls fell burst open. "Welcome back." However, the three girls didn't have the same happy expression as Kasuk. "We're going back to report first," Tioni muttered. "I see. Then see you later." Kasuk nodded in agreement before going away. "Is it fine to let him get away?" Tiona asked. "Reporting that monster to the captain takes priority since it's related to the 59th floor monster." "That's fine with you, right, Ace?" Tioni faced Ace. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ace nodded. "We'll still have more than an hour to catch him. Let's go." She then started running towards the direction of the camp and the Hiriot sisters soon followed her. It was already dark when Kasuk got back to their tent. "Had fun?" Yoruchi asked. "Yep. That was a good exercise. You should try it sometimes too. It'll push you to your limits." Even though Kasuk's techniques, skills, and experience were far above the three girls, it was still really hard for him to fight them off using only the physical abilities of a level 3 to 4. He had to constantly predict their movements and after one wrong move, he'd be captured. Yoruchi chuckled and said, "You're right. I should create a situation like that too. By the way, did you find out anything new?" "Yep." Kasuk tossed the orb towards Yoruchi before starting to prepare some tea. "This is..." Yoruchi inspected the orb but couldn't figure out its use. Apparently, that's the key to another space beside the dungeon. "Oh. Good catch. What do you plan to do with this now?" "For starters, replicate it. As for what I'm going to do with the copies, maybe sell them to those in need or distribute them all over the place." Yoruchi stared at the orb for a while before tossing it back to Kasuk. "Well, let's see how things unfold first." "You're right." Kasuk took a sip from his tea to relax his tired mind. "By the way, when the members of the Loki Familia heard that you peeped on their idols, they were out for your blood. But when they heard the news about Ace, Tiona, and Tioni failing to catch you even after 3 hours, they backed down. It's hilarious that they are all trying to keep their pride while also letting you go. And what happened to the real perpetrator?" he got beaten up by Asfi and hanged outside after apologizing to everyone. Belkuin, on the other hand, was forgiven because he was a victim too. Yet they're still after my ass. Who told you to become close to their sword princess and join their tea party? In answer to that, Kasuk just chuckled, well, if everyone is jealous, I can live with that. It was at that moment that both of them felt some people sneaking out of the camp. That's probably Hermes and Asfi. Yoruchi then stood up, I'll take a look at what they are up to. Good luck. Be careful out there. Yoruchi nodded at him and disappeared among the shadows after exiting the tent. While Kasuk was taking care of their girls, Yoruchi returned more than an hour later. Welcome back. Want something to eat? I'm craving for some sweets. Yoruchi sat down and Kasuk prepared what she asked for and some tea. After taking a sip from her tea, Yoruchi muttered, it seems Hermes is up to something interesting and nasty. Kasuk didn't say anything and just waited for Yoruchi. Hermes and Asfi sneaked out and went to a certain pub in Riviera where they made contact with people who had a feud with Belcranel and his party in the past. It seems those people are not too happy that a newbie level 2 managed to reach the 18th floor within just a few days of leveling up, when it took them almost a decade to do the same. Hermes then proposed to them a method to relieve their jealousy and teach Bel a lesson by kidnapping one of his party members to lure him out and have a fair duel. However, he also asked them to never hurt the person they'll be kidnapping or kill Bel. If they do so, Asfi will be hunting them down. I presume it'll happen once the Loki Familia has left. Even then, it'll be hard for them to do that. Kasuk asked. That's indeed the case, but Hermes gave their leader an interesting item that could make someone invisible, called Hades' Head. The Perseus, I see. If that's the case, kidnapping 1 or 2 people should be easy. Then Hermes' goal is most probably to test Belcranel. Then it's most probably due to him having a connection to Zeus and his Familia. Though his connection is only our speculation. Yoruchi added as she took a bite out of one of the cookies. I can confirm that tomorrow. You plan to watch it? There's that, but I also want to warn him. If he can do something like this, our girls might fall for some trick concocted by him for the reason of wanting to test them. Yoruchi could only smile at his words. Don't you think that you're spoiling them too much? Kasuk chuckled and replied, I came to like spoiling them. Yoruchi then set aside the table containing the snacks and tea and sat on Kasuk's lap, but you can't reduce my spoiling time. Kasuk raised up a visual and sound barrier around the tent and smiled before giving her a kiss on the lips. That's a given. Chapter 485, Trial from a Deity. The next morning, thanks to the medical supplies that Bet brought with him from the surface, the Loki Familia planned to leave the dungeon around noon after further investigating the monster that Ace, Tioni, and Tiona found in the eastern part of the 18th floor. However, the group couldn't find anything new and gave up. While preparing to return to the surface, Bet, who had returned last night, heard a very troubling rumor and went to Ace and the other girls. I knew about him coming here, but what the hell is going on about this Kasuk guy? Bet's voice then became lower as the corners of his ears reddened. About him. Ace only tilted her head in confusion. Seeing that she didn't get it, Bet continued, why you know that? You know. About him peeking at you girls during a bath. Recalling the incident yesterday, Ace blushed a bit and nodded. With his jaw slackened, Bet exclaimed, what the hell? He turned around and rested his arm on a pole while muttering, that piece of garbage. So easily accomplishing what I never could. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck. Come on now, buddy. You could do that too if you have enough guts. Startled, Bet turned to his side and saw Kasuk grinning at him. The hell? Get away from me. Bet slapped his arm off. As feisty as ever I see. But really, you only need guts. Don't be afraid, young man. Bet was instantly aggravated. What do you know? I wouldn't be able to get out unscathed if I were to do that. What are you talking about? Look at me. Aren't I fine? Bet then looked at him from top to bottom and asked in surprise, how? Guts. Kasuk answered with a very serious face. However, Ace, who had been listening to their talk, suddenly warned Bet, if you were to do that, I'll kill you. Bet received another shock of his life and thought, what is this difference in treatment? After successfully messing around with the wolf boy, Kasuk returned to prepare for their ascent to the surface. After an hour, everyone was prepared and started marching after bidding farewell to Bells and their rescue party since they decided to stay for a bit longer. The Loki Familia easily dealt with the Goliath on the 17th floor and went on their way without hiccups. But before they reached the 16th floor, Kasuk used his Jigai to replace him and returned to the 18th floor. Yoruchi also wanted to follow, but taking care of the unconscious girls was also important, so she chose to remain. When he got back, an incident had already happened where Lily suddenly disappeared. Over there, huh? Kasuk inspected their campsite and used his observational abilities to trace where they had gone. A few minutes later, he arrived on an elevated natural platform near the wall of the 18th floor. Kasuk could already see Belcranel arguing with the adventurers around him who captured Lily. Looking around for a few seconds, he found Hermes and Asfi's hiding spot, where they could watch everything unfold, and sneaked up behind them. Kasuk looked down and saw that the adventurer who kidnapped Lily agreed to release her if Belle could win a duel against him, proving your point by getting hold of the other party's weakness. You already proved otherwise. But then the adventurer used his broadsword to create a small explosion on the ground, lifting up dust which covered Belle's view. Through the dust, Kasuk saw how the adventurer put the Hades head on and disappeared. Now that's just pathetic. A one-sided battle with Belle at the receiving end then started. The companions of Belle's opponent started cheering up and getting excited about Belle not being able to return an attack. I don't understand what's so fun about that. However, with this Kranelsan should be able to realize how cruel and underhanded adventurers could be. In hindsight, this is really beneficial for him. Without realizing that Kasuk was already beside them, Asfi spoke up, "You have a vulgar taste. Do you really find this interesting to watch?" "Pretty harsh, Asfi," Hermes replied. Asfi sighed and continued, "You said that you wanted to see Belle Cranel's abilities with your own eyes. But was it really necessary to give them my helmet as well?" Asfi then looked towards Hermes with a serious expression, "Do you have something against that boy?" Hermes rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "I'd rather call it tough love. Belkuin has no idea what the children can really be like. He might even find himself in a stickier situation than this in the future. Vulgar or not, I want him to know this other side of humanity." He then snickered, "Then again, I can't deny this is entertaining." Asfi looked back to the ongoing battle, and if he were to fall here. In response, Hermes just grinned maliciously, "Then he didn't have what it takes. That's all." "Really harsh," Kasuk said as he finally decided to reveal his existence. Hermes and especially Asfi shuddered when they suddenly heard someone beside them. Asfi then hurriedly secured Hermes to her side before taking a look at who was beside them, Kasuk Urahara. Hermes also frowned at his presence, but immediately recovered his smile and asked, "What are you doing here? And for how long have you been here? I heard that you two were up to something interesting, but when I came, it turned out to be just some stupid and boring duel. Is this what you came down here for?" Kasuk replied as he continued watching. "We were followed yesterday." "Well, if he can sneak up to Asfi this close, then that should be easy." Hermes couldn't find any falsehood in his words, but this also meant that he was a type of child that could hide his true intentions with truths. "What do you plan to do?" Nothing. I just came here to confirm some things." Hermes became intrigued by his words. "Who? Confirm what?" Kasuk then looked towards Hermes for the first time and said, "To confirm whether or not this is Zeus' will." Hermes' eyes widened slightly, but he immediately recovered his poker face. However, he suddenly saw Kasuk smile and realized that he already made a mistake. Due to how unexpected his question was, he ended up giving a reaction, although he's also an amazing one to notice the minute changes in my expression. I guess he already expected it. While smiling, Kasuk continued, "I guess not. So this is your own motive?" Without waiting for Hermes' reply, Kasuk looked back to the ongoing battle and saw that Belle was already turning the tide of the battle and blocking some punches. Phew. He can already feel his opponent's gaze and general position after just a few minutes. That's some talent, I must say. I guess this is what you could expect from Zeus' child. At some distance, he also saw Belle's companions moving in while beating up the adventurer's accomplices. I guess this is about to end. Tipping his fedora hat, Hermes asked in a serious tone, "What do you want?" Without looking at him, Kasuk answered, "I just don't want you to have the same idea against my girls, if by chance they also caught your attention. You're here to warn me of something that could not happen." Hermes' jaw slacked. Just for that, he revealed himself and the things he can potentially do. It was Kasuk's turn to tip his hat. "I'm pretty protective of my girls. I don't want anyone scheming behind them if I could have prevented it." He then looked towards Hermes and Asfi while letting out his killing intent. "It doesn't hurt to make sure." Asfi shuddered and immediately grabbed Hermes with her left hand while her right hand pulled out a short sword. But despite her intent to protect Hermes, Asfi couldn't help but shake in fear as she looked straight into his eyes. "What is he?" Hermes patted Asfi's head to calm her down and looked towards Kasuk. "I promise." "Is that enough?" Kasuk then took back his killing intent, letting Asfi heave a sigh of relief. But she didn't let down her guard yet. "That's enough." Kasuk smiled and went back to watching Belle, who was starting to overpower his opponent. "I'm surprised you believed me that easily." Hermes smiled wryly. "You know what I'd possibly do. Besides, I don't want to be your enemy when we can probably work together in the future." Hermes also looked back to the battle that was about to end. "Work together, huh? I'm not really looking forward to it." The spectating group then noticed that Lily had already been freed thanks to Naza finding her, and the others from Belle's group also started gathering to match his opponent's group. "I guess it ends here." Hermes turned towards Asfi, intending to instruct her to leave. However, before he could give his command, Kasuk suddenly said, "This kind of ending is kind of boring, don't you think?" Hermes stopped and asked, "What do you mean?" With a grin, Kasuk continued, "You can do something else to spice things up, right?" Hermes only stayed silent, trying to guess what he is referring to. "Look. Everyone's already gathered here. Maybe you'll be able to see something more amazing if you let out a bit of it." Hermes then finally realized what he was referring to, and with widened eyes, he said to Kasuk, "You're insane, and I'm very much surprised you knew about that." But a second later, a big smile appeared on his face, "But I like the idea." Asfi was confused and asked, "What do you mean, her?" But before he could finish her words, Hermes suddenly released his divine aura, drowning her in his majestic presence. Hermes released his arcanum, revealing his divinity in the dungeon. Those below the platform shuddered at this aura and tried to find it, but failed. As he released his divinity, he concentrated it towards Bel's opponents, making them run away in fear. However, he concentrated the larger bulk of the aura on Kasuk, wanting to get any reaction from him and also as a form of revenge for threatening a deity. But contrary to his expectation, Kasuk just stood straight with the same smile on his face, seemingly unaffected by his aura. "I may have found a monster, he thought. A few seconds later, Hermes took back his divinity and sealed it again in his avatar. Moments later, Asfi recovered and grabbed his collar. "What was that for?" Chuckling, Hermes replied, "For this. A second later, the ground started shaking and the paths towards and from the 18th floor were sealed by landslides. "What's happening?" "The dungeon is angry," Hermes muttered. After a few more seconds, a giant monster appeared in the middle of the 18th floor. Asfi dropped Hermes and muttered in shock, Goliath. Chapter 486, Holy Moon Festival. Goliath. Asfi exclaimed, "What is a boss monster doing here?" In response, Kasuk just chuckled after witnessing the birth of the black-skinned Goliath through the crystals that gave light on the 18th floor. Now things have become more interesting. Although he hated it when other people schemed against him and those important to him, he didn't have the same hesitation when doing it to others, hence, he suggested summoning a strong monster to Hermes. "Yep. That's a floor boss," Hermes muttered as he watched the Goliath drop down from the ceiling, creating a shockwave. "Hermes-sama. What did you do this time?" Asfi asked in a panic. There is some truth in Kasukuin's words. However, this time, it isn't just for amusement. Hermes tipped his hat and muttered. While gritting her teeth, Asfi asked again, "Please tell me what's going on." "A tantrum." Hermes answered, "The dungeon hates it, you see. Hates the fact that gods are all the way down here. However, what I don't understand is why is the dungeon more sensitive than normal? Although it would have summoned a monster, it shouldn't have summoned a floor boss with just a bit of divine aura." Hermes then commanded Asfi, "Go to Riviera and call for reinforcements." "What? Isn't retreat a better option?" Hermes then faced the paths towards the 18th floor. "Take a look. Our route to the surface caved in. Seems the dungeon won't let us retreat." Asfi gritted her teeth harder before leaving Hermes alone. "Fine. But if I can't get out of this place alive, I'll haunt you forever." Hermes shook his head, "I'm going to be punished for sure." He then faced Kasuk, "What are you planning to do? With you in there, their survival skyrockets." "Nope. Nothing. I won't do anything. Although I suggested this, I didn't say I'll help out." Kasuk replied while thinking, "I just wanted to confirm how a god's aura affected the dungeon. Thanks to that, I was able to gather valuable data." Hermes sighed and sat down, intending to watch what was about to unfold. Kasuk, on the other hand, stayed quiet. While the Goliath started decimating its surroundings, the group that attacked Bel was targeted. However, Hermes was impressed that Bel still decided to help them when they were in danger, proving that he had the disposition of a hero that this era needs now. "I've seen something great." Following his suggestion was indeed the right thing. With the leader of Riviera, Boris, along with Asfi and Rio, they led the battle against the Goliath. However, it wasn't an easy fight as it was not just the black Goliath that appeared. Smaller monsters also started roaming around the whole floor, disrupting the formation created by the adventurers to deal with the floor boss. But even though the black Goliath was stronger than the Goliath on the 17th floor, the people of Riviera were already used to dealing with his kind since this floor boss had the same moveset, albeit stronger. With the volley of magic from the casters in the back line, they were able to gravely injure the black Goliath and thought that it was about to be killed with just a bit more push. However, contrary to their expectation, the black Goliath roared and gathered magic power on its fist, smashing it on the ground and creating a very powerful shockwave that was enough to change the floor's terrain around it. Since they were in the shockwave's destructive radius, Kasuk hurriedly grabbed Hermes and used Flash Step to get away. Startled, Hermes thanked Kasuk, "Thanks. But dare I say, you're pretty fast." Kasuk didn't say anything and just watched the progress of the battle. It was then that he saw Bel's skill, a charging type skill. With the same magic that he used to defeat the Minotaur, Bel was able to blast away the black Goliath's head with his white firebolt. Kasuk then looked around and saw everyone's state before he started to walk away. Seeing his action, Hermes asked, "You're not going to watch until the end?" "I already know how it's going to end," Kasuk answered while waving his hand, leaving the place. He knew that this was not enough to defeat the Goliath due to its increased regenerative abilities, but it was not just Bell who was out there, and soon enough, Bell's skill should be able to overpower that monster and destroy the magic stone inside it. That's a hero's strike, alright. Easily going through the caved-in path towards the 17th floor, Kasuk was able to return to the Loki Familia when they were on the 6th floor. What happened? Yoruchi asked after she noticed that the Jigai beside her became the real Kasuk. "I captured it through a video camera. You can watch it later." Kasuk answered with a smile. Not more than an hour later, they were able to reach the surface. Finally. "The sun," shouted Tiona while jumping around excitedly. But the first to approach them were not the people of the Loki Familia or the guild, but a horse-drawn carriage that was driven by Kuroka. "Welcome back, Naya." Kasuk then went to Finn's side while Yoruchi talked to the supporters who were carrying the stretchers where Aika, Kaneko, and Sona slept on and asked them to carefully load them up to the carriage. "Dame-san, thank you very much for taking care of our girls." Kasuk removed his hat and thanked Finn properly. Finn then put out his right hand. "It should be our part to be thankful for their presence. I hope that we can work together again in the future." Kasuk shook his hand and replied, "Much obliged." He then turned towards Riviera after separating from Finn and added, "See you around, Riviera-san." Riviera nodded, "I'll be seeing you soon." Kasuk also nodded at him and acknowledged Gareth before turning his way towards the horse-drawn carriage. But before he could get away, Kasuk heard Ace from behind him, "I'm not giving up." Kasuk didn't turn around and continued walking, only waving his hand in acknowledgement of her words. However, those parting words and actions only fueled the already brewing misunderstanding for most of the members in the Loki Familia. They thought that Kasuk and Ace had something going on, seeing how the latter kept chasing after the former. As Kasuk took his distance, he could feel the grievance of the Loki Familia members at the thought of someone taking away the sword princess which they idolized. But Kasuk couldn't care less about what they thought about him and just go on his way uninterrupted. When he reached the carriage, he saw that everyone was already riding it and he didn't forget to thank the supporters who carried the three girls throughout their whole journey. On the way back, Kasuk noticed that people, adventurers, guild members, and ordinary citizens were getting busy decorating the streets. "Is there an event?" "If I remember it right, it should be the Holy Moon Festival in 10 days, Yoruchi answered after racking up her brain to recall what was scheduled to happen. "Holy Moon Festival?" Kasuk asked. Since he was too busy with a lot of things, holidays were out of his radar and he just left this kind of information to Yoruchi. "Yep, Naya. This is a traditional celebration that dates back before the god's descent, Naya. It's supposed to be an event where people send their prayers to the moon goddess for protection against monsters. The festival will occur every 6th full moon of the year, Naya." Kuroka answered. She then looked towards Kasuk and Yoruchi with a smile. "Take this chance to go on a date, Naya. Yoruchi looked at her and said, I thought you'll be jumping on this chance." Chuckling, Kuroka replied, "You two have been too busy with your things. So you haven't had much time with each other, right? You two have helped everyone else a lot, so please use this time for yourselves, Naya. Kasuk smiled. "I guess that's the plan." 10 days later. Kasuk thought that it was just enough time to completely stabilize the device which could help them to travel through dimensions and return to their former world. Chapter 487, A Date in Another World. During this 10-day period, Kasuk busied himself in treating the girls, while also testing the device that could open a portal to a different dimension after receiving the rest of the materials from the Loki Familia. Riviera and Ace visited him a few times, but Kasuk sent them away since he was focusing his time on his project. However, an exception to this was Line, as Kasuk continued to teach her in his free time. As someone who agreed to his unreasonable conditions, of course, Kasuk would take Line as a priority. But every time when Line would go back home, she could feel how Rivera's and Ace gazes at her intensified each time. Kasuk-san. Could you give some of my time for lessons to Rivera-sama and Ace-san?" "Why?" Kasuk asked blankly. Well, I think it would be nice if you could give them a little more attention." Line answered after looking left and right. "Are they bothering you by any chance?" Line immediately shook her head, and no. "They are not bothering me." Kasuk eyed her and said, "Just tell me when they do. I'll deal with them." Sure. "Will do." Line answered with a twitching mouth. "Out of curiosity, how are you going to deal with them?" "Ignore them for real," Kasuk answered seriously. "Are you a kid?" retorted Line in her mind. But when she thought about it again, she realized, wait. That's indeed quite effective. With Rivera and Ace already acting like she took something away from them after they were politely rejected each and every time, Line could imagine that they would be pissed once Kasuk started ignoring them for real. "Looks like I have to endure their painful gazes for a bit longer." But the lessons are nice and I can live with that, I guess, was her conclusion. After sighing, Line refocused herself on her studies. She couldn't waste this opportunity, especially when she was prioritized over her superiors. On the day of the festival, Kasuk was able to finish his work of stabilizing the transfer device. During that time, he was also able to stabilize Aika, Kaneko, and Sona's conditions. But they hadn't woken up yet due to the stress on their minds, and Kasuk didn't want to interrupt their natural recovery, if possible. He predicted that they would wake up in about 3 days or so. It was already late in the afternoon when he got out of his workshop. However, he still had enough time to prepare for his date. "Where's Yoruchi?" he asked the currently cleaning Medusa. Medusa looked at him and answered, "She just went out, master." Apparently, she asked a tailor to make a yukata for her and went there to retrieve it. She also said that she'd be waiting for you an hour later in front of the fountain in Babel Square. As the preparation for the Holy Moon Festival went on, the group noticed that it resembled the Japanese summer festival with the stalls along the streets, selling unique snacks which were only available on the day of the festival like takoyaki. This made them all think about how this world had also developed the same or at least similar culture, compared to their home. "She could have just asked me to make it for her," Kasuk muttered. Medusa frowned after hearing that. "Master, when it comes to a maiden's heart, you really are hopeless, huh?" "Huh? Where did that come from?" Kasuk was startled. After sighing, Medusa explained to him, if she asked you to make it, even though it would be of better quality and design, the surprise wouldn't be there anymore. "Although I don't know much about modern times, isn't there a need for a couple who's about to go on a date to meet up in a certain place, surprising each other with their look?" Kasuk's eyes widened. "Ah. Now that you talk about it, I indeed recalled reading something like that in some novels." Kasuk then smiled and patted Medusa's head. "Thanks for reminding me. I'll take a bath and prepare myself." Grinning at her master's touch, Medusa replied, "Please enjoy your night." Kasuk then removed his hand on Medusa's head and said, "Will do," before turning away. But before he could go far, Medusa suddenly called out to him, Master." Kasuk stopped walking and turned to her small fidgeting figure, Medusa hesitated for a moment before she gathered her courage and said with a slightly flushed face, "See, can we go on a date sometime later?" Kasuk smiled and replied, "Sure. I don't know when, but I promise to take you out." Medusa smiled happily. "That's enough for me." She was thankful that her courage paid off. An hour later, Kasuk walked through the streets while wearing what he prepared earlier, a navy blue striped yukata with a black sash around it. Unlike his usual self, Kasuk properly took care of his appearance by shaving every little bit of his beard and straightening and tying his hair into a ponytail. With the sounds of his Geta sandals attracting attention from others, everyone couldn't help but take a second look at him. Unlike his usual attire which obscured the way he looked, after properly taking care of himself, Kasuk ended up having an appearance and aura that wouldn't lose to the gods. The confident aura and clear silvery gray eyes even made some ladies call out to him, which he politely refused. But that made them even more attracted to him. Of course, Kasuk couldn't care less about the attention he was drawing, since all of this was for his beloved lady. After a few minutes of walking and refusing some ladies, Kasuk finally reached their meeting spot and saw a beautiful lady wearing a beautiful, flower-patterned, violet yukata with her hair tied in a bun. Kasuk ended up staring at her for a few seconds, but that was also the same for the yukata lady. A moment later, both of them smiled and Kasuk approached her. "Hi, beautiful miss. It seems that you're alone in this noisy festival. If you don't mind, want to go around together?" With the same smile, Yoruchi replied, "I'm very sorry, but I'm waiting for someone." Kasuk smiled wryly and said, "You could have just played along." With a sneer, Yoruchi replied, "I did. Didn't I just reject you?" Kasuk chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I guess that's true." He then looked straight into her eyes and said, "Sorry, I'm late. You look fantastic." Yoruchi smiled happily and grabbed his arm, "I just came too." "And you too, I didn't expect that you can be such a looker. How many ladies approached you? Isn't that the reason why you're late?" "Ahem," Kasuk feigned a cough, "Milady, why don't we go? Although it's still early, we should enjoy the festival as much as possible." "Fine," Yoruchi chuckled, "let's go. I want some takoyaki." The couple then went on their way to enjoy the festival. On the way, they also came across some acquaintances and all of them were shocked by their appearance, especially Kasuk's. "You Are you really Kasuk-san?" asked Line, who was going around the festival with her girlfriends. With his left hand inserted in his yukata, Kasuk rubbed his chin with his right hand and asked Yoruchi, "Do I really look that different?" "It's not just your appearance. The way you carry yourself also slightly changed. Before, your movements were full of casualness, but now, it's just half of that and the other half is formal. In addition to that, you look very clean. Yoruchi answered. She then looked towards him with a grin. "The gap between you right now and from how you usually act is fatal for a single woman. Kasuk then looked towards the gaping Line to ask for confirmation. Line was startled when Kasuk suddenly turned to her, but she immediately nodded her head at Yuruchi's words. If I didn't ask you, I would have just thought of you as someone who had a really similar face. Really? Oh well, it's just for today. Kasuk just shrugged his shoulders. Line was startled for a second time before muttering, that's a waste. Seeing that the talk wasn't going in a nice direction, Yuruchi grabbed Kasuk's arms and bid her farewell to Line and her friends. Well then, we won't disturb you any longer. Kasuk, let's go. I still want to visit some stalls. She then started dragging Kasuk without waiting for Line's reply. Ah, see you next time. Kasuk also hurriedly bid his farewell before going away with Yuruchi. Once they took some distance, one of Line's friends suddenly asked her after not being able to get a hold of herself, That's Kasuk Urahara. The Gigolo Master. Don't call him that, shouted Line. She had a feeling that Kasuk didn't want to be called by the alias which the deities gave him. So she avoided it, ever since learning about it. But that's the alias that the gods gave him. Even then. Please don't call him like that, especially when you're in front of him. Someone else then muttered while looking in the direction where the couple disappeared, but, after seeing him like that, I can somehow understand why he has so many women beside him. No. Kasuk-san isn't just like that. Line hurriedly corrected her, Kasuk-san is much more than his appearance. Her friends then slowly looked towards her with blank faces. What? Asked Line nervously. Could it be that you fell for him too? One of them suddenly asked. Line's cheeks flushed slightly and she hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head. No, no, no. Of course not. He's my teacher, so I respect him. Line's friends scrutinized her before one of them said, well, everyone knows that Line's crush is Bet, except for a few dense people and the person himself. Please don't talk about this, shouted Line while she covered their mouths in panic, but to no avail. She then looked around in a hurry before sighing in relief. Somewhere inside her, she didn't want Kasuk or anyone from her group to know about it. Her friends, however, misunderstood her reaction and thought that she was still running after the wolf boy. Chapter 488, The Angry Elf. The couple went around the festival for an hour more and were almost done visiting all the shops and games. However, instead of toys, the prizes for the games were just more food or coupons for their establishments. Kasuk and Yuruchi sat down on a bench, slightly away from the hustle and bustle to rest. It was also around this moment that Kuroka, Medusa, and Hestia, who were similarly going around the festival, found them. Yo. Kasuk-kun, Yuruchi-kun. Having fun. Hestia happily greeted them and ran towards them. Yup, we're having a great time. Kasuk answered happily, how about you three? Enjoying the festival? Yup. I'm stuffed. Hestia answered with a big grin. Kuroka looked around before answering, we're almost done going around, Naya. And frankly speaking, there wasn't much to see. Medusa, on the other hand, excitedly declared, I've learned a lot, Master. Kasuk could only smile wryly at Medusa's response, this is the time to take a break, you know. I'm fine, Master. I'm happy about this. Seeing a little girl calling Kasuk as Master made him the focus of attention yet again. The attention soon grew as people recognized the other girls who just became level 2 from the guild's announcement. Hey! Is that the Gigolo Master? One of the bystanders pointed out. Yeah. He should be the one. As expected of the Gigolo Master, he has the looks. One of them replied. Looks like it wasn't just a rumor. Look at those beautiful women around him. A little girl even calls him her master. How envy-him. I mean preposterous. I hope a bolt of lightning drops on him from a clear sky. Even though they were far away, everyone from their group, except for Hestia, heard their words and the girls couldn't help but chuckle. What's going on? Hestia asked in confusion. It looks like the effect of the actions he took that day are slowly losing their effects, Yuruchi answered while looking at Kasuk. Should I bomb the Freya and Loki Familia next? That should last longer, right? Kasuk muttered under his breath. But before he could put his plan into fruition, a few people came approaching and two of them gave Kasuk an intense gaze, Riviera-san, Wallenstein-san and Voridus-san. Good evening and it's been a while. Good evening, and it's really been a while. I knew, if I just followed the murmurs around about the Gigolo Master, then I could find you. Riviera replied with a smirk. Good evening. Ace nodded at him and greeted him back. Gee, good evening. Although Lafia wanted to glare at Kasuk, due to the rumors about his relationship with Ace, she actually got scared at the pressure which Riviera and Ace were emitting. We finally meet again. I already fulfilled my side of the deal, so you should have a proper reason for why you kept refusing our visit. Riviera went straight to the point. Without beating around the bush, Kasuk explained, I'm sorry about that. I was too busy with some of the important stuff, so I couldn't entertain you. Yet line can make it to your schedule, huh? Riviera grumbled. Well, unlike the two of you, Line-san's lesson can't be easily self-studied, due to many unknown terms and new concepts that may be hard for her to accept. Kasuk then looked straight into Riveria's eyes, and frankly speaking, I technically have Line-san's life, so it's pretty obvious who I should prioritize. Riviera and Ace reeled back at his words and the intensity of their gazes weakened. But worry not, I plan to make amends to the deal. I'll be sure that you two will be satisfied. Riviera immediately shook her head, no. I trust that you'll fulfill your end of the deal. I just didn't like being delayed for some vague reason like, you're busy. I'm sorry about that. Please don't apologize. It's me who didn't meet my end and ramped up my schedule for other things. Riviera ended up smiling wryly, this won't end if we keep going like this. Let's put this behind and enjoy the festival. It's a rare rest, after all. She then gave Kasuk a cheeky smile, and it seems you got all prepared for tonight. I could never have imagined you could look this way. Kasuk turned to Yoruchi and the rest and asked them, do I really look that bad? Nah, your shaggy hair is really striking, Yoruchi answered. Not to mention your hat always obscures your face, Naya, added Kuroka. Master also generally doesn't really take care of his appearance. The gap is just too much, Medusa followed up. Kasuk-kun. Why don't you tie your hair and ditch that hat once in a while? I'm sure you'll be popular, Hestia finished it. However, Kasuk just shrugged his shoulders and said, nope. Too much effort. And I don't really like the idea of getting popular. Sounds like a pain. Besides, I like my hat. It's my favorite. Yoruchi, Kuroka, Medusa, and Hestia looked at each other before giggling at him. Well, that's just how he is. Even in formal situations, he'll just dress up for the occasion and that's about it. Yoruchi commented. By the way, how is Loki-sama? Kasuk suddenly changed the subject. She's not going out these days due to security reasons. We don't know how the remnants of Evelus will move at this point, nor the familius backing them. Aside from that, she also has some fear of coming across a buff magical girl. I don't know what that means, though. She then narrowed her eyes at Kasuk, do you know anything about it? Once again, Kasuk just shrugged his shoulders, who knows? Riviera wanted to ask further since this concerned an infiltrator in their base. But before she could continue, she and others heard Hermes' voice ringing out from a distance. All of them simultaneously looked towards the people who were gathering and Hermes speaking on a stage. Friends, lend me your ears. Hermes started. Listen if you stand far. Watch if you stand close. This voice. I haven't seen Hermes-sama since the 18th floor. I wonder what he's up to. Kasuk muttered. Let's go take a look. It might be something interesting. Yoruchi dragged Kasuk towards the crowd. Those who were left behind looked at each other before following them. Call out your name if you think you have what it takes. Hermes continued, now. Which intrepid hero will pull this spear free? What is he up to? Yoruchi muttered in question. But as the two of them got close and saw a spear which was encased in ice, their eyes widened. Kasuk. What is that? She whispered. Kasuk stared at it before answering, I don't know. But as you might have guessed, it's a very strong weapon. And the ice covering it is derived from divine power. So it's probably a deity's weapon. But why? Chapter 489, The Legendary Spear. This legendary spear can only be freed by the Chosen One, who will be blessed by the very goddess of purity. Hermes explained. Not only that. He or she will also be invited to a grand trip around the world. A trip officially approved by the guild. Hermes added. Yeah. The crowd cheered after hearing about the price. And since the guild approved of it, they can be sure that this wasn't a scam. Each person can only have a single try which costs 5,000 valis. Now heroes, come and challenge this legendary spear. Hermes ended his speech. What is he up to? Some sort of trick again. Hestia muttered as she walked up to Kasuk and Yoruchi, but it sounds interesting. Want to give it a try, Kasuk-kun? Let's watch the liveliness for a while, Kasuk replied. Let's try it too, Ace-san. Lafia proposed to Ace. Ace nodded at her and said, okay. Let's do it. She then faced Kasuk and said, I won't lose. Before going away along with Lafia, who was confused at her sudden declaration. Why is she so strangely competitive against you, Naya? Kuroka asked in confusion. Kasuk shrugged, beats me. He then faced Riviera, what about you? Are you going to try it? Riviera looked at the spear for a while before shaking her head, that spear gives me a weird feeling. I don't think I'll be able to pull it out. Kasuk and Ko chose to stand by and watch how the people tried to pull out the spear from its ice encasing but to no avail. Adventurers after adventurers, they couldn't even crack the ice casing. Ranging from level 2 to 4, no one was able to do it. A few moments later, Lafia finally decided to take her chance and went up to the stage. However, like everyone else, she failed to even shake the spear. Ow wow. No, it doesn't move an inch. Lafia fell on her knees after trying to exert herself. Ouch. Isn't that too fast to give up now, Lafia-chan? Hermes announced before looking around. Now, the next challenger. Who is it? Before anyone else could say anything, Ace walked up to the stage. Oh, that's Renowned Sword Princess. A level 6. Ace Wallenstein is on stage. With Hermes' words, the crowd started cheering and clapping loudly as the challenger is now someone strong and from a very prominent familia. Oh. She already leveled up? Kasuk asked. It seems that you're really busy if you're unaware of that. She leveled up right after the expedition along with Tioni, Tiona, and Bet. Riviera answered. Congratulations. They also let out an intention to challenge you, Riviera smirked at him. Now that's strange. I'm just a miserable level 2 and a humble store owner. I can't have top adventurers challenging me or else I won't be able to make a living. Kasuk protested. Riviera could only twitch her mouth at his shamelessness, after wiping the floor off with 3 of our top adventurers. However, she chose not to speak out since she had a feeling that she would only garner more headaches. Even then, she still hadn't given up her goal of whacking Kasuk's head with her staff. I can only bide my time. Wait until I can get hold of your weakness. I'll be sure to use it well. He he he. Little did she know that her thoughts were spilling to her expression in the form of a bad grin and suppressed giggling. What's wrong with her? Kasuk whispered to his companions. Who knows? Yoruchi whispered to him. It's 100% your fault, Naya. Kuroka also added. You broken elf, master, Medusa also commented. Kasuk-kun, it's about time for you to learn how to handle people with care. In your hands, people are just little fragile things. Hestia ended it with a reminder. Hearing their replies, Kasuk chose to not dwell on it and just watched Ace trying to pull the spear out. Now. Witness the strength of the sword princess. Hermes stated. You can do it, Ace-san. Lafia cheered from the side. But even with her immense strength, she failed to make it even budge. A few seconds later, Ace let go of the spear and said, No. I can't. The crowd became less excited after seeing Ace fail. No way. Even Ace, who's a level 6 adventurer, couldn't do it. Lafia muttered. But before Ace went off the stage, she looked towards Kasuk and asked, Won't you try it now? The audience looked towards Kasuk's direction and saw him being surrounded by beautiful women. It's the Gigolo Master. One of the onlookers shouted. It really is the Gigolo Master. Damn. He really has too many women, while I'm just drowning in my own tears at night. Look. Even 9 hells is beside him. What's their relationship? That bastard. How did he trick them? Wait, didn't the Sword Princess just call out to him? What about the rumor that both of them have something special going on? What? Even the Sword Princess? Just how long are his claws? This is ridiculous. How can it be that he's been left alone until now? Yoruchi grinned at Kasuk and said, It's tough to be popular, ain't it? But with a bad grin, Kasuk replied, I've memorized their faces. He then started to walk towards the stage. Off to the side, Kuroka and Medusa noticed that Riviera was making a slightly weird expression with a very subtle blush on her cheeks. Riviera-san. Kuroka called out to her, which also caught Yoruchi's attention. Riviera was startled and immediately answered, What is it? Is something wrong? Calming herself down, Riviera feigned a cough. Ahem. There's nothing. Kuroka, Medusa, and Yoruchi looked at her with narrowed eyes, which made Riviera panic. I was just surprised that those people would associate me with that womanizer. The 3 then looked at each other and communicated through their eyes. It's a bud, right? Kuroka asked the 2. It's a bud. Medusa confirmed. And its potential to bloom is big. Yoruchi added. What should we do, Naya? Snuff it out. Kuroka asked again. Medusa only looked towards Yoruchi for her decision. But instead of saying yes or no, she instead asked them, Are you fine with that? Medusa and Kuroka looked at each other and thought for a moment before they simultaneously communicated, Let's not. It was thanks to Yoruchi's leniency that they were able to get close to Kasuk. For them, it didn't feel right to stop others' feelings from developing, even if it was the right thing to do. Yoruchi smiled, Then let's see how this goes. Besides, it still isn't set in stone. Kuroka and Medusa nodded, increasing their respect for her, as expected of the main wife. Riviera and Hestia, on the other hand, were a bit bothered at their silent communication. Please don't leave me out. Hestia protested. You need to develop a bit of womanly instinct first before you can join. Yoruchi mercilessly cut Hestia down. Womanly instinct. Am I not a woman? Hestia muttered in shock. Kasuk reached the stage and he could see Hestia complaining about something. What are they doing? However, he couldn't give them his full attention, as he already started to inspect the spear while also ignoring half of the audience's gritting teeth. Oh ho. Looks like our next challenger is the infamous Gaigo. But before he could finish his words, Hermes shivered as Kasuk faced him with a big grin. His instinct was telling him not to step on this landmine, the newly arising Green Crusader. Satisfied, Kasuk turned his attention back to the spear while also ignoring the booing in the background. So is this really a divine item? The quality of this equipment is way beyond what I've seen in this world. Though I haven't seen much of it, I already saw the equipment of every top adventurer in Orario and I can safely say that this spear is several tiers above those. Even higher quality when compared to the initial state of the artificial sacred gears that we made. And is this even a spear? The shaft is a bit short and the head is too big, it's more like a giant arrow for bows. Kasuk was roused from his deep contemplation thanks to Hermes' call, Kasuk-kun. Are you going to do it? Sorry about that. I'll try it now. Without further ado, Kasuk touched the shaft of the spear, but before he could exert any effort, a voice entered his mind, I found you. Kasuk immediately inspected his mind and his surroundings for any hostile actions or intent. In the same second, however, inscriptions emerged from the spear's shaft, lighting it up. Hurriedly inspecting what's going on, Kasuk felt how the spear scanned his soul but didn't do anything to stop it. Although his soul was scanned deeper than Freya did, it didn't reach the important parts and he couldn't see anything else it does aside from gathering information. Thanks to his curiosity, he let it go through him. A second later, the ice encasing the head of the spear suddenly bursts into pieces, freeing the weapon. Hermes frowned after seeing this since he was expecting someone else to pull out that spear, so he also has what it takes. Just who are you? Yoruchi ran up to the stage and gave him a hug, as expected of my hubby. And as expected, it only garnered a jealous crowd. Of course, this was on purpose and Kuroka and Medusa didn't want to let go of this chance to mess with him as the two of them also ran out and jumped on him both shouting, as expected of hubby. As expected of master. More fiery gazes of men landed on Kasuk, wishing that they were in his position right now. Seeing that the situation was becoming volatile, Hermes continued, see congratulations, Kasuk-kun. You've just won a trip. Now let me introduce you to the sponsor that made this world trip possible. Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa separated from Kasuk and looked towards where Hermes was pointing. Hestia, who lost her chance to join the fun, also looked back and saw a very familiar person standing at the back. In delight, Hestia shouted, Artemis. Is that you, Artemis? Artemis, who Hestia was referring to, had green eyes and long blue hair with 2 long bangs, 2 strands on the sides, and a partly braided tail in the back. She wore a white and pale blue outfit, long brown boots with a light brown design, a belt which she kept a piece of white cloth and a dagger in, gold bracelets, and various gold hair accessories. Do you know each other, Naya? Kuroka asked. Hestia faced Kuroka and excitedly explained, we were friends in heaven. My best friend. Artemis smiled and started running towards the group. In response, Hestia also excitedly ran towards her to give her a big hug. However, just as Hestia was about to catch Artemis, Artemis actually veered off from her and continued running towards the stage, more specifically, to Kasuk. I found you, my Orion, shouted Artemis as she jumped towards Kasuk with open arms, which made the spectators drop their jaws as another beauty went to Kasuk's arms and this time, it's a goddess. Seeing this, Yoruchi and Kuroka took some distance from Kasuk while Medusa went behind him. Kasuk, all this while, was focusing on inspecting the intriguing spear. So focused that he didn't really care about what was happening around him. If it was one of his girls jumping on him, he would gladly accept it. But if it was someone unknown, like Artemis, jumping on him while he was in his own little world, there was only one result. The moment Artemis was about to collide with Kasuk, within a split second, he grabbed her hand and used his strength to toss her without mercy. Wah! Artemis panicked and started flailing in midair, but fortunately for her, Medusa positioned herself to the spot where she would be landing and successfully caught the shocked goddess. Are you all right? Medusa asked. Why yes, thank you. Artemis blankly answered. It was at this moment that Kasuk finally woke up from his daydreaming. What? What happened? Chapter 490, The Quest. What were you thinking, Artemis? Hestia shouted and waved her arms around at her best friend who was currently kneeling at a table. Although Hestia was exaggerating her movements, she wasn't angry at Artemis's actions. It was just that she was in too much shock as the Artemis she knew would never jump on a man, aside from when she was about to beat him up real good. With a guilty face, Artemis answered, I'm sorry. I became just really glad when I saw him. Glad? You're glad? Hestia retorted before muttering, this is ridiculous. That Artemis. To a man. She then suddenly turned to Kasuk, who was still inspecting the spear with great fervor, and you, Kasuk-kun. How can you flip a lady just like that? Kasuk was startled when he was suddenly called out. Ah. Well, I'm pro-gender equality. Man or woman, if they suddenly jump on me like that, I won't just stay in place, he explained. Hestia couldn't really say anything back to that. Currently, the group in addition to Hermes and Artemis were meeting inside the abandoned church, just above their hideout. Ace, Riviera, and Lafia chose to go home since they knew that this would be a Hestia Familia affair and they didn't want to step into it without any good reason. Hestia then noticed that Artemis was giving Kasuk puppy eyes and couldn't take it anymore, so she asked Hermes, who was fiddling with his feather hat, Hermes, is that the Artemis that I know? She's weird. Well, I guess Artemis decided to blend with the other people in this lower world, replied Hermes after putting on his hat again, as if it wasn't his business. She can't possibly. While Hestia was questioning reality, Yoruchi suddenly interrupted, so. How was she before? Hestia calmed herself down and sighed. Artemis is one of heaven's 3 virginal goddesses. She is sworn to purity and cherishing virtue. Simply put, she's absolutely anti-romance. Smiling wryly, Hestia looked towards Artemis, who was still giving Kasuk a puppy look, one of the most anti-romantic people I've ever known. Anti-romance, you say? Can't see it, Naya. Kuroka muttered. Scratching her head fiercely, Hestia shouted, how did she end up like this? And how come the anti-romance goddess ended up sponsoring the event? Yoruchi continued asking. Now that they are on the main topic, Hermes' expression became serious. Actually, a monster appeared outside of Orario. With just those words, Kasuk, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa got a general idea of what trip around the world really meant. However, they didn't say anything and just continued listening. Hermes waited for their reaction, but he was surprised that they only looked at him. He smiled wryly and continued speaking. The Artemis Familia found it and it's giving them a hard time. So she came to Orario to ask for help. In other words, this grand trip is just a monster quest Artemis-sama issued. Yoruchi asked to confirm. With a smile, Hermes replied, as expected. You have good intuition. I knew that this was too good to be true, muttered Medusa while sighing. You know that's called fraud, Naya, Kuroka added. Hee, relax now. Hermes was about to convince them to accept the quest, but Artemis suddenly moved and walked towards Kasuk until she stopped in front of him. I've been looking for you, Orion, Artemis said. The name is Kasuk Urahara, Artemis-sama, Kasuk answered. At this point, he could already see a bit of connection between the Artemis in front of him and the spear. What is this? No. You are Orion. Artemis strongly refuted, my hope. If I may ask, why me? There are stronger adventurers out there, like the people of the Loki Familia. With enough compensation, I think they'll accept it. Artemis touched the spear in Kasuk's hand and replied, it's not the strength that the spear has chosen you for. It's your pure soul. Yoruchi turned to Hermes, Hermes-sama. This spear. He proudly proclaimed, I told you, this is a legendary spear. Even Hephaestus swears on its quality. Although he didn't explain anything, Yoruchi already figured out that he won't be telling anything about it right now. Hermes then pointed towards Kasuk and shouted, you're chosen by this spear, Kasuk-kun. Kasuk then once again put his gaze on the spear while muttering, chosen, huh? Artemis then suddenly put her hand on Kasuk's cheek and said with a gentle smile, I want you to come with me, Orion, pure soul and all. But before Kasuk could respond, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Hestia launching herself towards Artemis while shouting, stop. And then she headbutted her. Although Kasuk could have stopped it, he thought that it was amusing and just let her do what she wanted. Besides, if Artemis didn't move her hand away, Kasuk would have given her a painful flick on the forehead. With a loud thud, Hestia and Artemis both crouched down and nursed their heads. With a bit of tears on the corner of her eyes, Artemis complained, ugh. That hurts, Hestia. That hurt me too. Hestia complained back. And Artemis's expression became worried as she touched Hestia's forehead, are you alright? Due to her gesture, Hestia grinned happily, thanks. She then realized what they were doing, wait. That's not it. She hurriedly stood up and faced Kasuk. But before she could say anything else, Kasuk declared, Artemis-sama, will accept your quest. Hestia's eyes widened, Kasuk-kun. She knew that he's been busy with something lately and she knew that it was very important for their group. But she couldn't leave her best friend, who needed help, alone, so she intended to ask him for his assistance. Never did she expect that he would beat her to it. Kasuk patted and ruffled her hair while answering the confused goddess with a grin, it's Hestia-sama's precious best friend. So if she needs help, it's our duty to assist. If not for Hestia, Kasuk's group wouldn't be able to find themselves in such a favorable situation. Aside from that, Hestia accepted them unconditionally despite their very sketchy origins. And although Hestia looked and acted childish and very lazy with everything, she acted as their senior in life when it was needed, especially for Aika, Kaneko, and Sona. There were times when even Kasuk or Uruchi couldn't give good advice or console the three of them, as the extent of their experiences only spanned around the battlefield. In those cases, Hestia, a fresh breath of normality, was a big help for them, to the point that Kasuk, Uruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa, who all had a not-so-peaceful past, learned some things from her and were able to relax more often. With that, Hestia became an essential part of their group and not just a provider of cover and fauna. Helping her best friend was the least that they could do. But Kasuk being Kasuk, he couldn't just settle with helping someone who was basically a stranger for them without any compensation. Kasuk faced Artemis and said, "However, I have a condition." Artemis nodded seriously and replied, "Tell me." "I want this spear as compensation." Artemis was a bit shocked, but she instantly recovered and nodded her head, "All right." Deep inside her, however, she was feeling a little bit guilty since she was deceiving Hestia's children. If her and Hermes' plan were to succeed, that spear might even cease to exist. Even if it were to maintain its existence, it would at least lose all of its hidden power. Now that this has been decided, let's prepare to set off, Kasuk declared. Chapter 491, The Grand Trip. The ones who would be coming to this grand trip were Kasuk, Uruchi, Hestia, and the obvious two, Hermes and Artemis. "Thank you, kind children." Artemis smiled gently, "You're not in my familia, but you will be my comrades in this journey." She then put forward her right hand, "Let's take a vow." Kasuk already heard about this. It was the ritual which the deities used whenever they would come to journey with children who were not from their own familia. Kasuk slowly took Artemis' hand and gave it a kiss before stepping away to give way for Uruchi. After Uruchi took the vow, Hermes asked, "Isn't it better to bring everyone?" He thought that everyone from the Hestia familia would be coming, since they really needed all the help they could get. Kasuk shook his head, "That won't do. We still have injured members and we can't just leave them alone. Besides, just him was already enough." Uruchi only came as Hestia's guard and insurance. Hermes looked towards Kuroka and Medusa and he didn't see the intention of them coming. Sighing, Hermes continued, "I brought some clothes that could serve as armor. I'd like you to try it." "No need. The clothes we already have are serving as armor." Kasuk and Uruchi then went towards the room where Hestia formerly stayed to change their outfits. Hermes then faced Hestia, "Hestia, you should also change, since it might become dangerous." "I'll provide the clothes." Hestia nodded at him and Hermes went out to get the promised clothes. Artemis then approached Hestia, "Hestia, thank you for helping me." "Stop that. We're best friends, so it should go without saying that I'll help you in your time of need." Hestia confidently thumped her chest. Seeing this, Artemis couldn't help but pat her head. "Stop treating me like a kid." Kasuk and Uruchi got out and both of them returned to their former attire of green shihakusho and orange overshirt with 2 white straps on her shoulder. A few seconds later, Hermes returned with a bag and gave it to Hestia, and after a few minutes, Hestia was able to change and the group went on their way, leaving behind Kuroka and Medusa. "I'll leave them to you too." "Don't worry, Naya." "Take care, Master, Uruchi-san." Hermes, Artemis, Hestia, Kasuk and Uruchi then started walking towards the southern wall of Orario. It was already past midnight and the stalls for the festival were already preparing to pack up. Along the way, they came across some people who kept tripping over themselves for no reason, and after witnessing it for the third time, Uruchi thought that their faces were familiar. After thinking about it for a few more seconds, Uruchi finally remembered where she saw them. It's the people who kept calling Kasuk Gigolo Master in the spear-pulling event. Uruchi then got close to Kasuk and whispered, "What did you do to them?" With a bad smile, Kasuk answered, "I've recently started studying about curse magic. I'm really grateful they presented themselves as test subjects." Uruchi could only smile wryly at his answer. Because of this, a strange rumor would soon begin to circulate to the whole of Orario: if you call the Gigolo Master by his alias, you'll be cursed. They reached the southern wall and all of them went up. "But why on top of the wall?" asked Kasuk. He also noticed that Artemis was carrying a sword, as if she was also going to fight, but didn't say anything about it. "This spear." "As expected. She's just a remnant. I wonder what happened." "Artemis. Do you know anything?" Hestia asked. Artemis shook her head, No. Hestia then turned to Hermes, "What's the plan now, Hermes?" But instead of answering her, Hermes only looked up. Kasuk and Uruchi also looked up and saw some silhouette of wyverns coming towards them. "Oh, so that's how we're going to travel. I guess it won't be boring." Hestia was about to ask what Kasuk was talking about when Hermes suddenly said, "Here they come." A few seconds later, 3 wyverns approached their spot. "Gay. That's," exclaimed Hestia at the sight of the monsters. From one of the wyverns, a loud laugh emerged from the top of it. Fwahaha. The laughing figure then jumped down to the top of the wall where everyone was standing. More specifically, to the spot where Hestia was standing. Hestia hurriedly got out of the way of the laughing god, G. Ganesha. The god who landed was a muscular man, wearing a red and yellow elephant mask over his face. He wore an orange sash which went over his right shoulder and wrapped around his waist. A gold-rimmed leather plate sat on his stomach, holding the garb together. He also sported white pants with dark brown under-the-knee boots, also with gold accents. Ganesha had gold jewelry to further cement the image of a showboat. His jewelry could be seen as a thick gold necklace and armbands. He also wore gold-rimmed gauntlets. The god of the masses had long, shaggy, ash-brown hair. He stood up proudly and introduced himself like always, yes. I am Ganesha. He then turned to Kasuk and smiled ear to ear, we finally met, Green Crusader, Gigolo Master. Instead of getting pissed, however, Kasuk felt funny. Unlike the rest who emitted hostility, jealousy, and malice, Ganesha was instead showing his admiration, albeit a little bit jealous. He thought that he was the kind of guy that was difficult to hate. Kasuk and Uruchi also did some checking on him, and he was a type of god that was very weird, but put more importance to the masses than himself. What an amusing guy, thought Kasuk as he smiled and greeted back. It's also a pleasure to finally meet the famous Ganesha-sama. The name's Kasuk Urahara, nice to meet you. Fahahaha. Indeed. It is I, Ganesha. I've heard so much about you, Kasuk. And all I can say is, Ganesha then put both of his hands on Kasuk's shoulders, I'm a big fan. I mean. You bastard. You better not be deceiving them. Kasuk and Uruchi couldn't help but chuckle at this amusing deity, I'm not and have no plans of doing that. Ganesha removed his hands and with a big smile, he nodded repeatedly, good, good, good. I hope we can get along. I do hope so too. I'm a big fan of Ganesha-sama, after all. Ganesha's eyes widened and started laughing out loud again, Fahahaha. Great. We should hang out sometimes. And maybe, you can teach me some of you try, Ehem. I mean talk about our daily lives and how we can help the people. Hestia knew that these two wouldn't stop talking, so she interrupted them, so. Are we riding this? The 3 gray wyverns already landed beside them. Yep, I asked Ganesha for help. Hermes nodded in confirmation, it'll take over half a month to go there on foot, but this will only take 5 days. He then muttered to himself, I need to get back there as soon as possible, or Asfi won't be happy. Thanks to this, Kasuk and Uruchi figured out that they wouldn't be the only ones to complete this quest and adjusted some plans in their mind. Fahahaha. Don't worry about these wyverns. We've tamed them since birth and they would listen to everyone. Though that also makes it easier to steal them. Fahahaha. Ganesha added. The group then started inspecting and bonding with the wyverns and confirmed Ganesha's words of its docility. Uruchi turned to Ganesha and said, Ganesha-sama, are these all the wyverns? She noticed that the saddles on the back of the wyverns were only designed for single-person usage. To be frank, I couldn't gather enough of them. Ganesha answered proudly. So 2 have to ride together, Hermes added. It was then that Artemis suddenly approached Kasuk and looked straight into his eyes before saying, let's ride together, Orion. Before he could reject her, however, Hermes suddenly interrupted, please grant her request, Kasuk-kun. Kasuk looked towards Hermes, who was making a serious expression, and then to Uruchi who only nodded to him, leaving the decision to him before looking back to Artemis, does it have something to do with the spear? A second later, Kasuk came to a decision and smiled, all right. Please take care of me. Artemis smiled happily and got ready to hop on. Then I'll be riding with Hestia-sama. Uruchi assisted Hestia. Are you fine with that? Hestia whispered to her. It seems like there's a deeper meaning to it, Uruchi whispered back. Deeper meaning? But instead of answering her, Uruchi only said, please tell me about Artemis-sama during our trip. Hestia was still confused, but she nodded, okay. So I guess I'm riding alone. Talk about a lonely journey. Hermes could only sigh. Chapter 492, Buying a Favor. For the next 3 days, the group continued their journey uninterrupted. Although the scenery was breathtaking from the start, it started to lose its charm after looking at forest after forest. Hermes also prepared the supplies needed for the journey, so Kasuk and Uruchi didn't bother taking out their own provision. One thing they also noticed was that Artemis never ate any food, and they heard from Hermes that due to her divinity, she didn't need any sustenance like any normal deities in the mortal world. During these 3 days of flight, as Kasuk and Artemis bonded and talked about various things, which resulted in them getting closer, Kasuk noticed some changes on the spear, not just mana, but it also started accepting some of my Ryatsuki. Interesting. Is this what Hermes is aiming for? On the 4th day of their journey, something out of normal finally happened as Kasuk, Uruchi, and Artemis spotted a mother and daughter pair being chased by numerous scorpion-type monsters. Descend. Artemis hurriedly shouted. Kasuk controlled the wyvern and approached the running pair while Artemis took out her bow and started shooting at the monsters with great accuracy. Uruchi controlled her wyvern so that it went towards the direction of the running girls to secure them. The scorpion-type monsters were jet black, with red light running through their carapaces. These monsters were as long as an adult person and their pincers could easily grab someone's waist and pinch them in half. Although Artemis was hitting the monsters with her bow and arrow, the rate of killing them was very slow and the monsters were slowly closing up to the pair. She then came to a decision and stood up, intending to dismount and go into close combat. However, before she could do so, Kasuk suddenly grabbed her collar, putting her back in her place. What are you doing? They're in danger. Yeah, I know. So take the reins. I'll be dealing with them. Kasuk, without letting Artemis refute, suddenly passed her the reins and jumped down. Kasuk. That's dangerous. Not minding her, Kasuk landed and took out his blade while also inspecting the monsters. Now this is interesting. It seems that their mana is connected to a single source. It looks like a cheap imitation of the dungeon. He then started to decimate the monsters with just his swordsmanship. This scene startled and captivated Artemis. Although he was using strength and speed not any more than what she was capable of, the way he danced through the battlefield with his blade was something that she couldn't hope to achieve. Different from all the adventurers she met in the past, and even her own children, this was the first time Artemis witnessed someone move so efficiently and beautifully, where normal adventurers would just haphazardly use their skills, magic and brute force to kill the monster. A few minutes later, Kasuk was able to annihilate the monsters which threatened the mother and daughter pair. Thank you very much for saving us, said the mother while she bowed down to him. While Uruchi, Hestia, Artemis, and Hermes were disembarking from their wyverns, Kasuk crouched down to the daughter and patted her head. Are you scared? The kid shook her head and said, I'm with Mom. Kasuk smiled, that's great. He then looked back towards the mother. It seems that your daughter won't have much problems. Though you should stay close to her for a while. Thank you very much. The mother thanked him again with greater fervor. That's fine, but can you tell us what happened? With everyone already around, Kasuk asked. The mother then explained what happened these past few days while Uruchi entertained the daughter with the wyvern as part of post-stress relief, so that the experience wouldn't leave any emotional scars on the kid. According to the mother, it seemed that the monsters appeared a few days ago and started decimating villages after villages. Although there weren't many casualties, as they were able to run away thanks to receiving the news about the first attack, they all lost their livelihood from the escape. The mother and daughter pair, in particular, got separated from the fleeing group and was about to rejoin them when the monsters started chasing them. I'm sorry that I can't be of much help. I don't have any idea of what's going on aside from that. After a few more questions, the group finally let go of the pair. As help, Artemis also gave them almost all of their food supply. After they left, Uruchi finally asked Artemis, it's good to help people, but what are we going to do about the food? We only have a few pieces of bread left. Eh? That won't be a problem. I don't need to eat. Artemis answered with an innocent face. Uruchi could only do a facepalm after hearing her. What about the rest of us? We need to eat. Artemis' eyes widened and she looked towards the rest of the group who nodded at her. Realizing her mistake, she immediately performed the greatest form of asking for forgiveness which she learned from Takumi Kazuchi, a Dajiza. I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. What the hell? She's way too naive. Uruchi muttered with a twitching mouth. Chuckling, Kasuk asked Hestia, is she really like this? Hestia sighed and replied, I also wonder how she ended up like this. Back in heaven, she was so strict and cool that some were even afraid of her. If somebody was to peep on her bathing, she would be like, know your worth. You shameless swines, and hang them up for a few months up to a few years on the tallest tree in her domain. Though some people would still continue to peep on her, most of which were arranged by Hermes because he and his group liked being scolded by her. Kasuk and Uruchi then gave Hermes, who was nodding to himself proudly, a dirty look. Ah, good old times. He then proposed to the group, well, the sun's going down. Let's call it a day, stay here for tonight and leave in the morning. What about the food? Artemis asked. We can skip it for today. I'm really sorry. Hestia then suddenly faced Kasuk, how about you take it out now? Hermes and Artemis looked at them with a confused expression. Kasuk only smiled and said, yes, yes. But we first have to find a good spot for the camp. A few minutes later, the group found a good spot and Kasuk, from the bag that he took with him, started taking out a bunch of foodstuffs that you can only find in various parts of Orario. What is that? Hermes stood up and asked in shock. A little tool that can carry more things than usual, Kasuk explained simply while distributing food. Where did you get it? Hermes asked again, if I can get this for Asfi, things would get a lot easier for them. And maybe, she'll be able to replicate it. Kasuk grinned at him and said, I made it. Why you made it? Hermes was even more shocked, so you have the mystery development ability. I don't have any obligation to answer that, Kasuk replied. Hermes knew that he was about to step over the line with that question, so he backed out from interrogating him and instead asked, how about you sell one to me? I'm willing to pay the price. Kasuk stayed silent for a moment before giving a reply. He already figured out the connection between the spear and Artemis in front of him. He was already 90% sure that this wasn't the real Artemis, but she should be closely connected to the original. Thanks to that and the fact that they were now going on a monster subjugation quest, Kasuk came up with a few possibilities, and a few of those were not so good. If one of those possibilities happens to be true, then during this journey, Hestia will surely figure it out and she would be asking for their help. Kasuk and Uruchi didn't have any intention of staying deaf to any of Hestia's pleas. I can give it to you for free. Kasuk gave Hermes an answer. Hermes knew that there was nothing more expensive than free, so he asked, "What do you want?" "I just need a favor." "What favor?" "I couldn't think of anything right now, so I want to save this favor for future use." "You know there's no way I can agree to that." "I know. That's why I'd like to limit this favor to something that will help Hestia-sama's well-being." "How about that?" Hestia was a bit surprised when it suddenly became a topic about her, but she thought that it was just Kasuk's good gesture and smiled happily. Hermes stayed silent for a while before finally nodding his head. "All right. If it's about Hestia's well-being, then I don't mind." "Great. I'll give you the bag to you once we've returned." During their talk, Artemis only stayed silent and stared at Kasuk. It was unknown what was on her mind. Chapter 493, At What Cost? After their dinner, Uruchi asked, "Isn't it about time that you tell us what we're supposed to defeat? It's related to those monsters we encountered earlier, right?" Hermes nodded and started speaking. It all started with the confirmation of monsters in abnormal numbers. Many familias were assigned to locate the source of the problem, but all of them disappeared without a trace. Hermes then looked towards Kasuk and continued, "All of them seem to have gone to this particular seal heritage site at the edge of the land, the ruins of Elsis." "Ruin of Elsis, you say?" "The place where the monster, Antares, is said to be sealed by great spirits of the past?" Kasuk asked. Hermes nodded, but instead of him, Artemis took over and continued, "A monster that rotted the land, tainted the sea and decayed the forest. It took the life out of every living thing. In ancient times, the monster was sealed away by the great spirits. They called it Antares." While looking at the bonfire, Artemis continued, "But it was regaining its power, gradually and quietly, in the deepest depths of the ruin. After a long rest, it finally broke the seal." "The seal is broken, is it? Then the fact that this trip was approved by the guild?" Uruchi muttered. "It's as you've guessed. Orario took this case seriously and asked my familia to take this quest. I also met Artemis, who was also on her way. Together, we went back to Orario to recruit more adventurers." Hermes added. Uruchi then continued, "Then, don't you have a better chance to defeat it, if you recruit the stronger familias instead of us? Remember, we're just a bunch of level 2s. In response, Artemis just shook her head, "It doesn't matter." She then looked towards the spear on Kasuk's back. "We cannot defeat Antares without the spear." Finally, she looked straight to Kasuk, "And the spear has chosen you. So in other words, this Antares can't be defeated without the spear. But as far as monsters were concerned, all of them should be vulnerable to the residents of the lower world no matter how strong it is. If this spear is really Artemis' divine weapon and only by using it, we could defeat Antares, then that one possibility is almost set in stone." Kasuk then looked straight towards Artemis. "Well, I'll figure it out once I've seen this Antares." Mistaking Kasuk's expression as worry, Hermes tried to console everyone, "No need to worry. Everything is going to work out just fine with the legendary spear. We have a long day ahead. Let's go get some sleep." During their night, Hestia and Artemis wanted to sleep together and talk about all sorts of things. At one point, their conversation went to Kasuk himself despite Hestia trying to avoid the topic, "So he just left you alone to tend to the shop?" "Yeah. He left me alone in his destitute shop where anyone hardly comes. I'm still wondering why he's still running that shop when it's always in the red." Chuckling, Artemis replied, "Well, maybe he really likes running that business. Even running an always red business should have its limits. Though I really wonder why there are so few customers. The sweets are good, after all. I can't think of any reason aside from Kasuk being cursed. It's that bad." With a very serious expression, Hestia replied, "It's that bad." Artemis couldn't help but laugh as she imagined Kasuk's situation. A few seconds later, she suddenly said, "Still, I'm surprised that you decided to start your own familia." With a smug face, Hestia replied, "They're the greatest children I could ask for." Hestia. What is it? How do you feel about Orion? Thanks to that question, Hestia panicked and blushed as she tried to answer fast, "How? Well, I think he's a very dependable and adorable child and honestly, he's a bit more than that." After finishing her words, Hestia covered her face with her blanket. In all honesty, Hestia herself didn't know how she really felt about Kasuk. At first, she never thought that it was possible, since Kasuk already had so many women beside him. However, as the two of them interacted and spent time together, Hestia learned how to have fun and started to enjoy his company more and more. From the start, Hestia already warned herself to not to fall for the guy and always thought that it was actually impossible because, despite how she looks, she was very possessive and didn't want to compete with others for affection. However, these days, despite telling herself that this wasn't right, Hestia didn't know exactly what to think of Kasuk as sometimes she would feel jealous when she saw him spoiling his girls and working hard behind the spotlight for their sake. Slowly, she also started to want the same thing. Although she wasn't sure how she really felt or didn't want to acknowledge it, she could be very sure of one thing: he's someone very important to me. Artemis smiled gently. I see. She then closed her eyes and continued, I think I know why. I also feel a little strange when I'm with him. Hearing that, Hestia immediately sat up. What do you mean? Artemis answered calmly, I don't know how to describe this strange feeling. Kasuk is in my familia though. Confused, Artemis said, I know that. Then you're not supposed to feel that way. Why? Because. Hestia tried to think of an answer but failed. Just because. You used to not allow those feelings to get to you, Artemis. Hestia added. Is that right? Ugh. You were so against romance before. Hestia sighed, but she suddenly remembered something. Artemis. Where's your familia? They're not here, but they're waiting for my return. Hestia already had a few suspicions regarding Artemis' situation, but she couldn't be sure. She was also sure that her current state was also due to her familia. Hestia hugged Artemis and whispered, You've changed. Maybe I have. Yes. And we're supposed to be unchanging deities. But you've changed. At that point, Artemis didn't speak another word and just turned off the light of the magic lamp so that they could sleep. She then returned Hestia's hug and closed her eyes while apologizing to her in her mind. Hermes, who was tied up to a tree by Artemis and Hestia, silently eavesdropped on their conversation until they both went silent and the light disappeared. He then looked towards the moon before muttering, Life is full of surprises. I do agree on that assessment. From the bushes, Kasuk suddenly emerged. But before he spoke up, he used magic, so that Artemis and Hestia wouldn't be able to hear what they were talking about. Hermes was a bit surprised when Kasuk suddenly appeared, but he immediately sported a smile. You're still awake. Tomorrow will be a long day, so it's better to rest up early. You don't have to worry about me, Hermes-sama. I'm just wondering about a few things. Oh. Is it about the topic that Artemis and Hestia were talking about just now? Hee hee, you lucky bastard. Lucky. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's about eavesdropping them, I didn't do it. I took care not to hear anything they talked about. It's my respect for Hestia-sama. Hearing that, Hermes' mouth twitched. Don't make me look so bad. Ahem. Anyway, what were you wondering about? Maybe I could help you. I was just wondering about the spear's real identity. Without hesitation, Hermes replied, Real identity. It's a legendary spear from ancient times that is capable of slaying undefeatable monsters. Is that so? And here I thought, instead of a spear, this thing sure looks like an enlarged arrow. The smile on Hermes' face disappeared. If that is indeed the case, what are you going to do about it? There's no changing that it's needed to slay Antares. Instead of a vague question, Kasuk suddenly went straight to the point, which caught Hermes a little off guard. And why is it Artemis-sama's weapon? With wide eyes, Hermes hurriedly looked towards the tent where Artemis and Hestia were resting. Specifically, he was a bit worried that Hestia heard Kasuk. Please rest assured. I used magic so that they wouldn't hear what we're talking about. Although you just confirmed my suspicions, said Kasuk suddenly with a grin. God damn it. I've been led on again. Just what the hell are you? I'm pretty confident with my negotiation skills and you just keep stepping ahead of me. You're destroying my confidence here, you know. Hermes lost it. I'm flattered with your compliment. Hermes could only sigh. Whatever you're wondering, you'll get your answer once we've arrived. You don't have to worry. It's really possible to defeat Antares. I'm not worried about that. But I guess you're right that I'll have my answers once we're there. Kasuk then started walking away while muttering, Really? At what cost do we need to kill that monster? Hermes could only stay silent after hearing that. Chapter 494, A Warm Welcome. The next morning, the group continued their journey while being strangely quiet. A few hours later, they went through a long and wide ravine, before reaching the area where the ruin of Elsis was situated. As they got off the steep rocks, a silent and decaying forest came into their views. What happened here? Muttered Hestia. Instead of green, the leaves of the trees were in a deep shade of purple, with some of them even blackened, while the branches and trunks were dried up. The forest. It's dead. Yoruchi replied to Hestia. Hearing the words, Artemis explained to them, This is Antares' handiwork. She then pointed towards a certain direction and said, And that is the ruin of Elsis. The group looked towards the direction she was pointing in and saw some stone buildings with a narrow tower in the middle of it. However, at that moment, a super high-pitched sound rang into everyone's ears and Artemis suddenly clutched her chest in pain. Artemis-sama. Kasuk checked on her but couldn't find anything wrong in that instant. The next second, Kasuk and Uruchi suddenly felt some strange energy gathering above their heads and both of them looked up in a hurry before shouting, "Incoming attack." Streams of light manifested on top of them and started to drop down, and no way. Hestia shuddered at the sight of those lights, as a certain possibility solidified in her mind. Thanks to Kasuk and Uruchi's awareness, they were able to dodge the attack. However, despite getting an early warning, Hermes failed to control his wyvern in time and was caught up. Kasuk and Uruchi hurriedly followed the crashing wyvern and disembarked near it. "Hermes-sama. You alive?" "Yes, somehow." Hermes replied, although his wyvern took a hit and wouldn't be able to fly. "And what was that light?" asked Uruchi. Her question was intended for Artemis and Hestia. Hestia only stayed silent while Artemis replied but didn't really answer the question. "I think it was me." "No, it's the spear that it wanted." "So it's Antares' attack," muttered Kasuk as he pulled out his sword to prepare for the growing number of monsters, which were surrounding them. "It's the same kind of monster, but they're evolved. Now that's something. Different from what they encountered yesterday, the scorpion monsters now had larger bodies and grew a single eye in front, which probably served as Antares' eyes." Hermes panicked and hurriedly joined everyone as he couldn't fight. However, he suddenly saw how Kasuk and Uruchi took their weapon back. "What are you doing?" Kasuk and Uruchi didn't reply to him but he still got his answer a second later. "Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy." A green silhouette then went above the group and released green glowing orbs towards the monsters surrounding them. Luminous wind. The glowing orbs consisted of compressed air and exploded on contact. They annihilated the monsters around them, saving Kasuk and Uruchi from the further effort of killing them. The green silhouette landed and turned to them. "Are you all right?" "Urahara-san." "Yo. Fancy meeting you here, Lion-san." Kasuk greeted her. Ryu approached the group and continued, "I didn't expect to meet you here. My assistance must have been useless." Kasuk shook his head. "Please don't say that. Thank you for helping us." Kasuk then faced a certain direction where few more people were coming. "So the Hermes Familia hired you?" Ryu nodded and confirmed it. "Yes. I've been asked to accompany them in this troublesome quest." She turned in the same direction as Kasuk. "They are also here with me." Beyond the dead trees, several members of the Hermes Familia, led by Asfi, appeared. But instead of greeting the group, Asfi gritted her teeth towards Hermes as she approached him. "Hermes-sama." Hermes, who was about to escape, stopped his attempt when he heard his name. He turned towards her and said, "Hey Asfi. Good to see ya." But Asfi wasn't buying any of that. "You're such a blockhead." She yelled to his face, "You went back to Arario, leaving us all behind in this ruin." While raising both of his hands in surrender, Hermes tried to explain himself. "Relax, Asfi. I needed to find the chosen hero for the spear." "That doesn't justify your actions," Asfi retorted. Ever since Hermes left, she had been worried about him, since he didn't bring any bodyguard along. Coming to his rescue, Artemis spoke up. "Please let Hermes go for that one, Asfi." Hermes sighed in relief as Asfi left him alone and turned to Artemis. "Artemis-sama." It was then that she finally noticed who Hermes brought with him from Arario and who the chosen hero was. It can't be Kasuk Urahara. You're the one who pulled out the spear. It's nice to see you again, Andromeda-san. Kasuk greeted her. Asfi hoped that someone who could pull the spear out would be from a strong familia, so that it would be easier for them. However, she rather preferred an obscure and weak familia to pull it out than Kasuk, since it was already guaranteed by both Hermes and Artemis that whoever could wield the spear should be able to defeat Antares. Although Kasuk was strong, probably stronger than she imagined, Asfi didn't like Kasuk very much. In fact, she was scared of him. After the incident on the 18th floor, Hermes immediately brought them to this ruin, after having a meeting with the guild, as an additional penalty for bringing a deity into the dungeon. But while they were traveling, Asfi dedicated some of their members to investigate the origin of the Hestia Familia. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Kasuk's group came to Arario not long ago, and because their group was eye-catching, it should be easy to trace where they came from. But the truth was far from that. Every village nearby Arario where they could have stayed or resupplied was investigated, but not one of them witnessed Kasuk's group. From this result, it would appear that Kasuk's group suddenly surfaced in Arario without any sort of origin. Given the fact that Kasuk and his group really were just level 2s, according to the guild, yet could sneak up and intimidate a level 4 like her, it scared her more than those who were actually stronger than her. You preferred to have someone else pulling out that spear, right? Kasuk suddenly broke her line of thought. Asfi shuddered and Hermes came to her rescue. Now, Kasuk-kun. Please don't bully Asfi-chan too much. He then turned to Asfi, you too, Asfi. Don't be too nervous. We're here for Antares. Everyone from the Hermes Familia was confused at Asfi's reaction, but they couldn't ask about it now. Instead, they greeted Yuruchi since they were familiar with her as the one who saved them on the 24th floor against Olivas Act. So, Asfi. What's the situation? Asked Hermes. Asfi nodded at him and answered, it's getting progressively worse. Decay is spreading in the forest and the monsters' numbers are only increasing. All villages in the area were attacked and razed. How about the strike plan? All plans ended in failure before the gate, explained Asfi. Gate? Asked Kasuk. Yes. It's blocking the path towards Antares. Ryu answered. You cannot open it. Ryu shook her head, we're not enough. Then what's the plan? I can open it. Artemis suddenly answered. Everyone looked at her, but before anyone could ask any question, Hermes clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and said, all right. Before anything else, let's go to camp. There, we rest and plan our next steps in greater detail. The Hermes Familia then led the group through the forest. As they went through the dead trees, Kasuk examined them in detail and figured that not just the mana, but also the ki was absorbed, a monster that is capable of utilizing ki, Along the way, Hestia called out to Artemis and brought her away from the group, so that no one would be able to hear what they were about to talk about. Kasuk saw them going away and Hermes approached him, are you going to listen in this time? Kasuk watched how Hestia confronted Artemis before replying, no need. I can already guess what they're talking about. Then you're already aware of what we're asking you to do, asked Hermes again. Well, after all those clues, it was pretty easy to guess. Hey, even with all those clues, it should still be hard to come up with the correct answer, exclaimed Hermes before asking, so. What's the giveaway? The fact that the welcoming attack, which we received, had the same aura as the arrow and Antares' apparent interest in it, solidified the possibility in my mind. Hermes sighed at his answer, I never thought that you could sense that much. That's a divine weapon, you know. It should be almost impossible to sense its aura by those from the lower world. Kasuk grinned at him, it's as you've said, it's almost impossible. Too bad, I'm not included in that almost. Hermes then turned around to follow Asfi towards the camp, either way, there's nothing else we can do. But don't mistake this as killing a deity. In any normal situation, if you were to do that, you'd be punished. Kasuk didn't say anything when Hermes left. Yuruchi approached him a few seconds later with a question, are you going to do it? With a smile, Kasuk replied, yep, but not the way he's expecting it. Just keep in mind that you'll be revealing your real abilities to him. No worries. I don't plan on showing him anything. He can guess, but he wouldn't have any evidence. That's the reason I asked for his favor. I see. Planning from the start, huh? Well, I'll take care of Hestia-sama's safety so you can keep your mind off that. Chapter 495, Peeping. The group got to the Hermes Familia camp half an hour later. Ever since their private talk, Hestia had been spacing out and Artemis had a sad smile on her face. Kasuk didn't know what they talked about in detail, but he could guess that Artemis already confessed to Hestia what the real situation is. We set our base of operations here. It's fine for now, but I'm not sure how much time we have left until the decay starts here too, explained Asfi. After setting aside their luggage, the Pala magician, Meryl Tear, approached Yuruchi and said, aren't you guys exhausted from the long journey? She pointed towards a certain direction and told them, there's a spring ahead where you can bath. Yuruchi patted the head of the small girl with a smile, really? Thanks for that. Pest. Kasuk-kun. Hermes, who was hiding in the bushes for some strange reason, called out to Kasuk discreetly, come over here. Being curious, Kasuk went towards him. But as he walked over, he also observed his surroundings. It was then that he noticed that the majority of the male members of the Hermes Familia were missing and he figured out what Hermes was aiming for, this guy. He wouldn't let go of any chances. Hermes then dragged him to a small opening where most of the missing members were currently sitting on the ground. They waited for another 15 minutes and every male member of the Hermes Familia was already present. It was then that Hermes started riling them up, today, you will become a legend. Listen closely. Up ahead is a paradise filled with beautiful ladies. Asfi and the rest are cleaning off their sweat with nothing covering their bodies. Kasuk could hear some of them gulping. Hermes then closed his eyes and clenched his fist, and Artemis. No one has ever seen the renowned goddess of purity without her clothes on. Even the gods haven't. Finally, Kasuk's interest had been piqued, really no one. Hermes then slowly opened his eyes and continued, my dream was shattered once. But my soul is telling me to never give up. And now I have friends. Friends with the same dream and goal. That's you guys. Some of the guys even started sniffling and Kasuk couldn't help but think, what a funny bunch. There will be challenges that we must conquer. But know this, when we overcome the hardships, our names will be remembered for ages. Stand up, children. To become true heroes. Everyone then simultaneously cheered, woo. Woo. These adorable idiots. All the girls in the camp have already heard you, thought Kasuk. Heaven, bear witness to our plight. And bless the fearless warriors with a victorious future. Follow me. Hermes led everyone with great fervor towards the spring, where the girls were bathing. And just as Kasuk expected, a few minutes after they sortied, all of them were caught without being able to take a single peek on anyone's naked body. I knew this was bound to happen. Asfi sighed, as she fixed the white towel which she wrapped around her body beforehand. Men are a bunch of idiots, added Lulyun. But what destroyed them the most were some simple words from Meryl, you all are perverts. It was then that Ryun noticed something, where's Urahara-san? Asfi shuddered, if he's here, then I have no way of stopping him. Probably somewhere around us. Yoruchi replied to Ryo. Hermes, who was hanging from the waterfall, because he was the one who initiated all of this, suddenly shouted, go. Kasuk-kun. Leave us and seize the victory. Victory. Asfi muttered, wait. Where's Artemis-sama and Hestia-sama? Hestia-sama is already resting. As for Artemis-sama, she insisted on taking a bath alone, so she's probably in one of the other parts of the spring, answered Yoruchi calmly. Why are you so calm? Aren't you his wife? Asked Asfi. Whatever he does, I trust him. Yoruchi then went back to the camp to check on Hestia. Kasuk did indeed sneak around, so that he could go to Artemis. But him peeking on her wasn't motivated by lust, but by the sense of achievement and curiosity towards the unknown. A naked body of a very prominent goddess which no one has ever seen before. Of course he would try to take a look at it, if he was given a chance. A few seconds later, Kasuk was able to hear some activity in the water. After a few minutes of wandering around and following that sound, the bathing Artemis came into his view. Kasuk finally achieved what countless gods and mortals couldn't achieve. As he took a look, he couldn't deny the fact that Artemis had a great figure. Much better than a certain goddess of beauty in his opinion, because Artemis gave off a gentle feeling, contrary to the oppressive feeling which the goddess of beauty had. He then saw Artemis lifting her arm towards the moon. It became transparent for an instant and he thought, so she doesn't have that much time left either. Achieving his goal, Kasuk decided to show himself just for the sake of it. While stepping forward, Kasuk deliberately stomped on a twig, creating a sound, loud enough for Artemis to notice. Immediately covering her body with her arms, Artemis turned towards the sound, who's there? With a cheeky grin, Kasuk replied, good evening, Artemis-sama. I'm here to peek on you. Artemis was stunned to the point that she almost forgot that she was still naked. A few seconds later, due to the lack of responses she could make, thanks to his ridiculous words, she asked him, why? Because I heard that no one has ever successfully peeked on you, answered Kasuk honestly. She was stunned yet again, but this time, she noticed something. Unlike the gazes that landed previously on her, even though there was still a bit of lust present in Kasuk's eyes, it was more of an appreciation of beauty. Artemis also couldn't feel any vulgar intent from Kasuk, which she found impossible, unless he didn't like women. But she knew for sure that he had a wife and even several lovers. A man that isn't taken by my naked body? Does a man like that truly exist, thought Artemis. However, before Artemis could say anything back, Kasuk suddenly turned around and said, now that I've achieved my goal, I'll leave. I'll also apologize to you later and you can punish me by then. Waving his hand, Kasuk started walking away. Puffed. Ah. Artemis suddenly started laughing, wait. Ah, but please don't turn around. Kasuk stopped walking and he heard Artemis getting off the water. A few minutes later, Artemis called out to him again, done. Kasuk turned towards her and asked, do you want to say something? Artemis shook her head, no. I just want us to chat for a while. Kasuk thought about it for a moment, before he manifested a magic circle that connected to his inventory and took a set of tables and chairs out of it. Startled by this, Artemis asked him, how are you doing that? Magic, Kasuk answered as he also took out some tea. So magic has come this far. Both of them sat down and Artemis took a sip of the tea, Delicious. Thank you for your compliment. Artemis went back to the original topic, you're lucky, you know. If it was the old me back in heaven, I'd have shot you through with my arrow. So what Hestia-sama told us was the truth. But I do apologize for peeking. The fact that no one has ever done that tickled my fighting spirit. Artemis stood up and went back towards the water. She then started playing on the shallow part using her feet. I accept your apology, but I must say, that's the strangest peeking experience I've ever had. Is that so? Then is it fine to accept that as a compliment? While chuckling, Artemis answered him, right. As strange as it wasn't an unpleasant experience, so you can. She then sighed, I envy Hestia a bit, since you're her child. But I'm also happy for her. She must be having fun every day. How was Hestia-sama back in heaven? Let's see, the Hestia I knew was quite lazy and used to slack off a lot. I'm relieved that we know the same, Hestia. Ahaha, so she hasn't changed. Artemis looked up to the moon before continuing. She used to stay inside her temple quite a lot. And whenever I visited her, she lit up like an excited puppy with a new toy. I can imagine that. While Kasuk and Artemis were talking, Yoruchi followed Hestia, who took the spear and went towards the nearby stream. Does she intend to throw that away? But instead of stopping her, Yoruchi only waited as another person was coming. Hestia. A wet Hermes suddenly approached and startled Hestia. What are you doing here alone? Chapter 496, Rejection. I'm just taking a walk, replied Hestia to Hermes. I see. You're taking a walk with a spear which you cannot even wield. Hermes added. Hestia hurriedly hid the spear behind her, but Hermes could only see this futile attempt as incredibly naive. He then walked towards the edge of the stream and watched the waterfall. Are you sure that you don't want to search for Kasuk-kun? He could be with Artemis, just him and her, together. You're one to speak. As if you didn't intend for that to happen. Hestia muttered. Sighing, Hermes explained, the stronger their bond becomes, the more powerful the spear gets. He then peeked at Hestia. You already knew about that, right, Hestia? Hestia gritted her teeth. Does it really have to be done by the spear? It must. Hestia started to tear up. There has to be another way. We just need to work it out together. And then, we'll dash. However, Hermes interrupted her. Hestia. Hestia, shut up. We're out of time and options. Hestia dropped down to her knees and cried, but Artemis is so different. She's so different from before, and it's just too cruel for her. Hestia actually liked this kind of cheerful Artemis. Even though she knew that she would never act this way back in heaven, she also knew that her real personality was still there and that she just opened up. In hindsight, Artemis didn't change, but just discovered her new self. Hestia didn't want this to be the end for her best friend. Hermes crouched down in front of Hestia and said, so that's why you tried to throw the spear away. Smiling gently, Hermes added while putting his feather hat on her head, you have a good heart, Hestia. While Hestia was crying on the ground, Hermes stood up and revealed, also, it seems that Kasuk-kun was already aware of what he needed to do. Hestia was startled and hurriedly looked towards Hermes. He is. Yep. He was able to guess it with clues that shouldn't be applicable to the people of the lower world. It was honestly surprising, replied Hermes. It was then, Hestia finally remembered what sort of person Kasuk was. Recalling all the impossibilities he had done until now, it finally occurred to her that Kasuk might have a way to save Artemis. Hestia immediately stood up. Kasuk. Where's Kasuk? Hermes was surprised at Hestia's sudden outburst. He should be with Artemis. What's wrong? I must find him, replied Hestia. You'll be able to find him if you follow the path along the stream. Yoruchi appeared from the shadows and pointed towards a certain direction. Hestia looked towards her and nodded vigorously before bolting off. She wasn't surprised that Yoruchi suddenly appeared as she was already used to it. Being ditched, Hermes was even more surprised. What the hell was that about? Maybe she thought of a possible way to save her best friend, replied Yoruchi with a chuckle. How long have you been listening? From the beginning, after all, I have to protect Hestia-sama at all times in this dangerous place. From the start, huh? And what do you mean when you say that she found a possibility? Instead of answering, Yoruchi turned her back towards him and left. I have no obligation to answer that. Hermes didn't follow her as he tried to think about her words and Hestia's reactions. Did they find a way? But that's impossible. It was only until recently that we discovered this problem. Even Zeus could only scratch his head at this. It's a different story if they still had time, but if we don't solve it now, the possibility of Antares becoming a deity, although not much, increases. He then looked towards the moon and thought, one thing is for sure though, we have to finish it off tomorrow or it'll be able to wield the power of a god here in the lower world. Damn it. Just why is there such a loophole in the system? Kasuk and Artemis had fun talking about Hestia and their experiences in heaven. Thanks to that, Kasuk was able to understand not just Hestia, but also Artemis. We shared our times of happiness and sadness. Hestia was always there for me. She was full of love and I admired her. Artemis finished her story. Since it wouldn't be fair if Kasuk doesn't say anything, he nodded at her words and added, I also like Hestia-sama quite a bit. Thanks to her, we were able to find a good place, a place that we could call our home. I also learned a lot just from interacting with her. Although she looks and acts like a child most of the time, her wisdom let us pass through some difficult and confusing times. Artemis smiled happily at those words, but her smile also soon disappeared. I'm sorry for involving you. I will have to ask you to make a difficult decision. Kasuk then stood up. It's fine. You're Hestia-sama's friend, so it's my pleasure to help and protect you. Although it's against my policy and belief to say that I'm sure everything is going to be fine, I can at least promise you that I'll give my best effort to achieve that goal. Besides, it'll be me who decides whether it's a hard decision or not. Artemis smiled. I want to think of you as a hero, but I can't. You're different from those in the legends. Well, I'd also hate to think of myself as a hero, too. I don't think that I can save the whole world as charity. I see. You're not a hero. You're far from one. But nevertheless, you're dependable. Artemis also stood up from her seat and continued, I can understand why Hestia is so happy and relaxed around you. I guess it wouldn't be strange to think that she developed some feelings for you. Kasuk could only stay silent at that. Artemis then walked towards the shallow water while speaking, and although it might anger some gods, the fact that you don't put them on a pedestal is a great thing for me and Hestia, who are longing for a genuine connection and relationship. Still, Kasuk only kept his silence. Not minding his silence, Artemis continued, I used to despise romance and forbid the love between man and woman. But one day, my children told me that love is amazing. Artemis then slowly raised her right hand towards Kasuk with a longing expression, I think, I know what they meant by that now. With a gentle smile, she asked, will you gift me with a dance? Any normal man would have gone with the flow and accepted Artemis' hand. However, Kasuk was far from normal and instead of accepting it, Kasuk only shook his head, I do believe that love is amazing. After all, I've experienced it firsthand. However, I don't think that your love born from desperation is as amazing as that. Artemis' eyes widened. I'm not saying that your love is inferior, it's just that for me, love prospers through many trials and a sudden infatuation doesn't have the quality of the amazing love you're talking about. Kasuk then looked straight to Artemis' eyes, so it doesn't have to be now. Down the road, you may find the one destined for you and by then, I can guarantee that it'll be amazing. Please save that dance for that person. After saying all of that, Kasuk left. Artemis didn't recover for a few minutes and when she was able to, she could only put her hand down and look towards the moon with a wry smile, so this is a rejection. I don't like it. She then recalled his words again, save this dance for that person, huh? I wish I had that kind of chance. Even if I were to survive, it'll be a different me once I wake up and I wouldn't be able to remember all of this. A single tear then went through her cheeks, I really don't like it. Just when I was able to experience something like this. Along the way, after leaving Artemis to herself, Kasuk came across a wheezing Hestia, Kasuk. What's wrong, Hestia-sama? And what's with that face? Did something bad happen? Who made you cry? Please tell me and I'll make him cry 10 times louder and 100 times longer, said Kasuk as he took out a handkerchief and wiped off her sweat and tears. Hestia was very happy about his concern but she couldn't enjoy it now, Kasuk. Please save Artemis. Kasuk grinned at her and answered, consider it done. Chapter 497, Attacking the Ruin. Phew. Hestia was startled at his immediate response, why you have a way. I don't have the exact method right now since I still have to see this Antares, but I'm already very clear with Artemis-sama's situation and I only need to adjust some of my plans, depending on the situation. Besides, if Artemis-sama were to disappear, the spear would disappear too, right? Heck no. That's my compensation. I won't allow them to run away without paying me for my efforts. Kasuk clenched his fist as he declared. Hestia stared at him for a moment before resuming her cries, Yua. Thank goodness. Kasuk caught Hestia as she dived in his arms and started patting her head, I'll do my best to help Artemis-sama. You don't have to worry about her disappearing before you. I'll make sure that you'll still be able to have fun with her for the next century or more. Those words of comfort were the things that she wanted to hear the most. And because of that, her cries became even worse, but instead of the sorrowful cry that she showed to Hermes, Hestia was now crying tears of relief. A few minutes of crying later, Hestia fell asleep in his arms. It was then that Yoruchi came out from her hiding spot and Kasuk said, please sleep with her for tonight. Yoruchi got the sleeping Hestia from Kasuk and asked, what are you going to do? Inspect the spear in greater detail. I want to make sure our chances are as high as possible. I see. Please rest after you're done. Yoruchi then left Kasuk alone. A few hours before sunrise, everyone was gearing up to attack the ruins of Elsis. In the middle of it all was Artemis who'd be leading the attack. As you already know, this ruin became a den of monsters. Antares is still concentrating its power, waiting for us. There's no doubt that we'll face great difficulties before we achieve our goal. But never surrender. Never fear. Defeat is not an option. As she finished her words, everyone was already ready and lined up in front of her. Nodding to everyone, Artemis continued, here is how this'll go. The Hermes Familia will act as a decoy. Since your group will be large in number, the enemy monsters will concentrate on you. Just lure them out and avoid any danger. Understood, answered everyone simultaneously. Artemis then looked towards one of the members of the Hermes Familia, Fulgur. Yes. You lead the cohort. Understood. Artemis nodded at him and turned her attention towards Kasuk. Yuruchi, Ryu, and Asfi will enter the ruins while the enemy's attention is drawn to the feint attack. That's when we'll defeat Antares. We. Asfi asked. The gate cannot be opened without my divine power. So I'll be going too. Artemis explained. If you're going, then I'm going too. From another tent, Hestia appeared and approached Artemis. I can't let you go alone. Then Hermes also appeared from the other side. Then, I should join too. Wait. Hermes-sama. You can't just do that, complained Asfi immediately. In response, Hermes just laughed it off and patted her head. Ahahaha. You already knew this was bound to happen. With a crying face, Asfi muttered, not again. Everyone from the Hermes familia then started laughing at the familiar scene, which made them being more at ease. Kasuk then suddenly clapped his hands and gathered everyone's attention. All right. Enough of that. We've got to change some of those plans. Artemis looked at him with confusion and asked, what do you mean? Well, we're already surrounded. Kasuk revealed as if it had nothing to do with him at all. What? Exclaimed Asfi and checked the surroundings. And indeed, after looking around, she saw some of the scorpion monsters approaching them in the distance. Since when? That's not important. What is important is that we have to adjust our timing. Well, nothing will really change. We just gotta finish a little earlier. Kasuk took out his blade and started walking in the direction of the ruin. That's what he said. Yuruchi also took out her daggers and went beside Hestia. Everyone from the Hermes familia started intercepting the incoming monsters. Although a little bit earlier than planned, as Kasuk said, nothing really changed. Asfi. We'll take care of things here. Go do what you must do, shouted Fulgur as he cleaved one of the monsters in front of him. Asfi nodded at him and said, all right. Be careful. She then started running towards the direction where Kasuk had gone. Let's go. Everyone who'd be attacking Antares followed her suit. But as the group went after Kasuk, Asfi, Rio, Artemis, and Hermes couldn't help but be startled. Not even half a minute went by after Kasuk went ahead, but instead of catching up to him, all they could see in his path were magic stones, and it wasn't a small amount either. So fast. Rio muttered. We really can't underestimate him, added Asfi. After traveling for about 200 meters and crossing a bridge, they got out of the forest and reached the ruin of Elsis. There they finally saw Kasuk, who was walking around the entrance as if he was some kind of tourist. Ah, you're late. Kasuk waved at them with a smile. You're too fast, retorted Asfi. How were you not slowed down by those monsters? Well, you just gotta swing your sword while running. Saves a bunch of time, I guarantee it. No way that it was that simple. Asfi gritted her teeth and chose not to say anything. She then sighed and calmed down, knowing that she couldn't actually do anything against him, and thinking out his methods would only hurt her head. So she spared herself from suffering and just examined the ruin along with him. The group entered the tunnel leading to the ruin. In between the bricks, which made up the tunnel, was an illuminating substance. Magic power, asked Yuruchi. It's the light of the seal, explained Artemis to them, activated by my kindred spirits. You can even say that they're my oldest children. I see. So the one who gave blessing to the great spirits who sealed Antares was you, added Kasuk after seeing the theme on the engravings around the ruin which revolved around the goddess of Bao and Moon. Yes. So that's why we needed your divine power to enter the deepest place, said Yuruchi. Thanks to her words, Ryu and Asfi finally realized why they needed Artemis to open the sealed gate. However, they didn't say anything and just continued to walk, while watching their surroundings for potential enemy attacks. A few minutes later, the group reached the sealed gate. In the middle of this gate was an insignia that signified an arrow and the moon as a bow. Artemis silently stepped forward and touched the insignia, before pouring her divine power in it. The sealed gate started to creak as it opened and revealed the other side, which startled everyone. Beyond the gate was not the expected stone wall and ceiling, but walls and ceiling made out of what seemed to be flesh. Hanging from it were something like eggs, and they expected that monsters would be coming out from them. What the hell happened here? Asked Asfi in confusion. Gritting her teeth, Artemis answered her, Antares is infesting the temple. Hermes touched his hat and his expression became grave. It's worse than what we expected. But as they looked around, the fleshy wall and floor suddenly extended behind them and sealed their path. The exit is. And before they could react to what was happening, the eggs started opening up, dropping scorpion monsters that were bigger and stronger than those which were outside. Kasuk pulled out his blade and gave them instructions. Andromeda-san, please focus on protecting Hermes-sama. Lion-san, please assist Artemis-sama. He didn't need to give instructions to Yuruchi since she already knew what she had to do. What about you? Asked Rio. I'm going to go ahead and clear the path. Don't fall behind. Since they were far from the dungeon and because he already planned to show a bit of his strength, Kasuk didn't need to hold back that much anymore. Ryo was about to cite her concern about his safety and intended to take his role, when Kasuk suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared a few tens of meters away. Everyone was shocked at his speed. But the most shocking was that all of the monsters between his former spot and the place where he was standing right now were bisected. They didn't know what just happened and wanted some answers. But instead of answering their confusion, Kasuk's voice rang out again. I won't be repeating myself, don't fall behind. He then moved by another tens of meters and bisected another horde of monsters. Of course, the first one to move out was Uruchi, who was already carrying Hestia on her back. As she passed the others, she reminded them, get going. Hermes hurriedly got on Asfi's back and commanded, Asfi. It's not the time to daydream. Let's go. Why yes. Asfi then started running after Uruchi. Ryo faced Artemis and said, Artemis-sama, the path is cleared of monsters. Please get on my back, so that we can catch up to them. Artemis had already recovered her bearings and nodded at Ryo before jumping on her back, let's not fall behind. Since there were no monsters to stop them, the group immediately reached the deepest part of the ruin. And what they thought would be a great challenge, became a breeze thanks to Kasuk. However, not everything went okay because as they approached where the Antares was supposed to be sealed, Artemis kept getting weaker and weaker, to the point that it was already hard for her to walk at a normal pace. Chapter 498, Artemis' Request. At some point, the group reached the innermost part of the ruin. There, they met a giant scorpion-like monster which was connected to the fleshy walls, absorbing the surrounding vitality in the middle of a room with a big hole in the ceiling, revealing the night sky. That's Antares, muttered Asfi. As the monster came into view, Artemis couldn't take it anymore and fell to her knees. Artemis, shouted Hestia, and ran towards her. Kasuk and Uruchi, however, only gave Antares a passing glance as they looked up to the hole in the ceiling. From there, they could see a second moon and both of them made a dignified expression. Now that looks dangerous, Kasuk thought. The second crescent moon, instead of a real moon, it was a densely drawn magic circle that created the shape of a moon high above the atmosphere. Kasuk, I just received a message that Kuroka and Medusa already evacuated the 3 girls to the second base and deployed defensive barriers, Kasuk was told by Uruchi, when he received a telepathic message from her. Great. Please tell Kuroka to keep guarding the 3, while Medusa should go watch the situation in Orario, Kasuk replied to her. Since Kuroka and Medusa used long-distance telepathic magic, which should only be used in times of emergency, he figured that something big was happening in Orario right now, more specifically, the dungeon. Since that moon is pure divine power, the dungeon should have reacted in some way. As for the second base, it was another underground base that Kasuk constructed under the place where they stayed before they went to Orario. Although they could activate defensive barriers on their base in Orario, it was too close to the dungeon and there were too many gods who could notice its activation. Hence, he thought that it would be better to evacuate to a farther place first since it would be more secure. Got it. There's also another thing. It seems that the guild prohibited any adventurer from leaving Orario since the moment we left for this quest. They already expected this to happen, added Uruchi. In Orario, even though the sun was still far from rising up, all of the adventurers in the city were already woken up and were currently scrambling to put on their battle equipment. This all started after a few people who were still awake or on night duty noticed the peculiarity of the night sky. A second moon had appeared. This woke up the sleeping citizens of Orario. They viewed this bizarre scene and most of them, understandably, were scared of a new heavenly body forming out of nowhere. While a few prominent adventurers noticed that the moon wasn't a real moon but a group of magic circles, they could do nothing about it. An hour later, the dungeon was suddenly shaking and monsters started to escape from it. In response, the guild resounded the alarm throughout the city, calling all combatants to join the battle against the rampaging monsters. Meanwhile, Loki stormed the Babel Tower and went up to the top floor to get a better view of the moon. What in the world is going on? Loki asked the owner of the top floor. While sitting on her chair and calmly swirling her wine, Freya answered her, Arcanum. And that's Artemis' arrow. The strongest arrow of heaven, fired by the goddess of innocence. I already know that. Loki retorted, we can't use that nonsensical power in this world. It's not even funny. If Artemis used her power, she'd be already sent back to heaven. Unless something is binding her here, Freya replied. Loki could only grit her teeth, that old geezer Arenas. He knew exactly what was going to happen and locked us inside. Loki then started running towards the exit. Freya was able to guess what she was thinking and stopped her from leaving. There's no point. Even if all the deities in Orario were to unite, we wouldn't be able to stop that much power. I don't give a shit. Even so, we're the only ones who can end this, shouted Loki and left the top floor. Freya closed her eyes and a few seconds later, she muttered, Otter. The bulky man, who had been standing beside her all this time answered, yes, ma'am. Go, was Freya's simple command. Otter understood that Freya wanted him to assist the effort to stop the monsters from leaving the dungeon. But, because he was her guard, he had to ask her, "Are you sure?" Freya opened her eyes and answered him, "Yes. I can only leave the rest in their hands." Thanks to the eyes and ears, which she had on the guild, she knew exactly what effort was currently taking place to stop Artemis. While narrowing her eyes, she thought, "Nevertheless, I can now be sure that Kasuk Urahara, and probably those girls around him, are hiding their souls from my eyes." I thought that Belle would be chosen without any doubt, but this obscure man suddenly stole the spotlight. After all, divine weapons, although just a fraction, can only be used by those with a pure and strong soul. An instant later, a small smile appeared on her face. "I wonder what I should do next. I still haven't forgotten when he lied about attraction in front of me." The Loki Familia led the defense effort and directly went towards the 15th floor to meet the first wave of the rampaging monsters. "It'll be the worst-case scenario if monsters come to the surface," shouted Finn, while watching the incoming wave of monsters. "Stand up now. This is the city for us, adventurers. We cannot allow a single monster to enter. We have one goal: to protect the city." With his signal, all the top executives of the Loki Familia rushed towards the monsters. On the other side, while having some difficulties breathing, Artemis pleaded, "You must defeat it. Please, Orion." At that moment, Antares' screech rang out as the carapace armor in its chest opened up and revealed a crystal. The two people who weren't expecting the current situation shuddered. "Is that?" asked Ryu with widened eyes. "Is that even possible?" wondered Asfi, who, on the other hand, questioned reality. In the middle of the crystal was a frozen woman, another Artemis. Antares screeched one more time, but this time, instead of doing nothing, the crystal where the second Artemis was confined lit up and a purple beam rose up to the sky, hitting the second moon. A few seconds later, beams of white light started raining down from it. It was the same attack that welcomed the group when they arrived in the vicinity, however, it was now more numerous and each light carried more destructive power. Uruchi immediately grabbed Hestia, while Kasuk grabbed the unmoving Artemis and the rest started dodging the incoming destruction. But it seemed that more attacks were aimed at Kasuk and Artemis than the rest, so he had to separate from them. It's attracted by both the arrow and Artemis. Moments later, the floor finally collapsed under them and Kasuk, who was carrying Artemis, dropped down to the lower level, leaving Antares behind. Ryu and Asfi were successful in safeguarding Hermes as they were able to retreat towards the exit of the room, along with Uruchi and Hestia. After everything had settled down, Asfi finally had time to ask Hermes, "Please explain. Why does Antares, a monster, have the power of an arcanum?" "Because Artemis was devoured," answered Hermes. Hestia could only look down in pain. Although she already expected this, it was still hard for her to see and hear it in person. Then who's the Artemis-sama who was with us all this time?" Hermes turned towards her and continued answering, "She's only a consciousness left in the spear. In other words, just a fragment of a goddess. She's Artemis, but not all of her." Looking toward the room where Antares was, Hermes added, "Antares consumed her divine power, and with it can twist the world to fit it." "Is that even possible? A monster taking over the power of a deity?" asked Uruchi this time. "Even among the monsters, Antares is special and could be considered as strong as the monsters of the three great quests, if not stronger. Although it's in a weakened state, it still has the powers of a deity." "We have no way of winning," exclaimed Rio. Hermes shook his head. "That's why we told you that only with the spear, we could defeat it. That's the only way we could defeat it." "Just what is that spear?" asked Asfi. But before Hermes could answer, Uruchi urged everyone, "We'll listen to it while we run. We have to regroup with Kasuk and Artemis-sama as soon as possible. I can feel them on the lower floor. Let's go." She then started running in a certain direction. Everyone looked at each other before nodding and following her lead. Below the floor where Antares was resting, Kasuk gently set down the already very weak Artemis as he inspected his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was the corpse of several girls on the floor. Artemis did her best to stand up and approached one of the girls. "They are?" asked Kasuk. As she crouched down and gently touched the face of a red-haired girl, Artemis answered him, "My children. All I could do was watch. Watch the monster that had consumed me, murder my children. Murder them with my own hands." Gently smiling, Artemis softly muttered, "I'm back." She then stood up and looked towards Kasuk with a sad smile. "Are you not curious why and how I'm standing before you?" "Nope. Not really. I already knew it, after all." Kasuk then went towards the corpses and started picking them up one by one, lining them up on the side of the wall. "What are you doing? They need a proper funeral. I'm also worried that their bodies would be damaged by the upcoming fight." Thanks to the large amount of ki and mana that Antares had gathered from the surroundings, the bodies of the girls had hardly decayed. Kasuk used magic to clean the blood and gore away from their bodies, making it look like they were only peacefully sleeping. After Kasuk finished taking care of the bodies, Artemis said with a heartfelt smile, "Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. I couldn't sit still with them not being properly taken care of." Artemis then suddenly changed the topic due to urgency, and Terry stopped moving for now, but it's only a matter of time. A monster with an arcanum. Antares is a walking paradox of calamity. As you have expected, the upcoming fight is inevitable. At this moment, Artemis's body already started to disintegrate, signifying that she had already reached her limit. But even then, she continued explaining without minding her situation, the spear. No, the arrow on your back is a divine weapon. Its name is Orion, which means they who pierce in the gods' language. To end such being, we need to strike it with this arrow. Chapter 499, vs Antares. After hearing about the real identity of the spear from Hermes, Asfi stopped running. Please wait. Everyone stopped at her request and Asfi asked Hermes, so what you're saying is, the future of this world is in Kasuk Urahara's hands alone. We have no choice. He was chosen by the arrow, replied Hermes. Asfi grabbed Hermes' collar and yelled at his face, but you're just giving him the sin of murdering a goddess. In response, Hermes grabbed her shoulder and replied back, this isn't about that. This was never about that. Don't get it wrong, Asfi. Hermes gently separated Asfi's hands from his collar. As he did so, he took a peek at Hestia's reaction, thinking that she already gave up. However, contrary to his expectation, Hestia was making a hopeful face. Hestia, he called out to her in confusion. We don't have enough time for that. Let's go. Yoruchi urged them again and started running. As Hermes followed them, something started to bug him. What are they planning? Kasuk looked straight into Artemis' eyes after she finished explaining what he needed to do before asking, what's going to happen to you then? She shook her head with a wry smile, that isn't important. What's important is the safety of the lower world. At this moment, Antares came crashing down in front of them. At the same time, Yoruchi and the rest arrived. Artemis. Kasuk-kun, Hestia shouted towards them. Kasuk looked back and smiled, great timing. Hold that thing back for me for a few minutes. He then directly sat down on the ground, ignoring everything else to inspect Artemis' arrow. You just have to think about defeating Antares and throw the spear at it. It doesn't need any complicated skill to use, said Artemis after thinking that Kasuk must be confused about how to use the arrow. However, he just completely ignored her and continued what he was doing. Orion, Artemis tried to call out to him, but he was still absorbed in what he was doing. Yoruchi figured that Kasuk would really need a few minutes to do something, so she jumped down and rushed towards Antares. I'm going first. After breaking the ground when she just kicked off, Yoruchi instantly appeared in front of Antares. You're going to play with me for a while. Doing a wide swing, Yoruchi blasted off its head with her fist, Graahhhh. With her bare fist, exclaimed Ryo and Asfi. Asfi, Ryo, go assist her, instructed Hermes from behind. The two of them nodded, before joining the brawl. After they left, Hermes suddenly asked Hestia, who was left alone with him, what are you guys planning? Saving Artemis, Hestia answered simply. You know that's already impossible. It might be if we can use our arcanum, but you also know the risk of doing that. I know. But it won't be me who's going to do something. What do you mean? Do you mean Kasuk-kun? How? Hestia shook her head, I don't know. But I trust him. Hermes could only sigh and thought, if only it would be that easy. While the three girls were grabbing Antares' attention as it wreaked havoc through the battlefield, Artemis continued to talk to Kasuk. But same as before, he only ignored her and even started mumbling to himself while turning the arrow around in his hands. Artemis couldn't take it anymore, so, with her weakened and disappearing arms, she shook him. Orion. Please hurry. We can't let that thing run around freely anymore. And for the first time, Kasuk finally looked at her and smiled. I told you last night, didn't I? What? Artemis asked in confusion. I told you to save that dance for the person you really like. Kasuk stood up and patted her shoulder. Since I told you something like that, it'd be a shame if that couldn't happen. He then started walking towards the battlefield. What do you mean? As Kasuk left her alone, something warm came from her. Is this hope? But this is already impossible. She couldn't understand what Kasuk meant, but it became clear to her that he was giving her hope. Artemis' residue disappeared with those questions in her mind, transferring them to her sleeping body inside of Antares. Seeing this, Hermes clicked his tongue while being annoyed. TSK. You know what's more unbearable than despair? It's false hope. Hestia didn't say anything back and just watched Kasuk's back. Please. Kasuk-kun. You have to save her. After dodging the destructive beam of light which was sent to her by Antares, Yoruchi asked the approaching Kasuk, who carried the arrow in his right hand, are you going to do it? Kasuk nodded happily, yep. But not before this. He then suddenly took a stance and got ready to throw the arrow, but not towards Antares. Out of everyone's expectations, Kasuk aimed at the second moon, which was now a bow and arrow of magic circles with a big grin. Kasuk-kun. What are you doing? Shouted Hermes while having a bad feeling. Nothing too crazy. Replied Kasuk, while the gray arrow in his hand suddenly turned golden with various inscriptions emerging on its surface. Strong winds blasted off from the arrow. It didn't do anything to Uruchi, Rio, Asfi, or Antares, but it was enough to push back the weak avatars of God. How is he doing this? Exclaimed Hermes in his mind. As of now, Kasuk was utilizing the power of the divine weapon, which shouldn't be possible for anyone in the lower world. From the tip of the arrow, a crimson flame emerged and it slowly covered the shaft as it crawled down. The golden inscriptions also became crimson as the flame passed through them. Once the flame covered the whole arrow, Kasuk shouted, "Tamaya," before throwing the arrow. Kasuk could have separated Artemis from the Antares earlier. It was a simple thing for him to cut off a parasite from her soul. However, if he was to do that, the magic in the sky might go out of control and just nuke everything where it was pointing at, since Antares would be losing control of it. With that in mind, Kasuk spent a few minutes to add some magic that could track, change the orientation and apport the arrow, so that it wouldn't disappear somewhere once he used it. Kasuk also needed some time to figure out how to use his Ryatsuki to boost or manifest some part of the power of the divine weapon. He could have used his own power to destroy the magic, but that would be too much effort and he would be showing too much of his abilities to Hermes. So he just opted to use the arrow. Because with that, he would have an excuse that he could use. If someone were to confront him, saying that he was too strong, he'd just tell them that it's thanks to the arrow. The arrow left a flash of red light and traveled through stones and bricks, blasting off a part of the ruin into pieces. Like a beam of crimson light, the arrow instantly traveled through the air and reached the bow and arrow magic in the sky, disintegrating it and leaving behind an explosion of light. Kasuk then snapped his finger and the beam of light instantly changed its orientation and was now coming down back to Earth. A few seconds later, everyone heard a large explosion, far from the ruin. "Well, that looks better than I expected," commented Kasuk, while looking at the disappearing bow and arrow in the sky. Back in Orario, the large number of monsters, which were coming out, were putting a large strain on the Loki familia. It wouldn't be a problem if they were just the monsters of the upper floors, but even some of the monsters which were living in the deepest known levels of the dungeon were coming out. Only the top adventurers or mage squads could deal with them. An ill wyvern from the deep floors. Tiona shouted to warn everyone. But before anyone from the adventurer group could deal with it, a figure flashed towards it and bisected the wyvern. The person who just arrived and killed the wyvern is the strongest adventurer of Orario, Otter. Finn smiled at his presence. "Seems that we got the best backup we could ask for. I can't embarrass my goddess." Otter looked towards Finn. "I'll cooperate." But even then, the number of monsters only continued to increase and Otter only brought a few members of the Freya familia with him, because the rest had to safeguard their revered goddess. "More ill wyverns incoming," shouted Tioni to everyone. "Fomar and Deformus spiders are also on site," warned Bet. But just as they were about to meet the additional monsters, a large scythe, connected to a chain, flew above everyone's head and started to reap the monster heads. The scythe returned to where it came from after killing a bunch of monsters and everyone followed it with their eyesight. There, they saw a blindfolded mature woman with beautiful, glistening long purple hair, which danced in the wind. As she appeared, shouted Tiona. "Why is she here?" questioned Tioni. Finn looked towards the strange woman and asked Tiona, "Who is she?" Instead of Tiona, however, Riviera answered him, "The one who stopped the Minotaur stampede." With just that answer, Finn instantly understood that it was the same woman who used inconceivable magic to turn the Minotaurs into stone. Without saying a word, Medusa in her adult form, gathered magic power under her feet and blasted off towards the incoming monsters while rotating with her scythe. Within just a few seconds, she instantly killed more than 50 monsters before going to the deeper parts of the dungeon. "Don't get left behind. Onwards," commanded Finn to everyone. They didn't know why, but it seemed that she was here to assist them. However, they didn't have the intention of letting the limelight off them and followed Medusa's trail of magic stones. On the top of the Babel Tower, Freya dropped her glass of wine as she stood up and approached the balcony of her floor. What is this?" For the first time in a long while, Freya showed a shocked expression as she watched a crimson light piercing through Artemis Arcanum, before descending back to Earth. Sure, the scene was surprising and even the other deities in the city were questioning what that was. However, within Freya's eyes, the crimson light wasn't a simple visual effect, but a compressed, unbridled and very pure soul power. This amount of soul power should only be possible if someone gathered 1,000 or more people and extracted their souls for energy. If even one person could perform such atrocities, he or she would incur a heavy punishment from heaven. But even if it was successful, the souls that would be smashed together would be the most disgusting thing for Freya, and she would be the first one to destroy such a thing. However, the one in front of her didn't have that kind of aura. It was as if it came from only a single person. Even if there were 10 of that man, whom she was currently infatuated with, such a scene would be impossible. Even if all 10 souls of Belle's level were to be extracted for energy. After hearing the sound of breaking glass, Alan came through the door and asked, "What happened, Freya-sama?" But instead of answering his question, Freya suddenly said, "I'm going to the ruin of Elsis." Now, if it was a normal day, Alan would immediately go against her decision as it would be a very dangerous thing to do. But today, when he heard Freya's voice, he shivered and could only answer her in one way, yes. Chapter 500, Return. What are you doing? Hermes asked for the second time, and this time, he was really angry. After all, their only ticket in defeating Antares was suddenly thrown away. They could retreat, but that also meant that there could be unforeseeable consequences and more suffering for Artemis inside of Antares for the time which they needed to regroup and get the arrow back. For all he knows, this could have been their last chance of killing it. Either way, they didn't have a choice. They had to go as they couldn't do anything to Antares right now. Let's retreat, Hermes shouted again. But before anyone could make any further movement, Antares moved first. Afraid of what Kasuk had just shown to everyone, Antares directly used Artemis inside its chest to cast the same kind but smaller version of the magic, which threatened to destroy Urahara earlier. Watch out. Ryu woke up from her stupor and warned Kasuk. Kasuk, however, just held out his right hand and used his left hand to hold his hat in place. A second later, the bow magic released the arrow towards Kasuk and the destructive power behind it could even erase the whole ruin. What is he doing? Muttered Asfi in exasperation. She couldn't keep up with what was happening anymore. Dodge, you fool. That's a god's magic, shouted Hermes at him in frustration, he's going to get killed. But then, he suddenly noticed that Hestia and Uruchi still had the same calm expression, contrary to the rest of them. What? Kasuk didn't change his stance and just waited for the arrow. Once it came, he caught it with his right hand and stopped it in its tracks. With the sound of crackling thunder, the ground below him caved in and dust flew everywhere, but Kasuk didn't move an inch. He wasn't even pushed back. The Antares screeched in an attempt to strengthen the arrow, however, no matter what it did, the arrow didn't move further and could only struggle within Kasuk's hand. A few seconds later, the arrow started to weaken and Kasuk used his brute force to crush it with his hand. A large shockwave emerged from it and pushed everyone away as the arrow was reduced into motes of light. No way, muttered both Asfi and Rio. Kasuk ignored them and faced Uruchi. Uruchi, please bring them back. I'll take care of it. Uruchi only nodded with a smile and jumped towards Hestia. Let's wait for them in the camp. Hestia nodded and turned away from Antares. But before she started walking away, Hestia said to Kasuk, I'm not waiting for long. Kasuk replied with a chuckle, got it. With that response, Uruchi and Hestia left without further words but with smiles on their faces. Hermes-sama, called Kasuk out to the stunned deity. Why yes. I would like to cash in the favor that you owe me now. Kasuk then walked towards Antares whose body took a step back in response. Hermes had tons of questions but he knew that this wasn't the right moment to ask that now. He calmed himself down and replied, what is it? For Hestia-sama's sake, please keep everything that's happened here a secret. For Hestia, is it? Hermes then scratched his head as this is what he didn't expect when Kasuk asked for the favor, fine. For Hestia's sake. Also for Artemis. Antares then sent a beam of purple light towards the approaching Kasuk, but he just slapped it away with his right hand. Antares then sent multiple attacks towards him, but Kasuk just did the same. Now the ruin was on the verge of collapse, thank you. Also, please leave now and follow Uruchi and Hestia. I'm fine by myself. Hermes stayed silent for a moment and watched Kasuk deflect every attack of Antares with his bare hands. Sighing, Hermes commanded, Asfi, Rio. Let's go. Is that fine? Asfi asked. Can you help? Asfi could only shake her head at Hermes' question. She and Rio then went towards Hermes' side and started following Hestia and Uruchi's trail. But before they exited the room, both of them looked towards Kasuk with complicated expressions. Be careful, Urahara-san. Rio gave her farewell remark. Thanks. I will. Now that he's left alone with Antares, Kasuk grinned, yo. Your attacks are getting weaker. Tired. Grrrh. Antares took another step back. Its one giant eye glared at Kasuk, threatening him. However, it was very clear that it's actually afraid of Kasuk. With a screech, Antares sent another volley of light beams. Bakudo number 44, Seikisho, Barrier. Instead of his right hand that is covered with strong he-arrow, iron skin, Kasuk opted to use a barrier because the attacks are already weak. This is already getting old. Let me show you how it is done. While his barrier is taking the hits, Kasuk put forward his right hand again and muttered, Hada number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reihu. With a thunderous blast, a blue beam of light blasted not just Antares, but half of the ruin. Gra. Antares tried to resist with all its might, but failed. The leaving Rio, Asfi, and Hermes just got out of the ruin and saw the bright blue light and heard a thunderous sound from the other side of the ruin along with some explosions. What now? Asfi was already tired. She just wanted to be in a long warm bath and some alcohol to relax. Urahara-san. Rio muttered in worry. Asfi, fly up and see what's going on, Hermes commanded. Asfi reluctantly agreed and used her magic boots to fly up. From there, she saw what the blue light and thunderous sound had left. This is impossible. The scene made her not want to think anymore. The blue light traveled as far as the eye could see, and what was left along its path was Antares, which is in pieces, a devastated forest, and the half of the ruin gone. What sort of weapon did he use? Asfi then saw Kasuk from below, waving at her with a bad smile. I'm so sorry. She didn't know why, but she was compelled to apologize for no reason and flew back to Hermes and Rhea who were waiting below. Why did you suddenly apologize up there? Hermes asked in confusion. With a panicked expression, Asfi explained what she just saw, and Ryu and Hermes could only stay quiet with widened eyes. When he looked at me with a smile, I got scared and ended up apologizing. It's not weird, right? While Asfi was justifying her reaction just now, Kasuk slowly approached the collapsed Antares, more specifically, the cracked blue crystal that was holding Artemis. As he walked, he could see Antares slowly regenerating, but he didn't care about that and just inspected for one last time the connection between it and Artemis. Why would the dungeon create a monster that can devour a deity? What is a deity for the dungeon? Also, that black dragon. It also consumed Arya. Do all strong monsters have a basic ability to eat? Questions as such kept resurfacing in Kasuk's mind, but he couldn't find an answer or a clue no matter how much he thought about them. Oh well. If I stay long enough, I'll probably figure it out. Kasuk lifted his blade and directly cut the crystal, including Artemis with it. But although the crystal was bisected, Artemis was unharmed. Kasuk hurriedly caught the falling Artemis and pulled her away from Antares. A few seconds later, Antares slowly disappeared, leaving behind its only gigantic eye. Maybe I could use that for something. While thinking such, Artemis, who's in Kasuk's arm, slowly opened her eyes and looked up to him silently. Noticing her gaze, Kasuk looked back down to the naked goddess and smiled. Good morning, Artemis-sama. I told you, right? I'm going to let you have that dance. It was then Artemis started tearing up. Wait. What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere? I'm going to get scolded by Hestia-sama if she sees you like this. Despite not being able to move, Artemis couldn't help but chuckle at Kasuk's out-of-character reaction. It's not that. I'm just happy that I could actually survive that. Artemis already steeled herself. For everyone's sake, she prepared to sacrifice herself. But even then, there was still a basic instinct inside her, of wanting to survive and see the next day, especially now that she got a taste of romance. She wanted to experience it more. Artemis stopped chuckling and did her best to move her arm and reach Kasuk's neck before continuing to cry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kasuk only smiled wryly and patted her back, waiting for her patiently. After sobbing from relief for a few minutes, Artemis managed to calm herself. She then finally noticed that she's still naked. Blushing slightly, Artemis asked Kasuk, I'm sorry about my display. And please give me something to cover my body. Although she already knew that Kasuk already saw her body, it all felt like a dream to her as it isn't her real body. Above that, she's currently touching Kasuk with her body. Oh, right. Sorry about that. Kasuk then took out a blanket and gently wrapped it around her body. However, Artemis, aside from being embarrassed, she's also feeling complicated after seeing Kasuk's reaction. You mean you really didn't notice that I was naked? She could only question it internally, as she was afraid of his response. Although she's the goddess of purity, she was still very proud of her figure that wouldn't lose to any of the other deities. While Artemis is staying quiet, Kasuk gathered the materials that dropped from Antares and got out of the half-destroyed ruin while being welcomed by a beautiful sunrise and greeneries that were slowly returning back to normal. It's beautiful. Artemis muttered as she watched the sunrise, but my children. No worries about that. I took them into my private space. You can have a proper funeral once we return to Orario. Artemis sighed in relief. I can never thank you enough. Thank Hestia-sama. If not for her, I wouldn't have accepted this quest in the first place. I see. I guess I'm lucky that you're Hestia's child. Kasuk didn't say anything else and just carried Artemis in his arms while walking and basking in the warm morning sunlight. As for Artemis, she did the same and just watched everything regain their vitality, which gave comfort to her heart and soul. After this event, there will be no more that will weigh on her, as the monster that she tried to kill or seal with the sacrifice of her children since 1,000 years ago, is now gone. Half an hour later, the two of them reached the camp and the first one to jump on them was Hestia, who was already crying her eyes out. Artemis. Kasuk had to carefully catch her also and slowly laid the two of them down. After half an hour, Artemis was already capable of standing on her own, but she chose not to do so. Seeing Kasuk return with Artemis, everyone from the Hermes Familia started cheering, yeahhh. Meanwhile, Hermes could only make an inconceivable face. He really did it. Thanks to this turn of events, a few possibilities emerged from his mind. Just how will Zeus react if he were to hear this? While everyone was celebrating, Kasuk took out the corpses of everyone from Artemis Familia. This is not to dampen everyone's celebratory mood, but to give proper respect to them. It isn't right to keep them longer in his inventory. In addition to that, Artemis would also want them to join the celebration even if it's a bit too late. Artemis wanted them to be remembered as people who joined the effort to stop an unstoppable monster. Several of the Hermes Familia went out to gather some wood to make a casket for them, and some of them took out their stock of delicious food and wine to prepare for the celebration. They didn't oppose the members of the Artemis Familia being here. Hermes approached Kasuk and patted his shoulder. "You really did it. Do you know what you've done just now?" Kasuk turned to him and replied with a smile, "Yep. I separated Artemis-sama from Antares. As if it's that easy. You may not know this, but some people would want your ability." Contrary to Hermes' expectation, however, Kasuk answered him with a big grin, "I know. My ability could be used on a combination of a black lizard and a spirit." Hermes' eyes widened. "How did you?" Kasuk just walked away while saying, "Not important. Not gonna tell you." Wait. How did you know about that? Where did you hear it? Hermes shouted as he chased after him. And Kasuk stopped walking, but not because of Hermes, but because within his inner world, a certain connection was established. Benihime. Ignoring Hermes, he shouted in urgency, "Yuruchi." An urgency from Kasuk that they've never seen before. Even Hermes stopped bothering him as he was also startled. Not just Yuruchi's attention was caught, but also Hestia, Artemis, Rhea, and Asphai, who had all watched him calmly take down Antares' attacks. Yuruchi hurried to him and asked in a concerned voice, "What is it? Did something happen?" "Benihime. I can feel Benihime coming out." Even Yuruchi was surprised at his words. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going, now. I can't let this chance go." Kasuk hugged Yuruchi as a form of farewell. "Can't I go too?" "You can't. The last time we got here, we got Bayako's help. We don't know if he'll be helping the second time. I also don't know how dangerous it is to travel through chaotic space. Besides, I can only trust you to take care of the others and keep them away from unforeseeable dangers. For those reasons, I can't bring you with me." Yuruchi stayed silent for a moment, before giving him a kiss on his lips. "Be careful. You have to return." Kasuk hugged her tightly and whispered, "I will. I promise you." The two of them then separated and Kasuk used Flash Step to directly disappear from the camp. "Kasuk-kun." Hestia, who's running towards them, shouted, "Where's Kasuk-kun? Where is he going?" Yuruchi crouched down to her eye level, "To somewhere dangerous. He has to do this." "Dangerous?" Hestia's heart sank because this is the first time she heard Yuruchi say, "Somewhere dangerous. Is he going to be fine?" Yuruchi patted Hestia's head and smiled, "Yes. He'll be fine. It's Kasuk we're talking about here. No matter what the situation is, he's always prepared to respond." "When is he coming back?" "I don't know. It might be a day, it could be a week, or maybe, it'll take a month. Just one thing is sure. He's coming back, so don't worry." Hestia nodded, "All right. I'll wait for him. I haven't even thanked him for saving Artemis." Kasuk warped himself 100 kilometers, 62.1 miles, away from the camp before using his spiritual power to scan the surrounding 10 kilometers for any signs of people. After figuring out that there were no signs of anything being disturbed in this large forest and only small animals were in his range of scans, Kasuk immediately took out a black cylindrical pillar and drove it into the ground. The pillar was 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter, with various complicated inscriptions on its side. After putting up the pillar, Kasuk immediately took out the tokens he prepared just for this occasion and spread them around the pillar. The tokens then activated various formations that could defend and conceal the area from any eyes. After he was done with that, Kasuk touched the pillar and activated it. The inscription beside it all lit up with gentle blue light signifying its activation. This pillar would serve as his anchor point to this world. He needed this to come back to this world, or in case he got lost in chaotic space in an attempt to travel it. Although the sacred gears that he made for the girls could also serve as anchor points, making something bigger and stronger was much safer. Kasuk checked everything, all good. Now then, to the main event. He then pulled out his blade. It's his device that allows him to travel between worlds, his Zanpakuto and sacred gear. Taking a deep breath, Kasuk gathered his Ryatsuki and transferred it to his blade to activate the feature he needed. Various inscriptions emerged from the blade and lit up, before Kasuk swung it down, splitting the space in front of him and revealing the dark and cold other side. "Alright. Let's do this." Kasuk first confirmed the link he has with Benihime, then grabbed it before jumping in. The moment he went in, the split in space closed up and Kasuk could instantly feel the space tearing him apart. Kasuk immediately used He-Arrow to resist it and followed the connection he had. However, as time went on, Kasuk could feel the tearing of the chaotic space worsening exponentially, so much that even with his He-Arrow fully activated, his body was being torn apart. Kasuk had to go into his Vasto Lord mode just so he could resist longer, but even then, various cuts kept appearing on his body and his organs were being seriously messed up. Even in the strongest state of his body, Kasuk was finding it very hard to resist. He still didn't know how long he had to travel, even though he can feel his connection with Benihheim was getting stronger. If I still can't reach the other end within 10 minutes, I have to go back and try again later. But he knew that his second chance might not come soon enough, and wasting the chance now could lead to various consequences, especially to the family he left behind. Fortunately for him, at the 9:49 mark, with his body almost in pieces, he reached the familiar dimensional gap, and the first thing he saw was the delinquent red dragon and some small figures on its back. Ophis-chan.